Upon acquiring the opulent monopoly system, Liu Xiaoshi immediately transforms into a wealthy magnate, navigating the urban landscape with aplomb. On the first day of signing in, the reward is a luxurious suite at the Angshan Yiping. The second day of signing in yields the reward of a lavish garage filled with luxury automobiles. The third day's signing in grants the magnificent prize of a private aircraft. In addition to signing in, the system features a unique Monopoly game. Among the rewards are a skyscraper in the heart of the Magic City, a traditional courtyard in the imperial capital, and an elegant European-style castle. By participating in the game, all of these rewards are within reach. After 100 days of signing in, Liu Xiaoshi has ascended to the status of a fabulously wealthy individual, rivaling nations. Chapter 1. The beginning with a suite at the Tongchun Yiping. In a suburban villa within the Magic City, the sun shines brightly, its golden rays gently streaming through the bright curtains. The clock hands have reached 8:30, yet Liu Xiaoshi remains immersed in slumber. Just as he is lost in dreams, a resounding ding-dong suddenly pierces the tranquility. Ding-dong, congratulations, you have acquired the opulent monopoly system. Huh? Did I hear that correctly? This voice claims that I have obtained a system. Rubbing the sleep from his drowsy eyes, Liu Xiaoshi curiously scratches his head. Ding-dong indeed. You are now the master of the opulent monopoly system. With a clear ding-dong of the system notification echoing in his ears once more, Liu Xiaoshi finally affirms his current situation. He, too, has become one who possesses a system. Moreover, this system is the opulent one. The exhilaration of acquiring the system banished the weariness from Liu Xiaoshi, who had been stifling yawns just moments before. Taking a deep breath, Liu Xiaoshi managed to suppress his inner excitement. System, please elucidate your functionalities. Ding, we shall now present the functions of this system. As your current privileges are only at the initial level 1, the functions accessible to you are limited to the basic sign-in and the Monopoly game. You may sign in daily within this system, with rewards determined randomly based on your location and date at the time of signing in. The first sign-in grants a lucky critical hit effect. The Monopoly game entails competing against randomly generated robotic players within the system's realm, with substantial monetary rewards and property accolades bestowed upon you based on your performance once the game concludes. Furthermore, your system privileges will strengthen as you participate in more Monopoly games. To enhance your system privileges, we encourage your diligent efforts. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Liu Xiaoshi was swept away by a surge of exhilaration. Ha! With the assistance of the system, the prospect of becoming a wealthy magnate is but a mere breath away. Following the exhilaration within, Liu Xiaoshi resolutely pointed towards the void. On a faintly glowing azure interface visible only to him, a prominent sign-in button was successfully pressed. You are currently completing today's sign-in. Detection indicates this is your first sign-in. You have triggered the lucky critical hit effect, significantly enhancing your chances of obtaining super rewards. Ding, you have successfully drawn a suite at Tongchun Yiping. Upon observing the system's prompt, Liu Xiaoshi's eyes instantly sparkled with fervent excitement. That is Tongchun Yiping. As one of the representative luxury residential projects, the average price per square meter is a staggering 270,000. According to the aforementioned average price, even the smallest unit in the Tongchun Yiping complex boasts a valuation exceeding 100 million. Such a lavish reward is enough to send anyone into a frenzy. Goodness, this is utterly astounding. And this is merely the first day of sign-in. At this moment, Liu Xiaoshi's expression was awash with uncontainable delight. This wealthy magnate system is truly remarkable. Kind reminder, detection indicates your heart rate is abnormally elevated. Please refrain from excessive excitement. With the aid of this system, you shall become a supreme magnate, traversing the world with unparalleled prowess. A mere suite at Tongchun Yiping is merely the inception of your legendary journey. Upon hearing the system's warm reminder, Liu Xiaoshi found himself momentarily speechless. Good heavens, the billion-dollar Tongchun Yiping is merely the starting point in the eyes of the system. This wealthy magnate system exudes an impressive aura. Filled with joy, Liu Xiaoshi hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. With the system by his side, he now needed to pay greater attention to his appearance. After all, he was to become a magnate. His grooming could not be overlooked. After a refreshing wash, Lu Xiaoshi gazed in astonishment at his reflection in the mirror. With a fair and delicate visage, his features were strikingly handsome, and his bright eyes resembled those of a dashing protagonist from a novel. Compared to before, Lu Xiaoshi now exuded an air of confidence. That newfound confidence rendered him even more extraordinary, embodying the essence of a radiant and self-assured male idol. Gazing at his reflection, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but reach out to touch his face. Is it just my imagination, or have I truly become more handsome and self-assured? Indeed, it must be due to that sweet Itongtian peen. I seem to possess a touch of the magnate's charisma now, he. After a moment of self-reflection, Lu Xiaoshi joyfully skipped back to his bed. Suppressing his excitement, he pressed the reward withdrawal button. At the very moment he clicked it, a dazzling blue light shimmered from the bedside cabinet. Moments later, a strikingly red property deed, along with other ownership documents, appeared seemingly out of thin air on the cabinet. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, Lu Xiaoshi was utterly convinced of the system's extraordinary capabilities. Just as he reached out to examine the property deed closely, a sudden and urgent knock echoed from the bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Have you gotten out of bed yet, Xiaoshi? Before Lu Xiaoshi could respond, the bedroom door swung open. A fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful girl with long black hair breezed in without a second thought. Upon seeing his sister, Xiaoshi, sauntering in with a carefree demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi's expression shifted abruptly. Oh no, he had only just manifested the property deed for Tongtian Peen and hadn't even had a chance to examine it yet. Caught off guard by his sister's sudden entrance, he had no time to hide it. As she beamed at him, Lu Xiaoshi quietly lowered his head. Heavenly mercy! Let us hope she does not notice the existence of the Tongtian Peen property deed. Wow, Xiaoshi, you actually got out of bed today? Come here, let me give you a hug. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Xiaoshi felt a fragrant breeze envelop him. Coming back to his senses, he found himself embraced by his sister, Xiaoshi, who wore an expression of triumph. Perhaps due to her wearing a bathrobe, Xiaoshi's alluring figure was perfectly accentuated. Even without makeup, her goddess-like beauty was undeniable. Her lovely oval face was framed by a pair of bright and lively eyes. Her fair, long legs were currently wrapped around Lu Xiaoshi's waist like an octopus. Observing his sister's mature and alluring face teasing him, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but raise his hands in surrender. Sister, I concede. You win. Upon hearing his declaration of surrender, Xiaoshi flashed a mischievous smile, as if she had successfully pulled off a prank. All right, Mom and Dad have prepared dinner. They just asked me to call you down. After speaking, Xiaoshi surveyed Lu Xiaoshi's room, as she usually did. The bond between the two siblings was remarkably close, transcending mere blood relations. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoshi, seated at the edge of the bed, froze at the sight of Xiaoshi scanning the room. At that moment, his heart raced anxiously. The next second, he heard the words that made him want to cover his face. Hey, Xiaoshi, why is there a bright red property deed on your bedside cabinet? Chapter 2. I've come clean. I can no longer pretend. With an insatiable curiosity, Xiaoshi regarded Lu Xiaoshi with wide, inquisitive eyes, akin to a child exploring the wonders of the world. As she meticulously examined him from head to toe, she murmured quietly to herself, indeed, the red booklet on the nightstand appears to be a genuine property deed. Out of respect for Lu Xiaoshi's privacy, as an elder sister, Xiaoshi refrained from directly picking up the deed to scrutinize it. To Lu Xiaoshi's astonishment, Xiaoshi gazed at him with an expression of intrigue, as if she were anticipating an explanation from him. Sensing the hopeful and curious glimmer in her eyes, Lu Xiaoshi immediately embarked on a mental whirlwind. Familiar with his sister's temperament, he understood the dire consequences of withholding the property deed from her. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely lifted his head. Regardless of when his family would eventually discover the truth, what harm could there be in letting Xiaoshi have a glimpse of the property deed for the illustrious Tongtian Peen? The thought of the system's assurance that it was responsible for safeguarding its master's personal safety and facilitating all rewards brought him a profound sense of relief. With the omnipotent system as his safety net, what matter if his affluent identity were to be revealed? Having come to this realization, Lu Xiaoshi felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Sister, look, it's no big deal, he proclaimed. Upon hearing him utter those words in such an uncharacteristic tone, Linger cast him a skeptical glance. But this is a property deed. How could you say it's no big deal? Nevertheless, the thought that Lu Xiaoshi trusted her so implicitly brought a satisfied smile to her face. Ah, my dear Xiaoshi still has faith in me. It seems my years of doting on him were not in vain. As she reached out to flip open the cover of the property deed and inspect its contents, her smile abruptly froze. What? Surely I must be mistaken. The name of the development listed within the deed was none other than the renowned Tycoon Monopoly. And in the owner section, there it was, Lu Xiaoshi's name. In that instant, Linger felt as though her worldview had been shattered. Her younger brother, Lu Xiaoshi, had quietly become the owner of a 950 square meter residence in Tycoon Monopoly. When she turned her gaze back to Lu Xiaoshi, her elegantly arched brows had knitted together in disbelief. Noticing the perplexed expression on her face, Lu Xiaoshi decided to seize the moment and confess. I've come clean. I can no longer pretend. I am indeed a wealthy magnate, and that Tycoon Monopoly property is genuinely mine. Stunned by his revelation, Linger stood speechless. Her brother was, in fact, a magnate capable of affording a residence in Tycoon Monopoly? Overwhelmed by the enormity of the shock, she instinctively pinched her arm, questioning whether she might be dreaming. How could the brother with whom she had shared her life suddenly transform into a wealthy tycoon? Yet the evidence was irrefutable. The property deed lay firmly in her grasp. This was no ordinary residence, but rather a paragon of opulence, emblematic of the pinnacle of luxury, Tycoon Monopoly. To possess such a grand estate was a testament to immense financial prowess. The brother, who had previously been distinguished only by his handsome visage, had suddenly ascended into the realm of billionaires. Ah, Xiaoshi you. The magnitude of her astonishment left Linger momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her flabbergasted demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but find it amusing. Sister, please don't panic. Sit on the bed and take a moment to compose yourself before we continue, he advised, feeling the tranquility and maturity in her brother's words. Linger found her belief in his newfound wealth solidified. In a daze, she followed Lu Xiaoshi's suggestion and sat at the edge of the bed, leaning against him. After a brief pause, she became acutely aware of how her earlier excitement had rendered her speechless, a fact that she found somewhat embarrassing. Embarrassed by her earlier display, she playfully extended her delicate fist and gently tapped Lu Xiaoshi. It's all your fault. I made quite a fool of myself just now. As she spoke, a faint blush graced her porcelain-like features, betraying her shyness. Despite her playful gestures, her strikingly beautiful countenance, characterized by her sharp brows and bright eyes, remained captivating. Their playful exchange caused her oversized nightgown to sway gracefully, and in that moment, Linger radiated a unique charm. The seemingly formidable taps she delivered to Lu Xiaoshi were, in truth, devoid of any real force, for how could she, who cherished her brother so dearly, bear to truly hurt him? Her actions were merely a reflection of her light-hearted spirit and desire for playful banter. After their playful tussle, both Lu Xiaoshi and Linger hurriedly tidied their disheveled attire, as breakfast with their parents awaited them, and they wished to avoid any teasing regarding their appearance. Upon regaining her composure, Lu Xiaoshi noticed that Linger was gazing at him with a look of profound melancholy. Her expression resembled that of a forlorn wife abandoned by her husband. Feeling a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny, Lu Xiaoshi was taken aback. Xiaoshi, you've prepared such a grand surprise for your sister without so much as a word. You must take responsibility. Sister, such words could easily lead to misunderstandings, he retorted, and as soon as the words left his lips, Linger playfully bared her small canines, feigning a bite, causing Lu Xiaoshi to hastily nod in agreement. All right, I promise. My dear sister, I shall take responsibility. Just tell me what you desire. With Lu Xiaoshi's promise, Linger's face lit up with satisfaction as she playfully prodded his chin with her delicate fingers. Now that is more like it. My Xiaoshi is the best. Her playful tone, laced with a hint of flirtation, struck a chord within Lu Xiaoshi's heart, causing him to blush. Imagine a stunningly beautiful woman, with a figure to match, lifting your chin while whispering sweetly in your ear. The implications of her words were tantalizing, igniting a whirlwind of thoughts. Who could possibly withstand the allure of such a captivating sister? Now it was Lu Xiaoshi's turn to be rendered speechless, his eyes betraying a flurry of emotions stirred by her teasing. Linger, relishing in her newfound boldness, felt a rosy hue tint her flawless complexion. Pleased with her brother's reaction, it seems my Xiaoshi still has feelings for me. Despite the overwhelming joy in her heart, Linger still maintained an air of haughty charm as she wrapped her delicate arms around Lu Xiaoshi's neck. Am I the first to uncover the secret of your wealth? She inquired, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating her cheeks. With a touch of shyness, she reached up to tuck away a few errant strands of hair that had strayed near her earlobe. Upon witnessing Linger's ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a mesmerizing painting, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but silently exclaim, "Sister, you are truly magnificent." Sensing the profound expectation gleaming in her eyes, Lu Xiaoshi felt compelled to honor her trust. "Of course. Such an important secret is one I must share with you first," he replied earnestly. Upon hearing the response she longed for, Xue Linger beamed with delight. "Hooray! I am indeed the first to know about this grand secret of yours. This essentially confirms that I hold a significant place in your heart." To her surprise, Lu Xiaoshi's words had stirred feelings within her, making even the simplest phrase resonate deeply. Resolutely, she decided to keep a close eye on her beloved brother, determined not to let any other woman steal him away. After all, Lu Xiaoshi was the man she had set her sights upon. After this self-reflection, Xue Linger gazed at Lu Xiaoshi with a radiant smile. "So, have you decided how to tell Mom and Dad? Do you need my assistance in keeping this secret?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoshi rubbed his chin in distress. "Will telling them everything frighten them? Not everyone possesses a heart as vast as yours, Xue Linger, ready to accept anything. Moreover, his father was a discerning millionaire. Would his acting skills suffice?" As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a pang of apprehension. "Perhaps I should just tell them I've earned a few million. Wouldn't that sound more ordinary?" Xue Linger's finely arched brows lifted in astonished disbelief. "Ordinary? A millionaire at 22? How is that ordinary? You truly have a flair for understatement. Even earning a few million would undoubtedly astonish them." With a resigned pout, she playfully pinched Lu Xiaoshi's earlobe. "Lu Xiaoshi, I never imagined you to be such a humble braggart. Ouch, sister. Please spare me. You're about to rip my ear off." Lu Xiaoshi exclaimed in mock agony. Upon hearing his exaggerated plea, Xue Linger paused in surprise. I haven't even used any real strength. I was merely pretending." As a caring sister reluctant to harm her brother, she furrowed her brows with concern, her fingers now gently massaging his earlobe. "Does it still hurt? Did I squeeze too hard?" Xue Linger's tender concern was so genuine that she failed to realize Lu Xiaoshi was merely jesting. "Sister, I'm fine. I was just teasing you. You wouldn't dare to be rough with me, would you?" Before she could react, Lu Xiaoshi, brimming with confidence, urged her to join him downstairs for breakfast. "Sister, hurry down. Mom and Dad must be waiting anxiously." With a cheerful expression, Lu Xiaoshi eagerly took Xue Linger's hand, pretending to dash toward the dining room. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Xue Linger's initial surprise gave way to a gentle smile. "You rascal. You've truly captured your sister's heart. Very well, I will follow your lead. Just remember, your performance in front of Mom and Dad is up to you. Naturally, let us hurry for breakfast." Grabbing Xue Linger's hand, the famished Lu Xiaoshi raced toward the dining room, feeling like the proudest of gourmets. Chapter 3. Earn a few more millions? I've already done that. As the sound of slippers scuffing against the floor echoed, Lu Xiaoshi excitedly pulled Xue Linger down the staircase. Hearing his exuberant footsteps, their parents at the dining table turned their heads in unison, casting affectionate gazes their way. "Breakfast is still warm. Xiaoshi, Linger, come and eat." The inviting voice belonged to Xue Linger's biological mother, who was also Lu Xiaoshi's adoptive mother, Yang Enya. Though in her middle years, she maintained an exquisite complexion, and it was evident that many of Xue Linger's striking features were inherited from her. Beside her, the middle-aged man, Lu Xiaoshi's adoptive father, Xue Tianzhong, looked at the two children with a proud smile. As they held hands running to the dining area, the fatherly figure took comfort in their apparent closeness. Hearing his mother's cheerful call, Lu Xiaoshi responded eagerly, "Sure thing. Thanks, Mom. Your breakfast smells delightful. I could smell it from afar." Yang Enya beamed at his compliment, her pride evident as she exchanged a knowing glance with Xue Tianzhong before rising to serve the hastily seated siblings bowls of steaming, fragrant porridge. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Xiaoshi immediately took a spoonful and tasted it. One bite brought him immense satisfaction. "Mom, your culinary skills have reached new heights. This porridge is absolutely exquisite." Perhaps due to the playful tussle with Xue Linger, Lu Xiaoshi's appetite was ravenous, and he praised the red date rice porridge as if it were a rare delicacy. Seeing her son rave about her cooking, Yang Enya's smile grew even brighter. Family praise was the best reward for her hard work in the kitchen. At that moment, she regarded Lu Xiaoshi with the fondness of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, even entertaining the whimsical thought that if Xue Linger could find a husband like Lu Xiaoshi in the future, she would be entirely content. While Yang Enya indulged in her daydreams, the other three at the table savored the delightful breakfast, with an array of treats like custard buns, shrimp dumplings, vegetable salad, and steamed egg custard. The spread was modest, yet utterly delicious. Knowing Xue Linger adored steamed egg custard, Lu Xiaoshi thoughtfully scooped extra servings into her bowl. "Sister, here is your favorite custard. Be sure to enjoy it. Mom makes the best." He winked playfully as he handed her the bowl. Unbeknownst to him, Xue Linger interpreted his wink as a cue to bring up the topic of his impressive income at the table. "Thank you, Xiaoshi. You're so sweet." With that, she returned a wink of her own, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy. Though both exchanged playful glances, Xue Linger radiated a charm that would leave anyone in awe. Seeing his sister's mysterious wink, Lu Xiaoshi was left utterly bewildered. What is going on? Sister must have misunderstood something. My recent wink was certainly not a signal. Suppressing the unease within, Lu Xiaoshi stole a glance at Father Xue from the corner of his eye. It seemed they shared a silent understanding. As Father Xue looked back at him with a face full of affection. In that moment, their gazes intertwined. Before Lu Xiaoshi could initiate a conversation, Father Xue took the initiative to inquire about his recent circumstances. Xiaoshi, do you need your father and mother's assistance for your upcoming senior internship? Perhaps sensing the hint of confusion in Lu Xiaoshi's eyes, seasoned businessman Father Xue assumed that his son was simply too shy to ask for help regarding his internship. Upon hearing Father Xue's words, Lu Xiaoshi realized his father had misinterpreted his intentions. Just as he was about to respond, Xue Linger eagerly interjected into the discussion. With a hint of pride, she confidently answered Father Xue's question on behalf of Lu Xiaoshi. Dad, the internship is no longer an issue for him. He is now a millionaire earning millions annually. After speaking, Xue Linger shot a playful glance at Lu Xiaoshi, as if to say, aren't I impressive? You should praise me. Caught off guard by her words, Lu Xiaoshi instinctively covered his face. Sister, you and Dad are truly two peas in a pod. Even in this misunderstanding, you're strikingly similar. It's almost uncanny. That hereditary trait is truly something else. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoshi graciously gave Xue Linger a thumbs up beneath the table. Upon receiving her brother's compliment, Xue Linger's lips curled into a radiant smile, illuminating her face with joy. Just as the siblings shared this heartwarming moment of silent communication, Mother Yang and Father Xue were taken aback at the dining table. Upon suddenly hearing that Lu Xiaoshi had become a millionaire, their eyebrows shot up in astonishment. A millionaire? And this individual was none other than their son, Lu Xiaoshi. After exchanging bewildered glances, both parents confirmed that they were equally unaware of Lu Xiaoshi's newfound wealth. It seemed that this revelation had been known solely to Xue Linger. Filled with curiosity, Father Xue turned a serious gaze toward the sibling duo. Xiaoshi, if you're willing, could you share with your parents how you managed to earn such a substantial amount of money? Concerned for Lu Xiaoshi, the affluent father and mother Xue naturally inquired about his journey to wealth. As parents, they felt a mix of worry and intrigue regarding their son's sudden transformation into a millionaire. Noticing the deep concern reflected in their expressions, Lu Xiaoshi felt a warm surge of gratitude. Recalling the explanation the system had prepared for him about making money through stock trading, he promptly began to elucidate his financial journey to his parents. Following his explanation, Father and Mother Xue nodded in satisfaction. Some of Lu Xiaoshi's strategies left even these business elites astonished. The two parents beamed with pride, feeling a sense of relief that their son had truly matured. Son, you've really grown up. Your mother is so proud of you. Upon hearing Mother Xue's praise, Lu Xiaoshi exhaled a sigh of relief deep within. Thankfully, his explanation regarding the funds sourced from the Tangxin E-Pin project was indeed accurate. The satisfaction exhibited by his parents confirmed that he had successfully navigated this challenge. Meanwhile, Xue Linger looked at Lu Xiaoshi with delight upon witnessing their parents' approving expressions. Xiaoshi has finally passed the parental scrutiny. Hooray! At that moment, a beaming Father Xue turned to Lu Xiaoshi with a playful invitation. Xiaoshi, how about a bet with your father? If you win, I'll grant you one request. Huh? Dad, why do you suddenly want to bet with me? Confounded by his father's unexpected proposition, Lu Xiaoshi paused his spoon mid-air. Hee. The terms are quite simple. See if you can double the money you've earned in the stock market within a year. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stared at Father Xue in shock. Sensing the astonished gazes from the other three, Father Xue mischievously stuck out his tongue and said, Don't look at me with such surprise. I merely wish to motivate Xiaoshi with this bet. Just as Mother Yang was about to scold Father Xue, Lu Xiaoshi confidently accepted the challenge. All right, Dad, you said it. Just don't go back on your word later. With a light chuckle, Father Xue nodded. All right. When have I ever gone back on my word? Your mother and I will eagerly await your good news. Before long, the family finished their delightful breakfast. Bursting with excitement that was barely containable, Lu Xiaoshi hastily requested to return to his room after helping to tidy up the tableware. Following closely behind, Xue Ling, her face alight with joy, echoed his desire to retreat to her own room. Observing the synchronized departure of the two siblings, Father and Mother Xue exchanged knowing smiles. Oh, these two have a remarkable bond. Even the news of Lu Xiaoshi's millionaire status was first known to Xue Linger. Moments later, Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger walked side by side up the staircase. Glancing back to ensure their parents were out of sight, Xue Linger immediately reverted to her playful demeanor. With a beaming smile, she linked arms with Lu Xiaoshi and said, Haha, Xiaoshi. I bet Mom and Dad never imagined you'd actually be a billionaire with Tangxin E-Pin. Your father is about to lose big. Hearing Xue Linger's exuberant words, Lu Xiaoshi felt a wave of joy wash over him, nodding lightly in agreement. Indeed, earning a few more million is something I've already accomplished. From now on, our goal is the stars and the sea. Upon hearing the word "we" from Lu Xiaoshi, Xue Linger felt her heart flutter, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. Oh my, how can Xiaoshi's casual words stir such feelings within me? Chapter 4. The luxurious Bugatti Veyron. In the midst of their playful banter, Xue Linger and Lu Xiaoshi found themselves standing before their respective doors on the second floor. Although there were several rooms on this floor, the close-knit siblings had specifically chosen adjacent rooms as their own quarters. Gazing at Xue Linger's enchanting smile, Lu Xiaoshi had a sudden idea. Since today is the weekend, how about we catch a movie later? There are quite a few blockbusters that just released. With this thought in mind, Lu Xiaoshi paused before opening the door and turned to look at Xue Ling. Coincidentally, she also glanced at him with an understanding expression. Xiaoshi, sister. Remarkably, they both called out to each other simultaneously. Finding the moment oddly familiar, Xue Linger couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, you go first, Xiaoshi. Feeling a bit bashful, Lu Xiaoshi scratched his nose before breaking into a smile and voicing his idea. Sister, since it's the weekend, shall we go watch a movie later? There are plenty of new releases in theaters. After he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoshi noticed a few stray strands of hair falling on Xue Linger's forehead, slightly disrupting the overall beauty of her hairstyle. However, Xue Linger seemed completely unaware. Out of concern, he reached out and gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Xue Linger's ear. The faint fragrance emanating from LV Xiaoshi's sleeve made Xue Linger's heart race. Could it be that the persimmon has invited me to watch a movie? Overjoyed at receiving LV Xiaoshi's invitation, Xue Linger felt a surge of happiness. Without a hint of hesitation, she promptly accepted the long-anticipated invitation. Wonderful. When shall we set off? I need to prepare myself. Observing Xue Linger's eager anticipation, LV Xiaoshi secretly rejoiced. How about we leave in an hour? Considering Xue Linger's notoriously leisurely pace when it came to makeup and dressing, he decided on a departure time an hour hence. However, Xue Linger was oblivious to the subtle hints of his exasperation, her heart brimming with excitement for the forthcoming cinema adventure. I'm off to get ready. See you shortly. With that, Xue Linger dashed into her room like a whirlwind, slamming the door behind her. Well, she certainly seems eager. Such a flurry of activity is quite uncharacteristic of her. After a quiet sigh, LV Xiaoshi pushed open his own door and stepped inside. With an hour to spare before their departure, he seized the opportunity to delve into the Monopoly game within the system. A minute later, a perplexed expression crossed LV Xiaoshi's face as he listened to the system's explanation. So, you mean I can only participate in the beginner's Monopoly game at this time? Ding. Yes, master. Your current level grants you access solely to the time-limited 10-minute beginner Monopoly game. Kind reminder, as this is your first time playing Monopoly, the difficulty has been significantly lowered, and you will also receive an additional high-level reward. So, if I partake in the Monopoly game, I will receive a reward regardless of whether I win or lose. Indeed, as your devoted assistant, this system shall not act against your interests. All rewards distributed by this system are designed to facilitate your swift ascension to the realm of wealth. After hearing the system's reassurances, LV Xiaoshi nodded in relief. Then I shall commence the game now. Ding. The beginner Monopoly game is now commencing. Here follows a detailed introduction. The game is limited to 10 minutes, and the system will randomly generate a robot player as your opponent. The game map is designated as beginner level. Difficulty, exceedingly simple. Mechanism introduction. Each player starts with 3,000 game coins, which they can use to purchase properties. Given the limited number of participants, players will roll 2 dice on each turn to determine their movement. At the game's conclusion, any remaining game coins will be converted into real money at a special rate as part of your rewards. Following the customary introduction, the game officially commenced. Guided by the system's prompts, the real-life LV Xiaoshi promptly closed his eyes, adopting a posture reminiscent of someone peacefully asleep in bed. In the realm of the mind, however, he was met with a wondrous spectacle. Welcome to the Monopoly game arena within this system. Please commence your actions. Upon reopening his eyes, LV Xiaoshi found himself within the enchanting Monopoly playground crafted by the system. A semi-transparent, shimmering blue screen stood before him, displaying the character he controlled along with the game map. A chibi-like avatar resembling himself was displayed prominently on his attribute panel. Goodness, this character bears an uncanny resemblance to me. After expressing his astonishment, LV Xiaoshi promptly began to roll the dice. Yes, as a privilege for first-time players, he was granted the rare opportunity to roll the dice first. Ding. You are currently rolling the dice. 2 futuristic dice spun rapidly in the air, all under LV Xiaoshi's anxious gaze. Overcome with nervousness, he began to mutter a silent prayer. System, Bless me with a favorable roll. This is a game of luck. I implore you. The dice have ceased their rotation. The final result is 8. Upon seeing that he rolled an 8, LV Xiaoshi swiftly turned his attention to the game map. Let us see where I land after moving 8 steps. Ah, I've landed on the skyscraper space. Noticing his chibi avatar had arrived at the skyscraper position, LV Xiaoshi could not help but smile. This is a promising start. The skyscraper yields favorable effects in Monopoly. You have landed on the skyscraper. Do you wish to purchase this unowned property? I choose to purchase. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously dull skyscraper icon illuminated with vibrant colors. Even more astonishingly, a flag emblazoned with the character for persimmon was raised atop the skyscraper. Intrigued by this delightful scene, LV Xiaoshi glanced at the system screen. Next, it was time for the robot opponent to roll the dice. The sound of dice hitting the ground echoed as the screen displayed the robot's roll result. However, this outcome left LV Xiaoshi utterly flabbergasted. Player random passerby rolled an 8. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, LV Xiaoshi confirmed the result. Well, would you look at that? This robot just paid me a toll, boosting my earnings. The robot player's initial move brought a sigh of relief from LV Xiaoshi. Thankfully, the randomly generated robot player was not particularly formidable. Before the game commenced, he had feared that the robot player might possess an extraordinary streak of luck. Yet, the opposite proved true. It was LV Xiaoshi who emerged as the fortunate one, while the robot became the one providing him with gains. Oh, if only I had a song like Good Luck Comes playing right now. I'm sure it would further enhance my fortune. No sooner had he thought this than the system screen flickered with a message. Ding! Your request has been received. Now playing Good Luck Comes. Good luck comes, bringing joy and love. Good luck comes. We welcome prosperity from all directions. As he listened to the familiar tune, LV Xiaoshi couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the screen. Goodness, I had no idea you had such features, system. In the ensuing minutes, inexplicable fortune smiled upon LV Xiaoshi. Under the auspices of the mystical song Good Luck Comes, he felt like a paragon of fortune, with luck flowing in abundance. The system's notifications of rewards never ceased. You rolled a 2. You spent 500 game coins to purchase a water park. You rolled a 9. You spent 1,300 game coins to purchase an airport. You rolled a 7. You encountered a mysterious event and won 800 game coins. In a manner reminiscent of a real estate magnate, Lu Xiaoshi was fervently engaged in purchasing, throwing the dice 8 consecutive times without encountering a single adverse outcome. In stark contrast, Player A, a mere passerby, faced a barrage of misfortunes. Player A rolled a 4 and was sent to jail, ceasing movement for 2 turns. Player A rolled a 6 and lost 1,800 game coins due to a hacker attack. Player A rolled a 3 and lost 750 game coins for toll fees. Amidst this string of unfortunate events, the robotic player known as Player A astonishingly went bankrupt within a mere 5 minutes. Ding dong. The Monopoly game officially concludes as Player A has declared bankruptcy. Congratulations, Master. You are the victor of this Monopoly game. Upon reading the system's notification, Lu Xiaoshi felt a surge of exhilaration. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for the robotic player's abysmal luck. Had it been a human, the individual would surely have been driven to despair. With this thought in mind, he gazed at the luminous system interface. Oh, how he had long awaited the rewards from the Monopoly game. What treasures might the system bestow upon him? Now distributing your game rewards. At the end of the game, you retain 6,200 game coins. As this is your first time participating in the Monopoly game, the exchange rate for game coins to cash rewards has been upgraded to 1,000. Consequently, your bank account will receive a monetary reward of 6.2 million renminbi. Now, we reveal your additional premium reward for participating in the Monopoly game for the first time, a luxurious Bugatti Veyron. Upon perusing the system's reward list, Lu Xiaoshi's smile radiated even brighter. Goodness gracious, he had even received a luxurious Bugatti Veyron. Chapter 5. Triggering the system task. Your account ending in 6666 received a transfer of 6.2 million renminbi at 9:20. As the notification chimed on his phone, Lu Xiaoshi's bank account was successfully credited with a substantial sum of 6.2 million. Glancing at the transaction details on his phone, Lu Xiaoshi was overwhelmed with disbelief. This was truly a staggering 6.2 million, all from a single game of Monopoly. It was no wonder that the Monopoly system was renowned for its extravagant rewards. After a moment of elation, Lu Xiaoshi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, a 10-minute game of Monopoly had effortlessly augmented his wealth by several million, in addition to gifting him a luxurious Bugatti Veyron. For a fourth-year student like him, such rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. With a flicker of joy, Lu Xiaoshi conceived a bold idea. Since each game of Monopoly consumed so little time, could he not participate multiple times in a single day? System, I wish to play Monopoly once more. Apologies, the Monopoly game is currently on cooldown. The next session will open in 4 hours. Friendly reminder. Your system authority is at level 1. You need to participate in 2 more Monopoly games to upgrade your authority. Once your system authority is upgraded, the cooldown time for the Monopoly game will also be reduced. Observing the softly glowing system interface, Lu Xiaoshi lowered his head, somewhat disheartened. Alas, it appeared that the Monopoly game had a cooldown period. His dreams of rapid wealth accumulation had been dashed. With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, the optimistic Lu Xiaoshi resumed his search for movie information on his phone. He was about to watch a film, yet he had yet to purchase his ticket. Half an hour later, a series of eager knocks echoed at the door. Hearing someone knock, Lu Xiaoshi called out without looking up, "Sis, the door's unlocked. Come on in." "You certainly took your time getting ready today. It barely took you an hour." To his surprise, the person outside did not immediately enter. How strange. This was uncharacteristic of her. Could it be that this morning's incident had made her more cautious? Just as Lu Xiaoshi pondered this, the bedroom door was gently pushed open by a pair of delicate, fair hands. Ding ding ding. "Xiaoshi, come see how I'm dressed today." As he glanced up, Lu Xiaoshi was taken aback by Linger's ethereal beauty. My goodness, she truly resembled a fairy from a painting. Upon first laying eyes on Ling, a single thought bloomed in Lu Xiaoshi's mind. Stunning. Dressed in a pure white dress and adorned with a charming sun hat, Linger's perfect oval face radiated youthfulness complemented by an enchanting smile. Even in a long dress, her slender, fair legs were hard to conceal. Such a fairy-like ensemble left Lu Xiaoshi momentarily speechless. Incredibly beautiful. My sister looks like a little fairy in anything she wears. The praise from her brother caused Linger's lips to curve into a brighter smile. Haha, Xiaoshi, you sure know how to flatter. It's getting late. Shall we set off? Absolutely. I just bought the movie tickets. We can leave at any time. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's response, Linger beamed even more radiantly. What a reliable Xiaoshi, how charming. With that, they set off for the cinema. As they descended the stairs, Ling naturally linked her arm with Lu Xiaoxi's. Passing through the living room, she proudly announced to their parents, Yang Mu and Xue Fu, that she was heading out with Lu Xiaoshi. "Dad, Mom, I'm going out to watch a movie with Xiaoshi. I want to be back for lunch." With that, she eagerly dragged Lu Xiaoshi toward the door. Observing Linger's jubilant departure, Xue Fu, seated on the sofa, raised his hand to greet them, but ultimately let it fall, feeling somewhat helpless. Why does Linger become so impatient whenever she goes out with Xiaoshi? The moment they stepped outside, a crisp system notification chimed in Lu Xiaoshi's ear. Ding dong. You have activated a new module in the system, the task module. Chapter 6. The mysterious supercar owner is Lu Xiaoshi. A task module. Upon realizing that he had activated the system's task module, Lu Xiaoshi's heart leapt with joy. At last, he could undertake tasks. Given the opulent nature of his monopoly system, he was certain to acquire lavish rewards. The prospect of earning rewards comparable to those of high-end luxury brands like Hengqin and Bugatti Veyron fueled his enthusiasm even further. Being mindful of Linger's presence, he could only engage in silent communication with the system in his mind. "System, could you please introduce your task module?" "Certainly, Master. Here are the rules for the task module. As your devoted assistant, this system will issue you a random task each day. Upon completing the task objectives, rewards will be granted based on your performance. After successfully completing 2 system tasks, the system will automatically activate the System Mall module. Friendly reminder, the first task completion comes with an additional luxurious special reward. As you have just activated the task module, your task for today has been generated. Ding! Your mission, the journey to the luxurious cinema, has been established. The objective of the task is to secure the VIP screening room in a prestigious cinema within the dazzling metropolis. After listening to the system's thorough introduction, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but silently commend the thoughtful system in his heart. The system appears to be quite reliable. Now he possesses a clear goal to strive towards. Naturally, with his astute nature, he also noted the conditions for activating the system's marketplace mentioned in the explanation. By completing 2 system tasks, he would unlock the marketplace module. This activation requirement is rather straightforward. With a profound anticipation for the system's rewards, a smile crept onto Lu Xiaoshi's lips. Ever since acquiring the wealthy system, his demeanor had transformed into one of greater confidence. Feeling the subtle shift in his aura, Linger, who was linked to his arm, cast a curious glance his way. "Xiaoshi, is your car parked in the underground garage?" "Indeed. But this time, we are driving a new car." A new car?" Linger tilted her head in confusion. Xiaoshi, when did you change cars? What happened to your BMW X3? Realizing that Linger had not yet caught on, Lu Xiaoshi teasingly pinched her delicate nose and said, "Sister, have you forgotten this morning's events? Naturally, your brother has a luxurious car as his ride." "Right. I should have guessed that. After Lu Xiaoshi's reminder, the clever Shui Linger nodded in sudden enlightenment. The fact that she was the only one privy to the news of Lu Xiaoshi's billionaire status made her smile mischievously, akin to a cat that had just caught a fish. Hee, she is indeed the most trusted person by Xiaoshi. Taking the elevator, the two arrived at the underground garage of their community. Perhaps due to the villa district, the entire underground parking facility was exceptionally well equipped. Each parking space was meticulously occupied by several luxury cars worth millions. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoshi's former BMW X3, valued at over 500,000, could only be deemed a commonplace vehicle in this underground garage. After glancing around, Shui Linger became curious about which car Lu Xiaoshi referred to as his new vehicle. Xiaoshi, where's your new car? Show it to me. No problem. Sister, please wait here for a moment. I will go retrieve it from the enclosed garage area. Hearing that Lu Xiaoshi's new car was parked in the enclosed garage, Shui Linger's mouth fell open in astonishment. The enclosed garage area? Wasn't that reserved for owners of luxury cars worth several tens of millions? It is known that just securing a parking space in that enclosed garage area costs 15 million. Overwhelmed with shock, Shui Linger could only wave her hand with anticipation. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Watching Lu Xiaoshi's figure retreat slowly, Shui Linger narrowed her emerald eyes slightly. Hee, Xiaoshi looked so handsome from behind. As for the car, nothing could compare to Xiaoshi's charm. At the same time, Lu Xiaoshi approached the enclosed garage area with a heart full of excitement. Soon, he would behold the Bugatti Veyron, the reward from the system. He had eagerly anticipated this luxurious supercar for quite some time. While waiting for Shui Linger to prepare herself, he had even reminisced about the thrill of driving his father's sports car. Just the thought of soon taking the wheel of this 45 million Bugatti Veyron sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. It is a luxury supercar. Who could resist such a lure? Moments later, Lu Xiaoshi arrived at the enclosed garage as directed by the system, filled with anticipation. Ding! Master, your reward, the Bugatti Veyron, is inside. As an additional reward, Master, you will receive permanent ownership of the parking space in this enclosed garage area. They even gifted me the parking space in the enclosed garage. The system is quite extravagant. After passing through the fingerprint lock and facial recognition of the enclosed garage, the garage door immediately lifted with a creak. The mysterious Bugatti Veyron finally revealed its enigmatic visage, allowing Lu Xiaoshi a glimpse of its entirety. As one of the world's premier convertible supercars, this limited edition Bugatti Veyron boasted a sleek exterior crafted from fiber. The overall design, including the air intakes and fuel cap, primarily featured a carbon black hue. Meanwhile, the bumpers, the lower sides of the body kit, and the rear door were adorned with a vibrant orange spray. After surveying the car, Lu Xiaoshi could hardly contain his joy. Although he had previously strolled through numerous car exhibitions and experienced various luxury vehicles alongside Shui's father, those had all belonged to others. Yet this globally limited Bugatti Veyron was exclusively his. Overcome with excitement, Lu Xiaoshi's hands trembled slightly as he grasped the steering wheel. Haha, I'm so thrilled. Thank goodness my sister isn't here. Otherwise, she would surely tease me. After a moment of self-deprecating humor, Lu Xiaoshi felt his excitement subside considerably. He pressed the accelerator. He couldn't keep his sister waiting. With a resounding roar of the engine, the Bugatti Veyron made its grand entrance. Simultaneously, while waiting in place, Shui Linger encountered her close friend Shen Shuyao, who also resided in the same community. Upon their initial meeting, Shen Shuyao began to share an amusing anecdote. Linger, you won't believe how frustrated my father was not long ago. Oh, why is that? Isn't your father usually quite optimistic? Hearing that her typically cheerful father had been in a funk piqued Shui Linger's curiosity. Well, you know how my dad has a penchant for purchasing luxury cars. Not long ago, he finally managed to buy a supercar, but he couldn't secure a parking space in the enclosed garage area. I heard some tycoon recently bought an enclosed garage to store his newly acquired luxury car, which left my dad without a parking spot. Upon hearing Shen Shuyao's grievances, Shui Linger was about to offer some comforting words when a loud engine roar echoed from nearby. For some reason, Shui Linger suddenly found herself inexplicably asking, Shuyao, do you know what car the tycoon who snatched up the parking space before your dad is driving? Seemingly taken aback by Shui Linger's inquiry, Shen Shuyao paused for a moment. After a brief moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow and recalled the rumors about the tycoon. I think it's the Bugatti Veyron. The thunderous roar grew increasingly nearer. Upon hearing Shen Shuyao's response, Shui Linger felt her cheeks flush, and her gaze shimmered. She extended a finger as fair as jade, pointing ahead, and asked in an exceptionally soft tone, is the Bugatti Veyron you mentioned this one? A second later, a strikingly luxurious Bugatti Veyron executed a perfect drift in front of the two. Through the glass, as she watched Lu Xiaoshi seated in the driver's seat, Shen Shuyao's expression morphed into one of embarrassment and shock. The enigmatic owner of the Bugatti Veyron was, in fact, Linger's brother, Lu Xiaoshi. Here she was, criticizing someone else's brother in front of her sister, and she was the fool all along. Chapter 7. The Bugatti makes its entrance, astonishing onlookers. Hi Shuyao. How are you? Gently pushing open the car door, Lu Xiaoshi emerged from the Bugatti Veyron with a beaming smile. After greeting his sister's good friend, he turned his attention back to his sister, Linger. Sister, I brought out the new car. What do you think? Quite impressive, right? His tone brimmed with pride and self-satisfaction. Although he had only recently become acquainted with the Bugatti Veyron, he had already fallen in love with the exhilarating sensation of driving such a luxurious supercar. Each moment spent behind the wheel of the Bugatti was a pure delight for him. Having just indulged in the thrill of driving his own luxury car, Lu Xiaoshi radiated vigor and enthusiasm. In his state of excitement, he naturally failed to notice the subtle embarrassment and shock that flickered across Shen Shuyao's face. Recognizing her good friend's silence, Linger promptly sprang into action. With her porcelain-like white elbow, she gently nudged Shen Shuyao and flashed a radiant smile. Yao Yao. Isn't this convertible Bugatti Veyron fantastic? I told you, Xiaoshi has impeccable taste in cars. After saying this, she playfully winked at her friend, signaling that there was nothing awkward about the earlier moment. Ah yes, Xiaoshi, your choice in cars is truly commendable. This vehicle is absolutely stunning. After a sheepish smile, Shen Shuyao finally regained her usual graceful composure. Yet beneath her calm exterior, an uncontainable astonishment simmered. Lu Xiaoshi, Linger's younger brother, had quietly become the owner of a car worth tens of millions. Such a remarkable revelation had genuinely taken her by surprise. Contemplating this, her gaze towards Linger was imbued with curiosity. From the way Linger spoke, it seemed she was already accustomed to the notion of Lu Xiaoshi being a hidden affluent individual. Even her attempts to alleviate the awkwardness had radiated a sense of joy and pride akin to that of a devoted wife, leaving Shen Shuyao envious of the close bond shared between the siblings. Oh, as an only child, she wished for a brother as wonderful as him. Yao Yao. Xiaoshi is taking me to the movies. It's getting late, we should dash. Eager to enjoy some time alone with Lu Xiaoshi, Linger swiftly bid farewell to her friend upon his arrival. Detecting the urgency in Linger's voice, Shen Shuyao couldn't help but nod with envy. All right, goodbye. Let us plan another outing soon. Drive safely. Okay, Yao Yao, goodbye. See you, Xiaojia. Observing the two in the car wave their farewells in perfect synchrony, Shen Shuyao couldn't help but feel a pang of bittersweet envy. For reasons unknown, she sensed a sweet, sugary vibe emanating from Linger and Lu Xiaoshi, making her, a single dog, feel a tad sour. Huh. It seems Linger's parents are unaware of Lu Xiaoshi's wealthy status. I suppose I should keep this a secret from them. Watching the Bugatti Veyron speed away from the neighborhood, Shen Shuyao nodded in realization. Meanwhile, within the car, Lu Xiaoshi and Linger engaged in conversation as they drove towards the neighborhood exit. Xiaoshi, wouldn't you say that just now could be considered a breach of your wealthy secret? Is it really okay for Yao Yao to know about this? Hearing her brother's question, Lu Xiaoshi, who was diligently focused on driving, calmly shook his head. It's nothing to worry about. I never intended to keep it under wraps for long. Besides, he paused, as if contemplating. I believe Xiaojia is someone who can be trusted to keep a secret. If it weren't for the concern of mom and dad, I would have revealed it to them long ago. Gazing at her brother's confident demeanor, Linger couldn't help but smile. All right, Xiaoshi, I trust your judgment. After a brief moment, a hint of rosy blush crept onto her flawless complexion. With a touch of shyness, she spoke softly to Lu Xiaoshi. Hee, you're the best, Xiaoshi. Thank you for always trusting me. Huh. Is my sister moved by my honesty and trust? As the powerful engine of the Bugatti roared, Lu Xiaoshi glanced at Ling. The gentle breeze swept by, casting warm golden rays upon her, enhancing her beauty to an extraordinary level. Through the soft light, he realized that Linger remained as enchanting as ever. With the onset of early winter, the streets were devoid of the usual cacophony of spring frogs and autumn cicadas. Apart from the engine's growl, nothing intruded upon their intimate moment. The gentle sunlight illuminated Linger's face, making her look extraordinarily lovely. Her skin, fair to the point of almost reflecting light, her features like an exquisite painting, and the faint scent of her lipstick lingered in the air. Even her emerald eyes sparkled like clear gems under the sun. What a breathtakingly beautiful scene it was. Noticing his sister's ethereal beauty, Lu Xiaoshi felt a stirring in his heart. Wow, my sister is incredibly beautiful. After silently marveling at this thought, he promptly responded to her earlier expression of gratitude. Sister, you are the most important person to me. If I don't trust you, who else could I trust? In just a few heartfelt words, he conveyed all that was on his mind. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's earnest declaration, Linger's cheeks flushed with warmth. Watching him drive the Bugatti Veyron with such seriousness, her heart raced uncontrollably. The pace of her heartbeat had quickened significantly. Without needing to guess, she knew her face must be as red as a ripe peach. All of this was due to Lu Xiaoshi's words. Unbeknownst to her, a delicate blush had quietly surfaced on her fair complexion. This unusual shyness revealed the stirring of her heart. Noticing her sudden silence, Lu Xiaoshi, still focused on driving, couldn't he help but steal a glance at her. Wow, my sister is actually shy? The realization of his success brought a wider smile to his lips. Yes, she must have feelings for me. Otherwise, she wouldn't be blushing like this. After a considerable while, the duo finally arrived at the magnificent cinema as indicated by the navigation system. Along the way, they had certainly captured plenty of attention due to the Bugatti Veyron. The thunderous roar of its engine turned numerous heads as they drove. Upon entering the underground parking lot of the Grand Cinema, the engine's growl attracted yet another wave of astonished gazes. Witnessing a luxury supercar valued at 45 million make its entrance, countless pedestrians were left in sheer awe as they watched Lu Xiaoshi and Xuelinger. When they beheld the striking beauty of the pair, their astonishment only deepened. What an exquisite couple! It was no wonder they could afford to drive a Bugatti Veyron. Chapter 8. System Task in Progress. Through the brilliantly lit underground parking lot, the stylish silhouette of the Bugatti Veyron appeared even more imposing. Although most onlookers may not have recognized every intricate detail, the car's dazzling exterior was undeniably eye-catching. The exterior design is both fashionable and grand, with flowing side contours, a commanding grille, and complemented by the opulent emblem of the Bugatti Veyron, creating an aura of perfection and luxury. Furthermore, the presence of Lu Xiaoshi and Xuelinger adds an extra layer of elegance to the Bugatti Veyron. Seated in the driver's seat, Lu Xiaoshi, as the owner, naturally attracts the attention of numerous passers-by. Even through the car window, his strikingly handsome features are hard to conceal. Such an enviable visage inevitably draws whispers of admiration from onlookers. Wow, that young man in the driver's seat is incredibly handsome. Oh dear, I'm feeling butterflies. And the young lady in the passenger seat is stunning. Her charisma is more than enough to be a star. Upon hearing these praises, the crowd swiftly shifted their gaze to the passenger seat where Xuelinger sat. As their eyes fell upon her, many were captivated. Even when compared to Lu Xiaoshi's handsome face, Xuelinger radiated an undeniable goddess-like beauty. Thanks to her recent grooming, she exuded an additional air of sophistication. Even her simple white dress could not conceal her alluring figure, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with enticing charm. Her lips, tinted with a luscious shade of red, glistened, presenting a visage of breathtaking beauty. Under the admiring and envious gazes of the crowd, Lu Xiaoshi gradually maneuvered the vehicle towards a parking space. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the underground parking lot was bustling with activity. Every glance revealed an array of vehicles parked to capacity. After a diligent search, Lu Xiaoshi finally located a suitable parking spot. Okay, sis, I've parked the car. Let us head out. After confirming that his newly acquired Bugatti Veyron was securely parked, Lu Xiaoshi turned to Xuelinger with a smile. Feeling the gentle warmth of his breath as he spoke, Xuelinger couldn't help but blush. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of crimson tinged her ethereal features. With a touch of shyness, her words took on a playful tone. All right, let's get out of the car. Hearing her almost childlike phrasing, Lu Xiaoshi paused momentarily as he opened the car door. What is going on? Sis is using playful repetition. In a light-hearted spirit, he teasingly remarked, Sis, your use of repetition is quite nauseating. Following this, he mischievously stuck out his tongue and made a silly face. Little did he expect that his antics would provoke Xuelinger to playfully poke him at his waist. Feeling the tickle at his side, Lu Xiaoshi burst into laughter. Faced with her unexpected ambush, he could only laugh and plead for mercy. Sis, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at you, haha. Please don't tickle me. Upon hearing his plea, Xuelinger relented, albeit with a hint of playful reproach. You little rascal, bullying your sister. Now you know my strength, don't you? With that, she threw him a playful eye roll, full of charm. Listening to her teasing, Lu Xiaoshi silently countered in his mind. It was you who used repetition. I'm the one suffering as your brother. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi's obedient silence, Xuelinger beamed and linked her arm with his. Let us go watch a movie. Inhaling the faint fragrance that wafted from her, Lu Xiaoshi felt his spirits soar. That fairy sister is truly enchanting. As they made their way to the cinema via the elevator, several netizens who had just captured photos of Lu Xiaoshi's Bugatti Veyron promptly shared them online. Seeing such a high-priced luxury vehicle, they were eager to flaunt it. Soon, news of a mysterious wealthy individual driving a Bugatti Veyron worth 45 million was making waves in a small circle. Upon noticing the luxurious car, some well-meaning individuals shared it in the staff chat group of the shopping center. Due to the angle of the photographs, none captured the faces of Lu Xiaoshi and Xuelinger. leaving only their vague silhouettes. The mysterious images sparked a flurry of discussion among onlookers, who were curious about which affluent individual owned such an extravagant Bugatti Veyron convertible. Meanwhile, in the bustling cinema, two staff members on break excitedly discussed the matter. "Hey, that's a 45 million luxury car. I've been working here for 2 years and have never seen such an expensive vehicle." One employee, who had a penchant for luxury sports cars, lamented missing the chance to witness the Bugatti Veyron in motion. The other, a tall and slender staff member, replied with a hint of pride, "Haha, you're in luck. I just happened to be in the underground parking lot when I saw the owner." Hearing that he had actually seen the Bugatti Veyron enter the parking garage sent the first employee into a frenzy of excitement. "Really? Tell me, was it as impressive as the videos online? I bet the limited edition Bugatti Veyron must look magnificent on the road." As he looked at his colleague with eager anticipation, the tall staff member sheepishly wiped his brow and admitted, I didn't really notice. I was too busy looking at what the owner of the car looked like. You know I can't recognize luxury cars. If it weren't for someone in the crowd exclaiming about a 45 million car, I wouldn't have even paid attention." Upon realizing he had squandered the chance to see the Bugatti Veyron in action, the car enthusiast couldn't help but feel regret. "Oh, if only I could have seen it in person. I should have gone to the underground parking lot instead of you." Just then, Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger arrived at the 6th floor of the shopping center's cinema. The familiar modern minimalist decor of the cinema brought a satisfied nod from Lu Xiaoshi. "I'm glad they haven't changed the decor. Sis loves their style and ambience. She should be pleased now." With this thought, he turned to glance at Xue Linger, who had been linked to his arm the entire time. Radiating joy, she wore an expression of complete satisfaction. Accompanied by her cheerful demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi strolled to the cinema counter to inquire about his reserved private screening. Before he could speak, the front desk staff greeted him with a smile. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" Just then, the two cinema staff members who had just finished their break emerged from the staff lounge. By some twist of fate, the tall staff member caught sight of the familiar figures at the counter. He suddenly froze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as a wide grin spread across his face. Isn't that the wealthy individual who drives the Bugatti Veyron? He actually came to the cinema. Chapter 9. Exclusive VIP Screening Room. System task accomplished. Gazing at the smiling Lu Xiaoshi inquiring about movie information at the cinema counter, the tall, slender staff member was utterly astonished. "Hey, Skinny, why are you so silent?" Noticing his partner lost in a daze, the previous car enthusiast waved his hand in front of him, confusion evident on his face. "Hey, snap out of it. Our break is over, and we still have work to do." After several attempts to shake him awake, the slender one finally managed to refocus his bewildered gaze. Seeing his partner still staring in shock at the counter, the car enthusiast couldn't help but chuckle teasingly. "What is going on? What could be so captivating at the counter? Have you seen a ghost?" With that, he casually followed the slender one's gaze to the counter. Just a glance was enough to leave him speechless. Unlike the slender one, who was aware of Lu Xiaoshi's affluent status, he was utterly taken aback by the extraordinary beauty of both Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Ling. Lu Xiaoshi's impeccably tailored attire undeniably showcased his remarkable presence. However, it was Xue Linger's ethereal beauty that left the car enthusiast utterly mesmerized. Xue Linger, with her delicate hand entwined around Lu Xiaoshi's arm, had eyes that sparkled with myriad emotions. Her gaze shimmered like a tranquil lake, brimming with enchanting allure. Even the way she looked at Lu Xiaoshi was imbued with profound affection. Just then, the slender staff member finally regained his composure. When he turned to see his partner equally entranced by the affluent figure, he was suddenly jolted awake. "Stop staring. That leading gentleman is none other than the Bugatti Veyron tycoon you've been dreaming of. Hurry and inform the supervisor. We have a distinguished guest here." Upon hearing his partner's reminder, the car enthusiast was equally startled. Knowing the tycoon was present, he instantly refrained from gazing at Lu Xiaoshi and his companion so openly. Observing his partner's newfound tension, he lowered his voice and whispered, "I'll attend to our esteemed guest at the front desk. You quickly notify the supervisor." With the guidance of his senior partner, the slender one felt a surge of confidence. Taking a deep breath, he nodded vigorously before dashing off to the supervisor's office. Watching the staff diligently assist with his pre-booked exclusive screening details, Lu Xiaoshi wore a satisfied smile. "Excellent. It seems my earlier decision was indeed wise. Thanks to the system's task, I had reserved the VIP screening room in advance. Otherwise, completing this task would have been quite challenging." As he silently marveled at the system's efficient task distribution, Lu Xiaoshi playfully teased Xue Ling, "Sister, soon we shall experience the thrill of having an entire screening to ourselves. Are you excited?" Caught off guard by Lu Xiaoshi's question, Xue Linger momentarily lost her train of thought, her gaze sparkling. After a brief pause, she adorably tilted her head and replied, "Of course, I am delighted to watch a movie with you." After a slight pause, She continued with an affectionate tone. It seems this is our first time enjoying an exclusive screening together. With that, both Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger reminisced about the story of Xue's father and mother's cinema experience. Xue's father had once proposed to her mother during a private screening. The thought that this exclusive occasion was just for the two of them made Xue Linger glance up at Lu Xiaoshi. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi's awkward silence, she inwardly remarked, "Such a blockhead, he can't even catch this hint." Unaware of her intentions, Lu Xiaoshi playfully poked her smooth, collagen-rich cheek, eliciting a playful pout from the beautiful sister. "Hello, dear guests. I have confirmed your booking." The front desk attendant's timely reminder interrupted their playful banter. The car enthusiast, who had just arrived, observed the scene with increasing respect. In his eyes, Lu Xiaoshi was undoubtedly the super VIP of their illustrious cinema. Even in the vast metropolis, few could afford the extravagant Bugatti Veyron worth 45 million. Such a tycoon was indeed a significant figure for a mere cinema staff member. Moreover, he hoped to seize the opportunity to ascertain Lu Xiaoshi's movie schedule, eager to witness the majestic sight of the Bugatti Veyron in motion afterward. With a smile, the car enthusiast respectfully addressed Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Ling. "Welcome to our illustrious cinema. I shall escort you to the VIP screening room. Please follow me." Noticing her colleague's sudden enthusiasm, the front desk attendant initially looked at the car enthusiast in surprise. Goodness, what has gotten into him today? Is this really him? Realizing the car enthusiast was signaling her, she could only respond with a polite smile and nod. "Yes, please follow our staff member to the VIP screening room." "Thank you both," Lu Xiaoshi, the tycoon, expressed his gratitude without a hint of arrogance, causing the car enthusiast to feel a surge of delight. "Haha, this tycoon is quite approachable." Just as they prepared to head towards the VIP screening room, a loud, disgruntled voice echoed from behind. "Wait, I am a VIP of your illustrious cinema too, and I demand an exclusive screening. I ask, will you grant it or not?" Hearing the brazen demand to usurp his reserved VIP room, a cold smirk crept across Lu Xiaoshi's lips. As expected, the system's task wouldn't be so effortlessly completed. Here comes yet another cliché of arrogance. Despite his thoughts, Lu Xiaoshi continued walking, seemingly disregarding the voice's owner entirely. His mindset was resolute. "If I halt upon your command, wouldn't I be losing face? Besides, who do you think you are? Attempting to seize my reserved VIP room without cause? This scoundrel is certainly asking for trouble." Noticing his cold smile, Xue Linger matched his demeanor with an air of pride, walking in unison beside him. In that moment, they both conspicuously ignored the voice's owner. Witnessing Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger stride towards the VIP room, the previously brazen man grew frantic. Ignoring the front desk attendant's attempts to halt him, he charged forward. Unbeknownst to all, this entitled scoundrel, who had not even been granted a name by the author, had brought his newly acquired girlfriend to the cinema as well. Spotting Xue Linger's enchanting beauty, he was deliberately seeking confrontation. As a second-generation rich kid abandoned by his parents, he often displayed a boorish demeanor in life. Little did he realize that his parents had long since turned a cold shoulder to him, eagerly awaiting the day he would squander his own fortune. As he was about to collide with Lu Xiaoshi, the hurriedly arriving manager and the tall, slender man were suddenly taken aback. Goodness, if this affluent individual, whose worth was beyond measure, were to be disturbed by the ordinary ruffian before them, it would be catastrophic. In a flash, the cinema manager dashed forward with the speed of a sprinter, positioning himself in front of the brazen young thug. Simultaneously, the tall man joined in, both of them extending their arms to firmly restrain the audacious ruffian intent on offending their esteemed guest. At that moment, the rogue was subjected to a rather humiliating treatment. Feeling the immense force of restraint imposed by the cinema staff, he could not help but wail, "Let go. I have a VIP card. I am a distinguished guest. How can you treat me so rudely?" Observing his continued reckless defiance, the cinema manager lowered his voice and whispered urgently to him, "Oh dear, please stop shouting. That gentleman over there drives a 45 million Bugatti Veyron." Upon hearing the manager's earnest warning, the once boastful thug fell into a state of disbelief, his face frozen in shock. "Impossible. You must be lying," he stammered, shaking his head in denial. Sensing his incredulity, the manager sighed and replied, "Ah, we are in the magical city, my friend." With those words, the ruffian was struck into a silence filled with dread, trembling at the realization that he might have provoked someone of significant stature. At that moment, his mind was consumed with one singular thought: escape. Forget the movie. Preserving his own life took precedence over all else. Ignoring the commotion in the cinema lobby, Lu Xiaoshi and his companion walked calmly into the long-awaited VIP screening room. The instant Lu Xiaoshi set foot inside, a familiar system notification chimed in his ears. He recognized that the system task had been completed. Ding! Your task of reserving the VIP screening room has been accomplished. Now, We shall grant you the system task reward. As this is your first time completing a task issued by the system, this reward will include an additional high-value special reward. Congratulations, Master. You have received 100 shares of Huiguang Film Group and a junior mysterious lottery card. Oh, the system reward includes a mysterious lottery card? The moment he received the reward, Lu Xiaoshi's attention was irresistibly drawn to the mysterious lottery card. Anything bearing the term mysterious is never simple, especially when it pertains to a product of the system. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to the 100 shares of Huiguang Film Group. This reward was as astonishing as the previous one involving the Tangshan Epine. It is worth noting that Huiguang Film Group controls a significant number of cinemas nationwide. For instance, the cinema he was currently in is its flagship chain. The valuation of Huiguang Film Group alone exceeds 500 million renminbi. This was a monumental gain. Cousin, focus on the movie. Look at how grand the houses in this film are. Linger's voice pulled Lu Xiaoshi's attention back from the system. Remembering that he was there to accompany his sister to the movies, he dismissed the thought of further investigating the rewards. Haha, they are indeed quite splendid, he replied. Speaking of houses, have you forgotten something? Houses? What did I forget? The naive Lu Xiaoshi suddenly struggled to keep up with Linger's playful train of thought, his mind filled with confusion. Looking up with a face full of questions, he noticed Linger batting her alluring eyes at him. Realizing he still hadn't grasped her hint, she provided an unmistakable clue. Yes, the house. We discussed it this morning. Oh, this morning? You mean the Tangshan Epine? Upon hearing Linger's detailed hint, Lu Xiaoshi quickly deduced that she was referring to the property at Tangshan Epine. Gazing into her sparkling eyes, he felt a mischievous urge to tease her. Ahem, this morning? You mean when you pulled my ear and bullied me? With that, he could no longer contain his laughter. Seeing his reaction, Linger realized Lu Xiaoshi was playfully teasing her. With a slight blush gracing her cheeks, she took a bold step closer to him. This time, she intended to take the initiative and not allow Lu Xiaoshi to maintain control. With that thought in mind, she playfully blew a gentle breath against his cheek. Their proximity shifted to an almost intimate face-to-face encounter. Feeling the fragrant warmth of her breath, Lu Xiaoshi's face flushed. What man could withstand such a close encounter with a stunning beauty? Linger's playful demeanor filled the air with a hint of rose-like fragrance. In the dim ambience, even Lu Xiaoshi, feeling a touch of shyness, failed to notice how the beautiful girl before him had blushed to the tips of her ears. Seizing the moment amidst the soft glow of the cinema, Lu Xiaoshi shyly rubbed his nose. All right, I promise, sister. After we finish watching this movie, I'll drive you to see the Tangshan Epine. How does that sound? Upon hearing his promise, Linger was filled with joy. Yay! Cousin promised to take me to see Tangshan Epine. Today was indeed a momentous day for her. Overwhelmed with happiness, Linger impulsively bestowed a soft kiss upon Lu Xiaoshi. Before he could react, and even before she fully processed her own actions, her lips gently brushed against his cheek. At that moment, Lu Xiaoshi could hardly comprehend what had just happened. Feeling the soft, tender, and somewhat tantalizing sensation on his face, he froze momentarily. Had Linger just kissed him? Blinking slowly, he turned to look at her. His keen eyes, with some effort, managed to pierce through the dimness of the theater and catch a glimpse of her flustered expression as her cheeks flushed a delightful shade. Linger, who had transitioned from playful exuberance to a state of charming embarrassment akin to a startled fawn, was now overwhelmed by her own thoughts. Oh dear, why did she impulsively kiss him? Hadn't she just revealed her feelings for him? With a whirlwind of thoughts racing through her mind, she lowered her gaze. Feeling like a little girl who had just committed a faux pas, unable to meet Lu Xiaoshi's eyes, as she sensed his gaze upon her, she felt her body stiffen. For reasons unknown, she found herself paralyzed by her own shyness. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the unexpected kiss, Lu Xiaoshi, also felt a slight warmth creeping onto his face. The kiss from Linger was sweet, soft, and fragrant, stirring his heart profoundly. At that moment, an unexpected phrase emerged from the depths of his soul. Embrace her. For reasons unknown, Lu Xiaoshi suddenly felt a surge of strength within him. Without allowing Linger to remain anxious any longer, he opened his arms wide and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Feeling the warmth of Lu Xiaoshi's embrace, Linger instinctively wrapped her delicate hands around his neck. In that instant, words became superfluous. Chapter 11. The Enchantress, Linger. They held each other for a full half-minute before Lu Xiaoshi abruptly realized something. Weren't they supposed to be at the cinema to watch a movie? Acknowledging this thought, he leaned down to whisper in Linger's ear, Sister, let us continue watching the film. The protagonists have just appeared. The plot is about to unfold. Upon hearing his words, Linger's face flushed anew while still in his embrace. The warmth of his breath as he whispered tickled her ears, and her heart fluttered in response to Lu Xiaoshi's actions. The bold kiss and embrace seemed to have drained her of all energy, and all that sustained her slender, graceful form was her deep affection for him. At that moment, her mind felt hazy, filled to the brim with a blissful emotion that rendered her unable to comprehend Lu Xiaoshi's words. Noticing his lips move, she absent-mindedly shook her head, wondering what he had said. Realizing that Xue Linger seemed not to have heard him, Lu Xiaoshi tenderly repeated, "Sister, we should continue watching the movie." This time, Xue Linger understood him perfectly. With a gentle nod, she quietly returned to her seat in the viewing hall. Observing her newfound docility since their embrace, Lu Xiaoshi was quite astonished. Goodness, could that hug have had such an effect? When he looked at Xue Linger again, all he could see were her sparkling eyes, radiant as a sky full of stars. The faint blush on her cheeks was concealed by the dim lighting. As Lu Xiaoshi settled back into his seat to continue watching the movie, he caught a sudden whiff of a delightful fragrance that filled the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized the scent emanated from Xue Linger. A faint, delicate aroma wafted delicately to his nostrils, and this time, he did not detect the familiar scent of roses. Instead, he was enveloped by a soft, warm, and infinitely gentle sweetness. For reasons he could not fathom, his mind drifted back to the fragrant kiss Xue Linger had bestowed upon his cheek. He reached up to touch the spot where she had kissed him, and his heart raced with unease. Even now, he could recall the tender sensation of her soft lips, reminiscent of dew-kissed petals in early spring, gently gracing his cheek with their sweet fragrance. Although Xue Linger had left no visible mark, he vividly remembered the exact location of her kiss. He had to admit, he too had been captivated by Xue Ling. At that moment of turmoil, Xue Linger, sitting beside him, was equally unsettled. Though she appeared to be focused on the large screen ahead, her thoughts had long since wandered. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Lu Xiaoshi's fingers lightly brushing the spot where she had left her kiss. Unconsciously, she licked her lips and playfully blinked her bright eyes a few times. A rosy hue adorned her fair cheeks, and her enticingly cherry-red lips parted slightly. At that moment, Xue Linger was more enchanting than any mythological nine-tailed fox. Noticing her alluring demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi instinctively turned his face away. Heaven help him, he was truly at his wit's end. Having such a captivating beauty beside him was a tremendous trial. Speaking of which, they found themselves in a VIP cinema. Although named VIP, the seating was designed entirely as couple seating. Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger were nestled in the luxurious couple seats, without any space between them, sitting intimately close. As Lu Xiaoshi struggled with his turmoil, the film on the large screen began to play, providing a timely distraction. "Look, the protagonists are entering the maze," Xue Linger exclaimed, her face alight with curiosity as she pointed at the screen. "Sister, don't forget that this movie has horror elements. You mustn't get scared." Hearing his concern, Xue Linger smiled, her lips curving beautifully. "I know. I just know my Xiaoshi is the most considerate." With that, she instinctively took hold of Lu Xiaoshi's arm. Watching Xue Linger cling to him like an octopus, Lu Xiaoshi indulged her, knowing well that she had been terrified of such horror films since childhood. Yet, despite her timid nature, Xue Linger was drawn to horror films. Every time a new horror blockbuster hit the theaters, she would eagerly drag him along to watch it. This was, however, the first time they had rented out a theater for just the two of them. A chilling sound of a mechanical door creaking open startled Xue Linger, causing her to jump in fright. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove towards Lu Xiaoshi. In an instant, she nestled herself into his embrace, as if seeking refuge in his chest to escape her fears. "Sister, your reaction is a bit excessive," Lu Xiaoshi teased, to which Xue Linger pouted adorably in response. "No way. I'm just practicing my girlfriend skills. You look just like a strong, dependable man right now." Observing her charming attempt to disguise her fear, Lu Xiaoshi chuckled softly and shook his head. "While you talk tough, holding onto my hand so tightly tells a different story." Sensing his skepticism, Xue Linger made one last effort to resist. "Who said I was scared? I'm very brave, you know." Just as Lu Xiaoshi was about to speak, another terrifying scene unfolded in the movie, where the protagonists encountered mechanical monsters. In the dimly lit VIP theater, the surround sound system erupted with the terrifying roar of a monster. The sound was so startling that even Lu Xiaoshi flinched. Meanwhile, Xue Linger, who had been peeking out from his embrace to watch the film, once again buried herself in his arms after a sharp scream. As she hit her head, her hands instinctively clutched tightly around Lu Xiaoshi's neck, refusing to let go. The pitiable sight of someone who refuses to let go. One might mistakenly think that Lu Xiaoshi has abandoned his companion. At this moment, Lu Xiaoshi had merely been startled by the terrifying scenes from the film. However, Xue Linger's sudden embrace truly left him in a state of shock once more. As he looked down at her with a resigned expression, Xue Linger, suppressing her inner tremors of fear, stammered, "I was testing your boyfriend skills, Shitsi." "Yes, that's it." After stumbling through her words, she attempted to adopt a facade of fearlessness. "Congratulations, Shitsi, you have passed the test." Observing her attempt to feign bravery despite her obvious cowardice, Lu Xiaoshi was left speechless. Wow, sister, you are amazing. With your training, finding a partner will be so much easier for me. Hearing his teasing remark, a wave of bitterness washed over Schwellinger. Under the influence of her unyielding emotions, she inadvertently cast aside her fear. Humph, you must not be so kind to other women, Shitsi. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. As she met Lu Xiaoshi's serious gaze, a rosy flush crept onto her cheeks. How could she have revealed her true feelings? Just as she felt flustered, Lu Xiaoshi's voice broke through her thoughts. All right, I will heed your wishes. From now on, I shall only be good to you, sister. Hearing the tenderness in his voice, Schwellinger looked up in surprise. Shitsi, I love you the most. At that moment, her eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with myriad emotions. Chapter 12, Lu Xiaoshi, Forever a Legend. Moments later, after some playful antics, Lu Xiaoshi and Schwellinger resumed watching the movie. As she gazed at the large screen, Schwellinger suddenly felt her lips growing parched. Upon reflection, she realized it was likely due to her incessant licking of her lips after kissing Lu Xiaoshi. The realization that they had entered without any beverages dampened her spirits. Shitsi, I'm so thirsty, yet we have no drinks. After her sulky complaint, Lu Xiaoshi noticed her cracked lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up his phone to place an order. I'll order from the concession stand right now. They will bring it promptly. Familiar with Schwellinger's dietary preferences, he bypassed asking her and placed the order online directly. Great, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm rekindled. Shitsi, have you bought any snacks? Watching a movie without drinks is soulless. Nodding, Lu Xiaoshi indicated he had indeed purchased her favorite snacks. Of course, how could I let my little glutton watch a movie without treats? As he flashed a mischievous smile at her, Schwellinger playfully clawed at him in protest. You naughty Shitsi, mocking me. I'll bite you, she declared in an adorably fierce tone, pretending to nibble at his shoulder. As she lunged toward him, Lu Xiaoshi skillfully caught her in his embrace. Stop, I surrender. Despite his authoritative hold, he feigned defeat verbally, knowing that the proud Schwellinger would inevitably yield to his tactics. Indeed, as soon as she heard his words, she transformed back into a docile little deer. When will my drinks and snacks arrive? I feel like I'm withering away, she lamented softly, leaning back against the seat. Noticing her disheartened state, Lu Xiaoshi immediately offered gentle reassurance. Just a little longer, the staff said they'll be here shortly. At that moment, the door to the VIP theater creaked open. Speak of the devil, Lu Xiaoshi said joyfully, turning his gaze toward the entrance. Soon, they saw the staff wheeling in the snack cart. Before the cart could reach them, Schwellinger eagerly straightened in her seat. These snacks and drinks were her long-awaited saviors. To her, the slowly approaching snack cart radiated a divine glow, filling her with anticipation. Before long, the cart arrived before them. Stealing a glance at Lu Xiaoshi, the staff respectfully announced, Esteemed guests, your snacks and drinks have arrived. Please enjoy. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to call us. Hearing the staff's familiar voice, Lu Xiaoshi was taken aback, his eyebrows slightly raised. It was the head attendant of the illustrious cinema personally delivering their refreshments. Clearly, the service at this establishment was commendable. After all, he was still the actual proprietor of the cinema, so it was understandable for the head attendant to attend to them personally. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaoshi smiled and nodded at the head attendant. Very well, just place it beside us. We don't need anything else for now. After dismissing the attendant, Lu Xiaoshi, beaming with delight, retrieved several snacks and beverages from the cart. He waved the treats in front of Schwellinger, eager to take credit. Sister, do these delights suit your palate? Noticing that all the snack packaging featured her favorites, Schwellinger's face lit up with joy. Hawthorn strips, onion rings, dried mangoes, these are all my favorites. Shitsi, you are wonderful. Receiving the bountiful snacks, her mood soared to new heights. Shitsi had indeed been attentive to her preferences. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. As Lu Xiaoshi and Schwellinger basked in their sweetness while watching the film in the VIP theater, the head attendant in the lobby let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he learned that Lu Xiaoshi was the owner of a 45 million Bugatti Veyron, his anxiety had been unrelenting, especially after the earlier incident involving the nearly foolish young ruffian colliding with Lu Xiaoshi. He feared that the esteemed guest might take offense. Faced with the wrath of a billionaire, a mere cinema head attendant could hardly withstand it. Worrying about whether Lu Xiaoshi might be displeased, he personally took on the role of server, wheeling the snack cart to provide service. Knowing that his staff might not be entirely reliable, he was reluctant to entrust the task of serving Lu Xiaoshi to them. Only after confirming that Lu Xiaoshi appeared to be in a good mood did he finally relax. Upon seeing the head attendant emerge from the VIP theater, the lanky staff member who had first recognized Lu Xiaoshi's wealthy status approached. Is the young tycoon in the VIP theater all right? Will he take out his frustrations on us because of what just happened? Hearing the lanky staff's concern, the head attendant shrugged. Fortunately, he isn't angry with us. From his expression, he seems quite happy. He is indeed quite young. I wonder which wealthy family he hails from. Listening to his exclamation, the tall and slender figure nodded in profound agreement. Boss, your words make me envious. After all, he is a high roller capable of affording a Bugatti Veyron convertible. After giving the slender man a few friendly pats on the shoulder, the foreman solemnly advised, let us remain grounded. The life of such a high roller is beyond our reach. In their conversation, both instinctively regarded Lu Xiaoshi as a quintessential wealthy heir. In their eyes, a billionaire of such tender years was indeed a rare sight. As for affluent heirs, they were more accustomed to accepting many of them. Just as the slender man wore a melancholic expression, the foreman's phone rang abruptly. A call from the headquarters? Casting a dubious glance at the slender man, he answered the call, filled with questions. Hello? Yes, I am the foreman of the Radiant Cinema in the outskirts of the Magic City. What? The big boss of the group has been replaced. And it's a young person? Upon hearing the foreman's voice suddenly ascend several octaves, the slender man looked on in shock. The sudden replacement of the group's big boss was utterly unexpected. After all, their parent company, Radiant Film Group, was a well-established entity with considerable strength and background. Yet, even so, the big boss could be changed so abruptly. While the slender man speculated whether something monumental had transpired at the headquarters, the foreman's hand trembled as he held the phone. Under the slender man's puzzled gaze, the cinema foreman's eyes were fixated on the photograph displayed on his phone screen. Staring at the image of the new big boss sent a tumultuous wave of astonishment through his heart. This is far too coincidental. With an almost incredulous tone, the foreman cast a glance towards the tightly closed VIP screening room, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Seizing the opportunity while the foreman was lost in thought, the slender man leaned over to glimpse the photograph on the phone. After a quick glance, he too stood frozen, as if turned to stone. The new boss of Radiant Film Group bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Xiaoshi, who was seated in the VIP screening room. Chapter 13. The Foreman's Shock. Good heavens! That young mogul is actually our new boss at Radiant Film Group. Overwhelmed with shock, the slender man exchanged a stunned look with the foreman. In their shared gaze, it became apparent that the foreman was equally astonished, clearly having received no prior information about the change in leadership. This indicated that the replacement of the big boss was likely a sudden occurrence. Contemplating this, both men were engulfed in disbelief. A corporation valued at $5 billion. The controlling stakeholder changes on a whim. What sort of influential figure could accomplish such a feat with such haste? With this thought, the foreman felt a surge of relief that he had previously intervened to prevent a reckless youth from colliding with Lu Xiaoshi. Had he neglected his duties and allowed an unknown troublemaker to confront the new boss, the consequences would have been dire. The mere thought of the catastrophic fallout from allowing a rogue to confront the new boss sent a shiver down his spine. After years of hard work to ascend to the position of foreman, he was unwilling to jeopardize this hard-won position over a trivial matter. Reflecting on this, he cast an appreciative glance at the slender man. Thankfully, he was there. Otherwise, this job might have been far more difficult to secure. Meanwhile, the slender man appeared to be still reeling from the revelation that Lu Xiaoshi was the new boss of the group. Snap out of it. You performed exceptionally well this time. Keep it up. If you earn the favor of that big boss, a promotion could be within reach. Observing the foreman's encouraging expression, the slender man felt a surge of joy. Indeed, how had he not considered that? Making a good impression on such a prominent figure could only be beneficial. Should the big boss return to watch a film and recall him, wouldn't that bode well for his prospects of promotion? Motivated by the foreman's pep talk, the slender man was filled with renewed vigor. At that moment, in the VIP screening room, Lu Xiaoshi and Shuelinger were enjoying snacks while watching the movie. Hey Xiaoshi, would you like to have some peach juice? Noticing that Lu Xiaoshi hadn't sipped his drink, Shuelinger thoughtfully offered him the open bottle of peach nectar. Taking the drink, Lu Xiaoshi tentatively took a sip. Not bad, this is quite delicious. I must say, my choice of beverage is commendable. Hearing his self-praise, Shuelinger playfully pouted. Humph, it was because I opened the bottle for you. Responding to her teasing, Lu Xiaoshi chuckled. Yes, all thanks to you, dear sister. You are the most considerate. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Lottery Card, Basic Gene Serum. Xiaoshi, would you like some dried mango? It's really tasty. As Shuelinger kindly offered him half a bag of dried mango, Lu Xiaoshi grinned and nodded. Sure, I was just thinking of having some dried mango. Just as he reached out to take it, Shuelinger suddenly pulled the bag back. Sister, you're teasing me again. In response to Lu Xiaoshi's protest, Shuelinger shook her head innocently. Who said I was teasing you? I'm here to feed you. Gazing at Lu Xiaoshi's skeptical expression, Shuelinger's cheeks flushed as she playfully insisted. Hurry up, Xiaoshi. Open your mouth. Sister is feeding you something delicious. Ah, Seeing her urgency, Lu Xiaoshi could only helplessly open his mouth. Once he complied, Xuelinger, beaming with joy, began feeding him a piece of sweet, dried mango. After tenderly feeding him a piece, she cautiously inquired, "Is it good?" Under the enchanting gaze of Xuelinger, filled with anticipation, Lu Xiaoshi could only give a thumbs up. Delicious. Chewing the refreshing dried mango, he mumbled his approval. Satisfied with his response, Xuelinger beamed with delight. "Really? That is wonderful." Just when Lu Xiaoshi thought Xuelinger would continue her feeding, she quietly reclined back into her seat to watch the movie. Lu Xiaoshi thought, "Wow, I didn't expect her to transition back into movie-watching mode so quickly after all that commotion." Mimicking Xuelinger, Lu Xiaoshi also tried to relax and sink into the plush embrace of the seat. After only a brief attempt, he discovered a newfound comfort. I must say, leaning back like this is quite enjoyable. After Xuelinger's playful antics, Lu Xiaoshi found himself less inclined to focus on the film. Glancing at Xuelinger, who was intently fixated on the screen, he was reminded that he still possessed a basic mysterious lottery card as a reward for completing the VIP screening room booking. System. Open my backpack interface. As he quietly summoned the system in his mind, it promptly responded. "Welcome back, Master. How may I assist you today?" Executing your command to open the backpack interface. Backpack successfully opened. As the progress bar displayed on the system's luminous screen reached 100, the backpack interface unfurled before him. Noticing the addition of a progress bar for this opening, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. System. Why is there a loading progress bar this time when I open the backpack interface? Wasn't it always opened directly before? Ding dong. This is due to the presence of a basic mysterious lottery card in your backpack. Is it because of this card? With a thought, Lu Xiaoshi focused his mind on the basic mysterious lottery card within the system's backpack interface. Reflecting on the system's explanation, his curiosity about this lottery card intensified. System. Could you provide an introduction to this card? Certainly, I will now display a detailed introduction of the item. Basic Mysterious Lottery Card. Basic Mysterious Lottery Card. Upon using this item, you will gain an opportunity to draw a random mysterious item. As this mysterious lottery card is of basic level, the prizes can only be selected from the Basic Mysterious Lottery Pool. The rewards in the Basic Mysterious Lottery Pool include high-tech creations, elite skill learning cards, future stock market trends over the next 3 days, etc. After carefully examining the types of lottery rewards presented by the system, Lu Xiaoshi found himself in a state of inner conflict. The list of rewards obtainable from this mysterious lottery card seemed excessively extravagant. The fact that the prize pool included something as extraordinary as the future stock market trends for the next 3 days left Lu Xiaoshi's heart racing with excitement. Although possessing the system meant that becoming immensely wealthy was merely a matter of time, who wouldn't he desire to ascend to greatness in a single leap? If he truly drew the future stock market trends, he could instantly transform into a stock market tycoon. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lu Xiaoshi glanced with eager anticipation at the other 2 rewards listed by the system, high-tech creations and elite skill learning cards. Given that these 2 categories of rewards were included alongside the bug-level future stock market trends, they were unlikely to be of inferior quality. Having come to this realization, Lu Xiaoshi felt a surge of fervor. Without further ado, he resolved to attempt the lottery right away. Firmly determined, Lu Xiaoshi directly pressed the button to use the lottery card. The moment he mentally activated the button, a dazzling array of colors erupted in the center of the system's luminous screen. Ding dong, congratulations. You have drawn a bottle of basic gene potion. Chapter 15. Life Leap, Xueling's surprise. Upon seeing the system notify him that he had drawn 2 items in one go, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Joy, happiness, ecstasy. Were it not for Xuelinger sitting beside him engrossed in her movie, he would have leapt up to sing a jubilant tune. Gazing at the basic gene potion and the future stock market trends quietly resting in the system's backpack, Lu Xiaoshi felt an overwhelming sense of glee. Setting aside the future stock market trends for the moment, the mere existence of the basic gene potion was enough to keep him elated for days. The very name, containing the word gene, sounded like a high-tech marvel. He couldn't help but recall the gene potions from novels that transformed humans into super soldiers, igniting a fiery longing within him. Who wouldn't desire a physique and intellect akin to that of a superhuman? His eagerness for physical evolution made Lu Xiaoshi impatient to use the gene potion. System. Are there any usage restrictions for the basic gene potion? Filled with anticipation, he directly inquired about the limitations regarding the use of the gene potion. Now displaying the relevant introduction for the basic gene potion. Basic gene potion, a pinnacle of technology hailing from numerous sci-fi realms. Upon using this potion, your physical attributes will receive a comprehensive enhancement. For your benefit, any changes to your appearance will occur gradually over the course of 1 week post-usage. Once the potion's effects are fully integrated into your body, your physique, cognitive abilities, and charisma will experience a significant boost. Note, this potion is to be used solely by you. Any attempt to hand this potion to another for usage or experimentation will result in automatic reclamation by the system. After reading the system's thorough explanation, Lu Xiaoshi nodded with assurance. Indeed, it was designed for personal use only. A safeguard to prevent him from replicating the gene potion through research. With this in mind, it was time to use it. Since the gene potion would only gradually shape his physique, he had no fear of exposure. I choose to materialize the potion. Understood, Master. Your basic gene potion has been successfully materialized. Receiving the system's notification, Lu Xiaoshi promptly withdrew his consciousness from the system space. The moment his awareness returned to reality, he distinctly felt a chilling sensation at the tip of his left hand. Glancing down, he found a bottle of icy blue potion quietly nestled in his grasp. Tentatively shaking the basic gene potion, he watched as ripples danced within the bottle. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xiaoshi felt a twinge of disappointment as he realized that the potion appeared rather unremarkable from the outside. Utilizing the dim light of the VIP screening room, Lu Xiaoshi boldly twisted off the cap of the gene potion and poured it into his mouth. As the cool, icy blue liquid flowed in, a wave of warmth surged within him. The more he focused, the more he marveled at the potion's wonders. To his senses, the warm current flowed like a majestic dragon, traversing through his limbs and body. With each organ it touched, the warm current imparted a gentle heat, facilitating a leap and evolution at the very essence of life. Soon, Lu Xiaoshi felt an unprecedented sense of comfort coursing through his limbs. His body, with the aid of the gene potion, had completed its initial leap and evolution of life. When he regained his composure, he found that his perception of the surrounding world had become extraordinarily vivid. Every movement on the large screen and every sound emanating from the speakers were crystal clear to him. Just as he attempted to clench his fists to feel the surging power within, Xueling, seated beside him, suddenly spoke up. Xiaoshi, look. That character wearing a hat is actually a handsome muscular man. Following the delicate finger pointed by Xueling, Lu Xiaoshi indeed spotted a muscular man animatedly featured on the screen. The muscular man in the scene was a sight to behold. His well-defined biceps and pectorals unmistakably showcased beneath a loose white tank top. Xiaoshi, what do you think it feels like to have abs? I've never experienced it myself. Hearing the mixture of curiosity and regret in Xueling's tone, Lu Xiaoshi felt a few strands of black lines form on his forehead. Goodness. So it turns out his sister envied others for their muscular physiques. Sister, are you envious of their muscles again? If you wanna, you could consistently hit the gym. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's suggestion, Xueling pouted in defiance. No way, you know my habits. Engaging in workouts and fitness routines can indeed be quite exhausting. After casting a bemused glance at Xueling, Lu Xiaoshi retorted with mild irritation. All right, sister, please spare me your humble brags. Who doesn't know you maintain your enviable figure without any effort at all? Although he spoke the truth, it was undeniable that Xueling possessed a remarkable physique that defied the laws of weight gain. Regardless of her dietary choices, her figure remained flawlessly sculpted. While she may not have the chiseled abs of a bodybuilder, her natural attributes were undeniably stunning. With a tall, graceful silhouette complemented by long, slender legs, she boasted a physique that rivaled that of a siren. All these admirable qualities were concentrated in Xueling alone, allowing her to maintain such a perfect form without exercising or working out. Each time Xueling flaunted her physique before Lu Xiaoshi, she was met with a series of eye rolls from her younger brother. After all, her exceptional constitution was truly enviable. However, times had changed. Having used a basic gene serum, Lu Xiaoshi now felt no inferiority regarding his own physique. Sister, let me tell you, I also possess abs. Upon hearing his declaration, Xueling erupted into a fit of laughter, her delight evident. Ha ha ha, you're too funny, Xiaoshi. You've made me laugh so hard my legs are going numb. In response to her words, Lu Xiaoshi's expression darkened with annoyance. He quietly pushed Xueling's delicate hand off his leg and couldn't help but remind her. That's because you've been patting my thigh all this time. Noticing her successful teasing, Xueling boldly proposed, Xiaoshi, stop messing around. How could I not know whether you have abs? Why don't we make a bet? If I lose, I'll be at your disposal. With a flirtatious glance, she challenged him. Spurred on by Xueling, Lu Xiaoshi promptly agreed, sure. If I lose, it's the same for me. Really? Xiaoshi, are you that confident? With a smile, he added a touch of mystery, of course. A man cannot admit defeat. Besides, abs are just a matter of squeezing. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoshi took Xueling's hand and placed it on his abdomen, feeling the firm muscles beneath her fingertips. Xueling's cheeks flushed as she experienced a wave of astonishment. Oh my, Xiaoshi actually has abs. Chapter 16, Visitors from the Glorious Group, meeting the president. Despite her bashful demeanor, Xue Linger's hand was unabashedly exploring. While she touched Lu Xiaoshir's solid abs, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. With a sidelong glance, she finally recognized the unwavering confidence radiating from him. Yet, the undeniable sensation of the abs left her grappling with a moment of existential doubt. Could it be that boys possess some extraordinary ability to conceal their abs at will? Surely not. Was it possible that Xiaoshi had secretly trained behind her back? After contemplating numerous possibilities, Xue Linger finally reconciled with this newfound reality. The thought of her confidently challenging Lu Xiaoshi to a bet made her alabaster cheeks flush an even deeper shade of crimson. It turned out that Xiaoshi was the one in the advantageous position. To her surprise, she had lost. As this realization dawned on her, Xue Linger couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Lu Xiaoshi. In just half a day, he had already surprised her multiple times, leaving her utterly captivated and enthralled. When she looked at him again, her gaze held the essence of discovering a treasure. Since he was the man she had chosen, she was more than willing to let her heart flutter a little more. "Hey, sister, why are you daydreaming again?" Lu Xiaoshi gently shook her shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he pulled her back into the present. With a cheeky grin, he reminded her of their earlier wager. "Sister, you'd better remember to honor your promise." Observing the triumphant grin spreading across Lu Xiaoshi's face, Xue Linger blushed and playfully chided. All right. It's not like I mind being at your mercy. I'll do as you say." By the end of her sentence, she could no longer maintain the authoritative demeanor she had earlier, instead adopting a more endearing and vulnerable disposition. Noticing the glimmer of gentle anticipation in her eyes, Lu Xiaoshi suspected that she might be letting her imagination run wild. He softly reached out to tap her forehead, gently prodding her in response to her expectations. "Ah, Xiaoshi, you're bullying me again." Seizing the opportunity, Xue Linger dramatically clutched her head in mock distress. As she feigned tears while casting a mischievous glance at him, Lu Xiaoshi immediately deduced that she was merely putting on an act to tease him. With a resigned sigh, he pinched the bridge of his nose and decided to play along. "All right, you don't have to be at my mercy anymore, okay? No more wild thoughts. Otherwise, Dad will scold me again." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi willingly relinquish his control over her, Xue Linger's brows furrowed in discontent. "That won't he do? I can't let this opportunity to play with you slip away. That's my source of joy." Determined to persuade Lu Xiaoshi not to give up this chance, Xue Linger ramped up her theatrics. She wrapped her arms around him and seamlessly adopted a pitiful expression. "Woo-woo, Xiaoshi has grown up and doesn't he want his sister anymore? How could you give up the chance to have your way with me?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiaoshi covered his face, utterly exasperated. "Sister, what is going on? How can you use such an unusual tone to say such suggestive things?" With the thought that Xue Linger was insistent on being at his mercy, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be that my sister has awakened a masochistic side? This train of thought is moving too fast. Gently patting Xue Linger's back, he tentatively suggested, "What if I just don't give up?" The moment his words fell, Xue Linger's faux sobbing ceased instantly. When she lifted her head, a radiant smile of triumph adorned her face. "Hee, Xiaoshi, you're the most obedient. Come here, let me give you a hug." Without waiting for a response, Xue Linger enveloped Lu Xiaoshi in her arms. Feeling the delicate, alluring figure radiating an irresistible charm, Lu Xiaoshi could only indulge her whims. After all, he had never been able to resist his sister's playful allure. The charm of a beautiful girl was simply too irresistible. After their embrace, the sound system in the theater began to play the end credits theme song. Glancing around playfully, Lu Xiaoshi intended to gauge the reactions of the audience. Realizing the seats around them were all empty, he remembered that they had booked the entire venue. "Oh, it seems I'm still not accustomed to this extravagant lifestyle of a wealthy patron." After a moment of self-reflection, Lu Xiaoshi turned his attention back to Xue Linger. "Sister, did you enjoy the movie?" Upon hearing his concern, Xue Linger, who had been munching away on snacks, couldn't help but pause her snacking. Lowering her head to gaze at the remaining half of the potato chips, Xue Linger donned an expression of mournful despair. "Oh dear, that segment was utterly terrifying. It frightened me so much that I completely forgot to snack, and by the end of the film, I hadn't even finished a single chip. I knew it. My sister, the adorable hamster in human form, adores food far more than watching movies." After considerable effort, Lu Xiaoshi managed to suppress her overwhelming urge to voice her thoughts. "Nonetheless, thank you, Zizi, for treating me to this movie. Sending you a heart." With a charming smile, Xue Linger formed a heart shape with her hands. "Hee, your words make me feel a tad bashful. It's no big deal that we didn't finish the snacks. We can always take them home." "Yes, indeed." After a cute little bow, Xue Linger cheerfully began to hum a tune. It was evident that her spirits were exceedingly high. After tidying up the snacks, the two of them headed towards the cinema's entrance, burdened with bags of goodies. As they opened the door, Lu Xiaoshi was astonished to discover several business professionals in suits waiting outside. Spotting the cinema manager standing solemnly in the distance, he could not help but feel perplexed. What is going on? Why is the atmosphere so serious? And what about these gentlemen in suits? Is the VIP cinema business thriving to such an extent these days? In a fleeting moment, Lu Xiaoshi's mind concocted a myriad of possible explanations. Upon noticing Lu Xiaoshi's arrival, a bespectacled gentleman in a suit immediately brightened with delight. With a smile, he strode purposefully towards Lu Xiaoshi. Before Linger could react, he bowed slightly to Lu Xiaoshi. "Greetings, President. I am Lu Yuan, the CEO of Huiguang Film Group. I have come to deliver your equity transfer documents." Just as he bowed, a system notification chimed in Lu Xiaoshi's ear. "Ding, Master. Your equity transfer certificate for Huiguang Film Group has arrived." A quick note, the gentleman Lu Yuan before you is one of the system's designated assistants, and you need not worry about their loyalty. Wishing you swift success in taking control of Huiguang Film Group with their assistance. Perhaps due to the recently consumed basic gene potion, Lu Xiaoshi absorbed this information in an instant. To onlookers, he merely appeared momentarily dazed before revealing an enigmatic smile in response to Lu Yuan. "Hello." Internally, Lu Xiaoshi added, "Hello, my number one loyal assistant." Chapter 17, Taking Charge of the Group. Off to Tang Sheniping. Hearing Lu Xiaoshi's response, the gentleman named Lu Yuan bowed respectfully. Observing the joy in his eyes, Linger recognized that his astonished demeanor was genuine. Although Lu Yuan was considerably older than Lu Xiaoshi, as a tool arranged by the system, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Under the system's mysterious influence, Lu Yuan instantly transformed into Lu Xiaoshi's staunch loyalist. Every gesture from Lu Xiaoshi, in Lu Yuan's eyes, held profound significance. In short, this capable business elite had become Lu Xiaoshi's fervent admirer. Do not question how the system accomplished this. Simply acknowledge its brilliance. "President, here is the equity transfer certificate for your acquisition of Huiguang Film Group. Please review it." With a wave of his hand, a suited subordinate presented the relevant documents. Taking the files, Lu Xiaoshi examined them with keen interest. Since these were the equity transfer documents and accompanying files arranged by the system, there was certainly no cause for concern. Moreover, this acquisition of Huiguang Film Group had been notarized by the relevant authorities, ensuring its safety and compliance. Satisfied that the terms were satisfactory, Lu Xiaoshi nodded slightly. "All right, I've reviewed them. Thank you for your efforts in bringing these. With all procedures completed, please deliver these documents to my home. And remember to tell my parents they are stock documents. Do not let anything slip." Receiving Lu Xiaoshi's instructions, Lu Yuan did not dare to delay, promptly agreeing. Beneath his respectful and earnest demeanor, he felt an exhilarating joy. He had finally earned the admiration of Lu Xiaoshi. This young mogul. This only strengthened his resolve to achieve great results to repay Lu Xiaoshi, the new president. While the two conversed, the cinema manager was internally engulfed in a tempest of astonishment. Witnessing the CEO of the parent company, Lu Yuan, bowing respectfully before Lu Xiaoshi left him both amazed and envious. This young man, possessing such power at a tender age, was indeed the true mogul. With an empire worth 500 million, the act of booking an entire cinema seemed trivial. It was as if, for someone of such stature, reserving a cinema was merely a subtle display of modesty. To have a group CEO bow before him was a figure worthy of admiration for someone as unassuming as the cinema manager. Just the thought that he had personally served Lu Xiaoshi filled him with excitement. This mogul, whose worth began in the billions, had engaged in conversation with him. All things considered, he had indeed brushed shoulders with greatness. The more he pondered, the happier the logical genius of a cinema manager became. Under his watchful gaze, Lu Xiaoshi and CEO Lu Yuan successfully concluded their conversation. Fearing to disrupt Lu Xiaoshi's enjoyment, CEO Lu Yuan hastily took his leave under the guise of busy corporate affairs. Before departing, Lu Yuan notably left his personal phone number with Lu Xiaoshi. Bowing respectfully to Lu Xiaoshi, he then hurriedly departed with his subordinates. Watching their retreating figures, Linger gently shook Lu Xiaoshi's arm, her curiosity piqued by the sudden visit. "Zizi, it seems you've just acquired a group. Is this one of your secrets? If it needs to be kept confidential, I want to pry." Hearing her inquiry, Lu Xiaoshi turned to regard the thoughtful beauty beside him. He hadn't expected his sister to be so considerate, even anticipating matters that might touch upon his secrets. That said, Lu Xiaoshi had no intention of concealing this from her. He understood that trust is reciprocal. Failing to share this could jeopardize their mutual confidence. Besides, aside from the existence of the system, he had no intention of keeping these rewards hidden. Considering that future rewards from the system would likely be plentiful, he prepared to lay the groundwork for their forthcoming revelations. "Yes, this is indeed one of the secrets I had kept hidden. I must say, sister, you are quite perceptive." Receiving his praise, Linger beamed with delight. Of course. Just look at who I am. I am your sister, after all. With that, she playfully mimicked the domineering CEO archetype from films, wrapping her arms around Lu Xiaoshi's waist. While she couldn't fully encircle him, she made a valiant effort to grasp the hem of his shirt. With a playful pout, Linger called out in a teasing tone, "Come on, handsome. Let us head to Tangchuni Pin to check out the apartment. I've yet to see what your place really looks like." Sensing the faint, delightful fragrance emanating from Linger, LV Xiaoshi couldn't help but smile. "No problem, I'll follow your lead. Wherever you say, I shall go." Noticing that he did not refuse, Linger eagerly took his hand and dashed towards the garage. "What are we waiting for? Let us go to Tangchuni Pin." The cinema manager, who had been quietly observing from the side, halted his approach upon witnessing this scene. Seeing LV Xiaoshi, the prominent figure of the group, so jubilant, he dared not interrupt his exuberance. It was only when the duo passed by his front desk that he respectfully bowed in acknowledgement. "Please take your time, esteemed guests, and we welcome you back anytime." Hearing the manager's courteous farewell, LV Xiaoshi waved back with a light laugh. "Thank you. We'll be back." Upon reaching the garage, LV Xiaoshi and Linger navigated to their parking spot from memory. Amidst the astonished exclamations of passers-by, LV Xiaoshi, with a smile upon his face, drove the Bugatti Veyron out of the underground garage. Hearing the continuous gasps around them, Linger, seated in the passenger seat, covered her mouth and chuckled. Who would have thought this Bugatti Veyron would be so captivating? "Look, everyone is watching us." In response, LV Xiaoshi, focused on driving, replied, "Not at all. It could very well be that you are simply too beautiful. Everyone is cheering for you. Don't tease me. I know the windows are tinted and one-way glass," she retorted, though her increasingly radiant smile betrayed her delight. "Let us set off. Onward to Tangchuni Pin." Chapter 18, Picturesque Scenery. "All right, buckle up. I'm about to accelerate." With that, LV Xiaoshi gently pressed the gas pedal, and the engine of the Bugatti Veyron roared to life. Thanks to the car's impeccable soundproofing, the engine's growl was perfectly tuned, satisfying the desire for power without overwhelming the cabin with noise. This particular detail thrilled both of them immensely. Driving through the outskirts of the bustling metropolis, LV Xiaoshi maintained a safe speed. Miraculously, they encountered no traffic. Having just left the cinema, the two relished the joy of riding in the Bugatti Veyron while dreaming about their upcoming visit to Tangchuni Pin. As they experienced the allure of this beastly convertible, Ling's smile grew even brighter. Throughout her life, she had ridden in luxury cars worth millions, even tens of millions. However, the limited edition convertible Bugatti Veyron, valued at $45 million, truly opened her eyes. The meticulously crafted seats and perfectly designed interior showcased the car's unique charm. Yet, it was not merely the car that enchanted her, it was its owner, LV Xiaoshi. As a devoted younger brother admirer, Linger found herself enamored with everything about him. Any achievement he accomplished or possession he owned was, in her eyes, nothing short of perfection. This admiration had nothing to do with material matters, but was solely because of who LV Xiaoshi was. In her heart, being with him was all that mattered. Engrossed in driving, LV Xiaoshi remained blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Ling's mind as they journeyed. His anticipation for the visit to Tangchuni Pin was palpable as he longed to see his apartment. Reflecting on the various villas he had previously visited, his excitement surged. No matter how beautiful or well-decorated others' villas were, they belonged to someone else. This Tangchuni Pin apartment was uniquely his. Being able to possess a 900-square-meter residence filled him with immense satisfaction. The more he fantasized about the interior decor, the more impatient he became. At that moment, he truly wished for the ability to teleport, so he could whisk Linger away to Tangchuni Pin in an instant. Shortly after, seated in the passenger seat, Linger finally caught sight of the entrance to Tangchuni Pin. "Look, Xiaoshi, we've finally arrived at Tangchuni Pin. Woohoo! Just thinking about seeing your mysterious apartment makes me so excited." After adjusting her makeup with practiced ease, she turned to LV Xiaoshi with a sweet smile. "Indeed. Thank goodness there was no traffic today. Otherwise, we might have been stuck for ages." Hearing this, Linger nodded in agreement. Traffic congestion was indeed a challenge faced by every bustling metropolis. As population swelled, the likelihood of gridlock naturally increased. They were fortunate today, having navigated through the commercial district without a single delay. Feeling immensely relieved, the two drove with smiles into Tangchuni Pin. Bathed in the morning sun, LV Xiaoshi took a moment to appreciate the splendid scenery surrounding them. To his delight, the greenery within the community was vibrant and lush. Just a few glances made him genuinely fond of this neighborhood. Chapter 19. A meeting of classmates, a transformation in status. Truly, Tangchuni Pin lived up to its name. Even the landscaping within the community was aesthetically pleasing. adopting the tone of a professional critic. Linger earnestly praised the verdant beauty of the complex. It was evident that she genuinely admired the decor. Otherwise, the usually candid Linger would have seized the opportunity to tease LV Xiaoshi about it. Witnessing the lively demeanor of the seemingly ethereal beauty, LV Xiaoshi felt a wave of warmth within. Who would have thought that Linger, with her breathtaking beauty, could be so animated and playful behind the scenes? Surely, only those closest to her would ever witness this side of her. And what about you, Xiaoshi? Had you visited Tangchen Yipin before purchasing the apartment? Noticing his momentary distraction, Linger playfully poked him in the side, causing LV Xiaoshi to jump. Realizing she had once again targeted his sensitive spot, he prepared to retaliate. However, as soon as he reached for her, Linger flashed him a pleading gaze. "Oh, dear Xiaoshi, please spare me. Just tell me, have you been to Tangchen Yipin several times before?" In all honesty, LV Xiaoshi simply shook his head. To be truthful, today is actually my first time visiting Tangchen Yipin. Upon hearing his astonishing response, Linger furrowed her brow, utterly astonished. When she saw the sincerity etched on his face, she was momentarily speechless. This was simply too unbelievable. If what he said was true, did that mean he had purchased a property worth several hundred million without ever having inspected it in person? With a hint of doubt and disbelief, Linger weakly inquired, "Xiaoshi, did you really not visit the property before purchasing this apartment worth several billion?" After a brief pause, LV Xiaoshi eventually nodded silently. Before this moment, he had truly never set foot in the illustrious Tomson Riviera. To visit Tomson Riviera for property viewings, one must first verify assets amounting to several tens of millions. He certainly did not possess such wealth in the past. Upon receiving a reply from Lu Xiaoshi, Linger was rendered utterly speechless. Today, she discovered that Lu Xiaoshi was, in fact, an extravagant magnate beyond imagination. In a property costing several hundred million, Lu Xiaoshi simply declared her intention to purchase without even a prior viewing. Although she found Lu Xiaoshi's actions rather reckless, out of respect for her, she chose to defer any further discussion. Today was meant for their excursion and property exploration, and she was determined to ensure that Shitzi enjoyed every moment. With a playful demeanor, Linger offered a slight bow to Lu Xiaoshi. "You are formidable, Shitzi. I humbly submit." As she spoke, her beautiful emerald eyes sparkled with a hint of enchantment. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting her flowing locks and adding an exquisite charm to her beauty. "All right, we have arrived. Behold, this splendid villa before us." Following Lu Xiaoshi's gesture, Linger gazed upon the strikingly British-style detached villa. At first glance, her captivating azure eyes lit up with delight. This standalone villa within the Tomson Riviera community was truly a sight to behold. Just as they paused to admire the villa's exterior, a deep male voice suddenly resonated. "Greetings, esteemed owner Mr. Lu Xiaoshi. I am Lu Yu, the property staff of Tomson Riviera." Following the voice, Lu Xiaoshi and Linger beheld a young man clad in property staff attire. Upon seeing his face, Lu Xiaoshi was taken aback. "Lu Yu, is that really you?" Recognizing Lu Xiaoshi, the property staff member's expression transformed into one resembling a pained grimace. Noticing the awkwardness in Lu Yu's demeanor, Linger curiously glanced at Lu Xiaoshi. "Ahem, this is my university classmate and old acquaintance, Lu Yu." The emphasis Lu Xiaoshi placed on old acquaintance made Lu Yu internally break into a cold sweat. Why, of all people, did his first client during his internship at Tomson Riviera have to be his arch-nemesis, Lu Xiaoshi? Had he known this would occur, he would have refrained from speaking ill of Lu Xiaoshi during their university days. Ever since he discovered that Lu Xiaoshi was the owner of this villa at Tomson Riviera, Lu Yu had been filled with regret. He knew that being a homeowner at Tomson Riviera signified Lu Xiaoshi was indeed a heavyweight in the industry. Lu Xiaoshi's status had certainly undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 20. The Luxurious Villa, Envy of All. During his senior year internship at Tomson Riviera, Lu Yu had initially believed himself to be ahead of his peers. After all, securing an internship at Tomson Riviera was a promising opportunity. Aspiring to pursue a career in property management after graduation, Lu Yu had naturally chosen the property company of Tomson Riviera for his internship. In his eyes, the experience of interning at Tomson Riviera would undoubtedly embellish his resume. After all, it was a property that catered to social elites, top celebrities, and even billionaires. Serving such prominent figures was a testament to the property company's excellence. It could be said that working for this company was nothing short of a blessing for Lu Yu. However, just a few days into his job, Lu Yu encountered his nemesis, Lu Xiaoshi. What startled him further was the information regarding the owners of the standalone villas within Tomson Riviera provided by the property manager. Despite the confidentiality agreement that limited his access, Lu Yu received a photo and name of Lu Xiaoshi to facilitate his work, which was enough to leave him astounded. Staring at the homeowner's profile with Lu Xiaoshi's photo clearly displayed, he had to pinch himself multiple times to accept this reality. His university classmate Lu Xiaoshi was, astonishingly, the owner of this villa worth nearly 300 million. How had Lu Xiaoshi amassed such wealth? It was well known that Tomson Riviera represented one of the pinnacle luxury residences, a dream sought after by countless individuals throughout their lives. Yet, this elite villa, seemingly unattainable for anyone other than billionaires, had been purchased effortlessly by Lu Xiaoshi. Even before arriving, Lu's property manager had specifically warned him to be cautious when attending to the distinguished guest, Lu Xiaoshi. Upon realizing that his arch-nemesis was his client, Lu Yu nearly wept from the weight of despair. Oh heavens, this truly spelled trouble for Lu Yu. Who would have imagined that the person he had once spoken ill of would be the owner of a villa at Tomson Riviera? Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to utter a word against Lu Xiaoshi even if he had 100,000 lives. Lu Yu, don't just stand there. Speak about your duties. Noticing Lu Yu was the one attending to him, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but be somewhat curt. Lu Yu was notorious for his penchant for gossiping about others. During the first 3 years of university, he had not hesitated to speak ill of Lu Xiaoshi behind his back. When Lu Xiaoshi attempted to disregard him, Lu Yu reproached him for his lack of tolerance, generosity, and kindness towards classmates. Witnessing Lu Yu's increasingly egregious behavior, Lu Xiaoshi clarified matters with their peers and subsequently distanced himself from him. Thus, they became bitter rivals. Apart from necessary classes and group activities, the two usually avoided appearing in the same setting. Hearing Lu Xiaoshi initiate a conversation, Lu Yu could only respond with a forced smile. Very well, Mr. Lu. I am here to request your signature on this homeowner agreement for confirmation. Our property has introduced several new services that require acknowledgement from all homeowners. Observing Lu Yu's excessively respectful demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi chose not to make things difficult for him. After swiftly signing the documents, he dismissively waved Lu Yu away. Is everything settled? Then I bid you farewell. Watching Lu Yu hastily bow and retreat, Lu Xiaoshi shook his head in exasperation. Today was meant for a delightful outing with Xiaoshi, and he had no desire for Lu Yu to spoil his spirits. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi's slight frown of irritation, Xiaoshi tenderly reached out her fair hands to massage his temples. Shitsi, don't let someone like that dampen your mood. Come, we still have a grand villa to explore. Hearing Xiaoshi's gentle reassurances, warmth surged through Lu Xiaoshi's heart. Indeed, they had yet to see the magnificent seaside villa that he had earned as a reward. He mustn't frown during such a splendid occasion. Facial recognition authentication completed. Welcome home, master. As the high-tech door unlocked with both facial recognition and fingerprint verification, Lu Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi were instantly captivated by the exquisite interior design of the villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a stunning foyer adorned with an elegant screen. Beside the ink-wash screen depicting idyllic landscapes stood a beautiful wardrobe embellished with shimmering diamonds that sparkled with resplendence. Compared to a mere wardrobe for hanging clothes, it resembles a breathtaking masterpiece. Upon entering, after experiencing a profound shock, Lu Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi excitedly rushed hand in hand towards the living room. As they stepped into the space, they were greeted by a grand floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the river scenery. The moment the curtains were drawn back, they could not only behold the enchanting riverside landscape, but also admire the towering commercial skyscrapers that reached for the clouds. The juxtaposition of the high-rises and the river created a harmonious balance between dynamism and tranquility, intoxicating both Lu Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi. Truly, it was no surprise that the luxurious Tang Chun Yi Pin, situated in the coveted district beside Lujiazui on the Bund, commanded such a premium price. The natural scenery serving as a backdrop to this residence was more than worthy of its exorbitant cost. Xiaoshi, this view is truly magnificent, Xiaoshi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes seemingly glued to the expansive window, unable to tear herself away. To put it aptly, she was utterly enchanted by this riverside villa, sparkling with wonder. Observing her delight, Lu Xiaoshi affectionately poked her shoulder. Rest assured, dear sister, I have already provided your identity information to the property management. From now on, this will be your home as well. You can come whenever you wish. Really? You're so wonderful, Xiaoshi. I adore you. With the experience of a previous kiss under her belt, Xiaoshi now approached kissing with newfound confidence, her cheeks less flushed than during their earlier encounter. The thought that Lu Xiaoshi referred to this as her home filled her with immense joy. How delightful! This riverside villa was indeed a shared sanctuary for both her and Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, do you think this counts as a hidden treasure? Upon hearing Xiaoshi's whimsical musings, Lu Xiaoshi chuckled gently, playfully tapping her forehead. Oh sister, you always know how to amuse me. We are, after all, family. Moreover, with such a stunning beauty as you, I could never pamper you enough. Chapter 21. The Luxurious Bedroom, King-Size Mattress by Kingsdown. Thank you, my dear Xiaoshi. How shall this humble lady repay you? As she spoke, Xue Linger adopted an enchanting demeanor reminiscent of a mythical nine-tailed fox, playfully teasing Lu Xiaoshi. Captivated by her radiant beauty and graceful poise, Lu Xiaoshi found himself momentarily flustered. Goodness, sister, you know your allure all too well, and yet you still tease me. The ethereal goddess transformed into a charming temptress had left Lu Xiaoshi at a loss for words, especially upon hearing her question of how to repay him. He nearly blurted out an audacious suggestion. Yet, just as he was about to act on his impulse, Xue Linger deftly shifted the topic. The sudden flirtation left Lu Xiaoshi feeling a sense of disappointment. Silence enveloped the evening, with Lu Xiaoshi embodying the essence of a forlorn man. Sensing her playful scheme had succeeded, Lu Xiaoshi cast a mournful glance at Xue Linger, seeing her younger brother adopt a pitiful expression reminiscent of her earlier antics. Xue Linger couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Oh, don't cry, dear Xiaoshi. I love you. Let me show you around the other rooms. With that, she boldly wrapped her arm around Lu Xiaoshi's shoulder, exuding an air of excitement. Why are you so adept at assuming the role of a host? This is my house, Lu Xiaoshi protested, bemused. Due to her height, Xue Linger struggled to fully embrace his shoulder. After abandoning the intimate gesture, she pouted playfully and made a silly face at him. Oh my, Xiaoshi just said I could treat this place as my home. Now you're complaining about me playing host. Boo-hoo. She pretended to cover her face, feigning tears. Seeing her dramatic display, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but mimic the domineering male lead from a drama, gently lifting her chin with his finger. Very well, woman. You have successfully captured my attention. I shall reward you with a tour of the other rooms. Before he could finish, laughter escaped him, unable to contain himself. Xue Linger, already amused by his awkwardness, burst into laughter, her joy radiating. Ha ha ha, Xiaoshi, you're hilarious. You really do resemble a ridiculous domineering CEO from a TV show. After a moment, she appraised Lu Xiaoshi's attire, her admiration evident. Just a glance left her captivated, and she couldn't help but express her delight. You seem different today. Compared to your usual studious demeanor, you exude a more vibrant and confident aura. Could it be that you've revealed your true self now that I've uncovered your identity as a wealthy gentleman? Delighted by her discovery of Lu Xiaoshi's authentic side, Xue Linger felt a surge of joy. Hee, this confident and charming Xiaoshi is truly handsome. I'm in love. Let me see the architectural plans. The first floor boasts over 220 square meters, and it seems there are quite a few room designs on the blueprint. Observing Lu Xiaoshi intently studying the house's design, Xue Linger cautiously nestled into his embrace. As she nestled her head against him, Lu Xiaoshi was momentarily bewildered. What is going on? Has sister adopted a new tactic? Since Xue Linger had playfully tricked him multiple times before, he was now on high alert. Seeing his suspicious demeanor, Xue Linger pouted in exasperation. Oh dear, I truly didn't intend to trick you, Xiaoshi. I just wanted to be a little affectionate. Recalling how she had previously teased him, she added with a hint of guilt, at least this time, I don't mean to play tricks. All right, Xiaoshi. Let us go check out the bedrooms on the first floor. She gently nudged his chest with her head, and unable to resist her charm, Lu Xiaoshi nodded in agreement. All right, let us head to the bedroom on the first floor. Yay, let us go? I can't wait to see what the bedroom has to offer. As soon as they pushed open the bedroom door, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The bedroom was truly opulent. Not only was the design lavish, but the space was also expansive. Upon entering, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! A warm reminder for you, dear owner. In this first floor bedroom, the most valuable item is the mattress. Upon hearing the system's gentle reminder, Lu Xiaoshi turned his gaze toward the bed situated at the center of the room. It was known that, in a luxury home, the most understated yet often overlooked element was the bed itself. Many owners of luxurious residences invest considerable effort in selecting the bedding for their bedrooms. Sleep is, after all, something they hold in the highest regard. The primary function of a bedroom is to provide a sanctuary for restful repose. Noticing that Lu Xiaoshi's gaze was fixed on the rather unremarkable mattress in the bedroom, Xue Linger curiously prodded his shoulder. Xiaoshi, why are you staring at that mattress? Is there something extraordinary about it? Seeing Xue Linger also intrigued by the mattress, Lu Xiaoshi began to elucidate. I truly did not expect this mattress to be so exorbitantly priced. What is Xiaoshi rambling about? Why does it sound like a foreign language to me? On the system panel visible only to Lu Xiaoshi, the price of the mattress illuminated vividly. The six-figure sum left Lu Xiaoshi inwardly astonished. This mattress, in fact, was from Kingsdown, renowned as one of the top 10 mattress brands in the world. Kingsdown's influence in the domestic market is comparatively subdued, given its late entry. However, on a global scale, it stands apart. As a leader in the mattress industry, Kingsdown specializes in providing high-end bedding for the affluent. The mattress that Lu Xiaoshi was examining had a staggering order price of 600,000 RMB. The framework alone was constructed from specially cultivated Swedish pine. Inside the mattress, soundproof linen, cotton, wool, and other unique materials were meticulously layered. Once all the exquisite yet practical materials were prepared, it took internationally renowned craftsmen 2 years to handcraft this mattress. One could say this mattress is a luxurious piece of furniture reserved for the elite. Chapter 22. A Gift of Love, Shares of Chanel 10. After Lu Xiaoshi shared the details of the mattress from the system, Schwellinger gazed at it in astonishment for a considerable time. So, Xiaoshi, are you saying this mattress is actually worth 600,000? The realization that this seemingly understated yet elegant mattress was valued at such a sum left her utterly flabbergasted. Observing her incredulous expression, Lu Xiaoshi could only shrug helplessly. Yes, I was equally astonished when I first learned of it. I never expected this mattress to embody such understated luxury. Perhaps this is the taste of the wealthy. It truly is extravagant. Hearing Lu Xiaoshi's words laden with misunderstanding, Schwellinger rolled her eyes in exasperation. Honestly, Xiaoshi, you are also a billionaire. You can afford a 45 million renminbi Bugatti Veyron convertible. Yet you dare to call someone else's 600,000 RMB mattress extravagant. Sigh, the lives of the wealthy are truly beyond my comprehension. With this thought, Schwellinger began to curiously survey the other furnishings in the bedroom. What she discovered was astonishing. Although many of the furniture brands were unfamiliar to her, the pieces she recognized collectively amounted to over 1 million RMB. On the vanity, there were numerous high-end collaborative handbags, including those from Dior and Gucci, showcasing a variety of opulent styles for men. The sight of these luxurious bags left Schwellinger in a state of stunned disbelief. Since entering this standalone villa, her journey of continuous astonishment had presented her with a plethora of breathtaking experiences. After such a succession of shocks, she felt her understanding of the wealthy had ascended to new heights. Having witnessed a 600,000 RMB mattress, she would hardly be surprised by a few million RMB sofa now. She had simply grown numb to it. Amidst her ongoing state of astonishment, Schwellinger felt somewhat lightheaded. In fact, she could not even recall when Lu Xiaoshi had led her out of the room. When she regained her senses, she was surprised to find they had arrived at the adjacent wine tasting room. Under the dim red lights, the shelves brimming with an array of spirits appeared shrouded in mystery. Behind the glimmering glass doors lay bottles of Lafite, Russian vodka, and other world-renowned wines. Just gazing at these bottles, each worth tens of thousands, caused Schwellinger to feel a slight intoxication wash over her. Goodness, just looking at them is enough to leave me feeling tipsy. Although she understood that this sensation was merely psychological, it did not detract from her delight. Haha, I have truly been exposed to a grand world this time. Hundreds of thousands in wine, a 600,000 RMB mattress. I've seen it all. As Schwellinger reveled in her exhilaration, Lu Xiaoshi, who had been attentively observing her reactions, felt inspired to inquire within the system. System, can I add Schwellinger's name to the property deed? Her birthday is approaching, and I wish to bring her additional joy. The idea of adding Schwellinger's name to the deed had been brewing in Lu Xiaoshi's mind for quite some time. Since acquiring the villa that morning, he had contemplated the feasibility of this gesture. Witnessing Schwellinger's genuine fondness for this riverside villa only solidified his resolve. Ding. No problem at all. As the owner, you may dispose of all your possessions as you wish. Processing the addition of names to the property deed. Completed. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the hidden task, A Gift of Love, and your reward is 10 shares of Chanel. Chapter 23. The New Capital Star, The Invincible System. With the sound of items being stored, Lu Xiaoshi knew that Schwellinger's name had been successfully added to the new property deed. Opening the system's reward repository, he found the vibrant red property deed for the luxurious Tomson Riviera quietly resting there. Confirming everything was in order, Lu Xiaoshi approached the unsuspecting Schwellinger with a broad smile. Hee, sister, please close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's sudden announcement of a surprise, Schwellinger looked at him with curiosity. Playfully blinking, she chose to trust his words and obediently closed her eyes. Her long, graceful eyelashes gently brushed against her cheeks, rendering her a serene and ethereal beauty. Captivated by her exquisite appearance, Lu Xiaoshi felt a wave of admiration. Sister, you are truly stunning. Even after all these years, I still find you enchanting. Indeed, a goddess like her was a sight one could never tire of. As Lu Xiaoshi gazed at her in silence, Schwellinger, with her eyes closed, grew increasingly curious. Xiaoshi said he had a surprise, but why is he so quiet? Just as her curiosity piqued, Lu Xiaoshi's voice rang out. La la la, dear sister, please accept your birthday gift. Happy early birthday. As his words faded, Schwellinger felt something neither too thin nor too thick slip into her hands. Recognizing the familiar texture, she tilted her head in tentative disbelief. Could it be that this sensation resembled the property deed she had handled just that morning? Could it be? Could it really be that Shitsi gifted her the property deed? As this thought crossed her mind, Schwellinger subtly raised her elegant brows. Sister, you can open your eyes and see your birthday gift now. Hurry, take a look. Your name is inside. No way, is my name really on it? The moment this possibility flickered in her mind, Schwellinger gazed at LV Xiaoshi with disbelief. Noticing LV Xiaoshi's beaming encouragement to open the gift, her breath quickened with anticipation. Lowering her gaze, she indeed found the familiar crimson property deed in her hands. Just hours prior, she had admired the deed for the Tangchun E-Pin property. With a heart full of expectation, confusion, and joy, she finally trembled as she opened the cover of the deed. As she turned to the page detailing ownership, her eyes instinctively honed in on the section designated for the property owners. To her astonishment, the names LV Xiaoshi and Schwellinger were clearly inscribed on the deed. She couldn't help but stare incredulously at LV Xiaoshi. He had truly put her name on the property deed. Overwhelmed by shock, Schwellinger's first reaction was to feel immense gratitude towards Shitsi. As for how LV Xiaoshi had managed to amend the deed to include her name, she momentarily set aside that query. There was only one plausible explanation. Don't ask. The answer lies in an invincible system that can directly alter reality while clouding people's perceptions, essentially employing a wisdom-dulling aura to shield LV Xiaoshi. In the wake of such a monumental surprise, Schwellinger found herself momentarily paralyzed. It was only when LV Xiaoshi gently inquired if she liked it that she snapped back to reality. Moments later, she excitedly leaped into LV Xiaoshi's embrace. With tears of emotion brimming in her eyes, she sweetly exclaimed, I love it. I adore you, Shitsi. Mua mua. After her heartfelt confession, LV Xiaoshi felt an overwhelming wave of happiness. Although he had merely asked if the gift suited her taste, he anticipated that Schwellinger would respond so emotionally with a kiss. Nonetheless, as he inhaled her sweet fragrance, he silently embraced her, cherishing this warmth and happiness as the true treasure he would forever hold dear. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Europe, the Chanel family castle buzzed with commotion. Once a tranquil haven, it was now filled with the hurried footsteps of Chanel family descendants. Upon learning of a significant upheaval within the family-controlled Chanel group, various branches with vested interests rushed to the family assembly hall. The family members, already present, engaged in fervent discussions about the shocking news they had heard during their journey. A stranger had quietly acquired a staggering 10 stake in the Chanel group. That was an entire 10 belonging to a single individual. Such a terrifying feat and capability sent chills down the spines of all the Chanel descendants who heard the news. The sheer enormity of the Chanel group, founded by their ancestor Gabriel Chanel, was enough to give them a headache. It was a luxury empire renowned for its extraordinary profitability. Although the Chanel group rarely disclosed its financial reports, the descendants, as the hidden overseers of the company, had an inkling of its financial performance. Just 2 years prior, the global sales had reached a staggering $10 billion. With the luxury sector's extraordinary profit margins, the specific net income was beyond their wildest imagination. Given its unparalleled influence and earning power, the Chanel Group could undoubtedly lay claim to being among the world's elite luxury brands. Furthermore, the Chanel Group was a quintessential family-run enterprise, with the founder's descendants maintaining discreet control over this colossal entity. Until today, when LV Xiaoshi's sudden emergence shattered this status quo. Ahem, the matriarch has arrived. At the sound of a soft cough, a resplendent elderly lady made her way to the main seat in the assembly hall. She was the head of the Chanel family. Mother, is it true that an outsider has acquired 10 of our group? Upon her arrival, the anxious crowd immediately pressed her for confirmation of the shocking news. They could hardly believe that an outsider had intruded upon their family enterprise. Seeing her son's incredulous expression, the matriarch shook her head in resignation. I know you find it hard to believe, but the truth is as such. Joshua's branch has secretly sold their shares to an outsider, adding in the shares from other individual investors. That man now holds 10 of the group. Upon hearing this, the assembled family members exchanged bewildered glances. A family that had always stood united was now faced with a traitor colluding with outsiders. Grandmother, can we not take measures to compel that outsider to return the shares to us? The young man, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly proposed this fiercely after the matriarch confirmed the distressing news. However, the moment he voiced this suggestion, the usually stoic matriarch displayed a rare look of terror. No, do not speak of this again. You do not understand. The background of the outsider who acquired our shares is nothing short of terrifying. The hall fell silent, chills creeping up the spines of all present. This individual was indeed formidable. Was the Chanel family now being targeted by some capital giant? Mother, are we truly just going to give up? This is 10 of our shares. Before the leading middle-aged man could finish, the matriarch furrowed her brow. You have grown bold. Haven to you? Are you disregarding my words? With her cold inquiry, the matriarch's formidable presence silenced the man who dared not continue. As her eldest son, he understood all too well how resolute his mother could be, and he refrained from inciting her further ire. I apologize, mother. I was too hasty. Bowing deeply to the matriarch, he quietly returned to his seat, unwilling to pursue the topic of the shares any further. Seeing the treatment her own son received, the other branches felt utterly powerless, slumping into their chairs. Was it truly impossible to reclaim the 10 stake the family had lost? If this matter continued to fester, might it provoke misjudgments from other forces? What if this incident attracted the attention and predation of capital wolves from places like Wall Street? What would they do then? The descendants of the Chanel family, increasingly burdened by worry, found themselves seated in chairs, sighing deeply. The future of their lineage appeared ever more nebulous in their minds. Tap, tap, tap. Gently rapping on the round table beside her chair, the matriarch spoke in a grave tone. Let me speak candidly. The current situation is far from optimistic, yet it is not as hopeless as you might imagine. The mere hint of a glimmer of hope in the old lady's words rekindled a flicker of light in the previously despondent eyes of the assembly. That was the light of hope. In the face of external threats, the family members, who had occasionally erupted in quarrels and grievances, had resolved to set aside their differences. United once more, they aimed to stand together against external challenges. This was their hope for weathering the storm. The matriarch's unwavering guidance was a steadfast belief they had long cherished. The man who acquired a 10 stake in our Chanel group is named Liu Xiaoshi. After a brief pause, she continued, the shares previously held by the Joshua faction and individual investors were all acquired through intermediaries by him. Behind him lurks the shadows of no fewer than 3 elite multinational consortiums. This man is not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoshi received a prompt from the system. Buzz, Master, you have a new notification. Due to the prior acquisition attempt concerning the Chanel group, which triggered an investigation by its controlling family. This system has automatically activated the protection protocol. To ensure your safety, the system has mobilized 5 international conglomerates to provide support. With this system in place, you need not worry about personal safety concerns. Upon seeing the system's reassuring notification, Liu Xiaoshi felt an overwhelming sense of calm, particularly after the system presented him with a lengthy list of prestigious entities offering assistance and backing. He cast aside his worries. What a remarkable list. A parade of internationally renowned elite consortiums. With the system at his disposal, he felt invincible. In no time, the major international conglomerates, under the system's control, took decisive action to suppress all scrutiny directed at Liu Xiaoshi from various sectors. Even investigations into Liu Xiaoshi by different nations were seamlessly altered by the system's activated security protocols to exhibit a facade of normalcy. Under the formidable protection of the system, Liu Xiaoshi navigated the world of high society unscathed and emerged triumphant. Chapter 25. The Devotion of Xueling Er. In the face of the system's immense power, one potential crisis after another was deftly extinguished in its infancy. For a time, anyone harboring ill intentions toward Liu Xiaoshi found themselves utterly devoid of such thoughts. When they next mentioned Liu Xiaoshi, they could not muster even a flicker of hostility in their hearts. Yet, the individuals involved remained blissfully unaware of this peculiar phenomenon. Their lives continued as usual, as if the previous malice had never existed. Of course, the system maintained the normal mechanisms of the world. News of Liu Xiaoshi's acquisition of a 10 stake from the notoriously insular and tightly knit Chanel family still sent ripples throughout elite circles. With the system's prior interventions as a safeguard, no malicious incidents or thoughts arose this time. What astonished the capital titans and financial magnates was Liu Xiaoshi's formidable background and enigmatic methods. Anyone capable of purchasing shares from the stubbornly united Chanel family was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the business realm. Such a powerful individual had never crossed their radar before. What they found truly admirable was Liu Xiaoshi's composed demeanor. After securing the 10 stake in the Chanel group, he remained serenely poised, neither proclaiming his success to the world nor concealing it. This peculiar tranquility bewildered the elite families, leaving them in a state of anticipation and speculation. They hesitated to make any moves, seemingly waiting for Liu Xiaoshi's next step. However, the world-shaking Liu Xiaoshi was lost in an embrace with Xueling Er, completely unconcerned with the grandiose expectations surrounding him. The midday sun streamed through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the tightly entwined pair. Perhaps due to the embrace, Xueling Er's enchanting figure elicited a sense of enchantment in Liu Xiaoshi. Liu Xiaoshi, hearing his name whispered by his sister. He lowered his gaze to her flawless visage. Bathed in the golden sunlight, Xueling radiated an aura of graceful divinity. Every facet of her being was exquisitely beautiful. What is it you wish to say, sister? Upon receiving his response, Ling gazed deeply into his eyes, her expression imbued with tenderness. I want to know how there can exist a man as perfect as you in this world. Novels often suggest that when the heroine meets such a tender-hearted hero, she would willingly devote herself to him. Halfway through her sentence, a glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Her words served as a subtle test for Xiaoshi. For her, the path to winning over her ideal partner remained uncertain and distant. Before launching her full assault, she needed to gauge the terrain. When Xiaoshi heard Ling's sincere words, he was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen. His sister Ling actually said that. Observing her earnest demeanor, it seemed she was not jesting. The sudden declaration of affection left Xiaoshi stunned for several seconds before he managed to stammer a response. Then, shall I devote myself to you? Huh, is confessing this simple? At this, it was Ling's turn to blush. Chapter 26. The System Mall, Daily Blade Duels. Xiaoshi's unexpected maneuver caught Ling off guard, causing her to flush with a sudden rush of flustered emotion. Noticing her almost childlike shyness, Xiaoshi smiled and said, "All right, let's not jest. Sister, you should rest for a while. After playing all morning, you must be tired." Upon hearing Xiaoshi's considerate words, Ling felt a pang of emptiness in her heart, a subtle sense of regret blossoming within. Gazing at Xiaoshi's warm smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, she silently chastised herself. How foolish I am. Why couldn't I have been a bit bolder? If only I hadn't been so shy earlier, perhaps Xiaoshi would have fully grasped my feelings by now. Having missed that critical opportunity for confession, she was uncertain when the next would arise. The retreat at such a pivotal moment had drained her of the courage to confess again in the near future. With a hint of bashfulness, Ling pouted her cherry lips. "Oh dear, I'm not tired. I just want to embrace my dear Xiaoshi." Hearing her almost coy murmurs, Xiaoshi instinctively extended his arms in a welcoming gesture. From childhood to adulthood, his experiences with Ling have taught him that understanding a woman's heart is a futile endeavor. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. One can never fully fathom its depths. Whenever Ling indulges in her whims, Xiaoshi invariably chooses to fulfill her desires. Of course, this is partly due to her tendency to request nothing more than innocent displays of affection, such as hugs. As for any excessive demands that might encroach upon Xiaoshi's privacy, she has never broached such topics. When they are out in the world, Ling is perpetually concerned for Xiaoshi's well-being. Over time, her reputation as a doting sister has become an open secret among those close to her. "Shitsi, you are truly wonderful. Moi?" After playfully blowing a kiss at Xiaoshi, Ling dashed into his warm embrace like a fledgling swallow. It was evident that her attachment to Xiaoshi was profound. Since Xiaoshi's height had surpassed hers by a considerable margin, she had developed a fondness for playfully asking for hugs. For her, Xiaoshi's embrace was the sweetest and most precious treasure in the world. If given the chance, she would wish for time to freeze in that moment with every embrace. And if time must be halted indefinitely, she would desire that eternity. Under the sun, Ling, nestled tightly in Xiaoshi's arms, resembled an ethereal beauty of unparalleled grace. Her fair and delicate visage, adorned with enchanting eyes that sparkled like the stars in the night sky, radiated an irresistible charm. Yet, in her fondness for Xiaoshi's warmth, she resembled a playful little cat guarding its precious food. Every gesture she made was infused with her profound affection. With such a beauty in his embrace, Xiaoshi's heart was tumultuous. Sister's body is truly soft. One must say, girls are indeed made of water. Ding dong. Apologies for the interruption, master. Why is the system suddenly appearing at this moment? The unexpected intrusion of the system in the midst of such a warm and harmonious atmosphere left Xiaoshi momentarily taken aback. "I apologize, master. You can set the Do Not Disturb mode to avoid such interruptions in the future. Once activated, this system will refrain from disturbing you unless you call upon it." Very well. It seems the system is quite user-friendly. Determined to understand why the system had suddenly made its presence known, Xiaoshi silently suppressed his feelings of dissatisfaction and confusion. It was apparent that the system possessed a degree of intelligence, albeit limited. Otherwise, it would not have made such an unwelcome intrusion. As you have completed 2 system tasks, the System Mall module has been automatically activated. Congratulations, master. You have taken a significant step forward on the path to becoming a wealthy magnate. Upon hearing that the System Mall module had been activated, Xiaoshi's heart leaped with joy. After longing for it, he had finally welcomed this crucial module of the system. Speaking of the System Mall, he owed a debt of gratitude to Ling. If it weren't for the hidden task of love's gift he had just completed, he would not have unlocked the System Mall so swiftly. Amidst his overwhelming joy, Xiaoshi took considerable effort to calm his racing heart. "Steady yourself, Lu Xiaoshi, you are destined to become a great magnate. You must learn to conceal your emotions. After internally admonishing himself, Lu Xiaoshi turned his gaze expectantly toward the System Mall module. System, open the System Mall module. As he silently issued the command in his mind, a dazzling array of colors erupted on the system panel. Moments later, the extraordinary spectacle returned to normal. Beneath a stylish and tidy interface, a multitude of goods radiating a spectrum of brilliance were neatly arranged. This was the System Mall, brimming with rare treasures. Just as Lu Xiaoshi was about to examine the specific offerings within the mall, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding dong. Detected that this is your first login to the System Mall, you will automatically receive 100 points for your purchases. 100 points? What can one buy with that in the mall? With immense curiosity, Lu Xiaoshi commenced his exploration. After a cursory glance at the selected interface of the System Mall, he was left utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the? A divine level luck spell worth 999 points? This system truly has products steeped in the arcane. A serum for super soldiers from a technological world? I've used a similar basic gene potion before. A divine level hacking ability? Why does that cost 1,500,000 points? That's exorbitant, even though such power is indeed invincible. System, why are all the items in the selected interface starting at tens of thousands of points? Where are the more affordable items? I recommend you check out the Daily Bargain section. It features the cheapest limited-time goods. Daily Bargain? That name reeks of imitation. Hearing such a cringeworthy title, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but feel a flood of complaints rising within him. Yet, it was precisely this peculiar name that piqued his curiosity about this newly recommended module. Let me see, is this new module really as affordable as you claim? Whoa, the ability to get tenfold cashback on any purchase is only 1 point. Are there any similar treasures? Don't stop me. I'm going to buy everything. With the interface of the bargain module drastically different from before, Lu Xiaoshi was instantly captivated. Chapter 27. Tenfold cashback on purchases. Product overview. Tenfold cashback on any purchase. Original price, $99.999. Limited time bargain price, 1 mall point. Product description. As a wealthy magnate, how could one possibly forego cashback on any purchase? By acquiring this product, you will automatically possess this infinitely scalable skill. Current monthly limit, 500 million renminbi. Ever since obtaining this wealthy magnate system, Lu Xiaoshi had fantasized about acquiring such a cashback ability. However, he had previously felt a twinge of disappointment upon discovering its absence in the Monopoly and Task modules. To his surprise, he could actually find this formidable ability in the product section of the System Mall. Tenfold cashback on any purchase is a superpower comparable to the main feature of wealthy magnate systems and novels. And this incredibly precious ability was merely a discounted item in Lu Xiaoshi's system. It was just the first taste of the bargain module, and Lu Xiaoshi was already savoring immense rewards. Bargain is truly delightful. The mere thought of a shopping app in the real world that closely resembles bargain filled Lu Xiaoshi with secret delight. In comparison, the discounts in the System Mall were truly unparalleled. It's worth noting that the bargain module in the system refreshes at irregular intervals. This means that if luck is on his side, he could potentially seize several bargains in a single day. Taking advantage of such opportunities, especially those offered by the system, is bound to bring immense joy. The instant he laid eyes on the tenfold cashback offer, Lu Xiaoshi clicked to purchase it without hesitation. Such a powerful growth ability is simply too good to pass up. What left him wanting more was that currently, the bargain module in the System Mall displayed only a single product. Upon his completion of the purchase, the sole item in the goods section was locked in place. According to the system notification, there remained a full day until the next refresh of the coveted items. The joy of acquiring something splendid elicited a subtle smile from Lu Xiaoshi in the real world. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Xuelinger raised her head to gaze at him. Oh, it seems that you too are as delighted as I am. It appears that you still hold me in your heart, don't you, Xiaoshi? By the way, has anyone ever told you how handsome you look when you smile? With a pair of starry-eyed admiration, Xuelinger fixated her beautiful gaze upon Lu Xiaoshi. Oh, since when did my sister become so flirtatious? Receiving her enchanting compliment, Lu Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback as their eyes met. Noting Xuelinger's earnest expression, he couldn't help but nod with a hint of exasperation. Sister, I didn't expect you to shower me with such sweet praise. What is so sweet about it? Are you implying that you find my kindness towards you excessive? Perhaps you wish for me to be a bit more fierce? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's playful retort, Xuelinger felt a rush of bashful indignation, as if her thoughts had been laid bare. Just as her sister was about to playfully claw at him, Lu Xiaoshi raised his hands in surrender. No. The best sister is the one who acts all cute. Oof, that's my good Xiaoshi. Having said that, Linger gently poked Lu Xiaoshi's cheek, her gaze becoming profoundly affectionate. In an instant, Lu Xiaoshi found himself unable to withstand the warmth of Linger's gaze. His cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Ding, ding, ding. The melodious sound of the door security system resonated, prompting both individuals, locked in a tender gaze, to turn their attention towards the entrance. Following their line of sight, the live monitoring screen at the door flickered to life. Master, the entryway has detected the property staff's ID card. Please issue your command. This door access system, equipped with a voice-activated intelligent assistant, allowed for seamless verbal control. Upon realizing the system's impressive capabilities, Lu Xiaoshi's eyes brightened. As he focused, the live camera revealed a middle-aged man donned in the attire of a property manager. Rather than dismissing the property manager with airs, Lu Xiaoshi, who had been considering employing certain property services, welcomed the opportunity to address some matters with him. Grant him entry. Open the door. With his formal command, the fortified door responded accordingly. Beep, the door is now open. As the door swung wide, the property manager's respectful voice filled the space. Esteemed owner, I apologize for intruding once more. I am Lu Fan, the manager of Tangshan Yiping property. Noticing that this middle-aged man shared the same surname as Lu Yu, Lu Xiaoshi cast a meaningful glance his way. Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance. They are likely at least distant relatives. After a thorough appraisal of the property manager, Lu Xiaoshi gestured for him to continue. No trouble at all. Please proceed. Sensing the slight detachment in Lu Xiaoshi's tone, the property manager, having just learned of Lu Yu's misdeeds, swiftly suppressed his inner bitterness. Oh, so it seems this young gentleman is indeed upset. With a visage full of contrition, the property manager bowed deeply to Lu Xiaoshi. On behalf of our property management, I sincerely apologize for the inadequate service experience caused by our prior lack of understanding regarding your information, which allowed Lu Yu to serve you. Following this, the property manager, in a tone tinged with supplication, asked, Mr. Lu, might you find it in your heart to forgive Lu Yu for his transgressions? I assure you, he will not trouble you again. At the property manager's words, Linger, who had been calmly seated on the sofa, suddenly sprang to her feet. You mean that person will no longer appear before Xiaoshi? Are they going to dismiss that employee Lu Yu? Oh, no, that can't be possible. Realizing that her imagination had wandered astray, Linger awkwardly sat back down. Her sudden rise and fall startled the property manager, who had been tense throughout. Just as he thought her standing was a sign of discontent, her subsequent seating left him utterly perplexed. Observing the confusion masked by the property manager's anxious expression, which seemed to convey, what is happening here? A playful glance from Linger prompted Lu Xiaoshi to interject. No, I'm not some urban ruffian. Just handle Lu Yu's matter appropriately. I don't wish to waste further words on it. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's assertive response, the property manager trembled slightly. After a moment's pause, this seasoned middle-aged man nodded vigorously, cold sweat beading his brow. Yes. Thank you for your magnanimity. I will certainly ensure Lu Yu is properly disciplined. Observing the property manager's evident dissatisfaction with Lu Yu, Lu Xiaoshi felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Lu Yu will surely face reprimand at home. The thrill of operating behind the scenes is far more delightful than overtly flaunting one's superiority. The scheming Lu Xiaoshi had truly come to life. Chapter 28. The Honorary Black Gold Card. Manager Lu, do you have anything further to discuss? Noticing Manager Lu was about to continue his monologue, Lu Xiaoshi interrupted with a hint of impatience. No, nothing more. To express our apologies. Our property will offer you a 20% discount on your service fee. Upon saying this, Manager Lu cast a nervous glance at Lu Xiaoshi. As a mere repair department manager at Tangshan Yiping property, his authority was limited to offering such a discount. Given that Lu Xiaoshi was the owner of a lavish seaside villa, he feared that this gesture might provoke his displeasure, especially since Lu Yu had initially instigated the conflict. All he hoped for was that Lu Xiaoshi would not diminish his perception of Tangshan Yiping property. Upon hearing the offer of a 20% discount, Lu Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback. How could there even be a discount on property fees? Reflecting on his naivety, he maintained a stoic demeanor and nodded. All right then. I appreciate Manager Lu's goodwill. Witnessing the esteemed owner accept his gesture of goodwill and apology, Manager Lu let out a long sigh of relief. Wonderful. It seems this young gentleman is quite amicable. To this day, Manager Lu still believed that Lu Xiaoshi was merely a privileged heir from a wealthy family. In his mind, the notion that a 22-year-old, who was in the same cohort as his nephew, could afford a luxurious residence like Tangshan Yiping was utterly fantastical. If he were indeed a scion of a prominent family, it was not entirely implausible, as many established magnates were often inclined to pamper their male heirs. The mere several hundred million for the luxurious villas in the Tangshan Yiping estate seems trivial to those super-rich families. Manager Lu, accustomed to discerning the underlying meanings in the words of the homeowners, naturally interpreted the initial remarks of Lu Xiaoshi as a subtle dismissal. After hurriedly bowing to Lu Xiaoshi, he promptly prepared to take his leave. If you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing his voluntary departure, Lu Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback. You are leaving just like that? I still haven't purchased a parking space in the community. Realizing this, Lu Xiaoshi quickly interjected, Hold on, I have more questions for you. Noticing the resolute tone in Lu Xiaoshi's voice, Manager Lu could only manage a wry smile as he looked at him. Of course, please ask. Well, I would like to inquire if there are any parking spaces available for purchase in our community? At the mention of the parking spaces, Manager Lu's lips twitched. Given the high demand for parking spaces in the Tangchen Yipin community, it was unlikely that any were still unoccupied. Just as he was about to decline Lu Xiaoshi's request, a thought struck him. There is one, but it's a luxurious garage with 6 parking spots, originally intended as a gift for VIPs. Upon hearing there was a possibility, Lu Xiaoshi's face lit up with joy. Great, I can buy it. How much is it? Given Lu Xiaoshi's casual demeanor, as if he were merely buying vegetables at a market, Manager Lu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly before responding. Well, it certainly won't be less than 20 million. After all, that garage is designed and decorated to the highest standards for VIPs. 20 million? All right, I'll just swipe my card. As Lu Xiaoshi handed over his bank card, Manager Lu was left speechless in astonishment. A 20 million garage. And he was so nonchalant about it? Moreover, this card was an American Express Centurion card, a privilege reserved for billionaires. Chapter 29. The subtle display of wealth, most deadly. Gazing at the black card presented by Lu Xiaoshi, Manager Lu was drenched in a cold sweat. He had truly misjudged the situation. Lu Xiaoshi was even more formidable than he had anticipated. At first glance, one would not assume this youth was a holder of an American Express Centurion card. While it may have been plausible to speculate that Lu Xiaoshi could afford a villa in Tangchen Yipin, the moment Manager Lu laid eyes on the Centurion card, he definitively recognized Lu Xiaoshi's substantial financial prowess. Those who possess a black card are far from mere wealthy heirs. It is essential to note that the American Express Centurion card, launched in 1999, is the pinnacle of luxury credit cards. As the highest tier of the Centurion series, it has earned the title of the king of cards worldwide. Its issuance is exclusively targeted at an elite clientele, with no credit limit. During the application process, American Express conducts a global review, actively inviting heads of state, billionaires, and social luminaries to apply. Others who do not meet the criteria, even if they apply, will not be approved. In essence, to become a holder of the American Express Centurion card signifies an individual of extraordinary wealth or status. Furthermore, the card's unlimited credit feature provides a fitting explanation for Lu Xiaoshi's ease in purchasing a $20 million garage. For individuals of such means, that amount is but a trifling sum. With a look of sheer astonishment, Manager Lu's demeanor shifted to one of almost reverent respect. The moment he beheld the card, he was thoroughly convinced of Lu Xiaoshi's capabilities. As Manager Lu respectfully extended his hands to receive the black card, Lu Xiaoshi earnestly instructed, Then, I leave the garage matter in your capable hands, Manager Lu. I hope to see the paperwork completed promptly. Emphasizing promptly, Lu Xiaoshi ensured his request was clear. Regarding the safety of handing his black card to Manager Lu, he was entirely unfazed. After all, this black card was a gift he received from the system for spending 10 times the amount. The system guarantees quality. Thus, this black card remains under his control. Should anyone attempt to execute any transaction or operation without his consent, the card would automatically return to his possession. The banking protection feature provided by the system gave him the confidence to entrust Manager Lu with the black card. With such risk management in place, the likelihood of any security issues was negligible. Acknowledging Lu Xiaoshi's emphasis, Manager Lu, now aware of his esteemed status, nodded eagerly in agreement. Absolutely. I will do my utmost to serve you. I can complete the paperwork within half an hour. After bowing deeply to express his respect, Manager Lu quickly took his leave. As Manager Lu's figure slowly disappeared at the entrance, Xue Linger excitedly embraced Lu Xiaoshi from behind. Xiaoshi, the way you pulled out your bank card was so cool. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see Manager Lu's astonished expression. Haha. Seeing Xue Linger's joyous demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi smiled gently. Hee, just a basic move. Nothing to fuss about. Chapter 30. A Michelin one-star Chinese restaurant, encountering the Bund. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi's unabashed acceptance of her flattery, Xue Linger pouted playfully. Oh, you little rascal. Have you also taken a page from those overconfident protagonists in novels? Receiving this playful reprimand from his beloved sister, Lu Xiaoshi scratched his head in bemusement. Oh, but I'm merely speaking the truth. He had thought Xue Linger had become more gentle, yet she remained her mischievous self. However, upon witnessing her enchanting beauty. He could not muster a single complaint. After silently lamenting his own infatuation with beauty, Lu Xiaoshi finally broke into a smile. All right, I can be low-key in the future. I promise. With his assurance, Xue Linger beamed brightly. Yes, my dear Xiaoshi dotes on me the most. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xiaoshi's stomach grumbled in protest. Hearing the comical sound from his belly, both of them exchanged amused glances. Haha, Xiaoshi, are you hungry? You should have said so. We could have eaten before viewing the villa. Reflecting on Xue Linger's somewhat insincere words, Lu Xiaoshi quietly mused, oh, women. Who was so eager to see the Ocean View Villa in Tangchen Yipin just moments ago. However, despite his thoughts, he replied differently. All right, I appreciate your concern. Sister, let us go eat. Upon hearing they were going to eat, Xue Linger, embodying her foodie nature, nodded enthusiastically. Yes, what shall we eat? I heard there is a Michelin one-star Chinese restaurant nearby that's quite good. Shall we go there? Sounds perfect. Let us go. With that, Lu Xiaoshi promptly called the property management. After informing manager Lu of the property management about his intention to handle the garage purchase procedures and that he would be heading for a meal first, Lu Xiaoshi joyfully sped away in his Bugatti Veyron convertible towards the nearby restaurant. Wow, the decor of this restaurant is simply exquisite, exclaimed Xue Linger as she stepped out of the car and beheld the elegant Chinese-style decoration. The restaurant sign, adorned with graceful dragons and phoenixes, prominently displayed the name Encounter Bund. Observing Xue Linger's evident delight, Lu Xiaoshi felt a swell of pride. Isn't it beautiful? I chose it. Noticing the smug look on Lu Xiaoshi's face, Xue Linger playfully patted his back. Hey, I was just complimenting the restaurant's decor. Why are you so puffed up with pride? In response, Lu Xiaoshi flashed her a mysterious smile, raising a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture before saying, It's a secret, you'll find out soon. Watching him struggle to contain his excitement, Xue Linger shook her head in bemusement. Goodness, I find it harder and harder to read you, Xiaoshi. With her curious gaze upon him, Lu Xiaoshi calmly took her delicate hand and led her into the restaurant. Before they entered, he specifically called over a waiter to assist in parking his Bugatti Veyron. Hello, could you please park my car? After they left, the waiter, astonished, stared at the key to the Bugatti Veyron in his hand, wide-eyed as he watched Lu Xiaoshi's retreating figure. The owner of the Bugatti was astonishingly young. To have such a young mogul gracing their Encounter Bund was nothing short of remarkable. Filled with astonishment, the waiter hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie to contact the front desk. A big shot has arrived. We must not be negligent. Chapter 31. The restaurant owner turns out to be myself. Hello? This is the front desk. What did you say? A mogul driving a Bugatti Veyron convertible is visiting our restaurant? Upon hearing the astonishing report from the waiter who was greeting guests outside, the restaurant manager at the front desk was taken aback, his tone rising in disbelief. Noticing the astonished expressions of his colleagues, he hurriedly waved his hands to regain composure. All right, I understand. I'll hang up now. With a decisive click, he ended the call and urgently urged the nearby waitstaff. Quickly, everyone prepare the concierge stance. A young mogul is visiting our restaurant. Afterward, the manager anxiously checked her appearance in a small mirror and, once satisfied, promptly stood to greet Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger as they entered the dining hall. As their figures approached, the waitstaff, ready with their respectful bows, greeted them in unison. Welcome to Encounter Bund. Pleased by the synchronized bows from the staff under the guidance of the restaurant manager, Lu Xiaoshi nodded appreciatively. Distinguished guests, may I inquire if it is just the two of you dining? After bowing, the manager stepped forward to ascertain the number of diners for the arrangement of a private room. Yes, just the two of us, Lu Xiaoshi confirmed. The manager nodded knowingly. Very well, please follow me to the private room on the second floor. Just as Lu Xiaoshi was about to speak, another hurriedly approaching food manager intervened. Hearing the restaurant manager mention taking Lu Xiaoshi, the young mogul, to the ordinary private room on the second floor, he immediately grew anxious. How could they possibly lead a young tycoon who could afford a 45 million Bugatti Veyron convertible to a mere ordinary room? If they offended such a high-profile figure, their jobs could be at stake, especially since the restaurant had recently acquired a mysterious new owner. After bowing apologetically to Lu Xiaoshi, the food manager whispered urgently to the restaurant manager, "What is going on? Isn't there a luxurious suite on the third floor? Knowing this gentleman has an impressive background, how could you still let him go to an ordinary room on the second floor?" Seeing the food manager's anxious demeanor, the restaurant manager sighed. "You don't know. The newly appointed mysterious owner just informed us he would come for a meal to inspect the restaurant. The only luxury suite left has already been booked by him." The food manager stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. What should they do? Whether it was the new owner or Lu Xiaoshi, both were figures they could not afford to offend. And now, there was only one luxury suite left. They couldn't risk offending other clients in the luxurious suites, thereby tarnishing the restaurant's reputation. In that moment, he glanced at Lu Xiaoshi, who had been patiently waiting. One look left him stunned. What? This young mogul was smiling. Wasn't he supposed to be angry? Just as the food manager pondered this, Lu Xiaoshi elegantly smiled and said, "Please, take me to the luxury suite on the 3rd floor. That suite is booked under my name." With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Ring. Accompanied by the melodic ring, the food manager's phone chimed. Seeing the incoming call from the big boss on the screen, both he and the manager were momentarily taken aback. This young mogul was their newly appointed mysterious owner. Chapter 32, Property Purchase Card, Dining in Style. Now, do you recognize my identity? Lu Xiaoshi inquired with a calm smile. Upon hearing the question from their new mysterious owner, the food manager quickly bowed in apology. Boss, I'm so sorry for not recognizing you. I will take you to the luxury suite on the 3rd floor right away. After saying this, the food manager exchanged a knowing glance with the restaurant manager. Understanding the implication of the food manager's gaze, the restaurant manager, who had been a beat slow to react, sheepishly smiled and added, "Hello, boss. I truly didn't consider this properly earlier. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." Seeing the restaurant management team's apologetic demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi, who was already feeling the pangs of hunger, chuckled and shook his head. "It's fine, I'm hungry. So let us head to the luxury suite on the 3rd floor." Hearing their boss mention his hunger, both restaurant managers eagerly nodded like chicks pecking at grain. "Yes, boss. I'll arrange for the kitchen to prepare your dishes immediately." With that, the restaurant manager, somewhat regretfully, rushed to the kitchen to place the order according to the menu Lu Xiaoshi had previously sent. As Lu Xiaoshi followed the food manager into the elevator leading to the 3rd floor, the manager felt a pang of regret. Alas, such a great opportunity. And I ruined it myself. Today marks the first occasion that the enigmatic proprietor personally inspects the restaurant, and in a moment of folly, I inadvertently squandered this invaluable opportunity. After silently chastising myself for my own shortcomings, the head waiter, with an air of dejection, made his way towards the kitchen. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoshi and his companion followed the path of the food manager to the opulent suite on the 3rd floor. Upon entering the lavish suite, Xue Linger was immediately captivated by the poetic ambience that enveloped the room. She delicately extended her fair hand to caress the exquisitely adorned screens before joyfully taking her seat. "All right, we have no pressing matters to trouble you with. Dear manager, you may attend to your duties," she declared cheerfully. Having observed and assessed the surroundings, Lu Xiaoshi was eager to relish a delightful meal in solitude with Xue Linger. The food manager, who had been respectfully attending to them, did not dare to display any dissatisfaction upon receiving this polite dismissal. "I shall take my leave then. Should you require anything, simply ring for me," he replied with a smile, retreating upon receiving Lu Xiaoshi's nod of approval. With the food manager's departure, leaving the two alone, Xue Linger suddenly wore a mischievous grin and remarked, I never anticipated that my dear Xiaoshi is actually the clandestine owner of this Michelin-starred restaurant." Following her words, she expressed her delight with a few enthusiastic exclamations. I simply wish to surprise you. This restaurant is also a recent acquisition of mine." After saying this, Lu Xiaoshi's gaze shifted to the remarkable item he had just procured from the System Mall for 20 points, the property acquisition card. Upon utilizing this card, you shall automatically acquire ownership of a random property. Note, this item has a 15-day cooldown period after each use. It was this extraordinary card that inspired him to bring Xue Linger to this restaurant. After all, one could indulge in a meal while simultaneously inspecting his new asset. Truly a perfect blend of work and pleasure. Chapter 33, A Beautiful Companion, Relishing Gourmet Delights. As he contemplated this, Lu Xiaoshi eagerly surveyed the exquisite decor of the opulent suite. Since he obtained this restaurant through the property acquisition card, he had discreetly investigated its online reviews. To his astonishment, the newly acclaimed Michelin-star restaurant had garnered unanimous praise online. Although there were a few critical comments on major food review platforms, they paled in comparison to the overwhelming tide of positive feedback. Such remarkable culinary prowess left Lu Xiaoshi, who was not well versed in the gastronomic realm, utterly astonished. It seemed he had stumbled upon a hidden gem among Michelin restaurants. While waiting for the servers to present the dishes, Lu Xiaoshi's mind wandered back to the delectable offerings he had just perused. The seasonal specialty, Wuyi Mountain Smoked Goose, had left a profound impression on him. Just the sight of the beautifully plated dish in the promotional images made his mouth water profusely. Sitting across from him, Xue Linger was equally tantalized. Despite having a late breakfast, their recent film outing and the visit to the luxurious seaside villa had left them both quite fatigued. The series of delightful surprises Lu Xiaoshi had brought forth made Xue Linger's heart race with excitement. Under the dual strain of physical and mental fatigue, Linger languidly reclined in her seat. Just as they exchanged hungry glances, the much-anticipated server finally knocked and entered. "Hello. The first dish for you both has arrived." In the eager gaze of Xiaoshi and Linger, the server leisurely presented a platter of the restaurant's signature cold dishes. Before they could thoroughly examine it, another server arrived with a second dish. Within a mere 3 minutes, 9 exquisite dishes were laid before them. Observing the courteous servers bustling about, Xiaoshi felt as though he were receiving royal treatment. Upon hearing that the restaurant's new owner was personally inspecting the cuisine, the staff had eagerly rotated to serve dishes. Had it not been for Xiaoshi's polite intervention, even the head waiter would have sought to personally serve him. Fortunately, all this commotion did not significantly disrupt the dining experience of the other patrons. Seeing the servers eager to continue their attentive service, Xiaoshi and Linger hastily waved them off. "Please, you may take your leave. I shall call for you should I require anything." Upon hearing the owner's directive, the servers concealed their disappointment and bowed respectfully as they departed. As the servers exited, Linger and Xiaoshi exchanged smiles and let out a breath of relief. "Phew. They've finally left. I didn't expect your status as the proprietor to be so captivating," she teased. In response to her playful banter, Xiaoshi could only manage a wry smile. "Let us just focus on our meal for now. The dishes have just been prepared. We should savor them while they're hot." With that, he took the initiative to use the serving chopsticks and offered Linger a piece of the Wui Mountain smoked goose. Delighted by his thoughtful gesture, she eagerly sampled it. As the flavorful and tender smoked goose melted in her mouth, she was utterly enchanted. The use of Wui rock tea as a seasoning imparted a fragrant richness to the meat, making it utterly delectable. With just the first bite, Xiaoshi had won over her taste buds, prompting her to exclaim, "Oh my, this Wui Mountain smoked goose is simply divine. You must have some more." Hearing her enthusiastic invitation, Xiaoshi smiled with satisfaction. What could be more delightful than indulging in exquisite cuisine in the company of a beautiful companion? For him, this meal was a moment brimming with happiness. Chapter 34. The most dreaded sudden concern from parents. Observing the blissful expression on Linger's face as she savored the delicacies, Xiaoshi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "Hee, I'm glad you enjoy it." While he was lost in thought, the gentle Linger rose to serve him a bowl of vegetable soup. Although this vibrant green soup was a creative addition he had requested outside the menu, it was prepared to perfection by the restaurant's chef. With just a gentle stir of the spoon, the natural fragrance of the vegetables wafted through the air. "Hurry and drink your soup, dear. This vegetable soup is quite nutritious," she urged. Perhaps due to their intimate setting, Linger unconsciously adopted a tone of elder sibling concern as she spoke. Her words, laced with genuine care, moved Xiaoshi deeply, nearly bringing him to tears. "Goodness, this soup is scalding hot," he exclaimed. Had he known, he would have stirred it a bit more before taking a sip. Alas, it was too late for regrets as the hot soup had already found its way into his mouth. After enduring the discomfort, he hurriedly reached for water to soothe the heat. "Wah, sister, you've done me wrong," he lamented, mimicking the dramatic gestures of characters from television dramas as he leaned back dramatically. The sturdy backrest of the chair supported him as he leaned back. Observing him still capable of jesting, Linger, who had initially been concerned for him, shot him an exasperated glance. After playfully poking Xiaoshi's forehead with her delicate jade-like fingers, she continued, "Oh, you. What can I say? I forgot to mention that the soup was scalding. And now you've burned yourself." Channeling her mother's familiar scolding tone, Linger executed a perfect reenactment. "How can I trust you to take care of yourself when you're living alone?" However, Xiaoshi, well prepared, squinted her eyes into a comical sideways grin. "Who said I would be living alone? Aren't you the mistress of my Tangchenipin villa?" With that, she feigned an exaggerated concern that Linger might change her mind. "It's settled then. You must be the mistress of my Tangchenipin seaside villa, and you can't go back on your word." Hearing Xiaoshi's adorable worry, Linger could not suppress a giggle. "Ha ha ha, I can't argue with you. I want to go back on my promise, so you can relax." Just as Linger was smiling at Xiaoshi, her phone suddenly rang. The ringtone echoed, ding ding ding. Upon seeing Mom on the caller ID, both of their expressions shifted dramatically. What is the most frightening aspect of going out on a date? It's the sudden concern from parents, of course. Chapter 35. The most adorable fairy sister. After scrutinizing the screen several times, Linger reluctantly accepted the reality. For some unknown reason, the usually carefree girl felt oddly shy upon receiving a call from her parents. Her flustered demeanor resembled that of a little fox caught in the act of stealing. "Oh no, Mom and Dad are calling. What should we do, Lu? What is there to be nervous about? Why are you so tense, sister?" Upon hearing Xiaoshi's retort, Linger was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, why was she so anxious? It was merely a routine call from her parents, not the exposure of a clandestine romance. Realizing this, Linger shot Lu Xiaoshi a flirtatious glance. I'm fine, but this call from my parents is a video call. With that, she pressed the answer button. Xiaoshi, Linger, how are you two enjoying yourselves? Her mother inquired. We called to inform Xiaoshi that someone just dropped off a document at our home. Initially overwhelmed with anxiety, Linger sighed in relief upon hearing her parents' words. Thankfully, it seemed that Xiaoshi's identity as a billionaire had not been revealed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoshi proactively engaged with Linger's parents. Hi, Mom and Dad. We had such a wonderful time this morning. Just leave the document in my room, please. Thank you. Through the real-time video, Yang's mother noticed Linger's blushing face. Oh, Linger, why is your face so flushed? Are you all right? Hearing this question from her parents, Linger shyly shook her head. I'm fine, really. It's probably just a bit warm in the restaurant, causing my cheeks to redden. Oh, all right. When you go out to have fun, make sure to take care of Xiaoshi. You're the older sister, so you mustn't bully him, understand? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoshi immediately responded, Don't worry, Mom and Dad. My sister is very gentle with me. She hasn't bullied me at all. Linger, feeling a pang of jealousy at her parents' obvious favoritism towards Lu Xiaoshi, pouted pitifully. Wow, Mom and Dad. You always favor Xiaoshi. I'm the one who is supposed to be the delicate girl here. She then dramatically compared her height with Lu Xiaoshi's. Observing her feigned fragility, Yang's mother was not swayed and bluntly remarked, I'm your mother. How could I not know you? You've always taken advantage of Xiaoshi since you were little. Watching Linger cover her face in embarrassment, Yang's mother turned her gaze back to Lu Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, you spoil your sister too much. At this rate, you'll turn her into a princess. Hearing her parents' blatant favoritism towards Lu Xiaoshi, Linger could only sulk in the corner, drawing circles in the air in frustration. Honestly, how can Mom and Dad be so indulgent towards Xiaoshi? I'm the biological one here, and yet I feel like I'm the adopted child. After venting her grievances, Linger noticed Lu Xiaoshi making a silly face at her, filled with delight. Seizing the moment, she playfully wrapped her arms around Lu Xiaoxi's shoulders. Just as she was about to relish her triumph over Lu Xiaoxi's provocation, she was unaware that their playful antics had not escaped her parents' notice. Observing the siblings' affectionate demeanor, Linger's parents felt reassured and exchanged a few more words of concern before ending the call. As the screen displayed that the video call had concluded, Linger released a sigh of relief. Oh dear, Mom and Dad are really something. How can they be so partial to Xiaoshi? Growing increasingly irritated, Linger suddenly stood up and rushed to Lu Xiaoxi's side. Like an octopus, she clung tightly to him before continuing to pout. Humph, your parents' favoritism has deeply wounded my tender heart. So, Xiaoshi, how will you make it up to me? The enticing aroma wafting through the air, coupled with Linger's enchanting figure wrapped around him, made Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flush crimson. To be candid, he could hardly withstand the soft and affectionate demeanor of his fairy sister. At that moment, he truly experienced the exquisite sensation of being enveloped in tenderness. Chapter 36. Xiaoshi successfully plays the role. Linger's sudden sweet demeanor caught Lu Xiaoshi off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Make it up to you? How can this sister be so charming? With a hint of hesitation, he stammered. How about after dinner? I take you shopping? My treat. Upon hearing that Xiaoshi was eager to buy her something, Linger's eyes lit up immediately. Her already mesmerizing green eyes sparkled with joy. Yay! We can continue to enjoy our sweet time together. Doing what she loved with the person she adored filled Linger with happiness as she eagerly nodded in agreement. When it came to shopping, her mind was solely occupied with how to have fun with Xiaoshi. As for what clothes to buy, she felt no desire. In front of Xiaoshi, the man who had completely captured her heart, material possessions like bags and clothing seemed utterly insignificant. Feeling grateful for Xiaoxi's care and affection, Linger happily indulged in a few bites of dessert. Xiaoshi, you're so wonderful. Here is a heart for you. Observing Linger making a heart shape with her hands, Lu Xiaoshi felt that his earlier promise had truly paid off. No worries, I'll give you a heart too. With a face full of smiles, Lu Xiaoshi reciprocated with a heart gesture, expressing his sweet gratitude. In this delightful atmosphere, Lu Xiaoshi and Linger savored a sumptuous meal together, and by the time they finished, they were both so full that they had to support each other to exit. Though it might sound exaggerated, this feast truly left both of these little foodies utterly satisfied. Amidst the reverent gaze of the attendant, Lu Xiaoshi expressed his approval towards the waiting food manager with warmth, saying, I am thoroughly pleased with today's dishes. Please extend my gratitude to the chef for his diligent efforts, for it is only through his hard work that I am able to savor such exquisite cuisine. Upon receiving the commendation from the boss, the food manager nodded appreciatively, bowing slightly before responding with a smile, Certainly, sir. Rest assured, I will convey your words to the chef. Thank you for your assistance, Lu Xiaoshi remarked, gesturing to the food manager before he made his way towards the opulent suite. Much appreciated, Shui Linger chimed in, holding Lu Xiaoshi's hand and graciously expressing her thanks to the restaurant staff. In the presence of the attendant and the food manager, Shui Linger radiated elegance, her smile enchanting even the female server, who found it hard to resist her captivating charm. Meanwhile, the food manager, taken aback by her presence, bowed in astonishment. Once in the elevator, Lu Xiaoshi and Shui Linger swiftly descended to the lobby. The food manager diligently followed behind them, his demeanor serious. Just as Lu Xiaoshi approached the front desk, an inappropriate outburst broke the tranquility. "Why is your restaurant so inflexible? Aren't you just a supervisor? What else with the arrogance?" The speaker was a corpulent, greasy middle-aged man, balding and exuding an air of entitlement. The restaurant supervisor, who had previously greeted Lu Xiaoshi with utmost respect, was now attempting to pacify this irate patron with kind words. The loud outburst from the greasy man drew the attention of several curious and impatient diners in the lobby, who turned their heads to witness the disruption of their dining experience. Observing the chaos caused by this unruly customer, several security personnel swiftly made their way into the lobby. Seeing the unfriendly expressions on the security guards, the middle-aged man, who had been placated by the supervisor, grew increasingly brazen. "So what if I didn't make a reservation? Why shouldn't I be allowed to dine here? I warn you, I know your boss." This proclamation left everyone in the lobby momentarily stunned. "Is this for real? This low-class man claims to know the owner?" they murmured. The restaurant supervisor, now comprehending the absurdity of the situation, cast a frosty glance at the increasingly arrogant customer. The restaurant was fully booked, and this man had not made prior arrangements. No matter how patiently she tried to explain, the obstinate patron only became more disruptive. As he continued to invoke the name of the restaurant owner as a threat, the supervisor saw through his bluster. Making a decisive move, she coldly stated, "I'm afraid your behavior is disrupting our restaurant's operations. I must ask you to leave in an orderly fashion." With that, she signaled to the security personnel who had been waiting nearby. Following her directive, the guards swiftly approached the middle-aged man, seizing him firmly. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, the greasy man surveyed the onlookers and concocted a new scheme. "Help! This restaurant is bullying me. I'm friends with the owner," he bellowed. His loud cry attracted the attention of many diners who had been observing the scene, some even rushing over out of curiosity. Noticing the crowd gathering, the supervisor sighed inwardly at their insatiable curiosity and addressed them with a frown. "Please bear witness. This man has no reservation at our restaurant. Despite my explanations that we are at full capacity, he continues to cause a scene. Reluctantly, I must ask him to leave." Upon hearing her explanation, several diners who had been following the unfolding drama began to speak in support of the supervisor. Just as the tension seemed to be dissipating, the middle-aged man grew increasingly desperate. Ignoring the security guard's restraint, he shouted, "I truly know your boss. Who dares to touch me?" He then pointed at a young man among the spectators, sneering, "And you? What are you laughing at? A little pauper like you belongs on the first floor." His words provoked ire among the diners, many of whom glared at him furiously, with some already rolling up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Following the greasy man's accusatory gesture, the supervisor turned to see who he was pointing at. She was taken aback to recognize the esteemed owner dining in a luxurious suite on the third floor, now standing on the first floor. Ironically, the very man who claimed to know the owner was deriding him as a pauper. Upon spotting Lu Xiaoshi among the crowd, the attentive servers, who had been holding their composure, immediately bowed in his direction. With palpable disdain for the middle-aged man, the servers united in a resounding chorus, "Greetings, boss. Welcome." As the servers surrounded Lu Xiaoshi like celestial bodies orbiting a star, all the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Goodness, the young man insulted as a pauper by this middle-aged man is, in fact, the owner of the restaurant. They marveled, unable to fathom that the proprietor of this newly minted Michelin-starred establishment was so remarkably youthful. Chapter 37. A resounding comeuppance for the rude patron. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Xiaoshi maintained an air of calm composure. Dressed in a tailored ensemble that accentuated his impeccable physique, he radiated confidence, a result of the enhancements from the initial gene serum he had undergone, coupled with the self-assured demeanor bestowed by his newfound wealth. He bore the likeness of a dashing young nobleman. In truth, his handsome and refined countenance had already begun to capture the admiration of numerous observers. Even when he had discreetly blended into the crowd, several ladies nearby had been stealing glances at him, finding his presence far more alluring than that of the greasy man. Once Lu Xiaoshi's identity as the owner was unveiled, the surrounding patrons turned their attention to him, and at that moment, he became the focal point of the gathering. Noticing his unwavering composure amidst the chaos, the crowd's curiosity intensified. Whispers began to circulate regarding Lu Xiaoshi's astonishingly youthful appearance. "Look at that. Who would have thought the owner of this restaurant is so young?" Indeed, To become the proprietor of a Michelin-starred establishment at such a tender age is nothing short of remarkable. Could it be that he's from a wealthy family, effortlessly managing such a luxurious enterprise at a young age? As the conversations among several well-dressed gentlemen reached the ears of nearby stylish ladies, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. That young man is so handsome. I wonder if I stand a chance with him? Ah, the wealthy. If only I could secure a patron among them. My worries about sustenance would be vanquished. In an instant, the onlookers surged with excitement. At that moment, Lu Xiaoshi, who had maintained a facade of cold indifference, moved. He turned to face the frightened middle-aged man, his voice icy as he spoke. Have you had your fill of chaos? Your recent actions have severely disrupted the normal operations of this establishment. As the proprietor, I possess the authority to summon the authorities and even initiate legal proceedings against you. Though my schedule is quite packed, my legal team is more than capable of engaging you in a game of litigation. The earlier malicious provocation from the greasy man left Lu Xiaoshi feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Observing the arrogant demeanor of this unwelcome guest, he fabricated the existence of a legal team as a means of intimidation. In truth, he was well aware that this incident did not meet the threshold for any economic damages warranting a court appearance. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man remained ensnared in disbelief, grappling with the revelation that this young individual was indeed the restaurant's owner. Overwhelmed and terrified, he scarcely registered Lu Xiaoshi's words, and in a state of panic, he stammered, "No, it can't be. You must be lying. A Michelin-starred restaurant owner at such a young age? This is absurd. I refuse to believe it." Witnessing the flustered and helpless expression of the greasy man, the surrounding diners could easily decipher the truth. Their gazes towards him were now laced with derision, akin to that of spectators observing a jester. "Very well, sir, I must insist that you vacate this establishment." With the owner personally quelling the disturbance, the head waiter promptly directed the security personnel to escort the middle-aged man from the restaurant. As he was ejected, his face turned the color of liver, while Xue Linger, who had been by Lu Xiaoshi's side, stifled a laugh behind her hand. "Huh, you deserve it. How dare you bully my Xiaoshi?" Had he not retaliated, I would have taken it upon myself to confront that troublesome guest. Her man, Lu Xiaoshi, was not to be subjected to humiliation by others. Chapter 38. Linger declares her territory. As the tumult subsided, many diners returned to their tables. The mere appearance of Lu Xiaoshi, this remarkably young proprietor, had provided ample fodder for conversation among the patrons. Their curiosity about a young heir managing such significant assets was palpable, with several guests departing the main dining area. A few fashionable ladies among the crowd felt a surge of excitement. What a fortuitous opportunity. The restaurant's affluent owner was finally unaccompanied. At this moment, only Xue Linger and the head waiter remained by Lu Xiaoshi's side. The manager, who had previously been with him, had long been dispatched to address the aftermath of the disturbance, whether it entailed managing public sentiment or offering apologies to the diners in the main hall. The manager's direct involvement was essential. Now, with Lu Xiaoshi relatively unaccompanied, the opportunity for the fashionable ladies to approach him was ripe, motivated by the prospect of tangible wealth. Their initiative was remarkably swift. Even as the crowd had not fully dispersed, the stylish ladies moved closer to Lu Xiaoshi. "You handled that situation rather gently. Do be more cautious next time." While summarizing the events with the head waiter, Lu Xiaoshi was suddenly besieged by a wave of overpowering perfume. A cacophony of luxurious fragrances wafted towards him, overwhelming his senses. Who on earth is this? The scent is nearly suffocating. Upon looking up, Lu Xiaoshi, nearly rolling his eyes from the olfactory assault, beheld several ostentatiously adorned women approaching him, their demeanor reminiscent of socialites. In an instant, both Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger subtly furrowed their brows. "Greetings, esteemed proprietor. I am quite enamored with the dishes at your restaurant. Might we engage in a conversation? What a coincidence. I, too, wish to express my gratitude. Your restaurant's cuisine is truly exquisite." Hearing the obvious flattery from these novice social climbers, Lu Xiaoshi could only roll his eyes internally. Who would have thought such tactics would still be in vogue? Your intentions are as transparent as glass. Were I not currently the owner of this establishment, I would surely put you in your place. Despite his inner disdain bubbling to the surface, Lu Xiaoshi opted for the gentlest refusal possible. "I apologize, esteemed guests, but I must accompany my wife on a shopping excursion shortly. If you have any inquiries, please direct them to my head waiter." With that, Lu Xiaoshi took the initiative to wrap an arm around Xue Linger's slender waist. Caught off guard by his unexpected embrace, a rosy hue blossomed on her lovely face. Xiaoshi had just publicly declared her as his wife. Though she understood this was an act, her heart swelled with joy. Observing the visible disappointment on the faces of the women after Lu Xiaoshi's declaration, she felt a surge of triumph. "Huh, did you really think you could exploit my Xiaoshi? How utterly naive." In perfect harmony with Lu Xiaoshi's charade, Schwellinger beamed and said, "Indeed, thank you so much, dear husband." With a nearly sweet, playful tone, she planted a kiss on Lu Xiaoshi's cheek. Witnessing Lu Xiaoshi's claim on her, the lowly social climbers were instantly dejected. Hadn't they expected a single, naive wealthy man? Instead, he was already taken. Schwellinger's proclamation of her territory had effectively left these lowly social climbers utterly bewildered. Chapter 39. Onward, let us shop. Beneath the soft morning light, Schwellinger's hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Clad in a pristine white dress, she showcased a figure reminiscent of a supermodel. Removing her sun hat, nothing could obscure her exquisite visage. Such a youthful and radiant beauty nestled intimately beside Lu Xiaoshi. Schwellinger's beauty was not only breathtaking, but also evoked a sense of inadequacy among the lowly social climbers, who found themselves humbled in her presence. At that moment, the lowly social climbers could only lower their heads before her. Even those with audacious dispositions could not deny Schwellinger's allure. Previously harboring ulterior motives regarding Lu Xiaoshi, they now felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Noticing the furtive glances of the lowly social climbers, Schwellinger recognized that her declaration of territory had indeed struck its mark. Seizing the opportunity, she cheerfully inquired, "Do you ladies have any further questions? My beloved and I are about to go shopping." As she spoke, she smiled and gently kissed Lu Xiaoshi's cheek. With her poised demeanor reminiscent of a queen, the lowly social climbers found themselves in a state of panic. Realizing that lingering here would yield no fortune, they awkwardly excused themselves. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't intrude on your time any longer." "Yes, indeed. I suddenly recalled I have work to do, so I must take my leave." With awkward smiles, the lowly social climbers quickly retreated, their faces painted with embarrassment. Watching them flee in disarray, Schwellinger couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Humph. I thought you were something special, but is this all you've got?" The desire to vie for a man seemed rather naive. Yet, when she turned to gaze at Lu Xiaoshi, she discovered him looking at her with unabashed admiration. Under the fervent gaze of her beloved, Schwellinger, who had just exuded an aura of dominance, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "Sister, your performance was truly remarkable. With such acting skills, you could easily win an award for Best Actress." Hearing Lu Xiaoshi's praise brought joy to Schwellinger, but it was tinged with a hint of disappointment. What was the point of acting? Becoming Lu's beloved was what she truly desired. Reflecting on her earlier timidity during her confession, Schwellinger felt a pang of self-reproach. Alas, she must make her affections known to Xiaoshi. With a touch of playful resentment, she gently pinched Lu Xiaoshi's waist and, in a tone reminiscent of a sulking child, remarked, "Xiaoshi, how can you still act innocent? Who was it that pushed me out as a shield?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Lu Xiaoshi sheepishly touched her nose, realizing that her sister was upset over this. "Oh dear, is that why you're angry? Don't be upset. Let us go shopping. Buy whatever you want. Please forgive me this time." Observing Schwellinger's softened expression, Lu Xiaoshi eagerly added, "How about it? You're the best, sister." Faced with Lu Xiaoshi's pleading eyes brimming with innocence, Schwellinger could no longer maintain her facade and burst into laughter. "I'm not angry at all. I'm just a bit jealous that you were entertaining those flirtatious girls. But remember, if you need to play the role of your beloved, you must only come to me, understood? As your sister, it is only right that no one else reaps the benefits." Taken aback by Schwellinger's words, Lu Xiaoshi momentarily failed to respond. Seeing him lost in thought, Schwellinger urgently linked her arm with his, urging, "Xiaoshi, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to take your beloved out shopping? Let us go." Chapter 40. Shopping while spreading love. All right then, let us go shopping. Observing Schwellinger's exuberant demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi promptly acquiesced. Noticing the restaurant's head waiter trying not to laugh, he cheerfully said, "All right, you go ahead and get back to work. I'm leaving now." Upon hearing that the boss was about to depart, the food manager hurriedly raced to the lobby. Seeing the manager, drenched in sweat, Lu Xiaoshi smiled and said, "I'm off now. You all get back to work, no need to see me out." With that, he and Schwellinger walked side by side towards the restaurant's exit. As the owner prepared to leave, the food manager led all the waitstaff in a deeply respectful farewell. "Safe travels, boss." The synchronized farewell echoed in the air. Upon hearing the enthusiastic send-off from the restaurant staff, Lu Xiaoshi waved without looking back, acknowledging their well wishes. At the entrance, he spotted the waiting valet. After retrieving his car keys from the attendant, he nodded and smoothly started his Bugatti Veyron convertible. With the roar of the engine, the duo set off towards the commercial district. After a considerable drive, they finally arrived at the bustling CBD of the metropolis, a region teeming with vibrancy. Iconic landmarks such as the renowned Oriental Pearl Tower and the former tallest building in China, the Jinmao Tower, were nestled here. Along the broad streets, an array of diverse shops lined the sidewalks, showcasing everything from international luxury brand boutiques to modern architectural marvels, all strikingly beautiful. Following Shui Ling'er's wishes, Lu Xiaoshi casually parked in an underground lot at a nearby plaza. What left a lasting impression on him was the look of sheer astonishment on the parking attendant's face as he drove in. A luxury car worth 45 million merely paid a parking fee of a few dozen yuan. The stark contrast left Lu Xiaoshi worried for the security personnel. After all, outsiders could not know that his luxury supercar boasted built-in formidable defenses and self-repair capabilities. For an ordinary luxury vehicle, even minor scratches could incur astronomical repair costs. Truly, one would be unable to afford the damages. After assuring the awestruck parking attendant, Lu Xiaoshi, with admiration in the attendant's eyes, intertwined his arm with Shui Ling'er and headed outside. Upon entering the plaza, Shui Ling'er instantly appeared as if she had stepped into her domain, bursting with excitement. Grabbing the bewildered Lu Xiaoshi's hand, she eagerly led him towards a nearby high-end menswear store. Hey, why are we heading to the menswear section? Realizing something felt amiss, Lu Xiaoshi gazed at Shui Ling'er in surprise. Sister, why did you bring me to the menswear? Didn't we agree I would accompany you shopping? With a sweet smile, Shui Ling'er replied, Of course, my dear Xiaoshi is here to shop with me. Today's mission is to pick out a few new outfits for you. Lu Xiaoshi felt a wave of emotion wash over him upon hearing Shui Ling'er's determination to choose new clothes for him. Wow, sister truly cares for me. The thought of her picking out clothes for him brought warmth to his heart. As if sensing Lu Xiaoshi's feelings, Shui Ling'er glanced at him knowingly. Hey Xiaoshi, you should be touched now, right? I just can't help but care for you. Chapter 41, The Wealthy Shopping Spree. Come on, Xiaoshi. Let us check out this store first, Shui Ling'er exclaimed. Following her gaze, Lu Xiaoshi quickly spotted the flagship store of a renowned menswear brand, Valentino. This legendary Italian fashion house is a globally recognized luxury brand, celebrated for its bespoke garments and high-end ready-to-wear collections, epitomizing individuality. Valentino's promotional slogan perfectly encapsulates the brand's essence. Expensive, yet distinct. Welcome to Valentino. As Lu Xiaoshi and Shui Ling'er entered, the sales associate at the door enthusiastically opened the entrance for them. Please come in. What can I assist you with today? Thanks to exceptional service training, the sales associate exuded warmth and attentiveness, her smile unwavering since the moment they entered. Hearing the associate's inquiry, Shui Ling'er cheerfully responded, We're here to look at men's ready-to-wear for my brother. With a touch of pride, she affectionately draped her arm around Lu Xiaoshi's shoulder. Witnessing the close bond between the siblings, the sales associate, who had been pondering their relationship, nodded in understanding. Very well, please follow me to select some items, the sales associate said. Following her lead, the two soon arrived in the upscale menswear section of the flagship store. Curiously, Lu Xiaoshi casually glanced at the price of a nearby suit, only to be taken aback. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros? When did Valentino's menswear become so exorbitantly priced? It was certainly not this steep just a few months ago. Nevertheless, the suit is undeniably quite attractive. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi's astonishment, the sales associate glanced at the item he was examining and promptly replied, Sir, the piece you are looking at is a new arrival from our store, designed by an internationally renowned designer, and thus, it carries the highest price tag in our collection. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoshi nodded, retracting his inquisitive gaze. Well, let's take a look at other options first. Observing his previous expression of shock, the sales associate couldn't help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief. She had initially thought he was a high-profile client. Who would have imagined this gentleman would fixate on the most expensive suit in the ready-to-wear section? She had thought he might be a discerning connoisseur, but it turned out her excitement was entirely unwarranted. Xiaoshi, what do you think of this one? Oh, and this one. And that one. The moment they entered the clothing selection phase, Shui Ling'er transformed into an exceptionally discerning shopper. In the face of the sales associate's incredulous gaze, she continuously sought Lu Xiaoshi's opinions. Within 5 minutes, the rack beside the sales associate was laden with garments. Sister, it seems none of these are quite suitable for me, Lu Xiaoshi declared dejectedly after a flurry of comparisons. It does appear to be the case. Shui Ling'er fell into contemplation as she observed the ill-fitting choices. What could be the issue? She had selected them based on Lu Xiaoshi's previous measurements. Could it be in perfect sync? Both Shui Ling'er and Lu Xiaoshi turned their gazes to his abdominal muscles. Noticing her sister's contemplative expression, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Oh dear. I completely forgot that my physique has evolved due to the preliminary gene serum. With this realization, he instinctively directed his attention to the suit that had cost over 100,000 yuan upon entry. It seemed that particular outfit would fit perfectly. I would like to try that suit. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoshi point towards the luxurious suit while still holding the key to a Bugatti Veyron, the sales associate's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, she had completely misjudged him. Who would have thought this young man was indeed a wealthy patron capable of affording a Bugatti Veyron? Chapter 42. The Six-Digit Suit. A Purchase Made with Ease. Observing the faint metallic glimmer of the car key in Lu Xiaoshi's hand, the sales associate's emotions became incredibly complex. A man who could afford a Bugatti Veyron could certainly purchase a luxurious suit priced over 100,000 yuan. Encountering such a wealthy client was undoubtedly her stroke of luck. What astonished her most was that she had initially failed to recognize his esteemed status. Regaining her composure, the sales associate immediately donned an even brighter smile to address Lu Xiaoshi's request to try on the suit. Absolutely, I'll fetch it for you right away. With that, she eagerly dashed to the rack housing the high-priced suit and retrieved it. Sir, I have brought the suit. You may try it on and see how it fits. With an expression of utmost respect, the sales associate presented the suit jacket with both hands. As she gazed at Lu Xiaoshi, her eyes shimmered with anticipation. A six-figure suit. If this transaction were to materialize, she would have no worries about her sales targets for the quarter. Observing the sales associate's fervent smile, Lu Xiaoshi accepted the suit with a gentle chuckle. After all, he was not a character from a novel seeking revenge. While the sales associate had initially underestimated him, she still provided the necessary level of service. His earlier display of the Bugatti Veyron key was merely to ensure he received the quality service he deserved. Xiaoshi, do try it on. This suit is truly stunning. After meticulously examining the luxurious six-figure suit, Xue Linger looked at Lu Xiaoshi with eager anticipation. Since he had expressed a desire to try on this exquisite piece, she was more than willing to cooperate. All right, I'll try it on right away. Prompted by Xue Linger's encouragement, Lu Xiaoshi obediently took the jacket and headed towards the fitting room. 1 minute later, he emerged looking remarkably transformed. Under the perfectly arranged beauty lights of the Valentino flagship store, he appeared extraordinarily dashing in the luxurious suit. Illuminated by the soft glow, Lu Xiaoshi's impeccably tailored suit exuded an air of refined elegance. His handsome visage was complemented by a charming smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. With his tall stature accentuated by long legs, he resembled the quintessential protagonist of a novel. Witnessing Lu Xiaoshi in such a splendid state, both Xue Linger and the female sales associate were momentarily taken aback. Xiaoshi, you look incredibly handsome. It seems this suit is indeed perfect for you. Years of close companionship allowed Xue Linger to quickly regain her composure after the initial shock. With admiration in her gaze, she exclaimed, Xiaoshi, you look absolutely stunning in that suit. Lu Xiaoshi beamed at the compliment from his sister, his joy evident in his radiant smile. Really? Then I'll take this one, he declared, turning to the sales associate with determination. I'll take this suit. Please lead me to the checkout. The sales associate's mouth fell agape in astonishment upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi casually declare his intent to purchase the six-figure luxurious suit. Oh my, is this what it means to be a wealthy patron? A six-figure suit, purchased without hesitation. The nonchalance with which he spoke is truly astonishing. Chapter 43. Xiaoshi visits Chanel. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's affirmation to buy the six-figure suit, the sales associate felt elated, as if floating on air. The commission from this sale, the performance accolades, potential promotions, all the dreams she had long held were now within her grasp. Overwhelmed with joy, her gaze toward Lu Xiaoshi took on a reverential quality, akin to worshipping a deity. Indeed, Lu Xiaoshi, who could bring such benefits to the flagship store sales associate, could very well be considered a divine figure among mortals. With such formidable purchasing power, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a fortune god in the eyes of the sales associate. Of course, sir. I will lead you to the checkout right away. After a slight bow, the sales associate gleefully guided Lu Xiaoshi towards the payment counter. Sister, will you wait here for me, or will you come along? Fearing that Xue Linger might grow bored waiting in place, Lu Xiaoshi inquired kindly. Seeing his meticulous concern for her feelings, Xue Linger smiled appreciatively and said, Of course, I'm here with my dear Lu Xiaoshi. Let us go settle the bill. With that, she effortlessly linked her arm with Lu Xiaoshi's and walked alongside him. Hello, the suit you purchased is valued at 101,000. Would you prefer to pay by card or through electronic payment? Noticing that Lu Xiaoshi was about to buy a luxurious six-figure suit, the cashier greeted him with utmost respect. When the cashier inquired about the payment method, Lu Xiaoshi instinctively thought to say card. However, remembering that his American Express Centurion card had been taken by the manager of the Tomson Riviera for garage procedures, he opted for electronic payment instead. Electronic payment, please, he said, opening his phone to scan for payment. Ding. Payment successful. Ding. Your tenfold cashback feature has been successfully activated, and the corresponding cashback amount has been credited to your bank account. Your bank account has been credited with 1,010,000. After confirming the payment, Lu Xiaoshi sighed with ease. Wow, I spend money quite swiftly. Seeing Lu Xiaoshi indulging in his usual display of modesty, Xue Linger playfully poked him in the side. All right, my master of humble bragging, let us tone it down a bit. Both of you, the shopping receipt has been placed in the suit bag. Please keep it safe. As the receipt printer beeped rhythmically, the cashier handed it over with a smile. Thank you so much. With that, Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger left the store, smiles gracing their faces. As they exited, all the sales associates at the Valentino flagship store bowed in unison to bid them farewell. Please take care. We look forward to your next visit. Upon stepping out of the Valentino flagship store, Lu Xiaoshi, intrigued, suggested, Sister, since I've bought a suit, why don't you pick something you like as well? Hearing Lu Xiaoshi's suggestion, Xue Linger, still lost in the joy of selecting clothes for her brother, was momentarily taken aback. Choosing something for her means more expenses for him? Despite knowing Lu Xiaoshi was a billionaire with an enigmatic wealth, the sensible Xue Linger instinctively wished to save him money. Noticing her conflicted expression, Lu Xiaoshi immediately adopted a domineering tone and said, "Don't worry about the expenses. I just want you to enjoy your shopping. All right then, let us check out that store ahead." Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a luxury women's flagship store. Chanel. What a coincidence. Chapter 44. Ding dong. The executive director of Asia Pacific has arrived. Hello. Welcome to the Chanel CBD flagship store. The moment Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger, carrying their Valentino shopping bag, approached, the sales associate at the entrance greeted them with a warm smile and opened the door. Seeing the respectful demeanor of the Chanel sales associate, the two nodded in satisfaction. The feeling of receiving a VIP experience right from the start was undeniably delightful. Noticing the young couple's smiles, the Chanel associate managed to calm her nerves. Phew. It seems her service attitude passed muster. Thankfully, she had astutely observed the Valentino bag in Lu Xiaoshi's hand. Familiar with the shopping rules of competing stores, she understood that the special bag signified a single purchase exceeding 100,000. This was several months' worth of sales for her as a novice associate. The thought of the substantial reward she could receive for providing excellent service to these wealthy patrons filled her with aspirations. After taking a deep breath, she donned her signature respectful smile and inquired, "May I ask what type of products you are looking to purchase? If you need, I can recommend some of our featured items." Upon hearing the associate's question, Lu Xiaoshi turned his inquisitive gaze towards Xue Linger. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I'd like to buy a lipstick. Could you recommend a few for us?" The associate's expression brightened at the customer's request. Perfect. As long as the client had a need, she could find a way to sell the products. With such affluent customers, her sales for the month were truly promising. If she could establish a connection with a wealthy client, it would be a significant boon. Not a problem. Please follow me to the lipstick section. As Xue Linger curiously followed the sales associate to try on lipsticks, Lu Xiaoshi immediately immersed himself in the system space. He hadn't forgotten that he was also a shareholder of Chanel. Seizing the opportunity while Xue Linger selected her lipstick, he began conversing with the system internally. System, I wish to exercise my shareholder rights associated with my 10 shares in Chanel. I want to become the executive director for the Asia Pacific region. Ding. Analyzing your request. Analysis complete. Your request is deemed reasonable and has been approved. Through the efficient functioning of this system, your request has been approved at the Chanel shareholders meeting. Upon witnessing his request being granted so swiftly, a triumphant smile spread across Lu Xiaoshi's face. Awesome. You truly are my big brother, system. Now he was officially the executive director of the Chanel Group for the Asia Pacific region, wielding some real authority. Simultaneously, the Chanel family castle, which had barely settled down for a few hours, erupted in chaos once again. Just moments ago, the Chanel Group shareholders meeting unanimously agreed to appoint the new shareholder Lu Xiaoshi as the executive director for the Asia Pacific region. As this news broke, all members of the Chanel family who received the information gathered together, their faces filled with uncertainty. Allowing an outsider, who had already acquired 10 of their equity, to hold some power was certainly not a good omen. At the same time, all subsidiaries under the Chanel Group in the Asia Pacific region received the announcement of Lu Xiaoshi's appointment as the new executive director. Chapter 45. Limited Edition Colors and the Manager's Shock. With the mysterious power of the system, an internal memo bearing Lu Xiaoshi's name and photo was swiftly dispatched to all major subsidiaries in the Asia Pacific region. Every entity under the Chanel Group in Asia Pacific received the news of Lu Xiaoshi's immediate appointment. At that moment, the manager of the flagship store in the bustling CBD was curiously browsing through the latest personnel changes released by the group. Oh my goodness. It's a notice about the executive director position in the Asia Pacific region. In shock, the manager involuntarily exclaimed in dialect. In truth, it was not solely she who was taken aback. At that very moment, all who received the news wore expressions of utter astonishment. For the majority of the executives within the subsidiaries of the Chanel Group, this alteration in the position of executive director for the Asia Pacific region was nothing short of cataclysmic. With no forewarning whatsoever, their immediate superior had been replaced by Lu Xiaoshi. As this tidbit of information spread, many astute individuals began to probe into the background of Lu Xiaoshi. Their worldly instincts compelled them to ascertain the specifics and preferences of their newly appointed superior in advance. However, despite their diligent inquiries, they could unearth no concrete details regarding Lu Xiaoshi. In a flash, all executives of the subsidiaries who sensed that something was amiss ceased their investigations and reverted to being model employees, fearful of inciting further complications. At this moment, within the Chanel flagship store in the CBD of Magic City, Lu Xiaoshi remained patiently seated on a nearby sofa, awaiting Su Linger as she perused lipsticks. Meanwhile, Su Linger, visibly excited, was enthusiastically selecting suitable shades with the assistance of a sales associate. Surrounded by an array of avant-garde displays adorned with an exquisite selection of fashion lipsticks, Su Linger found herself momentarily dazzled. Noticing several shades she had longed to purchase but found unavailable online, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this truly is the Chanel flagship store in the CBD. The variety of lipstick shades here is simply unparalleled." Upon hearing the praise from this esteemed customer, the young sales associate beamed with pride. "You truly have an eye for quality. These shades were just restocked today." Observing Su Linger's keen interest, the sales associate eagerly suggested, "Based on your previously mentioned preferences, these shelves contain several options that align perfectly with your tastes. If these don't catch your fancy, we also have a few exclusive shades available for your selection." At this, Su Linger's eyes sparkled with delight. She had been yearning for those globally limited edition shades from Chanel for quite some time. Sensing her enthusiasm, the sales associate couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Determined to cater to this potential high-profile client, she was truly committed to providing exceptional service. Faced with the allure of the exclusive shades, Su Linger resolutely cast aside the ordinary selections she had been contemplating for so long. "I would like to see those limited edition shades, if I may." Upon hearing the request from this significant client, the sales associate readily acquiesced. "Of course, please hold on for a moment while I request permission from the store manager." "All right," she responded. Hello, calling the store manager. "I have a VIP customer here who wishes to view our exclusive lipstick shades." Upon receiving this call from the novice sales associate, the store manager, who had been engrossed in reviewing the appointment notification for the Asia-Pacific director, couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Really, this rookie just had to interrupt my moment of focus. Curiosity piqued. The manager glanced at the surveillance screen to see what manner of significant client had arrived, eager to observe the individual who had requested to see the limited shades. To her astonishment, upon seeing the patient figure seated on the sofa, her gaze became locked. In the next instant, an exclamation of surprise escaped her lips from behind the counter. "Isn't that the newly appointed executive director for the Asia-Pacific region? What brings him to our store?" Chapter 46, A Privileged Encounter. With her wealth of professional experience, this middle-aged store manager swiftly made a decision. The executive director's presence in her store was an occasion that warranted her personal attention. Meanwhile, the novice sales associate, who had been guiding Su Linger, remained perplexed as she once more sought permission from the manager. "Manager, are you there? I need to request access to the limited edition lipstick inventory." To ensure clarity, the bold young associate emphasized the word permission. "What? The executive director is here to accompany a lady for lipstick shopping?" Realizing the implications, the store manager immediately grabbed the intercom and instructed the novice sales associate. "Your request has been approved. My only stipulation is that you must provide exceptional service to these two significant clients before I arrive. Understood?" With that, the eager manager hastily hung up the intercom and made a beeline for the lipstick section. Upon hearing the manager's rather peculiar request, the sales associate was momentarily taken aback. To provide exceptional service to these two significant clients? Of course. She pondered whether the manager recognized these affluent customers who could afford luxury items worth over 100,000, as it was unlikely she would rush over otherwise. After some contemplation, the novice sales associate began to feel quite pleased with herself. After all, these two clients were the ones I personally welcomed into the store. She had indeed demonstrated her exceptional taste. Regaining her composure, the sales associate turned to Su Linger and explained, "Ladies, please follow me to the exclusive lipstick inventory." Upon hearing they were heading to a different area, Lu Xiaoshi, who had been attentively listening, sprang up from the sofa in an instant. Noticing Su Linger's eager expression, he instinctively took her arm. "Sister, let us embark. It's time to explore the limited edition lipsticks you adore." At that moment, the flagship store's entrance swung open, and Shin Shuyu, wearing a playful blue knit hat, strolled in. Earlier, Su Linger had been sharing sweet anecdotes about her shopping escapades with Lu Xiaoshi. Coincidentally, Shin Shuyu, also shopping in the CBD vicinity, had quietly followed her to the store. Upon entering, Shin Shuyu spotted Lu Xiaoshi and Su Linger making their way toward the exclusive lipstick inventory. "Hey, Xiaoshi Linger, I'm here to join you." Delighted by her best friend's arrival, Su Linger beamed with happiness. Shuyu, what brings you here? Hee. I just thought I'd drop by to pick up a lipstick from Chanel. After a brief pause, Shuyu leaned in and whispered, by the way, I happen to know the manager of this store. If you find any rare shades you fancy, I could ask her to reserve them in advance for you. As she spoke, Shuyu proudly surveyed her surroundings. Spotting the manager approaching, she greeted her with enthusiasm. Aunt Wang, hello. I'm Shuyu. I'm back to buy more lipsticks. To her astonishment, the manager, who usually greeted her with a smile, completely overlooked her and hastened past. The manager rushed to Lu Xiaoshi, stopping before him to bow deeply. Good day, Executive Director. Welcome to our store. Chapter 47, A Year of Shock for the Best Friend. No sooner had she spoken than the manager, realizing she had neglected to introduce herself due to her nervousness, bowed once more to Lu Xiaoshi. I am the store manager, Wang XX, and it is truly an honor to meet you. Our establishment boasts a vacant VIP luxurious lounge, which you are welcome to utilize at any time should you desire. Faced with Lu Xiaoshi, the newly appointed executive director for the Asia-Pacific region, the manager was undeniably anxious. It is worth noting that she is the first among the high-ranking executives of the Chanel Group to have an audience with this new director. As the pioneer in this encounter, Manager Wang's heart was filled with trepidation. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on this formidable figure, she exerted herself to present a smile that radiated both dedication and warmth. Observing the flagship store in the heart of Shanghai, Lu Xiaoshi remained composed and nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm here to accompany my sister on a shopping trip, so there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Upon receiving this reassuring response from Lu Xiaoshi, Manager Wang visibly exhaled in relief. Oh dear, she was terrified. She had assumed that this high-ranking official had come to convey some significant directive. It is hardly surprising that she approached this situation with such caution, as it was indeed surreal. Mere moments ago, she had been perusing internal correspondence from the Chanel Group, and now, she found herself astonished to see Lu Xiaoshi, the newly appointed executive, personally inspecting the store. Such an extraordinary occurrence had transpired, and yet it was undeniably real. After a brief moment of contemplation, realizing the implications of Lu Xiaoshi's words, Manager Wang continued with a smile. Very well, I shall not intrude on your shopping experience. Should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to call upon me. With that, Manager Wang bowed respectfully in farewell. Throughout the encounter, her attention had been solely focused on Lu Xiaoshi, causing her to overlook Shuyu, who stood awkwardly to the side. This left Shuyu feeling both astonished and embarrassed. Observing Xue Linger's equally shocked expression provided her with a modicum of solace amidst her discomfort. Noticing Manager Wang's hurried exit, Shuyu's expression was one of resentment. How could Aunt Wang do this to her? It was as if she had intentionally set her up for embarrassment. After all, she had boasted to Lu Xiaoshi about her acquaintance with the store manager. Now, she felt utterly humiliated. However, beyond the embarrassment, what truly astonished Shuyu was Lu Xiaoshi's new identity. An executive director, no less, of the Chanel Group. She recalled having previously gleaned insights into the internal structure of the Chanel Group from Aunt Wang. The title of executive director was a unique position solely held within the Asia-Pacific region. The realization that her good friend Xue Ling's brother, Lu Xiaoshi, had ascended to such a prominent position at such a young age left her utterly astounded. In comparison to the boundless prospects and power wielded by the executive director of Chanel in the Asia-Pacific region, even the luxurious Bugatti Veyron convertible seemed rather pedestrian. Having experienced two shocks from Lu Xiaoshi within a single day, Shuyu felt as if she had accumulated an entire year's worth of astonishment in just one day. This wave of revelation would undoubtedly astonish Xue Linger's close friend for an entire year. Chapter 48, Following the Persimmon Brings Riches. Gazing at the smiling Lu Xiaoshi standing beside her, Shuyu felt an overwhelming urge to bury herself in the ground. How embarrassing. Initially, she had merely intended to lend a helping hand to her dear friend, Xue Linger. Yet, as soon as she made her pretentious remark, Lu Xiaoshi's status as the executive director was suddenly unveiled. Even now, Shuyu, still in a daze, struggled to comprehend Lu Xiaoshi's astonishing stature. In her dazed state, she felt like an unwelcome third wheel in an emotionally charged atmosphere. Just standing beside Xue Linger and her brother made her acutely aware of her own awkwardness. Perhaps sensing the subtle tension, Xue Linger quickly and thoughtfully nudged her bewildered friend. Yao, why are you still standing there in shock? Come join us to look at lipsticks. You're discerning I would be far more dependable than Persimmon. With that, she cast Shuyu a reassuring glance. Lu Xiaoshi, ever cooperative, chimed in. Indeed, Sister Shuyu, let us go together. I could learn your unique techniques for selecting lipsticks. All right, then I shall bask in your glow. With the enthusiastic invitation from the siblings, Shuyu felt compelled to accept graciously. Eager to purchase a few lipsticks, She happily walked alongside them. The sales associate at the forefront maintained a constant smile, eager to leave a positive impression on Lu Xiaoshi, the esteemed executive. She was astute enough to recognize the significant role Xuelinger played in Lu Xiaoshi's life and was determined to win her favor. Under the guidance of the sales associate, the trio soon arrived at the exclusive lipstick vault prepared for VIPs. Beep. Employee status verified. Welcome to this vault. After a card authentication, the previously enigmatic vault unveiled its treasures. Dear guests, welcome to our exclusive lipstick vault. With a respectful yet friendly smile, the young sales associate proudly introduced the existence of the vault to the guests. Please observe, these shelves are filled with our globally sought-after limited edition shades from Chanel. Originally, each guest was restricted to purchasing only one limited edition shade. But, of course, this limitation did not apply to the esteemed director. Should you desire, you may acquire as many as you wish. Following her gesture, the knowledgeable Xuelinger and Shen Shuyu gasped in unison. Oh my goodness! 13 globally best-selling limited edition shades. The vast array of limited edition lipsticks was enough to leave even the most ardent Chanel fans faint with excitement. Upon witnessing the exquisite and stylish limited edition lipsticks, Shen Shuyu felt as though she had entered the kingdom of Chanel lipsticks. The sheer variety was nothing short of astounding, and upon seeing the extravagant prices, reaching into 5 figures, she couldn't help but smile in astonishment. Truly, having a powerful ally made all the difference. The items displayed in this exclusive vault were treasures that could fetch astronomical prices outside. Yet, in the company of Lu Xiaoshi, she was granted the privilege of direct purchase at the original price, reserved for the creme de la creme of Chanel's VIPs. Gazing at Xuelinger, who wore an equally delighted expression, Shen Shuyu resolved to cling tightly to Lu Xiaoshi, her golden ticket. Being in Lu Xiaoshi's company promised a bounty of benefits. Chapter 49. No loss, no gain. Taking a careful glance around the opulently adorned lipstick displays, Xuelinger, brimming with excitement, gently nudged Lu Xiaoshi's shoulder. Are you about to share a secret with me, sister? The tacit understanding cultivated over many years between the siblings prompted Lu Xiaoshi to nudge closer to Xuelinger. As she observed the attentive sales assistant and her friend, who was fervently admiring the limited edition lipstick shades, Xuelinger leaned in and whispered, Shitsi, I never imagined you held such a remarkable identity. Your acting skills are impressive. You've managed to keep this hidden from me for so long. With a playful grin revealing her small tiger teeth, she teased her brother. The sight of his sister's playful demeanor, more affectionate than reproachful, instantly softened Lu Xiaoshi's heart. All right, sister, I admit my fault, he replied, recognizing her warmth. Seeing that Lu Xiaoshi, with such a distinguished status, was still willing to indulge her, Xuelinger beamed with delight. Given how kind you've been to me, I naturally forgive you. Today, I owe it all to my wonderful Shitsi for the chance to see so many precious lipsticks. For this alone, you are my great hero. The gentle and understanding nature of Xuelinger warmed Lu Xiaoshi's heart. How tenderly she treats him. Gaining his sister's understanding and gratitude brought him as much joy as acquiring wealth. This happiness felt like the rarest treasure in the world. Observing the intimate exchange between Lu Xiaoshi and Xuelinger, Shen Shuyao, standing nearby, suddenly found the limited edition shades less appealing. As Xuelinger's close friend, she was well aware that the two siblings shared no blood relation. In other words, they could easily be a couple. Witnessing their affectionate whispers made her feel as though she had been bombarded with a sudden influx of dog food. Oh no! Are they here today to show off their affection? As she watched their sweet interactions, the envious Shen Shuyao internally screamed, Heaven help me! If I have sinned, please punish me directly. For a single dog like me, this display of affection is pure torment. As Lu Xiaoshi, the corporate magnate, engaged in endearing conversation with Xuelinger, the attentive sales assistant turned her gaze toward Shen Shuyao, noticing her keen interest in the limited edition shades. With her high professional standards, the sales assistant promptly approached. Dear customer, this limited edition lipstick shade truly compliments you. Here is a demo makeup board for you to compare the colors. Lipstick? Can't you see this single dog is being bombarded with dog food by my best friend? Shen Shuyao lamented internally, dismissing the limited edition shades with indifference. However, despite her complaints, the devoted Chanel fan in her body still gravitated toward the display. Beneath her calm facade lay a heart brimming with joy. Acquiring these 3 coveted limited edition lipsticks truly makes enduring the dog food worth it. Since she was purchasing them at the original price, she had saved a considerable sum. It is worth noting that these globally limited shades had skyrocketed in price among scalpers. Even the cheapest among the 13 shades at the counter had multiplied 5-fold from the original price. After calculating, Shen Shuyao felt increasingly grateful toward Lu Xiaoshi. To obtain her beloved lipsticks, she considered the dog food a small price to pay. Chapter 50. The sibling pampering maniac is online. Once Xuelinger and Lu Xiaoshi finished their whispered conversation, Xin Shuyao, who had just completed her lipstick selection, had already paid. Seeing her best friend act so ungratefully, Xuelinger teasingly pinched her shoulder. Yao Yao, that's a bit ungrateful. We agreed to pick together, remember? How could you just rush to buy while we were talking? Hearing Xuelinger's playful banter, Xin Shuyao immediately responded with a smile. All right, it's my fault. I just saw you two enjoying your conversation so much. Besides, as a diehard Chanel fan, I already had my favorite lipstick shade in mind, so I didn't need to choose, hee. Upon hearing her friend's exaggerated claim of being a diehard fan, Xueling couldn't help but tease back. Please. You're more of a half-hearted fan than a diehard one. When did you become such a loyal supporter? Badlinger, you're exposing me. I'm going to tickle you to show my anger. Within moments, the two close friends were playfully bantering. The young sales assistant, recognizing the rapport between them, discreetly shifted her gaze elsewhere, as she needed to maintain the dignity of her esteemed clientele. 10 minutes later, Xuelinger had finally selected her limited edition lipsticks. In comparison to Xin Shuyao, she chose only 2 shades. As for the other styles strongly recommended by Lu Xiaoshi, she stubbornly shook her head, suppressing her reluctance. Witnessing his sister's thoughtful consideration for him ignited Lu Xiaoshi's desire to pamper her. With the ability to earn substantial returns on his spending, he felt invincible until he reached his monthly spending limit. Moreover, he had recently predicted the stock market trends for the next 3 days. With some clever maneuvering, he could amass a fortune legally. The limited edition Chanel lipsticks, priced only in the 5 figures, posed no burden for him. Noticing the fondness in Xuelinger's gaze earlier, he instinctively made a decision. Buy. I'll take all 11 limited edition shades that caught your eye. Seeing Lu Xiaoshi decisively order the 11 shades, Xuelinger felt an urgent need to intervene. Shitsi, there's really no need. I can't possibly use all these lipsticks. Don't be modest, sister. Consider this my fulfillment of the promise I made to you, alright? I believe you'll look even more enchanting with these shades. He winked playfully, brimming with pride. However, he hadn't anticipated that his previously blushing sister would suddenly pause, her keen intuition seizing upon a flaw in his words. What? Are you suggesting that I'm not pretty enough right now? Her tone was nearly venomous by the end of her question. Immediately sensing the urgency to survive, Lu Xiaoshi hastily replied, No, you are my little fairy. I could never tire of looking at you. Upon hearing her brother's compliment, Xuelinger broke into a charming smile, her earlier annoyance dissipating. Really? It seems I misunderstood. I knew Shitsi would never think poorly of me. Witnessing his sister's rapid mood shift, Lu Xiaoshi could only smile in exasperation. Ah, sister, you are ever so fickle. Chapter 51, A Conversation with the Chanel Family. After expertly pulling out his phone to complete the payment, Lu Xiaoshi and his companions exited with their bags containing the limited edition shades, satisfaction evident on their faces. Before departing, the store manager, upon learning of the executive director's imminent departure, personally led the entire staff in a respectful bow to bid farewell. Several esteemed guests also expressed their well wishes, urging her to take care and welcoming her for a future visit. The synchronized send-off left Lu Xiaoshi quite pleased as she waved them goodbye. Stepping out of the Chanel flagship store in the CBD, Xin Shuyao chuckled softly as she embraced Xuelinger. Thank you so much for your help, Xiaoshi. I'll treat you both to dinner sometime soon. There's no need for such formality, Sister Shuyao. It was merely a small favor, Xuelinger chimed in joyfully, her hand clutching a luxurious Chanel lipstick tote. Indeed. You are far too courteous, Yao Yao. After exchanging pleasantries, Xin Shuyao reluctantly waved farewell to the two. Linger Xiaoshi, I must take my leave now. My father just reminded me of an event I need to attend. Hearing her dear friends need to attend an event, Xuelinger waved sympathetically. All right, travel safely. Today's shopping was delightful. Let's plan another visit to this Chanel store soon. With Xiaoshi's connections, we can enjoy VIP treatment multiple times, haha. As the time to part approached, Xuelinger, now gradually accepting her brother's position as Chanel's executive director, joked lightheartedly. Okay, I'll reach out again. Bye-bye. Goodbye. They watched as Xin Shuyao got into her family's car before Lu Xiaoshi and Xuelinger felt reassured enough to return to the underground parking of the mall. Their vehicle, a Bugatti Veyron convertible, stood silently in place. Just as they settled into the luxurious car, Lu Xiaoshi's phone rang abruptly. Upon noticing the foreign number displayed on the screen, Lu Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback. A foreign number? Could it be a descendant of the Chanel family? But what could they possibly want to discuss at this moment? With a heart full of questions, Lu Xiaoshi prepared to calmly inquire of the system. After invoking the familiar system interface in his mind, he posed his curiosity. System, is the caller from the Chanel family a descendant? Yes, master, your assumption is accurate. The caller is the current head of the Chanel family, the system confirmed. Satisfied with the response, Lu Lu Xiaoshi answered the call eagerly, seizing the opportunity to converse with the individual who once held sway over the Chanel group. As the call connected, a voice resonated, elegant yet somewhat frail, belonging to an elderly woman. "Hello, esteemed shareholder whom I have yet to meet. I am the head of the Chanel family." Upon hearing the matriarch's voice, Lu Xiaoshi maintained a respectful yet assertive demeanor. "Hello, it seems you've reviewed the materials I sent you. What do you think of the betting agreement I proposed? Are you interested in signing it?" The confident tone in Lu Xiaoshi's words caused the elderly lady on the other end to furrow her brow slightly. Staring at the betting agreement regarding stock market information in her hands, she paused for a moment before responding, "We, the Chanel family, accept your proposed betting agreement." Chapter 52. The master of pitfalls in business. Elated by the head of the Chanel family's acceptance of his betting agreement, Lu Xiaoshi felt a surge of joy. It was as he had anticipated. Such a family, driven by an insatiable desire for absolute dominance, would not overlook any opportunity to reclaim the Chanel equity. The betting agreement he had previously sent was designed to leverage the stock market trends over the next 3 days to gain a substantial share of Chanel. He had staked all of his equity on this agreement, while the Chanel family countered with 15 of their shares. According to the terms, Lu Xiaoshi would assume management rights over the majority of Chanel's direct stores and subsidiaries in the Asia-Pacific region. If he could surpass an annual revenue of $10 billion for the Chanel group in that region within a year, he would win this bet. Given the stakes involved, this was indeed a high-stakes gamble. It is worth noting that as the executive director for the Asia-Pacific region, Lu Xiaoshi could only control Chanel's direct stores and subsidiaries in the West Pacific area, which historically yielded an annual revenue of merely $5 billion. Compared to the colossal target of $10 billion, this figure was only half of what was needed. When the Chanel family at the castle received Lu Xiaoshi's betting agreement, they were astounded by his audacity, doubling revenue within a year. Even in dreams, that seemed too extravagant. Surely, this new shareholder must be delusional. To propose such a betting agreement was nothing short of madness. If this agreement were to take effect, it would be as if Lu Xiaoshi was willingly giving away equity. In today's world of modern corporate structures and mature markets across nations, the Chanel Group's expansion in the Asia-Pacific region had gradually hit a bottleneck. While modest revenue growth might be feasible, achieving a doubling of revenue was a miraculous feat only attainable by divine intervention. For those well acquainted with the development conditions in the Asia-Pacific region, the notion of doubling annual revenue was nothing short of a fantastical daydream. Upon realizing the astonishing background and support that Lu Xiaoshi, the new shareholder, possessed, the Chanel family began to deliberate cautiously, fearful of potential deception within the betting agreement. They consulted numerous lawyers and explored various methods, yet found no flaws in the agreement. They could not fathom the true confidence Lu Xiaoshi had in proposing this deal. In truth, Lu Xiaoshi alone had the advantage of a system that acted as a veritable cheat code. After an intensely cerebral deliberation, the allure of reclaiming their equity compelled the Chanel family to unanimously agree to the betting agreement. Some skeptical members of the family, who believed Lu Xiaoshi could never achieve such a feat, had already begun to daydream about the comfortable life they would lead post-reclamation. Under the persuasion of their kin, the matriarch of the Chanel family ultimately relented and endorsed this decision. Thus, unbeknownst to them, the Chanel family unwittingly leapt into the pit meticulously crafted by Lu Xiaoshi, all while dreaming of regaining their equity. As Lu Xiaoshi learned of the Chanel family's acceptance of the betting agreement, he could almost see the additional 15 of Chanel equity beckoning to him. His business hunt had only just begun. Chapter 53. Arrogance and Prejudice. The face-slapping commences. Simultaneously, the Chanel family castle erupted in jubilation. Witnessing the head of the family reach an agreement with the seemingly naive new shareholder filled the Chanel heirs with ecstatic delight. They could hardly believe that the clueless young man would allow such a betting agreement to come into effect. At present, although this wager has only just commenced, some eager clan members have already begun their celebrations. With the sound of a cork being popped from a wine bottle, a young man from a collateral branch joyfully exclaimed, "Heaven bless our Chanel family. We are surely on the brink of reclaiming the 10 shares that slipped away." Indeed, they owed it all to the sagacity of the matriarch. Such a golden opportunity for shares, how could one possibly decline? Come, let us raise a toast to the prosperity and flourishing of the Chanel family. Though only a handful of younger relatives from the collateral line responded to this call for libation, many of the assembled Chanel kin smiled broadly, allowing them to revel in their merriment. For those who believed themselves certain of victory in this betting agreement, this act was merely a premature celebration. The notion of doubling the annual revenue stipulated in the agreement was simply inconceivable. How could they possibly lose this wager? Could this new shareholder truly manipulate the stock market? That was, of course, impossible. As they entertained such thoughts, several influential members of the collateral branches exchanged knowing glances. sharing a silent understanding that this wager was undeniably in their favor. However, witnessing such audacious arrogance among the family's descendants, the matriarch, seated at the center of the discussion hall, furrowed her brow. After years of managing the family affairs, she found herself inexplicably unsettled. Ever since the young new shareholder, buoyed by substantial capital backing, proposed this absurd betting agreement, an ominous feeling had begun to swell within her. The fact that the young master, Lu Xiaoshi, stood supported by not one, but multiple international capital firms, left her in a state of hesitation. After all, the sheer magnitude of such an international backing was enough to instill trepidation in the Chanel family. Yet, this betting agreement had indeed set forth such exaggerated standards. The potential to reclaim the lost 10 shares of equity, coupled with the unanimous will of the family, compelled the matriarch to acquiesce to this grand gamble. Yet, upon observing the family's overconfident attitude, a wave of anxiety surged within her. If Lu Xiaoshi, this new shareholder, had anticipated this greedy spectacle, it would indeed be terrifying. But then again, pondering the audacious goals set by the precarious new shareholder filled her with doubt. What formidable leverage could possibly embolden Lu Xiaoshi to engage in such a gamble? As the matriarch contemplated deeply, her middle-aged son, equally furrowed in thought, began to anxiously tap his fingers on the table. He too was concerned about this colossal gamble involving 15 shares of equity. Suddenly, the telephone in the discussion hall rang, a sound typically reserved for significant events, causing all Chanel family members to hold their breath. What could have transpired? At the matriarch's nod, the middle-aged man promptly answered the phone. Upon hearing the news from the receiver, his already grave expression turned bleak. In utter shock, he slammed the receiver back down. Facing the inquisitive gazes of his relatives, he declared, just now, several subsidiaries in the Asia-Pacific region engaged in stock market investments acquired a batch of promising stocks. Yet, mere minutes after the purchase, these hundreds of stocks skyrocketed. This is all the doing of that new shareholder. Chapter 54. 800 million in returns. At the revelation of this news, all Chanel family members were left in a state of astonishment. What a staggering feat! To witness hundreds of stocks surge simultaneously? How could this be? However, if it were indeed that new shareholder manipulating the market behind the scenes, such a scale was truly monumental. One could only surmise that such a display of power could only be orchestrated by a united Wall Street. But why would the titans of Wall Street conspire to assist a young man in seizing their 15 shares of equity? In an instant, the increasingly panicked Chanel relatives fell into a profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, the young man who had earlier initiated the champagne celebration ventured, "Have we celebrated a bit too early?" At his words, those who had just been exuberantly toasting now lowered their heads in despair. This sudden turn of events shattered the confidence of those who had believed victory was assured. The intensity of their prior optimism was now eclipsed by a profound sense of defeat. As for the young man who had so eagerly celebrated, he found himself on the receiving end of his father's furious reprimand. "How dare you say such things? Where is that brazen confidence you displayed moments ago? You were so eager to pop the champagne, now retreat." With that, the young man's father forcefully waved his hand. No one doubted his resolve to discipline his child. Meanwhile, the chastised young man felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing he could retort, for he too had donned a proud visage moments before. Yet, in the presence of the family elders, he dared not speak back. As this near farcical chaos threatened to persist, the matriarch interjected with authority, "Enough. Have you had your fill of this commotion? Both of you. Step outside and regain your composure." With a stern glare, she commanded respect. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the chastened father and son quickly offered apologies and made their exit. "Yes, matriarch. We acknowledge our rudeness and shall take our leave." As the two exited the discussion hall, the remaining Chanel family members could only sigh in dismay. Provoked by the formidable Lu Xiaoshi, they found themselves too rattled to even attempt to mediate the discord. Regarding the matter of the collective 15 shares of the Chanel family, their hearts were in turmoil. "Ding dong, congratulations, master. Your investment has been entirely successful. The 336 stocks acquired in this market transaction have all surged, yielding you a total profit of 800 million. As for the subsequent impact of this market transaction, this system has employed a security mechanism to eliminate any adverse obstacles." Just moments ago, as he accompanied Schwellinger to her Bugatti Veyron convertible, Lu Xiaoshi beamed at the system's summary of information. Realizing that he had effortlessly amassed a significant profit through a simple maneuver, he felt even more resolute in his commitment to this system. With merely a methodical approach, he had facilitated substantial earnings for the Asia-Pacific subsidiaries of the Chanel Group, reaping an astounding 800 million. At this rate, the revenue target of 10 billion outlined in the betting agreement would be achieved in no time. Chapter 55. The true winner of life is he. This life of a financial magnate is surprisingly unadorned and monotonous, with a tone reminiscent of a master of humble bragging. Lu Xiaoshi let out a sigh. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Xueling couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Persimmon, what delightful event has transpired to render you so jubilant? In response to her sister's playful banter, Lu Xiaoshi feigned an air of mystery, saying, hee hee. I can't reveal it yet. It's a surprise. If I tell you in advance, it would lose its charm. Humph, how ungrateful of you, Persimmon. To keep secrets from your sister, Xueling pouted, her expression imbued with a teasing charm as she cast her gaze aside. Since the car had yet to be ignited, Lu Xiaoshi took the opportunity to observe his sister's demeanor. Noticing Xueling occasionally stealing glances at him with a hint of pride, he surmised that this was yet another of her playful tricks. As the saying goes, one becomes adept at navigating the pitfalls of life through experience. Over the years, Lu Xiaoshi had amassed quite the repertoire of cunning tactics to counter his sister's antics. In this particular moment, it was time for him to employ his secret techniques. Amidst Xueling's eager anticipation, Lu Xiaoshi gently leaned closer. Before she could react, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, he mischievously extended his hands, aiming to tickle her underarms while she was distracted. As Lu Xiaoshi's mischievous fingers danced lightly, the beauty seated in the passenger seat erupted into peals of laughter, her mirth echoing through the interior of the Bugatti Veyron convertible. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha, Persimmon, please spare me. Helpless against her brother's tickling onslaught, Xueling squirmed in delight, her slender waist twisting as she lost control of her laughter, which rang out like the chime of bells. As she pleaded for mercy, Lu Xiaoshi softened his tickling, still harboring a playful spirit. Hee hee, dear sister, will you promise not to prank me anymore? In the midst of her giggles, Xueling responded sweetly, no, I won't prank you anymore, Persimmon, just let me off the hook. Seizing the moment to assert his newfound authority, Lu Xiaoshi prepared to negotiate a few unequal treaties. Very well, but what if you attempt to prank me again? You must tell me how I should punish you. Upon hearing her brother's audacious proposal, Xueling, with a cunning glint in her eyes, replied, if I do it again, I shall offer myself as compensation. What a mischievous Persimmon, bullying her sister, the delicate maiden. With that, Xueling playfully nestled into Lu Xiaoshi's embrace. Startled by the sudden intrusion of a soft, fragrant figure into his arms, Lu Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback. This was truly unexpected. What began as a playful jest had transformed into her cheeky wager of surrender. How ironic that he, the jester, had become the butt of the joke. Yet, as he embraced his enchanting sister, he couldn't help but smile in acceptance. Hee hee, it seems I am indeed the true victor of life. Chapter 56. The distinction between a lifetime and a shared blanket. Lost in the bliss of his fortune, Lu Xiaoshi gazed deeply at Xueling's captivating beauty. Perhaps feeling the intensity of his gaze, the beauty in the passenger seat slightly squinted her starry eyes. Upon closer inspection, her flawless face was tinged with a rosy hue, radiating the essence of a bashful goddess. As he beheld his enchanting sister, resembling a celestial being, Lu Xiaoshi's heart swelled with satisfaction. Xueling, in turn, found herself captivated by his fervent gaze, her alluring red lips curling into a faint smile, a hint of flirtation flickering across her features. Sister, what is it, Persimmon? Hearing her brother call her name, Xueling responded with eager anticipation. Sister, you are so beautiful. Truly, you are as radiant as a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Hee hee, you flatter me. Come here, let me reward you with a hug. Delighted by Lu Xiaoshi's compliment, Xueling beamed with a sweet smile. With an air of confidence befitting a queen, she wrapped her arms around him. Before Lu Xiaoshi could comprehend, Xueling broke into a fit of giggles, exclaiming, hee hee, holding Persimmon feels so warm. As his sister embraced him tightly, reminiscent of their childhood, Lu Xiaoshi gently patted her back. My dear fairy, you must exercise restraint. I am a gentleman who remains unperturbed. Upon hearing his playful jest, Xueling erupted into laughter. Ha ha, you crack me up. My Persimmon, the unperturbed gentleman. Wasn't it you who blushed and embraced me in the cinema after just one kiss? She teased, her tone dripping with persuasion. At a loss for words, Lu Xiaoshi stammered. Ah, that was. Just then, Xueling playfully grasped his chin, saying, come, gentlemen. Let this fairy bestow upon you another kiss, and see how unperturbed you remain. With that, she boldly leaned forward, planting a soft kiss upon his cheek. Feeling the sweet scent on his face, Lu Xiaoshi made a decisive choice. I shall no longer be that unperturbed gentleman. The moment he uttered those words, he boldly returned the kiss on her cheek. Witnessing her brother reciprocate with a kiss, Xueling blushed slightly and remarked, not bad, Persimmon. You've taken on a bit of that domineering CEO vibe. A mischievous smile crept onto her face as she reveled in her triumph. After a moment of delight, she continued, but really, thank you for today, Persimmon. You've spent so much on me just shopping. As she spoke with heartfelt gratitude, her beautiful eyes shimmered with appreciation, clearly moved by Lu Xiaoshi's earlier generosity. Hee, sister, you truly needn't be so formal. We are family. After all, there's no need to distinguish between you and me. Upon hearing his words, Xue Linger smiled radiantly, nodding her head. Indeed, we are family. A lifetime of sharing blankets. Chapter 57. The Magical Effect Card, Golden Agent. Persimmon. Where shall we go next? After a moment of warmth, Xue Linger finally posed a crucial question. Where to next? It was already 5 p.m., and the sun in the sky no longer bore the intensity of midday. As the delicate rays of the setting sun cascaded gently from the entrance of the underground parking garage, they graced a corner of the lot below. Meanwhile, Xue Linger appeared reluctant to return home, as if she had yet to savor enough of her playful escapades. Observing her sister's spirited enthusiasm, LV Xiaoshi eagerly proposed. Why don't we visit the amusement park for some fun? Upon hearing this suggestion, Xue Linger's eyes sparkled with delight. The amusement park? What a splendid idea. It's been over a year since I last visited one. However, recalling that their parents had previously arranged a family dinner for that evening, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xue Linger's beautiful face. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, perhaps we should wait until tomorrow, Xiaoshi. It's already 5 o'clock, and Mom and Dad are expecting us for dinner. All right then, we'll go tomorrow. Hold on tight, sister. I'm starting the engine now. Thank you, Xiaoshi. Let us head home. Bathed in the gentle glow of the fading sunlight, LV Xiaoshi ignited the engine of her Bugatti Veyron. With a roar of the engine, the striking convertible sprang to life. In less than 20 seconds, the sleek vehicle sped out of the underground garage. The journey home lay before them. At the same moment, a series of system notifications chimed in LV Xiaoshi's ear. To ensure her line of sight remained unimpeded while driving, the system thoughtfully opted for voice announcements. Ding! The stock market chart you previously utilized for the next 3 days has been updated to the latest version. Ding! The magical effect card, Gold Medal Agent, has been successfully activated. The 2 consecutive chimes filled LV Xiaoshi, who grasped the steering wheel, with exhilaration. The mere update of the stock market chart for the upcoming 3 days dispelled his earlier anxieties. He had been deeply concerned that purchasing stocks based on the predictions would inevitably influence the market and induce fluctuations, especially since he had directly tapped into significant capital from the Chanel Group's Asia-Pacific operations to execute this strategy. Although the initial step had been successfully completed, his cautious nature still left him worried about the potential butterfly effect that could render future predictions ineffective. If that were to occur, he would face substantial losses. However, with this update from the system regarding the stock market chart, his concerns were swiftly alleviated. With such an omnipotent system capable of adjusting predictions at any moment, he had no reason to fret. As for the second notification regarding the magical effect card, Gold Medal Agent, it was a prized possession he had recently acquired from a system store. Like the property acquisition card, this magical effect card also carried a price of 20 store points. While this price was considerably steeper than that of the knife card, it was a permanent card without limitations on usage. The precise execution of stock market transactions had greatly benefited from this magical effect card. Gold Medal Agent. Usage count. Unlimited, but each use will enter a cooldown period of 15 days. Specific effect upon use. The user can designate a specific industry to receive the most professional gold medal agents. Chapter 58. System Protection. Invulnerable to all. The moment he glimpsed this magical effect card in the system store, 2 words flashed through LV Xiaoshi's mind. Buy it. Such a powerful tool was simply too enticing to resist, particularly as its specific effects perfectly aligned with his needs. He had been tirelessly seeking an elite stock market operator capable of flawlessly executing the predictions on his stock market chart for the next 3 days. After all, even with advanced forecasts, he required skilled professionals to carry out the actions. The emergence of this magical effect card, featuring a gold medal agent, instantly resolved a long-standing dilemma. A professional team provided by the system was undoubtedly superior to hiring temporary staff from a headhunting agency. Thus, a team of expert stock market operators capable of executing every command issued by LV Xiaoshi quietly arrived at the relevant subsidiaries of the Chanel Group in the Asia-Pacific region. The recently garnered revenue of $800 million was significantly attributed to the efforts of this professional team. This boost from the system's effect card instilled immense confidence in LV Xiaoshi. Within the past 2 hours, he had suddenly earned $800 million, thanks to the 2 advantages provided by the system. In comparison, the ambitious target of $10 billion in annual revenue set forth in the wager with the Chanel family was quite manageable. Had he wished to avoid making a grand spectacle, he could have leveraged his investments to amass even greater wealth. Nevertheless, his actions had undoubtedly startled the descendants of the Chanel family. With the power of the Asia-Pacific company alone, This new shareholder, L.V. Xiaoshi, had astonishingly earned $800 million. Such an incredible feat seemed more exaggerated than a reincarnation of the stock market deity. At least in the eyes of those from the Chanel family who had entered into the wager, L.V. Xiaoshi was indeed a formidable figure. At this moment, a smile involuntarily graced L.V. Xiaoshi's face as he drove, the Bugatti Veyron propelling him towards home. As he navigated the road, he also absorbed the system's follow-up report regarding the recent stock market transactions. Due to your leadership in generating an impressive $800 million for Chanel's Asia-Pacific operations, even Chanel's stock price has risen significantly. Currently, major banks worldwide have substantially upgraded their credit ratings for Chanel Group stocks. Simultaneously, this system has successfully utilized the security module to eliminate 62 potential troubles. Upon hearing that the system had discreetly eradicated 62 potential issues, L.V. Xiaoshi couldn't help but be astonished. Goodness, 62 potential troubles. Did this imply that there were 62 different factions harboring ill intentions towards him? Contemplating this, he couldn't resist inquiring about the security module's function in safeguarding his well-being. System, so my safety is assured, correct? What about my family? Is there a way to extend the protective benefits of the security module to them as well? As he spoke, he cast a concerned glance at Xueling, who was cheerfully seated in the passenger seat. His parents and sister, Xueling, were the most cherished individuals in his life. If possible, he would spare no effort to secure a protective guarantee for them through the system. Rest assured, Master. The security module provided by this system automatically extends coverage to your family. As long as they are among your cherished ones, this system will provide them with automatic protection. I assure you, the safety of those under protection is absolutely guaranteed. You see, the fundamental principle of this system's security module is that all who receive its protection are invulnerable to any harm. Upon hearing the system's assurance of invulnerability, L.V. Xiaoshi couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up. You're truly my brother's system. The vibes are heavenly, and your might is unparalleled. At long last, he need not worry about the safety of his family any longer. Chapter 59, Charge Forth. The Eater. Since confirming the safety and well-being of his family, a heavy weight had been lifted from Lu Xiaoshi's heart. How delightful it is to possess such a reliable system. In his buoyant mood, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Xueling, who was seated nearby, humming a cheerful tune while perusing the limited edition lipsticks that Lu Xiaoshi had just purchased for her. As she held the exquisite lipsticks in her hands, her joy only intensified with each glance. These luxurious lipsticks were a gift from Xiaoshi. Such precious treasures, she was resolute in her decision to cherish them dearly. That said, the beauty-loving Xueling had already begun to envision how stunning she would look adorned with these lipsticks. One couldn't help but wonder if Xiaoshi would approve of her appearance. Surely he would. In a moment, even the ethereal beauty of Xueling found herself in a quandary. Sister, what are you pondering? Noticing her prolonged silence, Lu Xiaoshi inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely marveling at how beautiful these limited edition lipsticks are. Startled by her brother's sudden question, Xueling hastily waved her hands in a flustered manner. The way she fumbled about, it was as if the secrets of her heart had been laid bare, making her all the more endearing. Only when Xueling lifted her gaze to meet Lu Xiaoshi's beaming face did she playfully retort, Xiaoshi, you're teasing me again. I shall certainly report you to our parents. Upon hearing his sister's light-hearted threat, Lu Xiaoshi confidently stuck out his tongue. Sister, your complaints have never been particularly effective since childhood. With his words, Xueling seemed to come to a realization, casting a resigned glance to the side. After pouting in a mock display of defiance, she lamented, You really are a mischievous rascal, Xiaoshi. I wonder why Mom and Dad are so fond of you. Sensing his sister's reluctance, Lu Xiaoshi quickly shifted the topic. Sister, we are almost home. Please ensure that you do not let slip the fact that I am a billionaire. At her brother's reminder, Xueling, who was never truly angry, nodded obediently, signaling her understanding. I know. Just watch me. Seeing her cheerful agreement, Lu Xiaoshi confidently guided the Bugatti Veyron into the underground garage of their community. After perfectly parking in a designated spot, he eagerly gestured, Let us go, my fairy sister. It's time to return home for dinner. All right, let us go. I'm quite hungry. With grumbling stomachs, Lu Xiaoshi and Xueling joyfully interlinked their arms and made their way home. A few minutes later, they arrived at their doorstep. Skillfully, Lu Xiaoshi extended his finger for verification, and the door swung open in response. Before they even stepped inside, a cheerful voice called out from the dining room on the first floor. Xiaoshi, you're finally back. Hurry, wash your hands and come to eat. Your mother has prepared a splendid feast. At their father's invitation, Lu Xiaoshi hastened to remove his shoes. His mother's cooking was truly unparalleled. The flavors of home were undoubtedly his eternal favorite. Got it, Dad. Sister and I are on our way. With that, Lu Xiaoshi eagerly grasped Xue Linger's hand and dashed towards the dining room. For the sake of a delicious dinner, he was determined to indulge. Charge forth. The Eater. Chapter 60. A hungry tiger pounces, strengthened physique. Shitzi, slow down. I can hardly keep up with your pace. Perhaps due to the superb physique bestowed upon him by the primary gene serum, Lu Xiaoshi moved with remarkable swiftness. His long legs propelled him forward, leaving Xue Linger struggling to match his stride. Upon hearing her complaint, Lu Xiaoshi sheepishly reduced his speed. It was indeed a source of embarrassment that he had forgotten about the enhancement of his physique. As the two engaged in their playful banter, Xue's father and mother, seated at the dining table, exchanged amused glances. Xiaoshi, Linger, take your time. There's no rush for dinner. Be careful not to trip. With a gentle smile, their mother regarded the two siblings with warmth. Then, casting an amused look at Xue's father, she playfully scolded, "You mustn't urge the children so. What if they fall?" Hearing his wife's admonition, Xue's father, who usually exuded authority, chuckled and nodded in agreement. Yes, my dear. You are indeed correct. I am fortunate to have such an astute and wise wife." As he spoke, he cast a proud glance at Xue Linger and Lu Xiaoshi, his demeanor betraying a sense of satisfaction despite having been reprimanded. Witnessing this scene, Xue Linger, who had been pulled along by Lu Xiaoshi, sighed in exasperation. Mom and Dad have started their lovey-dovey antics again. And Dad, honestly, you're enjoying this scolding far too much. With no other recourse, Xue Linger resignedly took a seat at the dining table. Dad, just indulge her, will you? You too, being an old married couple, needn't flaunt your affection every single day. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoshi's eyes sparkled as he gazed longingly at the sumptuous dinner spread before him. He was ravenous and eager to feast. Noticing that her usually vivacious brother was unusually quiet, Xue Linger turned to him in surprise. What's wrong with you, Shitzi? How did you become so famished? Didn't you eat a hearty lunch? Following her gaze, their parents also noticed Lu Xiaoshi, whose eyes gleamed with hunger. Seeing this, their kind mother quickly interjected. All right, let us begin our meal. Xiaoshi, make sure to eat well, don't go hungry. Upon hearing his mother's encouragement, Lu Xiaoshi sprang into action, seizing his chopsticks as if the starting gun had just fired. His body, optimized by the gene serum, craved energy desperately. This was precisely why he found himself in such a state of hunger merely hours after lunch. Receiving the signal to commence the feast, he wasted no time in devouring his meal with the voracity of a hungry tiger. As he adeptly wielded his chopsticks, the agility brought forth by his enhanced physique was evident for all to see. Soon, the other three at the table gazed in astonishment as Lu Xiaoshi fervently stuffed his mouth with food. This dinner was transforming into a showcase of Lu Xiaoshi's remarkable appetite. Xiaoshi, slow down. Don't choke. Have some soup. Fearing for his well-being, Xue's father hurriedly stood to serve him a bowl of soup. Thanks, Dad. After hastily consuming a bowl of rice, Lu Xiaoshi finally began to emerge from his ravenous state. As he met the astonished gazes of those around him, he too became aware of his unusual behavior. Fortunately, he could feel his physique becoming even more optimized with each bite he took. Just as he was about to speak, their mother remarked with a hint of pride. It seems my cooking was quite successful today. It's all thanks to Xiaoshi's appetite. You two should keep up the good work. With a gentle smile and an encouraging gaze, Yang's mother subtly gestured towards Xue Linger and her daughter. Upon hearing this, Xue Linger pouted slightly, for she had just finished her lunch not long ago and was not particularly hungry. Chapter 61. Sisterly Bonds and a Cozy Dinner. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Yang's mother noticed the subtle pout. As she watched Lu Xiaoshi indulge heartily, while her daughter had only eaten a few bites, she took the initiative to invite, Ling, you should eat some vegetables. Come, let mommy serve you a bit. Without waiting for a refusal, Yang's mother deftly picked up her chopsticks and placed a few leaves of bok choy onto Xue Linger's plate. Seeing her mother's enthusiastic invitation, Xue Linger forced a smile while secretly feeling exasperated. Help! She truly wasn't hungry. Noticing Xue Linger's indifference, Lu Xiaoshi curiously asked, Sister, why aren't you eating? Mom's cooking is really delicious. At this, Yang's mother beamed with delight, enjoying the compliment. As she watched her brother savor his meal, a sudden idea struck Xue Linger. She had a plan. Hey, Xiaoshi, would you be a dear and sacrifice a bit for your sister? With that thought, Xue Linger beamed and affectionately wrapped her arm around Lu Xiaoshi's shoulder. Xiaoshi, I'm not hungry, so you should eat more. In the next moment, she generously began serving him more dishes. Realizing the subtle threat behind her smile, Lu Xiaoshi quickly deduced her intentions. Oh dear, those squinting eyes are definitely trouble. His sister was using him as a shield. The worst part was, he couldn't refute her. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi's stunned silence, Xue Linger playfully taunted, Xiaoshi, you should eat. Is mom's cooking not to your liking? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoshi looked up at his beautiful sister in disbelief. He never expected her to turn the tables. Meanwhile, the gentle and kind Yang's mother watched their playful banter with curiosity. Only Shue's father, whose stomach was growling, remained serious as he diligently devoured the feast before him. Under the watchful eyes of their mother and sister, Lu Xiaoshi quickly capitulated. All right, I'll eat, is that okay? After being cornered by his sister Shuelinger, he found that the dinner no longer held any appeal. Subsequently, Shuelinger sat back with a triumphant smile, watching her brother eat with a face full of resignation. At the table, a clear division had emerged. Lu Xiaoshi and their father were obediently bowing their heads as they quietly consumed their meal, while Shuelinger and her mother shared smiles as they watched the boys. In the midst of this warm and tranquil atmosphere, Lu Xiaoshi suddenly felt something poking at his heel. What was that? Didn't he have any pets at home? With a head full of questions, Lu Xiaoshi paused his meal and glanced down at his heel. What he didn't notice was that at that very moment, Shuelinger's earlobes visibly flushed a rosy hue. As Lu Xiaoshi looked down, he finally identified the source of his disturbance. It was his sister, playfully poking him with her foot while he was eating. Upon realizing Lu Xiaoshi was watching her, Shuelinger immediately withdrew her delicate foot, which was as pale as snow. Seeing that his sister had initiated the prank, Lu Xiaoshi's eyes glinted mischievously. He was determined to show her that he could retaliate. He feigned a gesture of picking something up and swiftly grabbed Shuelinger's left calf. Given that their parents were still at the table, Shuelinger could only suppress her indignation. Forced by the circumstances, she cast a pleading look at Lu Xiaoshi. To her surprise, he mercilessly scratched her calf, prompting her to let out a surprised yelp. Lu Xiaoshi's counterattack had succeeded. As for Shuelinger, she met her mother's gaze with embarrassment, her face a picture of mortification. Chapter 62. A failed scheme backfires. Having been tickled by Lu Xiaoshi, Shuelinger's cheeks turned a noticeable shade of crimson. In stark contrast to her earlier composure, she now felt utterly awkward. Her sudden outburst had attracted the concerned gazes of her parents. Meanwhile, the culprit, Lu Xiaoshi, continued to eat with a satisfied demeanor, oblivious to the chaos he had caused. Amidst her embarrassment, Shuelinger caught her mother's eye for a brief moment. Noticing the inquiry in Yang's mother's expression, she silently chastised her brother for his audacity. How could Xiaoshi dare to tickle her weaknesses? She would remember this slight and would surely seek her revenge in due time. Seeing her daughter's sudden silence, Yang's mother immediately inquired, Linger, what happened? Why did you suddenly shout? Oh, it's nothing, Mom. I just accidentally bumped into the table leg, Shuelinger replied, forcing a reassuring smile. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Oh, all right then, but if it hurts, let me know. We have ointment at home. You can apply some if necessary. Really, it's fine. Mom, I feel okay now. Once Yang's mother finished her inquiry, Shue's father, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. Linger, you should be more careful. Try to avoid these bumps and scrapes. It's better that way. If you get hurt too often, I'll be worried sick. Hearing her father's warm advice, Shuelinger felt a rush of warmth in her heart. Wow, Dad really dotes on her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she almost wanted to express her affection with a moi. However, just as she was about to do so, her previously caring father shifted gears and began praising Lu Xiaoshi instead. Linger, look at Xiaoshi. As your younger brother, he is far more composed than you. You could learn a thing or two from him. Upon hearing her father praise Lu Xiaoshi, the instigator of her earlier embarrassment, Shuelinger was infuriated beyond measure. How could Dad do this? She had just been touched by her father's kindness, and now he was stripping her of her emotional moment. Though she was unable to expose Lu Xiaoshi's treachery, Shuelinger could only swallow her indignation. Aware of the combined attention of her parents, she gritted her teeth and replied weakly, I understand, Dad. I will definitely learn from Xiaoshi. While she said this, a little devil holding a fork began to dance wildly in her heart. Xiaoshi, the mischievous rascal. I must repay him for this later. Despite her thoughts, Shuelinger was still unable to let go of her desire for revenge. As the saying goes, one must rise again after falling. This time, she would reclaim her dignity. With this determination, Shuelinger stealthily slipped off her slippers and began to inch her delicate foot towards Lu Xiaoshi's heel once more. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Lu Xiaoshi suddenly felt that familiar sensation against his heel again. Warm, smooth, and even slightly ticklish due to Shuelinger's playful caresses, Lu Xiaoshi was taken aback by her unwavering determination to resume her antics. With wide eyes, he glanced at Shuelinger, as if to silently convey, really? You're back for more? Have you forgotten the consequences of your previous mischief? However, upon catching his gaze, Shuelinger raised her fair and elegant neck with a provocative air. Seeing her delight, Lu Xiaoshi could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, his sister was once again inviting trouble. Chapter 63. Shuelinger's little conditions. After Shuelinger's playful interruption, Lu Xiaoshi, already 9/10 full, discreetly set down his chopsticks and bowl. Seizing the opportunity while their parents were momentarily distracted, he swiftly reached for his sister's slender calf. Noticing his movements, Xue Linger's previously composed demeanor was suddenly punctuated by a flicker of panic in her eyes. Realizing her vulnerability, she quickly withdrew her delicate foot. Watching this golden opportunity for retaliation slip away, Lu Xiaoshi felt a surge of disappointment. Oh, what a shame it was to miss the chance to prank his sister. Nevertheless, after his second act of intimidation, Xue Linger refrained from teasing him for the remainder of dinner. Until the meal concluded, the siblings maintained a facade of tranquility. As Xue's father and Yang's mother set down their utensils, the warm dinner came to a close. No sooner had they finished than the considerate young mother cheerfully announced, "All right, you two go on with your activities. Let your father and me handle the dishes." With that, she waved her hands dismissively. "Okay, Mom and Dad. We're heading back to our room," Lu Xiaoshi said, waving goodbye before he and Xue Linger exited the dining room. Once the siblings had departed, Xue's father and Yang's mother exchanged amused glances. "Haha, I can hardly contain myself. This brother-sister duo is so audacious, even causing a ruckus beneath the table while dining. Indeed. My dear, your acting skills are remarkable. You have no idea how I struggled to suppress my laughter." In response to her husband's praise, young mother playfully swatted his arm. "Now, come help me put these dishes in the dishwasher. At once, my dear." Meanwhile, the moment Xue Linger was out of their parents' sight, she turned to her younger brother, Lu Xiaoshi. Feeling her warm gaze, he couldn't help but avert his eyes, a twinge of guilt washing over him. Noticing her brother's deliberate evasion, Xue Linger suddenly adopted a mock-crying tone. "Wah, you wicked little pumpkin, you've abandoned me. You were just trying to take advantage of me, weren't you?" As she spoke, she exaggeratedly mimicked the sound of sobbing while gazing at Lu Xiaoshi with wide, innocent eyes. Seeing her theatrical display, Lu Xiaoshi felt overwhelmed. His sister's words were so easily misinterpreted. If he allowed her to continue, wouldn't their parents overhear and unleash a torrent of love-filled reprimands upon him? "Sister, I implore you, please cease this charade." Faced with such an ultimatum, he unceremoniously raised the white flag of surrender. There was no shame in capitulating to an older sister. With a triumphant gleam in her eye, Xue Linger placed her hands on her hips and asked, "Will you still scratch me like you did earlier?" No. I assure you, I won't make that mistake again." Lu Xiaoshi added playfully. "I swear, this is more certain than the pearls in my bubble tea at noon." "You little rascal, you're teasing me again," she replied. "However, if you agree to one condition, I shall refrain from further complaints." Upon hearing that his mischievous sister was about to propose a condition, Lu Xiaoshi looked at her with suspicion. "What condition?" "Of course, you must join me for a gaming session later." Upon hearing this request, Lu Xiaoshi readily nodded in agreement. A gaming session? That sounded simple enough. Chapter 64. The Block Sandbox Game. Absolutely. Just wait and see, sister, he declared, striking a triumphant pose. Seeing his agreement, Xue Linger beamed with a sly smile. Observing her cunning expression, Lu Xiaoshi felt a sudden twinge of foreboding. Was he about to be tricked again? With this thought in mind, he took a small step back, intending to flee. But Xue Linger would not allow him to escape that easily. The moment he lifted his foot to step away, she firmly grasped his shirt collar. With a sweet yet commanding tone, she called, "Pumpkin, where do you think you're going? Didn't you promise to keep me company?" At her words, Lu Xiaoshi turned around as if petrified by Medusa's gaze. The power of her statement was akin to the classic line, "Air, you need to take your medicine." Stammering in embarrassment, he struggled to find his words, prompting Xue Linger to wrap her arms around him. "No escaping. Let us play games in my room." With that, Lu Xiaoshi was swept along into her chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar sight of her pink-walled sanctuary adorned with an array of cute stickers. A beautifully designed computer desk occupied the window side, upon which two computers sat as usual. The reason for the dual setup was simple. It was her clever ploy to entice her younger brother, Lu Xiaoshi, to join her for a gaming session. The thought of gaming together in her room was undeniably thrilling. As Lu Xiaoshi discreetly surveyed the surroundings, Xue Linger had already dashed to the desk to power on the computers. Come on, pumpkin, hurry and sit here," she urged, tapping the chair enticingly. To sit closer to her brother, she had even pulled the two chairs together. Noticing her subtle maneuver, Lu Xiaoshi could only comply and sit down. What could he do? He was still wary of her tricks. Although gaming with his sister was undeniably enjoyable, he couldn't shake off the apprehension. "Okay, are you ready, pumpkin?" "No problem. I'm launching the game now." As he beheld the familiar blocky world of the sandbox game, Lu Xiaoshi felt his confidence surge. He was sure of himself when it came to this game. His confidence stemmed from the presence of his sister, Xue Linger. Who could have guessed that this ethereal beauty was a gaming prodigy? From RPGs to MOBA competitions and even ordinary browser games, Xue Linger excelled in all. Usually, He merely followed in her wake, basking in the thrill of victory. After entering the room code with practiced ease, the two siblings dove into the game together. Upon entering the game, Lu Xiaoshi immediately witnessed the avatar controlled by Shui Linger delivering a punch to him. Observing the slight depletion of his health points, he was instantly enveloped in exasperation. "Sister, why did you hit me? We had agreed on a peaceful development." In response to his protest, Shui Linger cheekily made a face. "Hee, come on, silly persimmon, you can't catch me, huh?" While taunting him in reality. She deftly maneuvered her in-game character to dance around Lu Xiaoshi's avatar in a frenzied circle. Provoked by such antics, Lu Xiaoshi, in a fit of frustration, attempted to give chase. Thus began an exhilarating chase between their avatars, a uniquely spirited pursuit. Chapter 65, Monetizing Gameplay. "Don't run, I will definitely retaliate." "Hee, you're so slow, persimmon. I told you can't catch me." As she continued to mock Lu Xiaoshi's sluggish pace, Shui Linger led her avatar into a distant grove. This ordinary oak forest provided an excellent hiding place. Watching her character dart into the woods, Lu Xiaoshi immediately followed suit. However, upon entering the grove, he was bewildered to realize he had lost track of her. "Oh no, I'm lost in the woods again." Oh, confronted with this humiliating predicament, he clutched his head in despair. "Whoa, this is utterly disgraceful. How can I get lost in a sandbox game? I'm not directionally challenged in real life." Deeply perturbed, Lu Xiaoshi began to survey his surroundings. To his dismay, he found himself surrounded by towering oak trees, their dense formation rendering visibility nearly impossible. Though he had initially been just a few steps behind Shui Linger, he had now completely lost sight of her. As he lamented his misfortune, Shui Linger suddenly erupted in a peal of melodious laughter. "Ha ha ha, found you, persimmon. Take this." At that moment, Lu Xiaoshi saw the dirt block before his avatar vanish abruptly. Shui Linger's character leapt up from beneath the ground. "Ah, an underground attack? Sister, you're really going all out to ambush me. Take this punch." With a signature playful exclamation, Shui Linger swiftly directed her avatar to strike at Lu Xiaoshi. Accompanied by the sound of health points plummeting, Lu Xiaoshi's avatar suffered a considerable loss of vitality. "Wow, sister, you're so ruthless. My character is nearly out of health," he exclaimed, his expression one of utmost indignation as he glared at Shui Linger. Noticing his exasperated demeanor, Shui Linger pouted. "Persimmon, you're being fierce. You don't love me anymore. You've changed." Faced with such a classic, lethal trifecta of questions from his sister, Lu Xiaoshi was rendered speechless. How ironic that he was somewhat justified in his frustration, yet found himself ensnared in an unfavorable position by her query. Observing his momentary shock, Shui Linger reverted to her usual gentle tone. "Hee, don't be angry, persimmon. I'll go mining soon and find you a diamond as compensation." A diamond, such a precious resource? The moment Lu Xiaoshi heard her mention mining for a diamond, he swiftly dismissed his concerns about his dwindling health. Diamonds in a sandbox game were indeed a coveted treasure. Recognizing Shui Linger's history of extraordinary luck during gameplay, he felt a flicker of hope. "All right then, just one diamond will suffice." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's playful request for merely one diamond, Shui Linger felt somewhat underestimated. "That once he do, I'll compensate you with 3. With that proclamation, she retrieved a stone pickaxe from her in-game inventory and headed towards the mine. Seeing her determined demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi had no choice but to follow suit empty-handed, eager to witness whether she could indeed uncover diamonds this time. Just as she spoke, the system's notification chimed. "Ding! You have played the game for 10 minutes, and the game module has been automatically activated for you. Based on the current game you are playing, you have acquired the ability to convert diamonds from this game into real diamonds." Thrilled by the revelation that he could transform in-game diamond items into genuine diamonds, Lu Xiaoshi could not help but give a thumbs up. "System, you truly are remarkable." Chapter 66, Diamond Monetization. After carefully reviewing the information regarding the game module provided by the system, Lu Xiaoshi smiled with delight. As expected of a system that boasts the title of Wealthy God, even playing a game can yield valuable diamond rewards. So, the specific rewards of this game module change based on the content of the game I play, correct? Yes, master. Your understanding is accurate. What if the game background is set in a futuristic technology theme? Will I then receive rewards such as a Gundam or a Star Destroyer? Master, the current game module does not possess such advanced permissions. The rewards that can be materialized in the real world will primarily consist of various assets. Even if advanced technology products were available, they would not reach the level of Gundams or Star Destroyers. Upon hearing the system's clarification regarding the current limitations, Lu Xiaoshi nodded in understanding. "All right then, I am quite satisfied with materializing assets. After all, a little money is always welcome." Exiting the system panel, Lu Xiaoshi's consciousness returned to the real world. At that moment, Shui Linger was diligently mining in the cave. The rhythmic sounds of her pickaxe striking rock echoed as iron and coal began to tumble out. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi standing idly by, she playfully urged, "Persimmon, why are you slacking off? Are you really going to leave your delicate sister to mine alone?" With a playful pout and sparkling eyes, she gazed at him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Oh no, the feeling of infatuation. In an instant, he found himself completely captivated by her charm. Hee, what can I do? Who can resist the power of your cuteness, sister? Sister, could you pass me a pickaxe? I haven't gathered any resources at all. Hearing that Lu Xiaoshi had played for 10 minutes without collecting any resources, Xuelinger almost burst into laughter. Oh dear, I almost forgot. It was because I had been playfully hitting you that you were too busy chasing me to gather anything. Handing him a wooden pickaxe from her inventory, she resumed her monotonous mining task. With the addition of the industrious Lu Xiaoshi, the speed at which the siblings' mined had significantly increased. In a mere 5 minutes, they found themselves deep within a natural underground cavern. Passing through a narrow opening that restricted their vision, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista. Upon seeing the mineral blocks shimmering with the distinctive hue of diamonds on the display screen, Xuelinger joyfully enveloped Lu Xiaoshi in a warm embrace. Ha! Diamonds, indeed. I can finally fulfill my promise of compensation to you. With that, Xuelinger swiftly commanded her character in the game to use the freshly smelted iron pickaxe to successfully extract several diamonds. A total of 5 diamonds were unearthed. And without hesitation, she generously placed 3 of them into Lu Xiaoshi's backpack. Here you go. Sure, these are your diamonds. At the very moment the diamonds reached Xuelinger's backpack, a system notification chimed in synchrony. Ding dong, you have successfully manifested 3 1-carat quality diamonds. Chapter 67, A Magical Confession and Disney. Just as the system confirmed the successful manifestation of the diamonds, Lu Xiaoshi felt a slight heaviness in his right coat pocket. Reaching in, he indeed felt the small facets of the 3 diamonds. He gently weighed them in his pocket, noting that they weren't particularly heavy. After all, the combined weight of the 3 diamonds was merely 3 carats, translating to approximately 0.6 grams, quite light indeed. At this realization, he found the earlier sensation of weight in his pocket to be quite marvelous. Adhering to his principle of seeking guidance from the system when perplexed, he decided to inquire directly. System, was that enigmatic feeling just now you're doing? Ding dong, yes, master. This was to ensure that you could immediately perceive the existence of your reward. With the system's explanation, Lu Xiaoshi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had to admit, the system was rather considerate. Not only did it manifest the diamond reward, but it also provided a visual cue. Such attentive service was truly commendable. As he touched the surface of the diamond with a smile, Xuelinger, too, wore a beaming expression as she gazed at the display screen. Haha, and I still have 2 diamonds left. While they may not compare to your 3 real diamonds, they are certainly among the finest resources in this sandbox game. Filled with joy, Xuelinger turned her attention to Lu Xiaoshi. Sure, what do you plan to do with those 3 diamonds for your equipment? Upon hearing her question, Lu Xiaoshi felt a wave of panic. Oh no, I've already withdrawn the diamonds. What should I do? His sister's inquiry had caught him off guard. I'm not quite sure yet. I haven't thought it through. In a moment of desperation, Lu Xiaoshi could only feign ignorance. To his surprise, as he racked his brain for a response, Xuelinger approached him with great enthusiasm. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air as her enchanting figure drew near. Feeling the warmth of her presence, Lu Xiaoshi shivered. Oh heavens, his sister was coming closer. If she happened to discover the diamonds he had just unearthed, it would surely become an extraordinary incident. In a flurry of anxiety, he watched as Xuelinger casually glanced at his display screen. In that moment, he felt as though the very air around him had solidified. With Xuelinger intently gazing at the screen, he silently lamented his predicament. Beneath his calm facade, he was on the verge of losing his composure. Sister, please don't look at my backpack. I beg you don't. Just as Lu Xiaoshi fervently prayed in his mind, Xuelinger, with a playful smile, remarked, Look, sure, I told you your backpack looks much cooler with diamonds in it. It was so empty before, but now it's truly splendid. Wait, diamonds. He was bewildered. Hadn't he just seen the diamonds disappear from his game backpack? With a mix of disbelief and curiosity, Lu Xiaoshi cautiously leaned over to inspect the display screen. Miraculously, 3 diamonds remained in his game backpack, none more, none less. As he pondered this anomaly, the system chimed in once more with a long-awaited notification. Ding dong, master, there's no need to worry. This system has automatically activated the relevant game protection mechanism to obscure your withdrawals. From now on, your withdrawals in the game will no longer consume the corresponding game items. Of course, we will also monitor you to ensure you do not exploit any loopholes to excessively convert game rewards into real-world benefits. With the system's explanation, Lu Xiaoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the system had provided him with a safeguard. Noticing that Linger was about to inquire further, he swiftly retrieved a diamond from his pocket. "Sister, let me perform a magic trick for you." With that, he demonstrated the disappearance of the diamond from his right hand, only for it to reappear in his left palm a moment later. Utilizing the system's spatial capabilities, he successfully executed the trick. Meanwhile, Linger was left in awe, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Sister, I love you." Fearing that she might continue to press him with questions, Xiaoshi handed her the diamond and promptly bolted from the room. "Hey, sure, don't run away." Watching Xiaoshi hastily escape, Linger felt her cheeks flush. Sure had gifted her a diamond. And that declaration of love, did it not qualify as a confession? That night was destined to be one of restless hearts and sleeplessness. The next morning, the alarm clock Xiaoshi had set rang out sharply. Dingling, dingling. Upon hearing the alarm, he swiftly reached out to silence it. "Oh, I slept wonderfully last night. Hee, today I get to go to Disneyland with my sister." After stretching casually, he dashed to the bathroom to freshen up. Amidst the sound of rushing water, the door to his room gently creaked open. Peeking through the gap was Linger, her adorable little head appearing. Hearing Xiaoshi's movements, she couldn't resist the urge to sneak a glance at him. La la la, what a beautiful day it is. Hearing Xiaoshi singing while washing his face, Linger tiptoed lightly, seemingly preparing to ambush her brother once more. However, having undergone enhancement with a basic gene serum, Xiaoshi was far from oblivious to her approach. Even with the sound of water cascading in the background, he could easily detect her footsteps. "Is my sister planning to play tricks on me again?" After a moment's contemplation, he devised a counter-strategy. I'll turn the tables on her." Sensing her brother's unsuspecting demeanor, Linger felt a surge of triumph within. It seemed this time, she had secured victory in her playful scheme. Sure. Here comes your sister." In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Linger found herself startled as Xiaoshi abruptly turned around, drawing near. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Xiaoshi playfully embraced her, his demeanor brimming with mischief. Following this, he smugly rubbed his face, which was dripping with droplets of water, against her cheek. The icy sensation of the water made Linger exclaim, "Ah!" After a brief 5 seconds, the two siblings silently took up towels to wipe their faces. However, unlike her brother, Linger regarded Xiaoshi with a gaze filled with indignation. "You naughty boy, Xiaoshi." Confronted with his sister's reproach, Xiaoshi cheekily retorted, "Who was it that sneaked into my room to scare me just now?" Hearing him bring up old grievances, Linger huffed, aware of her own culpability. With a touch of prideful defiance, she swiftly conjured another reason to complain. "Humph, you kept me up late last night." Then, adopting a tone reminiscent of a spoiled young lady, she stubbornly declared, "Well, I don't care. This is all your fault." "Wait, is my sister saying she couldn't sleep last night because of me? What does that even have to do with me?" Nevertheless, as Xiaoshi scrutinized his sister's visage, he indeed noticed the dark circles under her eyes. "Sister, those faint dark circles around your eyes, could they possibly be due to your excitement for our trip to Disneyland today?" Upon hearing this, Linger felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, reflecting on the myriad of fanciful thoughts she had indulged in the previous night regarding diamonds. She found herself too shy to respond. "Ahem, Xiaoshi, hurry up and finish washing up. Disneyland awaits our presence." Chapter 68. Check-in, 5 shares of Disney Group. Responding to Linger's urging, Xiaoshi nodded obediently. "All right, I just need to brush my teeth." After hastily completing his dental care, the two siblings clasped hands and made their way to the dining table, with both Shue's father and mother attending a board meeting at the company. Their breakfast was kept rather simple. They quickly consumed a modest meal of bread and milk before stepping out of the house with great enthusiasm. As Linger flung open the front door, she took a deep, invigorating breath of the fresh air. It must be said that the landscaping of this villa community was exquisitely designed. While it lacked the ethereal beauty of Tang Chini Pin, it compensated with the essence of unspoiled nature. A glance around revealed the verdant lawns adorned with seasonal blooms, and the early morning sight of such beauty lifted Linger's spirits immensely. Meanwhile, Xiaoshi, walking alongside her, was absorbed in the system space. If someone could connect to the system space at that moment, they would undoubtedly hear Xiaoshi's mutterings. "Beauty device for 250 points? Can't afford that, goodbye." Perfect level skin restoration for burn scars at 380 points? Even more unaffordable. Seriously, why is every beauty item in the shop so extravagant? I just want to buy something to eliminate dark circles for my sister. Indeed, as one could see, Xiaoshi was perusing the Taobao system shop. Being an ardent brother, he had already begun contemplating a remedy for his sister's dark circles as soon as they stepped out. However, to his disappointment, the so-called omnipotent system shop refused to offer such a basic item. Upon receiving this response, his heart sank. Meanwhile, Linger hummed a cheerful tune as she briskly led him toward the garage, their pace quickened by the anticipation of their outing. In fact, Schwellinger's long, graceful legs moved with a swift elegance that was quite remarkable. Before long, they arrived at the underground garage via the shaded paths of the community. Hurry up, Xiaoshi. I can already see Disneyland beckoning us. Perhaps due to the excitement of heading to the amusement park with her beloved Xiaoshi, Schwellinger was positively brimming with enthusiasm. In the open space of the Bugatti Veyron, her fair and delicate legs danced playfully. Even her exquisite features radiated a captivating smile. Witnessing his sister's joyful and hopeful demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi found himself equally eager for their adventure. Let us go. Off to Disneyland. With a gentle press of the accelerator, the Bugatti Veyron's engine roared to life with a powerful growl. Under the envious and respectful gazes of the community security staff, the pair officially departed the neighborhood, embarking on their journey to Disneyland. As it was Monday, the first workday of the week, the entire city of Magic Shanghai was unusually congested. After enduring considerable traffic, Lu Xiaoshi finally managed to navigate the Bugatti Veyron to their destination. With the astonished gazes of passers-by upon him, he calmly steered the luxurious vehicle into a parking space. Since he began driving this extravagant supercar, he had grown accustomed to the attention it drew. Perhaps this was simply the thrill of being in the spotlight. It must be said, having just experienced the allure of such attention, Lu Xiaoshi felt quite exhilarated. Previously, his good looks could only attract a portion of onlookers. But since acquiring the Bugatti Veyron, he had become an undeniable focal point. Wherever he drove his luxurious supercar, he felt like the star of the show. As he stood under the scrutiny of the surrounding pedestrians, Lu Xiaoshi gallantly rushed to the passenger side and opened the door. Once it swung open, Schwellinger gracefully extended her arms and linked them with his. Unlike her demure attire from the previous day, which had been suited for a movie and shopping, today she embraced a sporty, youthful style. Clad in a pink athletic jacket and simple white leggings, her skin glistened with radiant beauty beneath a mesh sports cap. The sight of this stunning pair, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, immediately drew admiration from onlookers. However, due to the sunglasses both of them wore, their true identities remained concealed from the crowd. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Disneyland. Gazing at the iconic Disney sign, which was unmistakably visible from a distance, Lu Xiaoshi quietly instructed the system, I would like to check in here today. Ding. You have successfully completed today's check-in. Ding. Your check-in reward today is 5 shares of Disney Group. Congratulations, Master. You are now a shareholder of Disney Group. Following this congratulatory message, a cheerful smiley face appeared on the system's interface. Upon seeing that his reward consisted of 5 shares of Disney Group, Lu Xiaoshi's face lit up with a faint smile. He had made the right bet. The rewards from the system varied according to the location of the check-in, which meant that the location itself influenced the nature of the rewards. He had long anticipated exploring the specific mechanics of the system's check-in feature. As he was en route to Disneyland, he found himself contemplating various possibilities. To his astonishment, he had indeed secured a 5 stake in the Disney Group. It is worth noting that the Disney Group boasts a staggering market capitalization of 2.6 trillion. In the public sphere, this colossal entity is adorned with numerous accolades, including titles such as the copyright juggernaut and global leader of legal affairs, all of which are uniquely associated with Disney. Although the Disney Group encompasses a diverse range of industries, it is primarily renowned for its various film production companies under its umbrella. Many of the core attractions within Disneyland are, in fact, themed derivatives of intellectual properties owned by Disney Studios. To think that such a globally recognized titan is now partially under the control of Lu Xiaoshi, who holds a 5 stake in the group, is simply staggering. Faced with such a monumental reward, Lu Xiaoshi felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria wash over him. Just as he was basking in his happiness, Schwelling eagerly urged him to redeem their tickets. Cousin, let us hurry to that self-service machine and exchange our tickets. Exchange tickets? There's no need for that hassle anymore. System, please use my 5 stake in the Disney Group to grant me an enhanced privilege. I desire an experience that surpasses even the luxurious VIP treatment. Mere moments later, the system confirmed that the necessary arrangements had been made. Sister, look at this. We don't need to redeem the tickets after all. Just as Schwellinger looked at him with a mix of curiosity and confusion, a man wearing a manager's badge hurriedly approached them. Upon confirming that Lu Xiaoshi was indeed the esteemed guest indicated in the photos sent from above, he immediately bowed respectfully to welcome them. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Welcome to Disneyland. Seeing Lu Xiaoshi being treated as a VIP without uttering a word left Schwellinger wide-eyed in astonishment. You even managed to impress Disney? Cousin, you're truly remarkable. Chapter 69. The Heart of a Young Girl and the Carousel. Noticing the sheer delight on Schwellinger's face, Lu Xiaoshi playfully flashed a peace sign. The moment she caught sight of his mischievous gesture, Schwellinger couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Haha, cousin. You're such a tease. Even as a VIP, is it really appropriate to be this lively? Sensing the sparkle in her eyes, Lu Xiaoshi offered her a reassuring glance. In that moment, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. Subsequently, with a beaming smile, Xue Linger took the initiative to link her arm with his. As their shoulders brushed together, she leaned in and sweetly whispered in his ear, "Cousin, you were truly impressive just now. Seeing you so dashing has made my heart flutter." Feeling the warm breath against his ear, Lu Xiaoshi's earlobes visibly turned crimson. He was embarrassed. Such a conspicuous change did not escape Xue Linger's keen observation. Witnessing her cousin's bashfulness, she let out a charming laugh, reveling in her allure. "Ha ha, cousin, your ears have turned red. You can't deny it." Upon hearing her playful tease, Lu Xiaoshi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and he waved his hands in a flustered manner. "Sister, stop it. Be careful, or I might turn into a big bad wolf and gobble you up." He then exaggeratedly mimicked a fierce wolf's expression. Seeing him pull such a humorous face, Xue Linger playfully retorted, "Oh, I'm not afraid. Big bad wolf, come and devour me." Watching his sister speak with an enchanting charm that seemed almost ethereal, Lu Xiaoshi felt utterly defeated. "Goodness, sister, you're far too tempting. And to think you trust me so completely, without a shred of wariness." As for Xue Linger, she gazed at him with a radiant smile, her eyes filled with affection. In truth, she had genuinely meant what she said earlier. She secretly hoped that Lu Xiaoshi would take the initiative at some point. Unfortunately, it appeared that he had a penchant for a more passive approach. With the mindset of being proactive when he was not, Xue Linger began to prepare various ways to express her feelings. As they approached the enchanting Disneyland, a thought suddenly struck her mind. Perhaps confessing her feelings within the park would be delightful? Once this notion took root, it firmly occupied her thoughts. In this manner, Xue Linger followed Lu Xiaoshi into Disneyland, with the manager guiding them ahead. Throughout the journey, the manager exuded utmost respect, fully aware of the need to cater to the distinguished guest that Lu Xiaoshi represented, adhering to the principle that the customer is king, and the esteemed guest is even more so. He was meticulous in his every action. Noticing that Lu Xiaoshi was accompanied by a female companion, the astute manager observed their interactions closely. Witnessing Xue Linger's captivating gaze firmly fixed on Lu Xiaoshi, the clever manager quickly deduced their intimate connection. These two guests must share a very close relationship. Perhaps they are even a couple. Once they entered the park, the manager proactively began to outline the various attractions within. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the specifics of the park." Upon receiving a slight nod from Lu Xiaoshi, the manager cheerfully continued with his presentation. "Our park features 7 themed areas, such as Mickey Avenue, the Enchanted Garden, and Adventure Island, allowing you both to explore according to your interests. Although many attractions have designated operating hours, I can extend those hours for you." After listening to the manager's extensive introduction, Lu Xiaoshi calmly nodded. "Well, it seems that there are many new attractions since my last visit over a year ago." Out of the 7 themed areas, he had only explored 3 with Xue Linger before. Fortunately, they had ample time today, and they might even be able to experience several more attractions. Just as the manager was eager to continue his explanation, Xue Linger gently tugged at his sleeve and said, "Cousin, let us not have this manager accompany us any longer. If we let him stick with us, we won't be able to enjoy ourselves." With that, she shot a discontented glance at the manager, akin to that of a person annoyed by a glaring light bulb. Alright then." Since it was his sister's request, Lu Xiaoshi was inclined to oblige. "Manager, perhaps you could attend to other matters for now? We won't require your assistance for the time being. Enjoy your time. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call on me." With a polite smile, the manager graciously took his leave, having received Lu Xiaoshi's subtle dismissal. Once the manager who had disrupted their enjoyment finally departed, Xue Linger mischievously nudged Lu Xiaoshi's shoulder. "Hee, the light bulb has finally left. Cousin, what should we do first?" "I'm fine with anything. Sister, you choose." Observing her brother's affectionate deference, Xue Linger felt an overwhelming sense of happiness blossom within her. "Oh, I wish to experience the enchanting carousel within the whimsical garden theme park." Upon hearing her sister's desire to ride the carousel, Lu Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback. The memory of their previous terrifying encounter, surrounded by a group of unruly children during their last carousel ride, sparked an instinctive sense of reluctance within him. Noticing his hesitation, Xue Linger immediately continued to entice him with an air of mystery. "Oh, my dearest Shitsi, would you accompany me for just a little ride on the carousel? Afterward, I have a mysterious reward waiting for you." The mention of a mysterious reward instantly ignited Lu Xiaoshi's enthusiasm. "Well, rewards are nice and all, but the key is to enjoy the ride with my fairy sister." Hearing Lu Xiaoshi's playful words, Xue Linger chuckled delightfully. "Haha, as expected. Shitsi is someone who only acts when the prize is in sight. Before long, the two of them arrived at the enchanting carousel within the whimsical garden theme park. Displaying the exclusive pass granted to top-tier clients by the manager to the park staff, they were granted swift access to the attraction. Shitsi, let us sit here. I adore the appearance of this rainbow horse. With a proud pat on the rainbow horse-like carousel, Xue Linger unceremoniously took her seat. Sister, you're torturing me. The horse beside you is also a pink pony. A bitter smile crossed Lu Xiaoshi's face as he gazed at the carousel, which overflowed with girlish charm. Goodness! What kind of big man rides a pink pony? Who can bear this? Seeing his unwillingness, Xue Linger leaned in and gently kissed his cheek. With a hint of shyness, she alluringly coaxed, your mysterious reward. Shitsi, please sit down. No sooner had her words left her lips than Lu Xiaoshi, enchanted by his fairy sister's kiss, joyfully plopped himself onto the pink pony. His actions affirmed a newfound truth. How delightful. Chapter 70. A kiss seals fate, destined for 3 lifetimes. Once seated on the pink pony's saddle, Lu Xiaoshi no longer displayed any signs of reluctance. The temptation of his sister's fragrant kiss had banished his earlier hesitations. Not only that, but he also underwent a swift transformation in thought. What is wrong with a pink pony? It's merely a carousel ride. Besides, a true man should have the courage to ride a pink pony. After a brief yet fervent self-encouragement, Lu Xiaoshi boldly embraced his actions. The posture that had previously been slightly hunched out of embarrassment straightened with newfound confidence. Shitsi, how do you look sitting on the pink pony? Hearing his sister, the instigator of this playful encounter, tease him, Lu Xiaoshi promptly retaliated, splendid. As long as I can sit beside you. With that, he mischievously cast a flirtatious glance at his sister. It proved that a handsome wink could wield considerable power over their infatuated admirers. Witnessing this, Xue Linger's fair neck flushed a deep crimson. Even Lu Xiaoshi himself was surprised by the potency of his charming gaze. Hey sister, don't get lost in thought. The carousel is about to begin. You must hold on tight, or you might fall. Oh right. Thank you, Shitsi, Xue Linger responded. Her demeanor transformed into one of sweet shyness after his flirtatious glance. The gentle and demure image she now presented was a stark contrast to the mischievous little imp she had been moments ago. Amid their playful banter filled with laughter, the carousel finally reached the moment of commencement, following an announcement over the loudspeaker that evoked feelings of warmth akin to a spring breeze. A cheerful voice rang out. Dear guests, please take your seats. The enchanting carousel ride is about to commence. After a flourish of lively introductions, the carousel began to whirl into motion. Accompanied by the whimsical melodies characteristic of Disney, the vibrant carousel horses commenced their rhythmic rise and fall. As the music floated through the air, even Lu Xiaoshi found himself entranced. Truly, Disney possesses an unparalleled knack for selecting delightful tunes. The enchanting and joyous ambience of the background music harmoniously complemented the carousel, accentuating its beauty. Despite it being daytime, the carousel's colorful lights sparkled brilliantly, casting a fairy tale-like warmth around the scene. The little orb-shaped lights created a magical atmosphere reminiscent of a storybook. As the carousel spun ceaselessly, the lights left behind trails of exquisite brilliance. From a distance, they sparkled like a galaxy, showcasing their colorful beauty. Captivated by this enchanting sight, Xue Linger exclaimed, Shitsi, this carousel is truly beautiful. Indeed, the scenery is magnificent. Drawn in by the mesmerizing view, their gazes naturally met. 1 second, 2 seconds, gradually. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away. In each other's eyes, only their reflections remained, perhaps due to the lingering effect of Lu Xiaoshi's flirtatious glance. A gentle blush adorned Xue Linger's exquisitely beautiful face. Though tinged with shyness, it did not detract from her graceful beauty. As Lu Xiaoshi beheld his fairy sister, resembling an ethereal beauty, he suddenly comprehended a profound truth. He finally understood why protagonists in films so often find themselves on carousels. The intimacy fostered by mere eye contact during such a ride is sufficient to deepen their connection. Moreover, at this moment, he was accompanied by the stunning beauty of his sister, Xue Ling. Imagine the scene, amidst the gentle sway of the carousel. A pair of enchanting eyes fixated solely on you. Such a romantic tableau is simply irresistible. In contrast, envision the same scenario set against the backdrop of a roller coaster, where a crowd of onlookers screams in excitement, while the male and female leads engage in tender whispers. Such imagery is undeniably breathtaking. Having this epiphany, Lu Xiaoshi cherished the beautiful moments unfolding before him even more. In Xue Linger's eyes, she perceived a sudden transformation in her Shitsi's demeanor. Upon closer observation, the tenderness reflected in his gaze seemed to have intensified. Their remarkable rapport rendered any spoken words unnecessary. It was as if their hearts, now attuned to one another, had drawn closer than ever before. Thump, thump, thump as their eyes locked in a moment of emotional resonance. Lu Xiaoshi could distinctly feel the powerful rhythm of his heart reverberating within him, just as they were both swept away in this emotional tide. A childish voice unexpectedly interrupted. "Mommy, what are those big brother and sister doing? Are they turned to stone by a bad person? Why are they so still?" The innocent inquiry from a child sitting behind them on the carousel abruptly shattered the tender atmosphere they had so carefully crafted. "Apologies for the interruption. Please, carry on." Observing the mother of the little child apologetically, preventing her offspring from continuing, Lu Xiaoshi merely smiled and fell silent. In that moment, both he and Xue Linger found themselves enveloped in an unexpected silence. In an effort to enliven the conversation, Lu Xiaoshi took the initiative to speak. "Sister, I've heard that every girl who rides the carousel is a princess. But I wonder, who is your white knight, dear sister?" Just as he was about to finish his thought, the carousel gradually came to a halt, signaling the end of their ride. Yet, Xue Linger, as if resolutely determined, rushed forward and embraced Lu Xiaoshi tightly. With courage swelling within her, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she earnestly declared, "No need to guess, my dear Lu. My one and only white knight in this lifetime is you, and only you." Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiaoshi felt a stirring in his heart and gazed intently at the enchanting beauty before him, bathed in the vibrant glow of colorful lights. Xue Linger's luscious red lips appeared irresistibly alluring. Before he could respond, she seized the moment and bestowed upon him a tender kiss. Their lips melded together, creating an unprecedented closeness between them. As their kiss deepened, Xue Linger's delicate eyelashes fluttered incessantly, betraying the tumult within her heart. Sensing her boldness, Lu Xiaoshi, not one to shy away, reciprocated the kiss with equal fervor. In that shared moment, their hearts intertwined like never before. Casting a glance at Xue Ling, Lu Xiaoshi silently vowed, "Xue Linger, I humbly seek your guidance for the rest of my days." Chapter 71. The Astonishment of Bystanders. As their lips met, both of their faces flushed a vibrant crimson. Drawing upon the theoretical knowledge he had gleaned from the internet, he swiftly pressed his lips against Xue Linger's soft ones. The unexpected contact sent her heart racing, her ears flushed, and her cheeks radiating shyness. With wide, astonished eyes, she gazed at Lu Xiaoshi, her sparkling gaze seemingly conveying, "Lu, you truly know how to surprise." Feeling her sentiments, Lu Xiaoshi bore a pang of guilt. He was merely an adept learner of theoretical knowledge. Though he might appear experienced in the art of kissing, it was all learned from the web. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi's adorably pitiful expression, Xue Linger pouted in playful reproach, her demeanor suggesting disbelief. As other visitors began to exit the carousel, the sweet moment shared between the two became a focal point of attention. Just then, a familiar child's voice chimed in, "Big brother, big sister, are you kissing?" But the staff said we should leave in an orderly manner. Caught off guard by the innocent inquiry, Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger exchanged embarrassed glances, momentarily halting their sweet kiss. As their lips parted, Lu Xiaoshi noticed the vivid blush on Xue Linger's cheeks. The sunlight softly illuminated her, revealing a unique blend of shyness and elegance. In stark contrast, the child who had interrupted them now appeared more exuberant than ever. Observing the child's innocent curiosity, Lu Xiaoshi felt reluctant to chide him. After all, the child was not wrong. Their affectionate display had indeed disrupted the atmosphere. As he contemplated what to say, the child's mother, filled with remorse, interjected, "I apologize, dear ones. It is my lack of supervision that has caused you trouble. Now, child, apologize to these lovely big brother and sister." Seeing the child gazing up at him with innocent eyes, Lu Xiaoshi quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need for apologies. It is we who owe you an apology. Thank you for your reminder, little one. Here, take this as a keepsake." With that, he extended his hand, offering a special badge emblazoned with a VIP insignia to the child. Upon receiving the gift, the child's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister." The soft, melodic gratitude brought smiles to both Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger as they waved back. "You're welcome, little one. Have fun. We must be on our way now. Goodbye, big brother and big sister." After bidding farewell to the child, Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger walked hand in hand, making their way outside. As they reached a less crowded passage, Xue Linger playfully pinched the soft flesh at Lu Xiaoshi's waist, her expression imbued with a sense of innocence. "Naughty Lu, quickly explain why you seemed so experienced when we kissed just now. Tell me, have you secretly had a girlfriend before?" Seeing Xue Linger seamlessly slip into the role of a jealous partner, Lu Xiaoshi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Hey, how can you hold a grudge like that? Besides, I'm innocent." With a hint of exasperation, he quietly replied, "Sister, I swear I'm innocent. I merely learned some kissing techniques online out of boredom." Upon hearing his explanation, Xue Linger displayed a look of skepticism. "Really? There are tutorials online about kissing? The internet is quite something." After contemplating the matter seriously, she decided to give Lu Xiaoshi the benefit of the doubt. All right, I shall temporarily believe you. Seeing Lu Xiaoshi's face light up with joy, she continued, however, there must not be a next time. Of course, I promise to abide by your wishes. Whatever you say, I shall do. Good boy, Lu. Come here, let me reward you with a kiss. With that, she gently pecked Lu Xiaoshi on the cheek. After Xue Ling'er finished her kiss, she playfully smacked her lips as if relishing the sweetness of their moment together. Nestling her head against Lu Xiaoshi's shoulder, she mused. What shall we do next? So much has changed in Disneyland this past year. Lu Xiaoshi nodded in agreement. Indeed. I recall the carousel's surrounding lights were not as splendid as they are today. It seems Disneyland is constantly enhancing its attractions. As for what to do next, he had yet to decide. Noticing that Lu Xiaoshi also lacked a plan for their upcoming activities, Xue Ling'er clapped her hands in realization. Yes, I'm facing a dilemma myself. With so many themed areas, my eyes are nearly overwhelmed. Each attraction is more enticing than the last. With so many delightful options laid before her, she felt utterly directionless and indecisive. As Lu Xiaoshi and his companion found themselves entangled in a moment of indecision. The earlier pair of mother and child had already moved on to the next attraction. Perhaps it was the exquisite VIP badge gifted by Lu Xiaoshi that captivated the child, who couldn't help but play with it incessantly. Even while waiting in line, the child was engrossed in the badge, delighting in its beauty. Bathed in the radiant glow of the golden sun hanging in the sky, the splendid badge reflected a dazzling brilliance. Coincidentally, the theme park manager, who had previously attended to Lu Xiaoshi and his companion, happened to pass by. Upon noticing the classic badge adorned with the VIP insignia in the child's hand, he was taken aback and approached them with a sense of urgency. After inquiring about the situation, he promptly bowed slightly and said, "You two are esteemed guests holding VIP badges, entitled to enjoy the privilege of skipping the queue. Please, follow me to the VIP passage." With a smile gracing his face, he guided the mother and child towards the VIP corridor. Surprised by such unexpected treatment, the child exclaimed, "That big brother from earlier is so amazing. He even gave me this VIP badge." In response, the manager chuckled and affirmed, "Indeed, that big brother is one of our esteemed guests here at Disneyland." Hearing this exchange, the mother displayed a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated that such a young and approachable individual could be granted such esteemed status and privileges at Disneyland. Chapter 72. Ling'er is sweet. Xiaoshi, look over there. Isn't that the spot where we took selfies with the characters last time? Selfie? Upon hearing Xue Ling'er's words, Lu Xiaoshi felt a surge of curiosity. He glanced over and immediately spotted no fewer than 20 staff members dressed as Disney characters engaging with visitors for selfies. Recognizing the familiar scene before him, he quietly glanced down at the park map in his hand. Following the map, he quickly found the name of this location, the Fantasy Garden Selfie Point. "Sister, this is the selfie point in the Fantasy Garden. We've taken pictures here before." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's reluctance, Xue Ling'er immediately raised her delicate nose in defiance. No, let us take another one. Since we're here, it would be a shame not to capture the moment." With that, she playfully tugged at Lu Xiaoshi's arm. Succumbing to her charming insistence, Lu Xiaoshi relented. "All right, let us take a photo." "Yay, you're the best, Xiaoshi." Upon hearing her brother's agreement, Xue Ling'er's face lit up with joy. Amidst the envious glances of onlookers, she planted a kiss on Lu Xiaoshi's cheek. Since she had just revealed her feelings to him and received a positive response, her kisses had become increasingly unreserved, her movements growing ever more adept. "Sister? When Lu Xiaoshi suddenly called out to her after she kissed his cheek, Xue Ling'er approached him without hesitation. "Sister, why does your kiss taste like strawberries?" Hearing such an embarrassing question from Lu Xiaoshi, Xue Ling'er playfully delivered a soft punch. "You naughty Xiaoshi, don't ask such embarrassing questions." "Not at all. I'm merely exhibiting a spirit of scientific inquiry," Lu Xiaoshi retorted playfully, sticking out his tongue. Observing her sister preparing to retaliate with another playful punch, he quickly employed the art of diversion. "Sister, let us hurry. There are fewer visitors at the selfie point. This is a prime opportunity for a photograph." Gently taking Xue Ling'er's hand, Lu Xiaoshi felt a warm sensation. Mischievously, he tickled the palm of her hand, which made her smile while falling into a moment of silence. Her outward calm belying her internal embarrassment over her vulnerabilities. Why does Xiaoshi know all my weaknesses? Especially at such an embarrassing moment in front of others. It must be said, the thoughts of a young girl are indeed difficult to decipher. Even Lu Xiaoshi, who had grown up alongside her, had not anticipated her private feelings of embarrassment. To the eyes of bystanders, Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Ling'er appeared to be a perfect couple. The handsome young man and the tall, ethereal girl made for a striking combination that could not help but attract attention. As they walked side by side towards a Mickey Mouse character, they were met with the character's enthusiastic greeting, "Hello." I am Mickey, the staff member, embodying the character. Greeted them with professionalism. Hello, Mickey. May I shake your hand? With a playful glint in her eyes, Xueling eagerly reached out to grasp Mickey's large hand. The soft, furry sensation at her fingertips elicited a delighted giggle. Hey, Xiaoshi, you should try this too. It's so much fun. Without waiting for a response, she pulled Lu Xiaoshi's hand over to Mickey's. Soon, Lu Xiaoshi felt the same delightful texture. As he processed the sensation, his sensitive nature made him shiver slightly. Seeing his reaction, Xueling burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiaoshi, why are you so sensitive? It's just a handshake. In the face of his sister's teasing, Lu Xiaoshi retorted stubbornly, not at all. That was just an accident. Sister, you should try my tickling. Seizing the moment while Xueling was distracted, he swiftly reached for her waist and began to tickle her. With laughter echoing, Xueling quickly surrendered. Haha, I give up. Xiaoshi, please spare me. Watching her sister playfully concede, Lu Xiaoshi ceased his tickling. After being subjected to his playful antics, Xueling laughed until tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. Moreover, a light sheen of perspiration adorned her fair forehead. The sunlight cast down upon her athletic attire, accentuating the beauty of a sporty young woman. Even Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but admire her a few extra moments. Sister, you truly look beautiful. He could hardly believe that such a graceful and ethereal girl was, in fact, his girlfriend. Xiaoshi, come over here for a photo. Pulling out a selfie stick from her bag, Xueling sweetly called for Lu Xiaoshi to join her for a picture with Mickey. Oh, okay, I'm coming. Leaning in, Lu Xiaoshi effortlessly posed with a peace sign. Observing his ordinary stance, Xueling facepalmed in dismay. Oh no, I completely forgot to teach Xiaoshi how to pose for photos. Xiaoshi, come here and make a heart shape with me. I'll do one side, and you do the other. Saying this, Xueling thoughtfully demonstrated the gesture. A heart? All right, Lu Xiaoshi agreed, albeit a bit clumsily, as he mirrored her actions, forming a heart shape together. Now smile. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Accompanied by the crisp sound of a notification from the smartphone mounted on the selfie stick, the first selfie of the day was officially captured, showcasing the radiant smiles of Lu Xiaoshi and Xueling, whose joy was palpable. In stark contrast, Mickey, positioned behind them, seemed to fade into the background. Upon seeing the flawless photograph, Xueling nodded with satisfaction, her expression glowing with delight. This picture is truly splendid. Thank you, Mickey. Indeed, thank you so much. After a round of farewells to Mickey, Lu Xiaoshi beamed as he waved goodbye, habitually turning to look at Xueling. He found her gazing back at him with shared understanding. Xiaoshi, you were truly dashing just now. Haha, really. Your compliments are making me blush. Just as Lu Xiaoshi was about to continue the conversation, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID revealed it was Manager Lu from Tycoon. Hello? Manager Lu. Upon connecting the call, Manager Lu promptly replied with a respectful tone, Greetings, Mr. Lu. I have completed the paperwork for your garage purchase. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. After calmly hanging up, a system notification chimed in response. You have spent 20 million yuan, and you have received a cashback of 200 million. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Xiaoshi felt a surge of joy within him. 200 million. What a substantial cashback. With this amount successfully credited, his little treasure trove had noticeably swelled. Gazing at his bank balance, now reaching 9 figures, a proud smile spread across Lu Xiaoshi's face. He chuckled to himself. Indeed, this tangible account balance is far more exhilarating than the elusive allure of equity. While shares in Chanel or the formidable Disney might not offer easily quantifiable rewards, the thrill of monetary rewards was undeniably greater. Receiving that 200 million cash back brought Lu Xiaoshi immeasurable happiness. Even the smile at the corner of his mouth had not faded since the call ended. Noticing his exuberance, Xueling cast a curious glance his way. Why is he so elated over merely purchasing a garage? Could it possibly hold significant meaning for him? For a moment, she found herself puzzled by the intricacies of the situation. Xiaoshi, do you have other matters to attend to? If you're busy, we could postpone the selfies. Not at all. It's just a garage at Tycoon, he reassured her. You are undoubtedly more important. Hearing her brother's heartfelt sentiment, Xueling felt a warmth within her. It was evident that taking selfies with the plush toys was a long-cherished dream of hers. How could he disrupt such a delightful wish? Yet, hearing him casually mention the 20 million garage purchase, as if it were no big deal, dealt another psychological blow to Xueling. Xiaoshi's ability to exhibit such nonchalance was truly remarkable. Xiaoshi, I have a small wish. Can you help me fulfill it? As she spoke, Xueling playfully blinked her enchanting emerald eyes. Witnessing her adorable demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi felt his heart melt. His sister seemed to have grown up on a diet of sweetness. I promise, dear sister, tell me your wish. I want you to kiss me first. Is that okay? A kiss initiated by him. So simple. Sensing his surprise, Linger quickly covered her mouth and nodded with a giggle. Yes, yes. I want your kiss. Love you lots. With such a modest wish, Lu Xiaoshi complied without hesitation. Embracing Linger warmly, he gently leaned in to kiss her. This time, he truly asserted his boldness. Now, no one can claim that I'm not proactive. Mua mua. Sister, your lips taste of strawberries. After 2 delightful kisses, a blush blossomed on Linger's lovely face. Teased by Lu Xiaoshi's affectionate words, she playfully pretended to bite his shoulder. Observing her dainty, pearly canines, Lu Xiaoshi quickly yielded. No, I was wrong. Hee, are you still teasing me? My little fangs aren't to be trifled with. As Lu Xiaoshi capitulated, Linger playfully pounced on him. However, beneath her charming facade, her playful words felt more like a cute tease than a threat. Amidst their playful banter, a staff member adorned with a Donald Duck plush approached them. Welcome to the world of imagination. Would you two like to take a photo together? Absolutely, that sounds wonderful. Grinning, Linger eagerly nodded in agreement. Xiaoshi, come here. Over this way. Bathed in the morning sun, Linger gracefully lifted her tender, fair hand, beckoning Lu Xiaoshi with a gentle wave. Under the envious gaze of the staff, Lu Xiaoshi confidently wrapped his arm around her waist. The entire motion was incredibly fluid, seamless as if it were choreographed. Feeling her brother's arm encircle her waist, Linger's cheeks visibly flushed. Oh my! Xiaoshi actually took the initiative to embrace her. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Unlike others who nurture younger brothers to pursue someone else, her goal was to capture her own brother's affection. After such intimate contact, aside from her shyness, she also felt a sense of glee. Hee. In this very second, she was the happiest person alive. Noticing her blissful, dazed expression, Lu Xiaoshi leaned down, softly whispering in her ear, Sister, it's time for the photo. Look at the camera. Oh, right. Looking at the camera. Prompted by him, Linger hurriedly turned her head towards the lens. Ready for the shot. 3, 2, 1, banana. With practiced ease, he pressed the shutter. And yet another fresh selfie was born. After the photo was taken, the staff member portraying Donald Duck cheerfully waved goodbye. Seeing the charming Donald, Linger animatedly shook hands with him. Thank you, Donald. You played your role so adorably. As the crowd of eager tourists approached, Linger took Lu Xiaoshi's hand and said, Let us go. Xiaoshi, there are quite a few people now. Let us take a few more photos, and then we can leave. Huh, we're taking more photos. Initially, Lu Xiaoshi thought she was suggesting they leave. But to his surprise, she wanted to snap a few more pictures. After realizing the misunderstanding, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Oh no, this photo taking is truly exhausting. I don't want to take any more pictures. Upon observing his reluctant demeanor, Linger immediately offered words of comfort. Don't wear such a sorrowful expression, Lu Xiaoshi. I promise we will finish this quickly, all right? Upon hearing the classic assurance of quickly, Lu Xiao's spirits further diminished as he nodded despondently. Deep down, he felt a sense of resignation. Throughout his life, every time his sister proclaimed soon, it had never materialized as promised. Each instance labeled as soon had stretched into several long minutes. In his eyes, the current endeavor of photographing with the plush dolls was no exception. Meanwhile, Linger engaged in cheerful conversation with a staff member dressed as a Disney princess. Occasionally, laughter erupted from their exchange. As Lu Xiao approached, he caught snippets of their conversation. It turned out that his sister was complimenting the staff member's splendid costume. Noticing his arrival, Linger swiftly pulled him to her side. Quick, Lu Xiao. I must take a picture with this beautifully dressed Snow White. Upon hearing his sister utter the name Snow White, Lu Xiao finally realized that the Disney princess character being portrayed was none other than the renowned Snow White herself. Chapter 74. The fluffy plush bear, not recognizing the iconic Disney character Snow White, left Lu Xiao feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Unfortunately, his knowledge of Disney's princess series was rather limited. Aside from having watched a handful of films and cartoons with his sister, his understanding ceased there. To him, the classic princesses like Snow White and Cinderella were often indistinguishable. In situations like just now, he frequently relied on his sister's prompts to discern their names. Before the photo shoot commenced, Linger diligently tidied her hair. With a playful demeanor, she quietly fashioned her hair into pigtails. This simple act rendered her youthful beauty all the more radiant. Once she completed her hairstyle, Lu Xiao thoughtfully raised the selfie stick. Sister, are you ready? If you are, we shall begin. Seeing Linger adorned with a bright smile, he continued, Let us start shooting. Cheese. With the sound of the camera shutter clicking, Linger fulfilled this small wish. After the photo session, her mood brightened considerably. Noticing her humming a cheerful tune, Lu Xiao attentively pulled up the photo album on his phone. Upon glimpsing his sister's beautiful visage in the picture, he couldn't help but present the phone to her, seeking praise. Sister, here is the photo from earlier. How about it? My photography skills are quite commendable, aren't they? He added with a wink, brimming with pride. Indeed, Lucier, you are the best. Allow me to reward you with a kiss, she exclaimed. Before Lucier could respond, she blew him a flirtatious kiss. Following this playful gesture, she resumed her calm demeanor as she continued to peruse the photos. With his sister's teasing, Lucier felt a sudden flutter in his heart. Sister, how about we wander over to that souvenir shop later? To the shop? Upon hearing her brother's suggestion, Xue Linger feigned contemplation, resting her hand on her forehead. When Lucier caught her eye, she suddenly spread her arms wide, revealing a playful grimace. Wow, haha, did I scare you, Lucier? Observing the laughter dancing in her eyes, Lucier couldn't help but adopt a bemused expression. All right, he had nearly forgotten his sister's penchant for mischief. Had it not been for his earlier concern about her well-being, he wouldn't have been so unexpectedly startled. With a hint of playful annoyance, he retorted, "Ah, sister, you've unleashed my tickling counterattack." With that, he embraced Xue Linger, enveloping her delicate form in his warm embrace, before launching a tickling assault. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Sister, have you learned your lesson? Feeling her vulnerability under his relentless tickles, Xue Linger erupted into a fit of laughter. A cascade of melodious giggles escaped her lips, drawing the attention of passers-by, who cast warm and admiring glances at the strikingly attractive duo. Lucier and Xue Linger, a visually stunning couple, undoubtedly stirred envy in the hearts of many onlookers. Oh my, their looks are simply extraordinary. Yet, in the midst of being tickled, Xue Linger surprisingly did not immediately surrender. Instead, she gently nudged Lucier's arm, a playful challenge to his affections. When she finally lifted her gaze, her cheeks were flushed as if kissed by the sun, glistening with a light sheen of perspiration. Lucier, you have a cruel heart. How could you torment your beautiful sister like this? After chastising him, she added adorably, "Oh dear. How embarrassing, ihia." Her playful scolding made Lucier hesitate to continue his tickling. After gazing momentarily at her delicate features, he reached into his pocket and produced a tissue. Here, sister, wipe your sweat. The wind is so strong, don't catch a chill. He extended the tissue toward her. Receiving the tissue, Xue Linger beamed. Thank you, Lucier. You are truly thoughtful. I shall bestow upon you the title of the world's most considerate boyfriend. She then formed a tiny heart with her fingers directed at him. Yes, I am the most considerate boyfriend. Woohoo! Filled with joy, Lucier wrapped his arm around Xue Linger's shoulders. However, the gentle shake he gave her made it difficult for her to wipe her sweat. Whoa, Lucier, stop shaking. If you keep it up, your title of considerate boyfriend will be revoked. At her playful threat, Lucier promptly ceased his childish antics. Let us go check out that souvenir shop you mentioned. After wiping away her sweat, Xue Ling eagerly led Lucier toward the distant store. As they drew near, Lucier's eyes immediately caught sight of the massive store sign, adorned with vibrant, colorful neon lights, making the Disney Wonder shop particularly eye-catching. In contrast to Lucier's observational stance, Xue Linger, upon approaching the shop, noticed the adorable plush bears displayed in the window. Although she had no idea which Disney film they belonged to, the charming bears tugged at her heartstrings. In that instant, Xue Linger felt as if her eyes were transfixed on the little bears. A thought blossomed in her mind. If only she could bring that delightful plush bear home. For a moment, her beautiful eyes were glued to the bear, captivating Lucier's attention. Sister, are you looking at that bear? With a hint of curiosity, Lucier inquired. Eager to understand her fascination, it was evident that Xue Linger had been fixated on the plush bear in the window for quite some time, and he found her behavior utterly endearing. Even a man who seldom indulges in plush toys must concede the charm and exquisite nature of that little bear. For Xue Linger, who has cherished fluffy toys since childhood, it is only natural that she would develop a fondness for the bear. Upon hearing his call, she snapped back to attention. Ah, yes, that little bear is truly adorable. Observing her enthusiasm, Lu Xiaoshi made an immediate decision. When it comes to things his sister loves, he has always adhered to a singular principle: buy. Even if the bear was merely a display item in the store's window, he would find a way to procure it. After all, he is a shareholder in the Disney Corporation. Such is the extravagant life of a wealthy individual. Chapter 75. The tycoon appears just to buy a bear. Noticing the intense longing in Xue Linger's eyes as she gazed at the bear, Lu Xiaoshi felt a surge of generosity. Humph, if it were elsewhere, he might have encountered some obstacles. But within Disneyland, his status as a shareholder rendered him invincible. Holding a 5 stake in the Disney Group, his words carried weight. A mere plush bear displayed in a Disney store was undoubtedly within his grasp. Brimming with pride, he eagerly addressed Xue Linger. Sister, since you adore it, let us buy it. Come, let us step into the store and inquire about the bear's particulars. With that, he gallantly took her delicate hand. Xiaoshi, you are being too extravagant. But if that bear is too expensive, let's not purchase it, she cautioned. concerned that he might overspend on a simple plush toy. For the kind-hearted and sensible Schwellinger, Lu Xiaoshi's thoughtfulness was already more than enough. If he were to lavish her with excessive gifts as before, she would feel somewhat uneasy. Sensing her concern, Lu Xiaoshi smiled reassuringly. Fear not about the expense. As long as you like it, I would pluck the moon for you. Upon hearing his endearing declaration, Schwellinger couldn't help but giggle. Haha, Xiaoshi, your confession is quite cheesy. However, I like it. Seeing his sister laugh adorably, Lu Xiaoshi bashfully led her into the store. They navigated through the throngs of visitors, and after considerable effort, finally entered the souvenir shop. Unlike the earlier attractions, this store, dedicated to selling memorabilia, was teeming with tourists. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Xiaoshi tenderly wrapped his arm around Schwellinger, providing her a sense of security. Due to their charming height difference, their view remained largely unobstructed. At this moment, Schwellinger felt immensely touched. Lu Xiaoshi's gentle yet firm embrace shielded her like a protective barrier, ensuring she felt no discomfort despite the crowded surroundings. Through his reassuring arms, she spotted the staff at the cash register, and behind them was the adorable plush bear she had longed for. With the target in sight, Lu Xiaoshi quickened his pace. In truth, the act of guiding Schwellinger through the crowd had not proven particularly challenging. With his enhanced physical abilities from the initial gene serum, such simple maneuvers were effortless. After pushing through the throng of visitors, they finally arrived at the checkout counter. Several staff members were engaged in patiently explaining various products. Upon noticing the striking couple, several female employees were momentarily taken aback. The man is so handsome. The woman is stunningly beautiful. This couple truly possesses remarkable looks. While most of the staff returned to their duties, one observant employee noticed the VIP badge adorning Schwellinger's chest. Recognizing the prestigious emblem denoting a VIP customer, her eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this couple is actually VIP annual members of Disneyland. It is worth noting that the annual VIP membership is a luxury service reserved for individuals of high status. Moreover, the badge Schwellinger wore was the highest tier, complete with a top-tier electronic pass. Generally, such badges only appeared in the training manuals for park employees. This marked the first time in many years that she had encountered the true form of a VIP badge exclusive to top-tier clients. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the staff member quickly approached with a bright smile. Esteemed guests, welcome to the whimsical store of Disneyland. How may I assist you today? Seeing a staff member coming forward to attend to them, Lu Xiaoshi paused, who had initially intended to inquire at the cash register. I would like to inquire about that bear, the plush one in the window. Pointing at the fluffy toy in the display, Lu Xiaoshi's lips curled into a slight smirk. I must have that bear. Not for any particular reason, but simply to bring joy to his sister. Following his gesture, the staff member's smile faltered. Oh, the plush bear in the window? Surely this esteemed guest is not interested in that pricey non-sale item? Now, how is she to explain this to the customer? Noticing the hesitation in the employee's eyes, Lu Xiaoshi immediately asked, is that bear a non-sale item? The staff member, wary of provoking this esteemed guest, nodded cautiously. Yes, that bear is indeed a non-sale item. I sincerely apologize, but please feel free to select from other unique souvenirs. Realizing that she displayed signs of distress, Lu Xiaoshi understood that he had perhaps been a bit too assertive. Recognizing this, he softened his tone. It's all right, please wait a moment while I make a call. With that, he pulled out his phone as if to make a call. Seeing the esteemed guest about to make a phone call, the employee panicked. Oh no, this guest isn't truly determined to acquire that non-sale bear, is he? But as a mere sales associate, I have no authority to sell a non-sale item. Under the anxious gaze of the employee, Lu Xiaoshi quietly dialed the number the park manager had provided him earlier. After giving a few brief instructions, he calmly hung up. Just as he ended the call, the store's landline rang. The staff member at the cash register immediately answered. The next moment, a voice filled with astonishment echoed through the store. What? Manager, did you say that esteemed individual is currently in our store? Is he really purchasing that unmarketable teddy bear from the display? Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Upon hearing her colleague's exclamatory remarks, the sales assistant standing before Lu Xiaoshi could not help but smile wryly. Truly, this distinguished figure revealed his identity merely to procure a small bear for his beloved companion beside him. In that moment, the staff could not help but cast envious glances at Schwellinger. This beautiful young lady indeed possessed enviable fortune. Chapter 76, Adorable Little Dumbo. Sensing the sales assistant's gaze filled with envy, Schwellinger shyly grasped Lu Xiaoshi's hand. Under the scrutiny of others, even as a fellow woman, she felt a tinge of bashfulness. Though she often exuded an air of confidence, with Lu Xiaoshi, she preferred to showcase her true self. With him by her side, she felt secure enough to express her genuine emotions, be it affection or discontent, joy or worry, without concealing them deep within. In stark contrast, She only needed to manifest them outwardly. Such unreserved authenticity was something only Lu Xiaoshi could witness. He alone, the one she trusted completely, could behold this endearingly capricious side of her. To everyone else, she would forever present her mature, composed facade. In truth, Lu Xiaoshi relished every moment of this. To him, a girl would only reveal her genuine self to those close to her. Only when she truly liked and trusted someone would she allow them to witness her tender and vulnerable side. Should one mistake this authenticity for simplicity, they would be gravely mistaken. If she held disdain for you, her demeanor would be far more mature and cold than that of a stranger. The reason Linger and he had maintained such a harmonious and joyful connection since childhood was undoubtedly rooted in their mutual trust. As a devoted older sister, Linger had always cared for her younger brother. Consequently, he had awakened a hidden attribute of being a doting brother. To bring joy to his sister was of utmost importance to him. In comparison, utilizing his Disney shareholder privileges to purchase a non-marketable teddy bear seemed a trivial matter. With a gentle smile, he turned to the staff before him. "May I proceed with purchasing that teddy bear?" At his inquiry, the somewhat restrained sales assistant immediately responded. "Of course. Please follow me to the checkout." With a flustered bow, she gestured for Lu Xiaoshi and Linger to accompany her. Upon hearing that Lu Xiaoshi had indeed managed to acquire the bear, Linger's face lit up with joy. Overflowing with gratitude, she playfully tugged at Lu Xiaoshi's arm, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiaoshi, you truly are remarkable. I thought obtaining a VIP badge was impressive enough, but I never expected you could actually persuade Disneyland to make an exception for you." Noticing the astonishment in Linger's voice, the sales assistant walking ahead lowered her head, increasingly respectful. In her mind, she silently criticized Lu Xiaoshi's modesty. This esteemed individual was exceedingly humble. Even his companion was unaware of his true identity. Such a distinguished figure, revealing his shareholder status merely to purchase a teddy bear. What a perplexing situation. One could only conclude that the elite are indeed capricious. Despite her internal musings, the sales assistant remained outwardly impeccable in her demeanor. To avoid displeasing Lu Xiaoshi, her expression was consistently a flawless smile. When they arrived at the checkout, she sighed inwardly with relief. Phew, accompanying such a distinguished guest was indeed exhilarating. Every action, every word demanded her utmost attention to detail. Only by meticulously managing these nuances could she fulfill her role successfully. Esteemed guests, the price for the teddy bear is 7,500 yuan. Would you prefer to pay by card or via QR code? The staff at the checkout greeted Lu Xiaoshi and Linger with a warm smile from afar. Upon announcing the bear's price, Linger gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, this teddy bear is so expensive." The price, a 4-digit sum, was indeed quite extravagant. Observing her surprise, the checkout staff quickly explained, "This bear is a limited edition merchandise from Disneyland, and as a non-marketable item, its quantity is quite scarce. Naturally, the price reflects that." As she spoke, the staff cast a respectful glance at Lu Xiaoshi. In their eyes, his response was paramount. Avoiding any potential displeasure from this esteemed guest was their primary concern. As previously mentioned, the price of the bear was a reasonable wholesale rate. Faced with such a distinguished figure, they dared not overcharge. Under the anxious gazes of the staff, Lu Xiaoshi calmly pulled out his phone to scan the payment code. "I'll pay via QR code. Thank you." Sensing Linger tugging at his sleeve, seemingly concerned about the bear's exorbitant price, he confidently shook his head. "It's nothing to me. The joy it brings you is far more valuable. As long as you are happy, I am willing to spend any amount." Witnessing Lu Xiaoshi utter such extravagantly affectionate words, the surrounding staff felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Oh my, how incredibly charming. If they were in Linger's position, they would be on the verge of fainting from happiness. Such a doting and handsome gentleman was akin to the Prince Charming of their dreams. Alas, they were destined to remain mere spectators. Amidst the staff's watchful eyes, Linger blushed and responded, "Xiaoshi, you are so wonderful to me. I can never love you enough." With that, she affectionately leaned against his elbow like an adorable koala. "All right, I've completed the payment. The teddy bear is now yours. Here you go." Receiving the shopping receipt from the staff, Lu Xiaoshi lovingly placed the plush bear into Linger's arms. "Hee, this bear is absolutely adorable." "I think so too. How about we go ride the Dumbo attraction next? It seems quite whimsical." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi's suggestion, Linger beamed with delight. Yes, I can hold the teddy bear while riding Dumbo. It seems rather childish, doesn't it?" As she spoke, Linger couldn't help but giggle. "Not at all. My sister is the most beautiful. No matter what you do, you are always charming and never childish." After complimenting Linger, Lu Xiaoshi happily took her small hand in his. With such a fairy-like sister by his side, he could never tire of showering her with affection. Even the seemingly childish Dumbo appeared remarkably endearing in his eyes. Chapter 77. Consuming this bowl of sweet dog food. Amidst the respectful farewells from the staff of the souvenir shops, Lu Xiaoshi and his companion strolled hand in hand towards the exit, clutching a teddy bear in her arms. Xuelinger radiated joy. Her pair of azure eyes curved into charming crescents. Her delicate twin ponytails bobbed with each step, creating a delightful sight. However, just a few minutes after acquiring the teddy bear, she encountered a dilemma. Realizing that such a plush toy could not accompany them onto Dumbo, she immediately expressed her concern. Xiaoshi, it seems this teddy bear cannot join us on Dumbo. We need to find a place to store it. Observing her furrowed brows and troubled expression, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but smile. It's all right. Every attraction in the park has lockers. We can simply place the bear inside. But holding this bear is so hot and heavy, she replied, almost in a whiny tone. Understanding her true sentiment, Lu Xiaoshi chuckled inwardly, realizing she was complaining about the bear's weight and warmth, not genuinely seeking a storage solution. It was quintessentially Xuelinger. With a spark of inspiration, Lu Xiaoshi proposed. How about I carry the bear for you? This way, you can always keep an eye on it. He anticipated that his suggestion would be readily accepted. But to his surprise, Xuelinger shook her head in refusal. No, I can't bear to see you suffer like this. Touched yet speechless by her concern for him, Lu Xiaoshi exclaimed, but what shall we do with the bear? We can't just throw it away. If the teddy bear were a sentient being, it would surely rise to vocally chastise their peculiar thought processes. Before purchasing it, Xuelinger had lavished affection upon it, yet mere moments after acquiring it, she now deemed it too cumbersome and warm. How frustrating. Does love truly fade so swiftly? Just as Lu Xiaoshi pondered in silence, Xuelinger suddenly had an epiphany. I've got it. The VIP storage lockers at Disneyland. With this brilliant solution in mind, she brimmed with pride. Xiaoshi, we can place the teddy bear in the VIP storage locker. That way, we won't need to carry it around. She beamed as she lifted the toy high, poking its face playfully. I'm such a little genius, aren't I, Teddy? With this reminder, Lu Xiaoshi also recalled the VIP privileges mentioned by the park manager, which included access to the VIP lockers. Sister, let us not torment the poor bear any longer. There's a VIP passage just over there. Let us drop it off. He took the initiative to lead Xuelinger towards the VIP passage that housed the lockers. After securing the bear in the VIP storage, the two of them gleefully made their way to the next attraction, Dumbo. This was the next ride they intended to experience. By name alone, it was clearly a whimsical attraction designed for children. Yet, this pair of grown-ups displayed no sense of maturity and unanimously decided to partake in the ride. Upon reaching the waiting area for Dumbo, Lu Xiaoshi and Xuelinger were met with an astonishing sight. The entire queue was filled with the sounds of children chattering and playing. Scanning the lengthy lines, they saw numerous parents accompanied by their children. Couples like them were a rare sight indeed. As they surveyed the scene, it became apparent that there were hardly a couple or two in sight. In that moment, Xuelinger and Lu Xiaoshi felt as though they had inadvertently stumbled into a realm of little people, towering like giants among them. The absurdity of the situation made even Lu Xiaoshi feel a touch embarrassed, prompting him to glance away. Noticing that the previous round of Dumbo had yet to conclude, Xuelinger discreetly nudged Lu Xiaoshi's arm and whispered, Xiaoshi, why are there only little kids here? Are we truly that childish? Meeting her innocent gaze, Lu Xiaoshi helplessly pointed to a sign affixed to the wall, which read, recommended for children and youths aged 8 to 13. Upon realizing the park's recommendation, Xuelinger immediately covered her face in embarrassment. Oh, this is so humiliating. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi quickly reassured her, it's fine. We're just maintaining our childlike spirit. Haha. High emotional intelligence. Enjoying a children's ride is maintaining a childlike spirit. Low emotional intelligence. Enjoying a children's ride is simply childish. His playful banter prompted Xuelinger to chuckle. Xiaoshi, you are truly humorous. Your wit is simply remarkable, as she observed the lively children around them. Xuelinger affectionately leaned her head against Lu Xiaoshi's arm. After playfully nudging him a few times, she expressed her gratitude for the day. Thank you so much, Xiaoshi. That teddy bear really cost you a lot. Hey, let's not distinguish between you and me. From now on, what's mine is yours, so no need to be polite. Hearing Lu Xiaoshi's doting declaration, Xuelinger felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Just as she was about to say something more, Lu Xiaoshi mischievously added, what's mine is yours, but you, my dear, belong to me. Haha. At such a quintessentially possessive remark, the tears of gratitude Xuelinger had nearly shed were abruptly reined in. In a playful tone, she extended her petite fist towards Lu Xiaoshi's chest. Ah, bad Xiaoshi. You've taken away my moment of sentiment. Seemingly wary of hurting her younger brother, Xuelinger struck him gently, her movements tender and playful. In the midst of her almost massage-like antics, Lu Xiaoshi swiftly seized her hands, halting her playful assault. As she found her hands captured, Xuelinger flailed them about like a little kitten. Oh no, Xiaoshi, don't come any closer. despite her frantic resistance. Her mischievous eyes betrayed her true intent. She wished to tease him. Observing her triumphant expression during their playful scuffle, Lu Xiaoshi decided to turn the tables. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, he leaned in and pressed a sudden kiss upon her cherry lips. In this playful exchange, Lu Xiaoshi emerged as the ultimate victor. Chapter 78. The system task granted at lightning speed. Caught off guard by Lu Xiaoshi's sudden kiss, Xue Linger's watery azure eyes widened in shock. Xiaoshi had taken such an initiative to kiss her. If one were to encapsulate Xue Linger's emotions at this moment with a single word, it would undoubtedly be astonishment. Indeed, the unexpected kiss from LV Xiaoshi delivered a jolt far more profound than her status as a shareholder of Chanel. After all, the contrast of the usually passive Xiaoshi suddenly transforming into an assertive boyfriend was both delightful and terrifying. Following the gentle peck, LV Xiaoshi obediently took a step back, mindful of the little one beside them. He had discreetly shielded their faces with his hand during the kiss, just as he believed his concealment was flawless. A curious voice from a little girl pierced the air. "Hey, mommy, were those big brothers and sisters just kissing?" Upon hearing those familiar words, LV Xiaoshi felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was astounded. Are children nowadays so precocious? At merely 5 or 6 years of age, how could they even comprehend the affection shared between couples? In that moment, amidst his dismay, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for potentially leading the little ones astray. They were still so young. Was it inappropriate for him to flaunt affection with his sister? Just as he pondered this, Xue Linger, who had been standing beside him, leaned in and said, "Hello there, little one. The big brother you mentioned is actually my boyfriend, which is why we just shared a kiss." To Xue Linger's response, the inquisitive girl displayed an expression of understanding, as if to say, "Oh, I get it." Witnessing such an adult-like display of emotions from the child, LV Xiaoshi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Impressive. I concede defeat. Meanwhile, Xue Linger seemed to revel in the experience of publicly declaring her romantic relationship with LV Xiaoshi, with the little girl's mother casting an admiring glance. She sweetly intertwined her arm with LV Xiaoshi's elbow. Her blissful demeanor, reminiscent of a contented young wife, garnered envious glances from the surrounding children. For those little ones, they yearned for such seemingly idyllic scenarios. The sweet romance shared by LV Xiaoshi and Xue Linger perfectly aligned with the innocent values held by children. As the cheerful sounds of a nearby amusement ride chimed, the Dumbo ride finally indicated it was open for play. Observing the jubilant children flooding out from the exit, LV Xiaoshi couldn't help but smile. It appeared that the Dumbo ride was indeed quite enjoyable. At the very least, the children and their parents emerged with smiles on their faces. "Welcome to the Dumbo ride. We hope you have a delightful experience." Noticing that LV Xiaoshi had produced a badge reserved for elite VIPs, the ride staff greeted him with deep bows. Naturally, the two enjoyed the privilege of bypassing the lines and directly entering the Dumbo attraction. Since the Dumbo rides bore little visual distinction, Xue Linger casually selected one that caught her fancy and stepped inside. "Xiaoshi, are you nervous? This ride does take you off the ground." With the staff's assistance, LV Xiaoshi easily secured his seatbelt. Hearing her words, he responded with surprise, "Of course not. It's merely a slow ride that's slightly elevated. Such a height is a piece of cake." Upon hearing LV Xiaoshi's bold declaration, Xue Linger couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Heh, Xiaoshi sure knows how to put on a brave face. I wonder if he truly isn't afraid of heights, as he claimed during our previous roller coaster adventures. I sincerely hope he doesn't reveal his true feelings later, haha." With eager anticipation in her heart, Xue Linger reached out to grasp LV Xiaoshi's hand. Thanks to the rapport they had nurtured over the years, their fingers intertwined effortlessly. Feeling her beloved Xiaoshi's warm grip, a radiant smile graced her lips. The sensation of their fingers linked together was simply delightful. Beside her, LV Xiaoshi comfortably squinted his eyes in contentment. Ah, the unspoken understanding between couples is truly intoxicating. Having a beautiful companion by my side makes everything feel exhilarating. Just as he was lost in blissful thoughts, the system's notification chimed unexpectedly. "Ding. Master, you have a new task awaiting you. This task is time-sensitive, and the rewards are quite special. Would you like to accept it?" Task hint. You may freely choose whether or not to accept any of the system's tasks based on your feelings. Should you fail a task, there shall be no penalties. Oh, a new time-sensitive task? And no penalties for failure. Such a generous opportunity to earn rewards was not to be missed. He was definitely accepting this task. He hadn't forgotten that the previous hidden task related to a gift of love from Xue Ling had promised him shares in Chanel. Given the bountiful reward and minimal commitment, it would be foolish to decline the task. Upon confirming his acceptance, the system promptly responded. "Report, Master. Your time-sensitive task has been successfully accepted. Now, we shall present the task details. The details of this task are as follows. Task duration must be completed within 2 hours. Task objective: as long as your designated partner, Schwellinger, utters the words "I love you," the task will be considered successfully completed. Task reward, to be revealed later. Upon seeing the system's task description, LV Xiaoshi was so thrilled he nearly applauded. This system was incredibly considerate. It was nothing like those other stories where the host faced unreasonable challenges. Just asking his sister to say "I love you" was practically a gift. The simplicity of the task made him feel grateful enough to want to award the system a small token of appreciation. With a beaming smile, he confidently exited the system interface. As he turned to look at Schwellinger, she quietly acknowledged his enthusiastic thumbs up. With a hint of hesitation and shyness, Schwellinger softly said, "I love you." Upon hearing the system's notification chime in his ear, LV Xiaoshi's face lit up with a grin. Haha. This time-sensitive task from the system was truly a gift. I bet the system didn't anticipate that Schwellinger and I had established several secret signals during our childhood. One of them involved turning one's head while giving a thumbs up, signifying "I love you." The previous interaction was a perfect manifestation of this secret gesture. Just as LV Xiaoshi relished his quiet triumph, the system began to dispense its mysterious rewards. Congratulations! You have completed the time-sensitive task and have been awarded a virtual Disneyland. Additionally, you will unlock a new map for the Monopoly game within this system, Disneyland. Chapter 79, The Super Money Tree, Virtual Paradise. Upon receiving the system's 2 reward notifications, LV Xiaoshi tilted his head in confusion. Huh, a virtual Disneyland? What on earth is that? I've never heard of such an item before. Compared to this enigmatic virtual Disneyland, I can easily grasp the concept of the new Monopoly map. However, this virtual item left him utterly perplexed. With a sense of curiosity, he opted to directly inquire with the system. System, could you please elaborate on the rewards for this occasion? Certainly. Let me introduce you to the 2 rewards available. First and foremost, allow me to highlight the remarkable virtual Disneyland. This virtual item possesses the extraordinary ability to provide you, the master, with a continuous influx of wealth and vitality. Vitality? How has it suddenly taken a mystical turn? Just as Lu Xiaoshi was engulfed in confusion, the system kindly released detailed information about the item. Item name: Virtual Disneyland. Specific function: a virtual amusement park modeled after the real Disneyland located in Shanghai. This item operates as an autonomous virtual world. As long as the park remains operational, it will continuously generate vitality and wealth for its owner. Simultaneously, this virtual Disneyland will establish a positive connection with the real Disneyland in Shanghai. Should either party undergo transformation or upgrades, the other shall likewise reap benefits. Due to this positive correlation, negative factors will not impact either side. Current daily revenue: 2 million renminbi, 2 days of vitality. Note: the rewards and functions of virtual Disneyland will strengthen with upgrades. After perusing the details provided by the system, Lu Xiaoshi was rendered speechless by astonishment. At that moment, his mind was entirely consumed by the sheer power of the phrase "incredible." The emergence of this virtual Disneyland was, indeed, a delightful surprise. Merely contemplating the potential returns from this item made him beam with joy. Haha, that's vitality. If there's anything most enchanting in the realm of mysticism, it's the path to vitality. Do you not see how many self-proclaimed geniuses ultimately become obsessed with longevity? And when it comes to longevity, many people frequently associate it with the concept of vitality. With vitality, death seems a distant notion. Presently, Lu Xiaoshi had a grand opportunity to acquire vitality in abundance. All the marvels stemmed from this virtual Disneyland. System, I choose to activate the virtual Disneyland now. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoshi commanded the activation of this invaluable virtual item as soon as the system had introduced it. In his view, the sooner he activated it, the more vitality and wealth he could amass. The simple logic was clear to him. Furthermore, the daily revenue of millions from this virtual park was not to be underestimated. This stable monetary output was crucial for his ambitious future plans. A powerful money-making tool capable of yielding riches daily would have been revered as a money tree in ancient times. Upon reviewing the information regarding virtual Disneyland, Lu Xiaoshi also felt a flicker of curiosity towards the new map for the Monopoly game. He could not forget the system's Monopoly game. Just yesterday, during his first participation, he had received a convertible Bugatti Veyron worth 45 million. Despite being a special bonus for a first-time player, the Monopoly game left a profound impression on him. Hearing that the system had launched a new map, his interest surged immensely. With the dazzling virtual Disneyland as a precedent, he held high hopes for this new map as well. Now, let me introduce the new map of the Monopoly game, Disneyland. This map features a challenge mode, with you as the sole player. As it is a single-player challenge, there will be a corresponding time limit. Should you complete the specified property quota within the time frame, you will be deemed successful in your challenge. There are no penalties for failure, but success will grant you automatic ownership of amusement park landmarks in future maps. After absorbing the details of this new map, Lu Xiaoshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this map appears quite intriguing. According to the description, does it not imply that by merely completing the challenge, he would secure ownership of an amusement park in future Monopoly games? Although this reward was not as straightforward and overwhelming as the previous virtual amusement park, accumulated rewards of this nature would still result in terrifying profits. As the saying goes, little streams flow into a river. The support from the Monopoly game would be similar. If he were to accumulate several rewards akin to this one, the Monopoly game would undoubtedly become his domain. Just imagine the spectacle of starting a game against other system-generated virtual players, with properties scattered everywhere under his ownership. The mere thought was breathtakingly exhilarating. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Xiaoshi could hardly contain his eagerness to commence a game of Monopoly. Yet, recalling that he was still engaged in the Dumbo ride in reality, this notion was promptly dismissed. While calming himself not to be impatient, he exited the system space. Oh, he must not forget to spend time with his sister. After settling his excitement, he smiled and said, "Sister, see? I'm not nervous at all, right? Ha ha. I'm no longer afraid of heights." To his surprise, Xueling leaned in suspiciously and queried, "Really? Why do I feel like your heart is racing?" As she spoke, she proudly raised her intertwined fingers with Lu Xiaoshi. "No lying now. I can feel your blood flow." Faced with her triumphant demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. What could he do? His sister was simply too adorable. As she drew closer, his previously calmed emotions surged once more. All right, I admit my heart is racing, but not due to fear of heights. It's because you are just too beautiful." Suddenly receiving such unexpected praise, Xueling's cheeks flushed with a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Oh no, Lu Xiaoshi just confessed his feelings. The fluttering sensation in her heart was undoubtedly one of affection. For a moment, Xueling stood there, completely taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoshi gently wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulders, his tenderness evoking a sense of longing within her. When Lu Xiaoshi turned gentle, he was truly handsome and warm. Chapter 80. Lunchtime. Challenge commences. Feeling her cheeks burning with embarrassment, Xueling quickly lowered her head shyly. This is so embarrassing. Witnessing his sister's irresistibly adorable shy demeanor, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't resist the urge to tease her. "Sister, there's a camera capturing this moment. Quickly, lift your head and look ahead." Does this attraction come equipped with a camera for capturing moments? Having never experienced this attraction before, Xueling hurriedly lifted her graceful swan-like neck. Bathed in the morning sun, her smooth, fair skin appeared extraordinarily radiant. Beside her, Lu Xiaoshi affectionately wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the camera shutter, the intimate pose of the two individuals was instantaneously immortalized for eternity. To ensure the camera captured a flawless snapshot, Lu Xiaoshi and his companion maintained their stance for nearly 20 seconds. Only when their small flying elephant ride had traversed the area where the camera was situated did they finally resume their movements. Rubbing her slightly stiff facial muscles from smiling, Xueling playfully complained, "Oh dear, this camera really takes its time. My face is almost stuck in a smile." As she spoke, she seemed to realize something and affectionately offered to massage Lu Xiaoshi's arm. "Shitzi, are your arms sore? Let me help you." Noting the genuine concern on his sister's face, Lu Xiaoshi felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. "I'm perfectly fine, sis. A little fatigue like this one tea wear me out. How about I give your cheeks a massage instead?" Hearing her brother's caring words, Xueling smiled gently. No need for that. It seems our little flying elephant ride is coming to an end." "Yes, it does appear that way. Just in time for lunch as well." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshi mention lunch, Xueling pouted her lips. "You and your obsession with food. It's barely 11:30. We just finished breakfast not long ago. How can you be hungry already?" Though her words carried a tone of reprimand, they were imbued with an unmistakable playful charm, making Lu Xiaoshi feel utterly enchanted. However, when it came to feeling hungry, he was indeed justified. Ever since undergoing the primary gene potion for physical enhancement, his digestive capacity had significantly accelerated. Even though it hadn't been long since breakfast, his robust stomach had already digested every morsel. Consequently, it was only natural that his stomach began to assert its hunger. Indeed, it had started to grumble audibly. Grr. Upon hearing her brother's stomach protest, Xueling's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment, she playfully remarked, all right. Since you're hungry, let us head for lunch soon." With his sister's agreement to his suggestion, Lu Xiaoshi joyfully wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Yay, you're the best, sis." Mua. Seeing her brother lean in to peck her cheek, Xueling feigned resistance, blocking him. This is all because I'm worried about you getting hungry. You're being too mushy." While uttering her mock protest, she subtly relaxed her grip on him. Sensing her diminishing resistance, Lu Xiaoshi quickly leaned forward and seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on her cheek. After the kiss, he wore a smug grin. "Thank you, sister." Teased by his antics, Xue Ling couldn't help but relent. "All right, you win this time. Let us go eat." As the two playfully bantered, the small flying elephant ride gradually approached its conclusion. When the distinctive bell chimes of the amusement park rang out, they successfully disembarked from their ride. After stretching luxuriously, Lu Xiaoshi turned his attention to the counter where the visitor photos were displayed. He had not forgotten that they still needed to retrieve their captured moments. Seemingly oblivious to this detail, Xue Linger began to walk away. Noticing her movement, Lu Xiaoshi waved to get her attention. "Sister, we still need to check our photos. Come look." At his reminder, Xue Linger hurriedly returned, as if awakening from a dream. "Oh dear, how could I forget about that? Let me see how the pictures turned out." With great seriousness, she bent down to join Lu Xiaoshi in selecting the photographs. Due to the system settings, the camera on the small flying elephant had captured 6 photos of them. Except for one where they both had their eyes closed, the remaining 5 were exceptionally delightful. In the pictures, Lu Xiaoshi sweetly embraced Xue Linger's shoulders, while she affectionately leaned her head towards him. Overall, these snapshots perfectly encapsulated their loving bond. The more she gazed at them, the more enamored Xue Linger became, and she decisively declared, "We're buying all 6 photos. Even the one where we're both squinting is quite amusing." Naturally, Lu Xiaoshi wholeheartedly supported his sister's decision. "How much is it? I'll pay you right away." Just as he was about to make the payment, the staff member at the small flying elephant counter bowed and replied, "There's no need for payment. This complimentary photo service is part of your VIP privileges." Upon hearing that the photos were free, Xue Linger's satisfaction grew even more pronounced. "Yay, we saved on the photo costs. Plus, considering the earlier rides where we didn't have to queue in the VIP storage for the teddy bear, we've truly made the most of our luxurious VIP privileges." Afterward, Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger first visited the VIP storage to stow their photos safely with the teddy bear. Once Xue Linger had carefully placed the pictures in the cabinet, they happily bounced towards the restaurant. This time, they opted not for the popular dining spots in Disneyland, but rather for the exclusive top-tier VIP restaurant, accessible only through an invitation from the park manager. Compared to the bustling dining establishments, this opulent VIP restaurant offered a far more lavish and serene atmosphere. Just a short distance away, they discovered a row of comfortable electric massage chairs. After ordering their dinner, the slightly fatigued Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger made their way to the massage chairs to unwind. "Hey, let us relax a bit before lunch." "Yes, it's the perfect opportunity to stretch out." As soon as the massage chairs activated, an enchanting silence enveloped them. After a long day of play, the soothing sensation from the massage chairs was utterly divine. Meanwhile, with his eyes closed, Lu Xiaoshi quietly summoned the system space. Monopoly game, new map Disneyland activated. Always eager to save time, he was prepared to complete this challenge in the interim. Chapter 81, Challenge Map in Progress. At that moment, a radiant blue interface from the system emerged in Lu Xiaoshi's mind. With a mechanical sound effect signaling completion, the system finally finished loading the new map for Monopoly. The Monopoly game has commenced. The new map Disneyland has been successfully loaded. Now let me announce the rules for this game map. The rules are as follows. 1. This game is time limited to 15 minutes and is classified as a challenge map. The 15 minutes in the game equates to merely 3 minutes in reality. This time, there is only one player participating in the game, you, the master. As long as you achieve the victory objective within the allotted time, it will be considered a successful challenge. 2. Given that this new map is a special challenge type, there will also be corresponding penalty items set throughout the map. If the master were to arrive at the corresponding project, he would inevitably incur a loss of game currency according to the specific type of penalty. Victory objective. If the total of properties and cash exceeds 50,000 game coins, the game objective shall be deemed accomplished. The map rules have been fully broadcasted. Please confirm if you wish to participate in the challenge, master. Yes, no? After meticulously reviewing the challenge rules of this new Monopoly map, Lu Xiaoshi solemnly chose yes. He chuckled to himself. After all, this new map imposed no restrictions on the number of attempts and bore no penalties for failure. Thus, he felt utterly unburdened in his participation. Should he successfully complete the challenge of this new map before lunch, it would indeed be a delightful triumph. Guided by such a mindset of risk-free opportunity, Lu Xiaoshi remained remarkably composed. He was brimming with confidence for this new challenge. System, I choose to commence the challenge now. Acknowledged. Expanding the Monopoly game world for you now. Expansion successful. You have entered a special challenge map. As the system completed its prompt, The world in Lu Xiaoshi's mind underwent a sudden transformation. After a brief moment of darkness, he opened his eyes to behold a virtual rendition of Disneyland. Under the system's formidable power, the real-life Disneyland in Shanghai had been magnificently recreated within the Monopoly game. Moreover, this new map had undergone renovations and upgrades beyond its original form. While retaining the general locations of the amusement facilities and landmarks, numerous distinctive structures had sprouted forth. Among those that caught Lu Xiaoshi's attention were several, including the Roaring Giant's Kingdom and the Witch's Hut, both enchanting penalty buildings steeped in fairy tale charm. Upon entering this game map, Lu Xiaoshi was rendered nearly speechless by the astonishment that washed over him. Before the game commenced, he, as the sole player, was granted nearly a minute to observe. You have 59 seconds remaining for observation. As the system's countdown timer ticked away, Lu Xiaoshi began his personal survey. Each second prior to the game's initiation was incredibly precious and significant for him. After all, to observe the positions of every project and landmark post-game commencement would be rather too late. This map truly boasts a considerable number of high-value landmarks. However, it also features a fair share of penalty buildings. Thus, it presents both opportunity and peril. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Xiaoshi began to tally the specific squares within the game. There were a total of 32 squares, with 6 occupied by high-value landmarks and 4 corresponding to penalty buildings. Besides these, there were only buildings of average yield and other mysterious landmarks. This time, he would roll 2 dice to represent each movement point. This meant that on this relatively small map, he could potentially traverse several circles at an astonishing pace. If fortune favored him, he could swiftly accumulate an early advantage. Conversely, should misfortune strike, he could find himself landing on penalty buildings until bankruptcy ensued. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Xiaoshi completed his mental calculations just before the observation time elapsed. He had conceived a rather ingenious strategy. If luck were on his side today, he might truly succeed. The game officially begins. You are now granted 3 item cards. Hearing that the system was about to distribute item cards, Lu Xiaoshi immediately began to murmur a prayer. System, bless me with a takeover card. Just one will suffice. I am not greedy. A takeover card, as its name implies, allows him to seize any building or property on the map. Among all item cards, the takeover card is particularly special and flexible. If wielded wisely, it could very well become the key to his victory. As Lu Xiaoshi continued his fervent prayers, the system's display finally revealed the item card distribution. Congratulations! You have received 2 takeover cards and 1 obstacle card. Upon seeing that the system had granted him 2 takeover cards in one go, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but cheer with joy. Heavens! The system is truly generous. 2 takeover cards, coupled with the cunning strategy he had just devised. It seemed destined for greatness. Calm down, Lu Xiaoshi. Do not let excitement cloud your fortune. Monopoly is, after all, a game of luck, and one must rely on fortune's favor. After a brief self-reprimand, Lu Xiaoshi managed to regain his composure, taking several deep breaths. He then proceeded to the item card usage phase before his first round of movement. As this map was a unique time challenge, there were no restrictions on item card usage for the first round. System, I wish to use both takeover cards simultaneously. Understood. Please select the building or landmark to take over. I choose to seize the Roaring Giant's Kingdom and the Witch's Hut, both penalty buildings. After stating his takeover targets, Lu Xiaoshi held his breath. Indeed, his clever strategy was to exploit a loophole in the map's rules. The system had imposed no restrictions on using takeover cards on penalty buildings, and there was no specific market value assigned to these penalty structures. If he succeeded in this takeover, he would effectively eliminate 2 of the highest penalty buildings from the game. Furthermore, he could potentially raise the estimated value of his property by acquiring these 2 high-penalty structures. Perhaps astonished by his audacious maneuver, the system remained silent for 2 seconds. After this brief pause, the system's prompt finally echoed forth. Your 2 takeover cards have been successfully utilized. You now own these 2 penalty buildings. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Xiaoshi erupted with joy. Woohoo! We are taking off. Chapter 82, Random Events, Generous Rewards. Once the 2 takeover cards came into effect, Lu Xiaoshi's name was officially inscribed on the 2 penalty buildings on the map. In the game, having a name written on a building or landmark signifies that the player holds ownership over it. Seeing the Roaring Giant's Kingdom and the Witch's Hut, both penalty buildings, now belonging to him, Lu Xiaoshi felt as though he were in a dream. Heavens! I never expected my clever idea would actually succeed. It is worth noting that he had merely approached this endeavor with a trial-and-error mindset. Yet, this attempt had dramatically elevated his odds of victory in this unique timed challenge map. One could say that this clever maneuver encapsulated the trifecta of timing, location, and human factors that lead to success. System, I wish to view the property values of all buildings and landmarks. After stating this, Lu Xiaoshi cast an eager glance toward the map. He was quite curious to know just how much the penalty buildings he had seized, with their high penalty amounts, were worth in the system's valuation. If his assumptions were correct, these two buildings alone could very well be valued at over 10,000 game coins. Upon hearing the requests of his master, the system began its response. Processing. Your request has been successfully submitted. Now displaying all public landmarks and their property values on the map. As the system completed its refresh, the luminous screen before Lu Xiaoshi revealed the property values of all landmarks on the map. Foremost among them were the two punitive buildings he had keenly focused on. To his astonishment, the system indicated that their property values were 10,000 game coins and 15,000 game coins, respectively. Lu Xiaoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens! Just these two punitive buildings combined amounted to 25,000 game coins. He distinctly remembered that the winning target for this peculiar Disney-themed map was only 50,000 game coins. By this calculation, he had already accomplished half of the winning goal right from the outset. Bravo, system! What an incredible assist you've provided. After calming his exhilaration, Lu Xiaoshi expressed his gratitude to the system for granting him 2 property takeover cards. To be honest, his opening was nothing short of extraordinary. As long as his subsequent luck did not falter significantly, achieving victory within the limited time of 15 minutes would be a breeze. After confirming the effects of the takeover cards, Lu Xiaoshi turned his gaze toward the obstacle card before him. The obstacle card could be considered a fairly standard item card. Typically, its effectiveness was most pronounced when utilized in multiplayer battles during a Monopoly-style game. This was primarily because the obstacle card could only be used to set a one-time roadblock on a specific property. When a player passed this roadblock, even if they had further movement potential, they would be forcibly halted. This item card was conventionally employed to intercept competing players, ensuring they landed on one's own property to collect exorbitant rent. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoshi still gleefully tucked it away. He chuckled. After all, he had an extraordinary opening, so there was nothing to fear. Countdown complete. You have used 2 takeover cards. Your initial amount is 5,000 game coins. Please commence your first move. Now entering the dice, throw to randomly select your movement points. Please begin your throw. At the moment the system's prompt appeared, Lu Xiaoshi swiftly cast the dice. Accompanied by the clattering sound of the rolling dice, his eyes were fixated upon them. The outcome of the impending challenges weighed heavily on his heart, causing him to feel a surge of nervous anticipation. As the sound of the dice gradually slowed, he realized the result of his first roll was about to be revealed. In his anxious anticipation, the sound of the dice finally fell silent. Cautiously opening his eyes, Lu Xiaoshi beheld the numbers displayed on the 2 dice. A 1 and a 5, totaling 6. Moving 6 spaces, let us see where that lands me. Scanning the map for each space, Lu Xiaoshi located the position of the 6th square. Coincidentally, it was the witch's cottage, which he had just seized with a takeover card. Faced with the conflicting emotions of luck and misfortune regarding his movement, Lu Xiaoshi found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, he was fortunate to land on a punitive building in his first round. On the other, his opponent had preemptively used a takeover card to secure an advantage, meaning that upon incurring the fine, he would not actually suffer any loss. Your first round movement points are 6, moving to the witch's cottage. Detected that the witch's cottage is a punitive building, you will incur a fine of 1,500 game coins. Since you have occupied this building with a takeover card, the fine you pay will automatically be returned to your account. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Lu Xiaoshi could not help but find a certain humor in the situation. What kind of commentary was this from the system? It was essentially penalizing itself. If this considerable sum of game coins had a consciousness, it would surely exclaim, well, how did I end up back here after a round? The mere thought of this scenario made Lu Xiaoshi chuckle to himself. However, just as he settled, the system initiated the prompt for the next round of movement. Second round begins. Please roll the dice to determine your movement points. Friendly reminder. Random events may be triggered when passing mysterious locations during this round of movement. For your financial security, you may judiciously decide whether to use item cards. A random event. Upon seeing the system's reminder, Lu Xiaoshi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Random events? Especially those actively pointed out by the system. Could it be that this was a trap that could cost him a significant amount of game coins? Yet, even if he wished to evade such a situation, he had no item cards at his disposal to alter the circumstances. The sole obstacle card he possessed could only delay his movement for 1 round. However, the mysterious point that would trigger a random event was inevitable. In other words, the only item card he had left was merely a temporary measure. System. Will there be opportunities to acquire more item cards during this game? Yes, the next opportunity to obtain item cards will be in 2 rounds. A new item card is distributed every 3 rounds. Upon hearing that the next item card would not be available for another 2 rounds, Lu Xiaoshi made a decisive choice in his heart. He would refrain from using the obstacle card for now. Bring on the random events, he thought confidently. As he rolled the dice, the movement points for this round were officially revealed. The result was a combination of 5 and 3, totaling 8. Coincidentally, 8 was precisely the distance required to trigger a random event. With a chime, the system's notification rang out. You have triggered the random event, the collector of fine watches. Congratulations. You have received a redeemable special item, the Patek Philippe Ref 2499 watch. Chapter 83, the luxurious Patek Philippe watch. Your reward, the Patek Philippe Ref 2499, is currently being distributed. Ding. Distribution successful. As the system's notification echoed, a wooden gift box materialized in front of Lu Xiaoshi. At first glance, this black square wooden box epitomized understated luxury and sophistication. Upon taking hold of the box, a cool sensation coursed through his fingertips. Atop the box, the distinctive Calatrava cross logo of Patek Philippe was elegantly inlaid. The emblem, comprised of a knight's sword and a priest's cross, exuded a sense of brave restraint. Let me see what this special item is. It seems that this game could also have implications in real life. With bated breath, Lu Xiaoshi gently opened the gift box. Before him lay an exquisite wristwatch, featuring a black strap and a silver-white dial. The brand name Patek Philippe gleamed on the dial, radiating a unique metallic luster. After adorning his left wrist with the watch, Lu Xiaoshi placed the packaging gift box into the system's backpack. Such an opulent box was certainly not something he could afford to discard. It is worth mentioning that this Patek Philippe watch, referred to as a special item by the system, seems to have a significant function within the context of this game. Upon this realization, Lu Xiaoshi could not help but command, "System, please provide information regarding this Patek Philippe watch." Acknowledged, presenting relevant information now. The details of the special item, Patek Philippe Ref 2499, are as follows. In this game, this extraordinary watch possesses a one-time ability to reverse time. Upon activation of this ability by the user, the system will deem the result of the die roll invalid and will re-roll. Please note that this time reversal ability is limited to this game and can only be utilized once. After the conclusion of the game, this watch can materialize into reality. After reading the description of this remarkable watch, Lu Xiaoshi felt victory beckoning him. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, he would have been tempted to stand up and shout to the heavens, "Is there anyone else?" With this Patek Philippe watch in hand, he truly felt invincible. After all, such a super item that allows one to overturn the result of a die roll is not something one can easily possess. Moreover, this Patek Philippe Ref 2499 is valued at an astonishing 24 million renminbi. Just the exorbitant price alone brought a wave of satisfaction to Lu Xiaoshi. In fact, he could hardly contain his eagerness to complete this level and return to reality. The opportunity to don a watch worth 24 million was tantalizingly close, and he was nearly unable to restrain himself. Due to your movement points being 8, you have arrived at the classic landmark, the fantasy fairy tale castle in Disneyland. This is an unowned landmark, and you may freely choose whether to purchase it or not. Its price is 1,500 game coins, and it generates a profit of 300 game coins each turn. Please indicate your choice to purchase or not. Upon hearing the system indicate that he had arrived at the square containing this landmark, Lu Xiaoshi nodded decisively and purchased it. The fantasy fairy tale castle, a landmark with substantial profit potential. It is indeed one of the most lucrative landmarks on the entire map. As a representative of landmarks that guarantee profit upon purchase, he naturally bought it without hesitation. Congratulations on your successful purchase. You now hold ownership of it. After the purchase, your account balance is now 3,500 game coins. Please continue your efforts. Seeing the system's notification that he only had 3,500 game coins left, Lu Xiaoshi remained unfazed. He chuckled, "With land in hand, I am unperturbed." Having acquired this castle landmark that generates a revenue of 300 game coins each turn, he no longer needed to worry about earning game coins. As long as he did not consecutively draw penalty buildings, he would not be delayed on his path to victory. The third round arrived, a round Lu Xiaoshi eagerly anticipated. Once he passed this round, he would receive a new item card from the system. Holding such powerful assistance, he was naturally filled with excitement for the upcoming game. The third round of movement officially begins. You have chosen to skip the item card usage phase. Now entering the die rolling phase. Let the rolling commence. As Lu Xiaoshi issued the command, the 2 dice in the center of the system's holographic display began to spin simultaneously. During their rotation, the system also played the sound of clattering dice in real time. Alright, stop. Upon command, the electronic holographic dice in the center of the screen came to an immediate halt. The final result of the roll was a total of 4, consisting of 2 twos. Your final roll result is 4. You are about to move to the ordinary attraction, Leap Over the Horizon. This is a standard attraction with average output and a very reasonable price. Its price is 700 game coins, with a yield of 50 game coins each turn. Upon seeing the familiar purchase prompt appear before him, Lu Xiaoshi resolutely chose to buy. What? You ask him why he would purchase this average value ordinary attraction? Don't question it. Simply put, he has the financial freedom to be reckless. Moreover, at this moment, he needed to acquire a substantial number of conventional buildings and landmarks within the map. With victory in sight, he certainly would not choose to forfeit. The fourth round of movement officially begins. You have received a new item card. Your game inventory has successfully added a property appreciation card. Upon realizing that he had obtained the coveted property appreciation card, Lu Xiaoshi was nearly overcome with joy. The system truly is remarkable. With this property appreciation card, he would no longer need to fret over accumulating game coins. System, I choose to use the property appreciation card on the Witch's Hut. Now using the relevant item card. Successfully used. The property value of your penalty building, the Witch's Hut, has doubled. Its current value is 30,000 game coins. 30,000 game coins. Upon hearing this news, Lu Xiaoshi clapped joyfully in celebration. Thanks to this miraculous property value doubling operation, his properties, along with his account balance, reached the victory condition. The target of 50,000 game coins for completing the map was effortlessly achieved. Detecting that the player has met the victory condition, the game is now officially concluding. At this moment, Lu Xiaoshi was filled with overwhelming excitement. Hooray! Finally, he could return to reality and try on the newly acquired Patek Philippe watch. Chapter 84, a classic review of the system. In the system space, Lu Xiaoshi, currently amidst the conclusion of the Monopoly game, felt an immense sense of pride. He successfully completed the limited-time special challenge map of Disneyland in one go. Not only that, but he also acquired a Patek Philippe watch worth millions during the game. With such a generous reward, how could he not be thrilled? Overjoyed, he began to contemplate the substantial gains from this round. Foremost among them was the amusement park ownership he would possess for future Monopoly games due to his successful challenge. This permanent special buff is incredibly significant for his future gameplay, especially considering the luxurious rewards he received during this game. It inspired a revelation within him. Since participating in Monopoly games is likely to yield such extravagant rewards, he should not overlook any opportunity to play. In just 2 games, he had already been rewarded with a luxurious supercar and a lavish watch. Merely considering the value of these items, sometimes they surpass the monetary rewards of the game itself. In this light, the final cash rewards from the Monopoly game seem merely like bonuses. Truly, the substantial rewards lie within the special events or unique system rewards during the game. Reflecting on all this, Lu Xiaoshi stood proudly with hands on his hips. With the system's protection, he felt invincible. Just with the watch on his wrist, he could float about in the system space, reveling in his success. As he meticulously reviewed his experiences, the system's ultimate rewards began to be dispensed. Settlement steps completed, commencing the formal distribution of rewards. You have successfully completed the special limited-time challenge map, Disneyland. Below is the list of rewards. 1. The Patek Philippe Ref 2499 that was awarded during the game. 2. A permanent buff, enjoying perpetual ownership of the amusement park within the game map. 3. Cash reward settlement. Entering cash reward settlement. At the conclusion of the game, your remaining property value and cash amount exceeded 50,000 game coins. Due to the system's reluctance to perform detailed calculations on the last 4 digits, it has automatically rounded your total to 60,000 game coins. As this is your first participation in the special map challenge, the exchange rate for game coins to cash rewards has been upgraded to 1,000. Consequently, your bank account will receive a staggering 1.2 billion renminbi as a reward. Ding! In celebration of your successful completion of the special map challenge for the first time, the system automatically grants you a skyscraper in the heart of Magic City. That concludes the rewards for this Monopoly game. Wishing you a delightful life. Upon seeing the extensive list of system rewards, Lu Xiaoshi's lips curled into a broad smile. The system truly delivered. With such bountiful rewards, it would be difficult for him to feel anything but joy. Who could possibly wear a sorrowful expression in the face of such invaluable rewards? Of course, that would exclude the top-tier heirs born into wealth. However, Lu Xiaoshi's current status was not inferior to those affluent elites. It is worth noting that his identity as a shareholder of 5 shares in the Disney Group already placed him on par with many of the world's wealthiest individuals. Furthermore, the Monopoly game had rewarded him with a skyscraper in the heart of Magic City, further enhancing his prowess. Had it not been for the enchanting fairy sister by his side, he might have spontaneously transformed into a jubilant sprite, breaking into song and dance. After all, Celebrating joyous occasions with a performance is a long-standing Disney tradition, and as a Disney shareholder, he found no surprise in this inclination. Of course, this notion remained merely a whimsical thought. Once the rewards from the Monopoly game were settled and distributed, Lu Xiaoshi contentedly exited the system space. The moment his consciousness returned to reality, the beloved Patek Philippe watch quietly adorned his wrist. As he was dressed in a long-sleeved shirt, the sudden appearance of the watch went unnoticed by anyone. To the attentive VIP restaurant server, the seemingly relaxed Lu Xiaoshi, enjoying a massage chair, merely opened his eyes. Unlike the serene and closed-eyed Xueling who savored her massage, Lu Xiaoshi could not suppress his delight upon awakening. Indeed, being enveloped by the massage chair had hindered his enjoyment of his luxurious watch. "All right, I've had enough massage. I think I'll go grab a drink." It seemed as though they shared a telepathic connection, for Xueling was the first to propose leaving. In response, Lu Xiaoshi could only silently commend his sister with an appreciative nod. This assist was nothing short of perfect. "Sure, let us go together," he replied with a cheerful demeanor. Hearing her brother's words, Xueling cast him a tender glance. In that fleeting moment, she sensed the overwhelming joy radiating from him, cultivated through years of mutual understanding. Unaware of the preceding events, Xueling raised her brow in mild confusion. Oh, was it just a brief massage that made him so elated? Surely, nothing particularly exciting could have occurred. "Lu Xiaoshi, why are you suddenly so happy?" The unexpected inquiry from Xueling left Lu Xiaoshi reluctant to reveal the true source of his excitement, prompting him to offer a vague response. "Oh, it's nothing. Just thought of something pleasant." However, his seemingly innocuous words were misconstrued by Xueling who interpreted them as a reference to their earlier kiss. Caught off guard by her brother's playful banter, Xueling's fair complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. With a playful pinch at Lu Xiaoshi's waist, she moved ahead, teasing, "You naughty boy, teasing your sister again. Let us hurry and get that drink." Startled by the familiar sensation of being playfully reprimanded by his sister, Lu Xiaoshi shivered in response. "Ah, the familiar feeling of being chastised by my sister." However, this time, he truly felt innocent. Pondering the events that had transpired, Lu Xiaoshi found himself utterly bewildered. What was going on with his sister? Had she just blushed? Xueling's thoughts were indeed hard to decipher. Noticing Lu Xiaoshi lagging behind, Xueling turned back, her voice sweet as she urged, "Lu Xiaoshi, what are you waiting for? Come on." With her gentle prodding, Lu Xiaoshi nodded in agreement. "All right, I'm coming." He chuckled and followed suit. "Hey, enjoying a drink before admiring my luxurious watch isn't too late. After all, my fairy sister is the most important to me." Chapter 85, The Mysterious Disney Club Number 33. With a buoyant step, Lu Xiaoshi quickly caught up with his beautiful sister, who had intentionally slowed her pace for him. At that moment, Xueling appeared even more radiant after a refreshing rest. The bright lights of the VIP restaurant illuminated her flowing hair, enhancing her beauty. To facilitate their upcoming meal, she had gracefully transformed her double ponytails into a single ponytail. With a few deft movements, her new hairstyle was quickly perfected. Seeing his sister in her stunning new look, Lu Xiaoshi's eyes widened in admiration. "Wow, you look absolutely beautiful with a single ponytail." Especially with the cat ear headband she had purchased during their outing, she now exuded an aura of youthful charm. In that instant, he felt a genuine admiration for her impeccable taste. Impressive, truly deserving of the title of fashionista. As he reflected on this, Xueling sensed his appreciative gaze. Perhaps it was the intensity of his admiration that brought a radiant smile to her face. "Haha," in Lu Xiaoshi's eyes, there is only her. With a hint of delight, Xueling revealed a pair of sweet dimples. She playfully hooked her arm through Lu Xiaoshi's and asked, "So, what do you think? This single ponytail suits me well, right?" "Yes, it truly complements your elegant demeanor." Lu Xiaoshi responded enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. The sincerity evident in his words left no room for doubt regarding his genuine admiration for his sister. "Oh, Shitzi, you truly have a way with compliments," she remarked playfully. With that, Xuelinger gracefully shifted her steps towards the bar counter dedicated to beverage service within this VIP restaurant. This bar, adorned in a style reminiscent of a Disney fairy tale world, offered a unique ambience. From the decorative paintings on the walls to the cartoon motifs on the cups, every element celebrated the classic characters of Disney. These distinctive animated figures infused the bar and its surrounding booths with a delightful atmosphere. Merely standing before the bar, Lu Xiaoshi found his spirits lifted considerably. He recognized that this exquisitely crafted design contributed significantly to his uplifted mood. Given that Lu Xiaoshi's former status as an influential figure was no secret among the park's staff, the bartenders greeted him with warm smiles. Thanks to Disney's exceptional employee training, their service etiquette was impeccable. The moment Lu Xiaoshi and his companion arrived at the bar, All the bartenders stood up in unison, bowing slightly in greeting. Observing the friendly smiles and polite gazes of the staff, Lu Xiaoshi felt thoroughly satisfied. Noticing that Linger, his esteemed companion, was the first to approach the bar, the staff eagerly presented her with the beverage menu. "Welcome. Here is the drink menu for our bar. Please take a look." As she received the menu, Linger perused it attentively. "Oh, these truly have a theme reflective of the park. But I would prefer to have some mango pomelo sago," she lamented, scanning the drink list with a hint of disappointment. It seemed that this particular beverage was not available. Just as she contemplated selecting an alternative, a smiling bartender interjected. "You wish to have mango pomelo sago, correct? I shall prepare it for you right away." Upon hearing this, Linger, curious, inquired, "But your menu doesn't list mango pomelo sago. Do you offer special requests for customers?" The ever-smiling female bartender discreetly glanced at Lu Xiaoshi behind Ling. Confirming that the esteemed figure was still wearing a smile, she nodded with a light chuckle, affirming, "Indeed, we strive to fulfill every request from our customers." In the presence of such a distinguished individual as Lu Xiaoshi, the bartender's response was notably cautious. After all, a mere beverage request was a small price to pay for the comfort of a VIP. In her mind, this moment represented both a test and an opportunity. The chance to interact directly with a young tycoon wielding considerable influence within the group was an exceedingly rare privilege she cherished deeply. Meanwhile, Linger seemed to sense this dynamic, casting a discreet glance at Lu Xiaoshi. "Wow, Shizi's presence is truly formidable. Just the prestige he commands rivals that of many leading characters in films." Perhaps influenced by her previous encounters with domineering CEO novels, Linger instinctively compared Lu Xiaoshi with those assertive male protagonists. However, through her adoring lens, Lu Xiaoshi was undeniably superior. Noticing that he had yet to order a drink, she prompted, "Shizi, what will you be having? The selection here is indeed quite extensive." "I'm not quite sure yet. I'll take a moment to decide," he replied, accepting the splendidly illustrated beverage menu from the charming bartender. The vibrant array of colorful options left him momentarily indecisive. After several seconds of contemplation, he finally pointed to a drink that resonated with him. "I'll have this one." "Certainly. I will begin preparing it for you right away." "Please hold on for a moment," the bartender responded. As she moved to the back to prepare the beverages, Lu Xiaoshi and Linger began to engage in hushed conversation. Suddenly, a couple with peculiar manners approached them. Their ostentatious demeanor, characterized by heads held high and an exaggerated stride, made them stand out as they walked. Oblivious to their own boorishness, the male of the duo began boasting to his girlfriend, "Let us make do with this VIP restaurant for now. Once I become a member of the Disney 33 Club, I'll take you there to enjoy." Seemingly impressed by his self-aggrandizing words, his crude girlfriend quickly chimed in with flattery. "Wow, Chen Xiao is truly impressive. You even have connections to the mysterious 33 Club." As the boastful man basked in his own glory, Lu Xiaoshi quietly revealed his own special park pass. On the back of the pass gleamed a card indicating membership in the exclusive 33 Club. Chapter 86, subtly putting the rude in their place. Observing the 33 Club membership card in his hand, Lu Xiaoshi fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that this card held considerable value. His prior knowledge of Disney was limited, and he now found himself confronting a blind spot in his understanding. Just as he pondered this, a helpful system appeared to enlighten him. Detecting your urgent desire to learn about the Disney 33 Club, this system has come to provide information. The Disney 33 Club was once regarded as a mysterious realm of world-class repute. In its early days, this enigmatic place was known only among a select few elite billionaires. As time progressed, the name of the 33 Club gradually emerged into public awareness. To date, there are only 3 Disney parks globally that host a 33 Club, with the Disney park in Shanghai being one of them. Due to the scarcity of information regarding the Shanghai Disney, the publicly available details about the 33 Club are predominantly derived from the Disney park in California. According to insiders, to become a member of the 33 Club, one must first afford the exorbitant membership fee, rumored to be $250,000 for admission and an annual fee of $120,000. The entry approval process is notoriously stringent, with many affluent individuals waiting for over a decade to secure a spot. As one of the 3 prestigious locations housing the 33 Club, the Shanghai Disney's 33 Club is shrouded in exclusivity and mystery. After absorbing the system's insights, Lu Xiaoshi's expression shifted to one of realization. It appeared that the 33 Club membership card he possessed was indeed a rare treasure. Without exaggeration, had it not been for the requirement of real name registration for each membership card, it would have long since skyrocketed in value. Even so, the difficulty of acquiring such a card was akin to navigating a hellish gauntlet of exceptionally high standards. At this moment, The beverages previously ordered by Lu Xiaoshi and Xue Linger were served. Please enjoy, esteemed guests. With a respectful smile, the waitress extended her hands to present the two drinks. Thank you. This Yangji Ganlu is indeed beautifully crafted. Xue Linger, who had a penchant for desserts like Yangji Ganlu, couldn't help but sing its praises for its exquisite presentation. As she gently sipped through the straw, the chewy sago burst forth with a delightful sweetness. After savoring the delectable drink, a satisfied smile graced Xue Linger's face. Hey, Shitzi, your drink has arrived. Drink up. Accepting the drink that her sister had brought over, Lu Xiaoshi emerged from his reverie. Glancing down at his Patek Philippe watch, he noted that it was nearly 11:45. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to express his thoughts to Xue Linger. Sister, shall we change our lunch venue? How about we explore Club 33 in the amusement park? Upon hearing his suggestion, Xue Linger adorably rested her chin on her hand and replied, Sure. I was hoping to visit Club 33 as well. I've heard it's quite mysterious online. Delighted by her enthusiasm for the change of lunch plans, Lu Xiaoshi felt a surge of relief. Phew, my sister is so easygoing. She doesn't seem disheartened about missing the VIP restaurant experience. Noticing his silence, Xue Linger proactively produced her exclusive high-tier pass, which included a membership card for Club 33, identical to the one Lu Xiaoshi had just revealed. Holding the black card embossed with golden letters, Xue Linger examined it under the light. Growing increasingly fond of the card that could grant her access to the mysterious Club 33. I wonder if the interior of this club is as stunningly mysterious as they say online? Filled with anticipation for their upcoming adventure, Xue Linger playfully poked Lu Xiaoshi's arm. Shitzi, have you been to Club 33? What made you suddenly decide to change our dining location? It just came to me in a flash. Besides, I've never been there either, so it's perfect for us to explore together. Oh, that's wonderful. The thrill of discovering secrets together is truly delightful. Hearing the excitement in Xue Linger's voice, Lu Xiaoshi nodded eagerly. He too looked forward to visiting Club 33, a place coveted by many yet elusive to most. Interestingly enough, it was thanks to that couple displaying such vulgar and inconsiderate behavior that he was reminded of the existence of the club membership card. With that thought, Lu Xiaoshi discreetly glanced at the recently seated crude couple. As expected, the brash man, drawing disdainful looks from those around him, continued to boast to his girlfriend. Let me tell you, my family knows the higher-ups at Disney in this city. Getting a spot at Club 33 is just a matter of my word. Observing his smug demeanor, his vain girlfriend instantly donned a sycophantic smile. Impressive. When can you get the club membership card to show me the world, Chen Xiao? Caught off guard by her question, the boastful man suddenly appeared flustered. He was just a regular rich second generation. He had no connections to Disney's executives. However, being directly questioned by his vain girlfriend left him feeling embarrassed and irritable. Damn it, this materialistic girl is someone I should just play with and then discard. How dare she put me on the spot? At that moment, this extremely selfish man found himself in a predicament of his own making. Nevertheless, his girlfriend remained oblivious to his discomfort, entranced by the allure of the legendary Club 33. In a few months, getting that membership card and high-tier pass won't be easy. After deflecting her question with vague remarks, the embarrassed man stubbornly added, Club 33 hasn't had new members in years. If they do this year, I'll eat this table. Trust me, it's impossible. Just as his girlfriend began to doubt his claims, she was captivated by his overconfident demeanor. Just as he was about to say more, Lu Xiaoshi's voice rang out, instructing the waitress. Hello, we are new members of Club 33. Could you please direct us on how to get there? Upon hearing this, the crude man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Staring at the solid wooden table, his face instantly turned to stone. Oh my God, is the universe playing a joke on me? As soon as he finished speaking, reality hit him hard. Chapter 87, Entering the Game. This is a world known as Higgs, inhabited by a myriad of races including dwarves, humans, gnomes, orcs, elves, the undead, dragons, demons, devils, angels, elemental beings, and constructs, among countless others. The interactions and conflicts among these diverse races have forged a rich tapestry of unique cultures and technological advancements in this extraordinary realm. Amidst the discrimination and strife between races, the plight of the undead is undoubtedly one of the most tragic. Closing the book titled On Racial Discrimination, Ryan sighed in exasperation. What has become of this world? Filled with oppression and disdain towards the undead? As a powerful death lord, Ryan pondered why the undead, despite their vast population and formidable strength, were ostracized from the mainstream circles, their advanced technology, albeit specialized, remaining unrecognized. The root of this exclusion lay in the origins of the undead, which instilled fear and prejudice among other races, collectively isolating them from social interactions. If the diplomatic relations of this world could be likened to a social circle, Then all the mainstream races unanimously placed the undead on their blacklist, only to reinstate them during times of external threats, dragging them into the fold to combat the invaders before promptly expelling them once the danger subsided. This cyclical pattern of being relegated to a mere backup role persisted repeatedly, with the undead attempting to break free from their subordinate status, yet to no avail. The few instances of favorable diplomatic engagement for the undead arose solely in the context of repelling the demonic and devilish legions from the abyss. Oh, undead, you truly are mere tools, like bricks moved wherever needed. I, Ryan, shall show you that the undead can rise. You ask what the undead are. Let me tell you, what you living beings cannot accomplish, we undead can. You living beings dare not slay the wicked, we undead shall do so. In essence, we shall surpass the living in what they can do, and we shall undertake what they cannot. Those who stand in our way shall perish. This is the essence of the undead, is it not clear enough? As the male undead version of a boxing champion, I, Ryan, am resolute. The light of justice shines upon the earth. Illuminate every shadowed corner. As the background music swelled, Ryan could not help but display a certain expression. Ding. The system detected the host initiating a righteous speech, and, to further inspire the host to strive onward with unwavering confidence, rewarded the unlocking of recruitment privileges for the elite version of the necromantic colossus, the gallows giant of Aviport. Keep it up, host. I believe you are the most formidable. As a transmigrator, one of the advantages Ryan had acquired upon his arrival in this new world was the necromancer system. 6 months had swiftly passed since his crossing into this alternate realm, during which he had been diligently testing the system's myriad functions and exploring its intricate mechanics. No one understands the system better than I do. Gazing at the elite unit, the gallows giant of Aviport, on the system interface, Ryan could not suppress a feeling of elation. The gallows giant emerged from the sunken remnants of a grand sailing ship in Aviport, a ghastly construct made from the remains of executed criminals and decayed shipwreck debris. It wields a necromantic cannon in its hands, capable of delivering astonishingly long range, terrifying firepower on the battlefield, shattering both the bodies and spirits of its foes, before crushing them into oblivion with its colossal form. The gallows giant of Aviport is akin to a necromantic version of a Gundam, boasting numerous magical enhancements that render it nearly indistinguishable from its mechanical counterparts. A true man should pilot a Gundam. How exhilarating! While Ryan contemplated the utilization of this formidable war machine, a pair of delicate hands covered his eyes. Guess who I am? A correct answer earns you a reward tonight. The speaker was a stunning beauty with wine-red hair, her eyes reminiscent of tender cornflowers, sparkling playfully with affection for herself. Ivy, stop fooling around. I'm pondering strategies for the new war weapon. Wait, a reward tonight. Have you developed a new technique? Upon hearing Ryan's jest, Ivy mischievously wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully made a face, and cheerfully replied, Darling, that's a secret to be revealed tonight. But you have a new war weapon? We should definitely involve Hill and Sherry. Let us explore it together. With that, Ivy sweetly kissed Ryan on the cheek, leaving him enveloped in a fragrant breeze, before gleefully dashing off to find Hill and Sherry. That girl, I'll warn her not to oversleep tomorrow. Eager to test the combat prowess of the necromantic colossus, Ryan summoned one to the training grounds in front of his castle, only to encounter an awkward predicament. The colossus was far too filthy, leaving a trail of foul, unidentified matter shortly after its arrival. Oblivious to the chaos it was causing for Ryan, the colossus nonchalantly scooped up the repugnant substance with its gigantic hands and consumed it, emitting sounds akin to gastronomic pleasure. Old 8 exclaimed, Now that's real expertise. Go for it. Witnessing such an absurd scene, Ryan could only cover his face in despair, finally understanding one of the reasons for the disdain towards the undead. It's one thing to be inherently pestilent, but why do they consistently approach such grotesque and terrifying acts with such casualness? However, after tasting a morsel, the colossus's movement slowed considerably. It pinched its mouth with a finger and spat out an empty canister, looking rather regretful. Ryan couldn't help but marvel. Truly, it was the undead, capable of deriving such enjoyment from food. Yet, a new source of unease stirred within him. Though the colossus clutched an empty canister, its grip was not as powerful as Ryan had previously believed. Instead, it felt quite soft. Its gaze upon Ryan was filled with skepticism and apprehension, as though it sought to disassemble him, perceiving him as a potential threat. Ryan shuddered, feeling as if all sensation had fled his body. Time passed, how long? He could not say, when suddenly, the colossus sprang into action, seizing the canister with a swift motion. With a forceful grip, it crushed the canister to smithereens. Chapter 88, Extreme Showcase. While your command of the necromantic colossus's bombardment appears quite gallant, your direction of the undead minions and tidying up is rather pitiful. The thrill of destruction is fleeting, The aftermath is a funeral pyre. After cleaning up the mess left by the Colossus, Ryan mounted his steed, the Radiant Dragon. Kodalek, the Lightbringer. What? You wonder why the mount of a Death Lord is a Radiant Dragon? Well, that's common knowledge. It's akin to having 5 members in the 4 Heavenly Kings. The false Death Lord, riding a skeletal dragon, clad in tattered garb, forlorn and brooding, presents a quintessential villainous visage. The true Death Lord, riding a radiant dragon, adorned in resplendent attire, with a resolute gaze, exuding an aura of righteousness, accompanied by a beauty, truly, a figure of triumph, the epitome of a protagonist. Without a doubt, Ryan was the true Death Lord, clad in battle armor, forged from starlight gold. His silvery hair crowned with a glistening mithril diadem, and a black flowing cloak embroidered with the image of a roaring frost dragon billowing behind him. A splendid appearance constitutes half of success. After all, strength is merely a matter of version, but charm is eternal. Ahem, just kidding. Ryan's striking appearance also facilitated his diplomatic endeavors with humans and other factions, fostering amicable relations between the undead and other races, forging new partnerships, and achieving strategic collaboration goals. This is what one might call the legendary maneuver. While you think I'm on the 2nd layer, I'm actually on the 5th, riding my beloved little motorcycle, Kodalek. I never encounter traffic. Shortly after takeoff, Ryan arrived at his destination, his home, the Inner Fortress. As for why he rode a dragon home rather than teleporting, don't ask. It's all about showing off. Nestled in the heart of his domain, Frost Dragon City serves as the political and economic center of Ryan's territory, with the Inner Fortress being the residence of Ryan and his family. Though the vast Inner Fortress is primarily inhabited by Ryan, Ivy, and a few attendants tending to their daily needs. Look, our hero has returned. Ha ha ha, is that my Dragon Knight? Exclaimed Sherry, her silken hair adorned with silver highlights. Her beauty matched only by the icy dragon horns that adorned her head. Alongside her stunning visage rang her formidable reputation as the Frostwing. Indeed, indeed. Dragon Knight Ryan. Whether on the battlefield or elsewhere, you are always the best, echoed Ivy. The equally enchanting Hill, undeterred, sidled past her sisters, playfully requesting a hug from Ryan. Faced with this, Ryan could only embrace Hill with a smile, planting a kiss on her cheek. Wait, I want one too. Oh no, we must focus. Sherry interrupted, her jealousy evident as she broke the affectionate moment. Hee, I have acquired a new war weapon, the necromantic Colossus, the gallows giant of Aviport. Ryan declared. Just now, the Order Temple transmitted new information, confirming our earlier speculations. The newly discovered realm of Relair has indeed been overrun by hell. It has become a stronghold for demons. The war drums will soon echo across the worlds, and we, perhaps, can deliver a surprise to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan noticed Ivy and the others enthusiastically clapping in unison. Shirley, with an earnest demeanor, even added, "Winter is coming. I, too, am a harbinger of great catastrophe." Before she could finish, she had already provoked hearty laughter from Hill and Ivy. Ha ha ha, Shirley, you are simply hilarious. Is that not a tale told by Ryan? Are you a Stark or the Deathwing? Amidst the distraction of Shirley's attention being captured by Hill, Ivy swiftly darted over to tickle her. And soon the three were tumbling about in playful chaos. Observing the trio, who had just moments prior been discussing serious matters yet were now indulging in levity, Ryan couldn't help but muse that he must impose a minor reprimand later that evening. Fortunately, the 3 lovely ladies did not persist in their frolic for long. They promptly straightened their disheveled dresses and seamlessly adopted a posture of solemnity, ready to deliberate on serious affairs. With obedient expressions adorning their faces, they collectively resolved, "Let us adhere to our original plan. As soon as the Alliance army, under the aegis of the Order Temple, encounters the demons, we shall immediately proceed to the Dragon Soul realm to awaken our undead dragon allies, rousing these slumbering ancients from their lethargy. Dignity is not bestowed upon us. It is earned through cunning and strength. By the way, why are there so many frost dwarves in our territory? Surely, have you once again borrowed troops from your father-in-law? Are we indulging in another round of reliance on parental support?" However, the prospect of such familial assistance was indeed appealing. Each frost dwarf is a master blacksmith and brewer, and with their inclusion, our territory's industrial capabilities could advance significantly. Initially, he had intended to decline the offer, yet his father-in-law had been exceedingly generous. In addition to the frost dwarfs, who serve as the vassal race of the frost dragons, there was a formidable army comprising various races, including gnolls, warjin, earth dragons, frost trolls, harpies, and wyverns. Upon realizing the extent of troops Shirley could procure from her father, Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the affection her father bestowed upon his beloved daughter. I had initially planned to borrow them, but my father simply insisted on gifting them to me. He even allocated 5,000 Dragonhawks as my personal guard. My father is truly wonderful, yea? Upon hearing of Shirley's lavish privileges, Hill and Ivy huddled together, softly murmuring, I'm not envious, boo-hoo. In that moment, we all became sour grapes. Envy tearing us apart. Unbeknownst to them, the entire discussion had once again veered off topic, prompting Ryan to step forward and summarize this rather chaotic family meeting. Ahem. I hereby officially declare, the campaign for the rise of the undead has officially commenced. In this battle, we shall demonstrate to all who underestimate the undead that they have risen. They are no longer mere instruments. Chapter 89, awarded first place on the following morning. Ryan was roused early by the clamor of his alchemical alarm clock. Ivy Hill, Shirley awake. It is time to rise. Glancing down at Shirley, who lay nestled in his arms, and the two beauties flanking him, Ryan gently called them to awaken. The adorable and languorous poses of the lovely ladies compelled him to lower his head and tenderly kiss their foreheads several times. Seemingly awakened by Ryan's affectionate kisses, the three beautiful women gradually opened their eyes, breaking free from their slumber. Hill was the first to stir, appearing slightly dazed as she lazily grasped one of Ryan's hands, murmuring, just a little longer, my dear. Dreaming of cultivating the holy light is delightful, akin to the joy of our revelries last night. Allow me just a bit more slumber, please. With that, Hill mischievously licked her lips and cast a playful glance at Ryan. Noticing this, Ryan instinctively touched his midsection, realizing it was still in fine form. Ahem, we cannot discuss this, lest we attract the attention of the morality police. Rise quickly. Today, I shall show you the romanticism of a man's artillery. No, wait, I mean the grandeur of artillery itself. Let us have breakfast first, and after that, we shall proceed to inspect the necromantic colossus nearby the training grounds. It is far more formidable than any undead tank. Charge forth. Breakfast awaits. I desire cheesy baked rice, spicy crayfish, and borscht. Only love and exquisite cuisine are worthy of our attention. With exuberance, Shirley seized her sisters by one hand and Ryan by the other, eagerly leading the charge toward the dining hall. I am the dividing line of delicious spicy crayfish. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, Ryan and his companions finally arrived at the necromantic colossus to inspect their new war machines. Although the colossus often appeared rather clumsy, its performance during combat testing was nothing short of remarkable. The necromantic artillery could deliver terrifying firepower on the battlefield, its indestructible form rendering it an unstoppable force. And its innate combat awareness enabled it to excel in close-quarters combat and tactical maneuvers. In summary, it was simply outstanding. Following a series of inspections, the Colossus received the command for free movement, and a gaggle of them sat down to consume the mysterious debris that had fallen from their own bodies. Exclaiming in awed delight, this sight caused Ivy and the others, who had intended to commend their exceptional performance, to facepalm in disbelief. Silence reigned in that moment. My dear, the necromantic colossus may serve as a mobile fire support unit. Its impressive resistance to fire and magic renders it impervious to most low-level spells. Their inclusion has inspired me with numerous tactical ideas, which I shall input into the strategy database upon our return. As a former sword saint of the Blood Empire, Ivy possessed remarkable military acumen and immediately recognized the vast military applications hidden beneath the Colossus's seemingly bumbling exterior. Ryan nodded in agreement. Although the origins of the system remained shrouded in mystery, and its mechanics were yet to be fully explored, it had undeniably aided him significantly, with each reward serving as a powerful boon. Despite having crossed into this fantastical world of martial prowess at the tender age of 18, equipped with the protagonist's quintessential golden finger, Ryan maintained a clear-headed perspective, refusing to become a mere dependent on the system. He upheld independent and rational thought in the face of all challenges. In this world brimming with diverse races and factions, simplistic labels of order, chaos, neutrality, goodness, and evil fail to convey the complexities at play. According to the secret traditions known to his wives, there exists much that remains enigmatic in this realm. The pursuits of scholars should not be labeled as mere survival. Rather, they should be regarded as prudent caution. Meanwhile, the newly discovered realm of Raylar had become a veritable hive of activity. As a long-hidden stronghold of demons, this world was rife with traces of various demonic transformations, and the air was thick with the stench of sulfur. Cunning demons had taken precautions to obscure their hidden bases from the Order's myriad races, laying intricate arrays of demonic engines and magical barriers upon the world's walls from the very inception of their strongholds. Yet, these meticulous and comprehensive preparations were inadvertently disrupted by a human exploratory team, leaving them uncertain whether to deem this turn of events fortunate or unfortunate. When that fortunate group of human explorers boarded the magical shuttle, they were not greeted by the desolate or primitive unknown realms of their imagination, but rather encircled by a cadre of formidable demons, each possessing twisted horns, adorned in exquisite magical battle armor and engulfed in hellish flames. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of a master among the human exploration team, who activated the teleportation beacon in a desperate bid before succumbing, humanity would have remained oblivious to this demon stronghold that had lain hidden for decades. Due to the interception of partial information relayed back by the human team, the demons became aware that their clandestine haven had been compromised. They could no longer lurk in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to invade the flourishing plains of order, for the invaders were on the brink of becoming the invaded. Preparations for war had commenced amongst the demons, with the infernal legions of the R'hllor realm already having assembled in vast numbers. The demon forges had begun to manufacture an array of weaponry and war machines requisite for battle. The demons, perceived by the forces of order as a race solely bent on destruction, were sharpening their blades and steeling their resolve for the impending conflict. They feared not war, for it only served to amplify their might, embodying the very essence of annihilation. Before the advancing demon hordes, the soldiers of the human alliance displayed remarkable composure. They had been continuously evolving. Though not yet true paragons of strength, they were inching ever closer to that ideal. In the lead-up to war, the soldiers of the demon faction had already commenced rigorous training, employing various demon bodies for diverse exercises. In their respective workshops, they crafted an assortment of demon meats, which were utilized to nourish the soldiers under their command. Once prepared, these demon delicacies were dispatched to various realms within the demon faction, where they were refined into a plethora of culinary creations for the demons. Chapter 90. A Treasure Unearthed. In the R'hllor world, the coalition of order races had just concluded its inaugural battle within this demon stronghold. This alliance, comprised of dwarves, humans, centaurs, titans, fire elementals, elves, and other races, triumphed over the demonic defenders with ease, thanks to their superior weaponry, exceptional martial skills, and continuous support. The demons, realizing the formidable nature of this order coalition after a brief resistance, retreated to their strongholds under the leadership of their cunning high-ranking strategists. The initial victory invigorated the spirits of the Order Coalition's warriors, who included distinguished fighters from various races seeking glory, proud and sagacious mages eager to acquire the limbs of high-ranking demons for their experiments, and powerful titans and fire elementals driven by a profound sense of justice to unite against the malevolent demons. However, the angels, often depicted as the primary force against demons in myriad myths and legends, were conspicuously absent from the ranks of the Order Coalition. In fact, over the past few decades, angels had appeared before humanity only on rare occasions, once embodiments of divine power, purity, and justice. The celestial beings now seem to exist solely within the annals of myth and within the statues of angels in the churches of righteousness. Once, a devout follower of the righteous faith yearned for a grand painting of angels combating demons to adorn his home for daily prayers. He commissioned a renowned artist to create a large magical scroll titled Angels Battling Demons. Upon hearing of this endeavor, the infamous demon, Carrot, employed his sinister methods to briefly seize control of the artist's mind. Upon completion, the devout believer arrived to inspect the artwork and was met with astonishment. The scene depicted the angels' council chamber in the celestial realm, with its gates firmly shut and devoid of life. Following this, the painting illustrated the Order Coalition's battle against the demons. Yet there was no trace of angels to be found. "Where's this?" the devout believer queried in fury. "The celestial realm," the demon-controlled artist replied. "Who fights against the demons?" "The Order Coalition, composed of titans and other races." "But where are the angels?" "The angels are engaged in the battle against demons," the demon retorted. In a fit of rage, the unfortunate believer drew his sword, intent on purging the blasphemous artist. However, the cunning demon, having achieved its objective, released its hold on the artist and fled. The pitiful artist, after enduring several processes of purification and scrutiny within the righteous church, eventually regained his innocence. Though his career had been prematurely curtailed, no one paid heed to the misfortunes of a hapless artist, who subsequently adopted a state of lament, embodying the sentiment of being merely human. In the shadows of numerous malevolent forces, the painting Angels Battling Demons gained notoriety, becoming a celebrated masterpiece circulated in the underground markets and other gray areas across various realms. The demons reveled in laughter, while the virtuous shed tears. In response, many devout members of the righteous church spontaneously organized numerous charitable endeavors, employing the power of collective prayer, hoping for calamity to befall the malevolent demon Carrot. Strangely, the righteous church adopted a stance of indifference, issuing a mere public relations statement before withdrawing from the matter entirely. The once active celestial realm remained sealed, accessible only to core members of the righteous church. This occurrence led Ryan to understand that even angels might one day vanish. Whether due to the machinations of the gods of justice or unforeseen circumstances rendering these beings of divine power, blessed with protection, unable to act. The world was far more complex than it appeared. In the span of these decades, while angels remained silent, the Titan population surged, and demons lurked in the dark, plotting. All signs indicated that the deities wielding supreme power had their own designs, with most races and individuals merely pawns in the divine chess game. Other races, such as the dragons, with their profound heritage, also harbored their own schemes. The dragons were engaged in a secret plan devised and executed by the original Dragon Kings, a crucial step of which involved awakening and reviving the undead dragon lineage, represented by the progenitor of all dragons, Basius, to bolster their combat prowess and add layers of security to their subsequent plans. Perhaps due to Ivy's unique ability to continue utilizing Holy Light even after her natural resurrection as an undead, the Holy Light Church maintained a favorable relationship with Ryan. True to the doctrine of the Holy Light Church, which emphasizes uniting all possible forces, Ryan occasionally gleaned valuable intelligence regarding the evil factions, demons, and devils through trade with the Church, serving as a reliable means of verification for ordinary information. If given the choice, Ryan would wish to transcend into an invincible being, endowed with ample resources to establish churches across various realms to reap profits. Alas, such is merely a fanciful dream. The longings of the god of war could only be realized in dreams. Life is arduous, and the man sighed. Angels and demons, when viewed solely from the perspective of self-interest, devoid of the moral dichotomies shaped by past lives. One might argue that the existence of demons could be more advantageous for the growth of the undead populace. Were it not for the relentless incursions of demons across various realms, bringing forth warfare and devastation, the undead would scarcely have a substantial influx of new souls. As articulated in the British television series Yes, Minister, politics sometimes necessitates collaboration with nefarious entities while discarding the good-hearted who refuse to cooperate. Regrettably, most demons embody unparalleled wickedness and cunning, rendering their trustworthiness less valuable than mere scrap paper. In stark contrast, their kin, the devils, have chosen a radically different path. They are known for their unwavering commitment to the terms of their contracts, though various tricks may lead those who strike deals with devils to ultimately lose their souls. A clever individual may outsmart a devil, compelling it to honor its obligations as per the agreement. The cognitive processes and operational methodologies of demons and devils diverge significantly. Yet concealed beneath their disparate exteriors lies a shared, chaotic malevolence. They are governed solely by their most disordered and vile impulses, hence the Order's campaign against them is well justified. Upon initially traversing this alternate world, Ryan diligently devised numerous campaigns for the Order's temples, promoting ideals such as justice and valor. Have you heard of the Church of Justice or the Church of Holy Light, my friend? Utilizing memories from his past life, he garnered considerable prestige, effectively masquerading as a social butterfly, to the extent that he could pen several volumes akin to selling in another world or sales king, from entry level to mastery. Chapter 91, A Godlike Existence. In the realm of Realier, demons engaged in fierce combat with the Order's coalition were taken aback by the sudden emergence of a horde of green-skinned orcs in their rear. Unlike the brown-skinned orcs that reproduce naturally, these green-skinned tribes lack the distinction of male and female. Their propagation relies on spores emitted by mature green-skinned orcs, which can even proliferate following injury or death. These spores can thrive in the most inhospitable conditions, yielding diminutive gremlins and skags within a fortnight, goblins in over a month, and orcs in less than 3 months. Whether they be the diminutive gremlins, goblins, or the formidable orcs, they require no sustenance other than sunlight to survive. Exhibiting irritable temperaments and a primitive lifestyle, preferring to resolve conflicts with brute force rather than intellect. Such naturally belligerent beings, endowed with robust physiques and innate talents, consistently emerge as a formidable force across various worlds, frequently spawning new green-skinned leaders to instigate massive incursions known as whack. Thus, the demons and the green-skinned orcs, both savage and warlike races, found themselves at an unexpected intersection. Caught unawares, the demons faced a significant strategic disadvantage, with their nemesis ahead and green-skinned foes behind. Fortunately, the demons were able to sustain their dual-front conflict with continuous reinforcements from hell. The front lines were ablaze with the thunderous roars of magical artillery, as mages from both sides alternated between casting devastating spells and defensive enchantments, while warriors valiantly fulfilled their roles as shields, striving to vanquish their adversaries. Heaven is to the left and the warriors to the right. The warrior class, characterized by its reckless and expendable nature, stood in stark contrast to the affluent and sophisticated mages, prompting Ryan to exclaim the stark reality of their situation. in a fervor to sate their bloodlust or perhaps to exact vengeance through the blood of their enemies. The frontline soldiers of both the Order and the demons were singularly focused on their adversaries. Battle and slaughter became the prevailing themes of the battlefield. Amidst the chaos of the demons, green-skinned orcs, and the Order coalition, a multitude of subterranean openings materialized at the fringes of the battleground, from which transparent specters emerged. These phantoms scoured the battlefield, zealously collecting the fallen demons' corpses. Upon discovering a demon's body, they would summon their companions, collectively drifting like a swarm of ants to transport the remains back to their lairs. These endearing specters were none other than the minions Ryan had discreetly dispatched to pilfer the spoils of war, the corpses of demons. For the Order's diverse races, who revered justice and order, the remains of demons served solely for research and the crafting of magical weaponry and armaments. In contrast, for Ryan, who could conjure a labor force from a mere corpse, especially one from a formidable warrior race like demons, the abundance of such remains was never excessive. With the aid of his system's knowledge, Ryan had already cultivated a considerable army of resurrected demons, who would prove invaluable in combating their former kin or defending against the Order's factions. Use your forces to arm my legions. It's a win-win. The ranks of the undead swelled ever larger, and the moniker of World Calamity was not without merit. Were it not for the numerous divine interventions from both the deities of order and the malevolent chaos gods, which frequently resurrected their followers, the undead strength would undoubtedly surpass its current stature. Under Ryan's command, his diverse populace fought not merely for survival or to avoid annihilation, but to ensure the continuation of their lineage on this land, a collective aspiration shared by all races and the most primal of their beliefs. In Ryan's abode, the inner fortress, a luxurious hall housed Sherry, Ivy, and Hill, who were basking before the fireplace while indulging in afternoon tea. The crackling flames maintained a cozy warmth, and the eternal fire's glow brought delight to the three beauties. The splendid afternoon and delectable tea enchanted Ryan. Yet he remained preoccupied with monitoring the slumbering undead dragon's domain, hell, the abyss, and the Order's temple for any potential disruptions to his plans. While Ryan immersed himself in gathering intelligence, oblivious to the clandestine activities of his wives, Sherry quietly beckoned her companions to join her in executing a surprise for him. The three, stealthily returning to the bedroom, prepared to delight Ryan. Engrossed in his pursuits, Ryan remained unaware until dusk, as the undead required no rest. His previous slumbers with his wives were merely for, a euphemistic term you understand, deeper marital engagement. In the bedroom, the trio had patiently awaited, so long that they donned bunny girl costumes as part of the surprise, meditating and conversing in playful camaraderie. Multitasking was a basic operation for the exceptionally gifted trio. Whenever their subordinate mages approached for guidance on spells, they could only feel a pang of envy at the trio's innate talent and nonchalant demeanor. A true testament to their prowess. As Ryan finally concluded his labor, exhilarated by the thrilling spectacle he had just witnessed, he could hardly contain his eagerness to rush into the bedroom. What could possibly be more important than his beloved wife? Let his subordinates shoulder the burden of work. For a leader deserves to be alleviated. As an undead being, one must harbor dreams. The relentless 996 work culture was simply untenable. After all, the undead do not require sustenance or rest, thriving instead in areas rich with necromantic energy. Thus, the idea of a 007 work schedule seemed most fitting, indeed. Such is the blessing of existence. In that moment, we were all capitalists of grand ambition. It was precisely through the relentless efforts of the undead under his command, collaborating with the denizens of other races, that Ryan's territory swiftly underwent an industrial metamorphosis. This industrialization bestowed upon Ryan's realm an abundance of wealth and prosperity. Thus, Ryan embarked upon another delightful evening. Chapter 92. A shocking revelation for the entire server. The following morning, Ryan awoke early, a tinge of apprehension prompting him to gingerly assess his lower back. Relieved to find it still robust despite the tumult of the previous night, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. After tenderly covering his three slumbering wives with blankets, he promptly teleported to the grand hall to attend to the day's affairs, simultaneously sifting through the memory fragments submitted by his subordinates while delving into the latest advancements in necromantic magic. His life as a busy leader was as unadorned as it was monotonous. His desk, crafted from ethereal crystal wood, was heaped with scrolls of data, each one a vital document meticulously selected by various departments for his review or decision-making. The undead in his realm often adhered to the 007 work schedule, resulting in substantial daily transformations. The remarkable synergy of industrial and magical productivity also birthed numerous challenges requiring resolution. The comprehensive technological upgrades across factories and the operational planning of commerce were commonplace in this expansive dominion, with new issues arising daily as old ones were resolved. Each time he faced the mountain of bureaucratic tasks, Ryan was reminded of his student days spent immersed in a sea of assignments. Unlike protagonists in other tales who effortlessly delegate their responsibilities to loyal subordinates or rely on mystical assistants, Ryan, even with the undead's memory-reading abilities and system-assisted data analysis, found himself dedicating 4 hours each day to complete his administrative duties within a well-structured political framework. As the Lord, he was not only required to make decisions, but also to assume the role of chief architect, drafting blueprints for the vast territory's development. Fortunately, the existence of magic and alchemical technology rendered the transmission and compilation of information remarkably efficient, akin to the information age of his previous life. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly become the first unfortunate time traveler to succumb to exhaustion. Not long into his work, the sounds of laughter and play from Ivy, Sherry, and Hill grew increasingly distinct. Upon spotting their husband engrossed in his duties, the trio promptly ceased their frolics, dutifully stepping into the role of Ryan's secretaries, each in every conceivable sense of the word. As the saying goes, when there are tasks, the secretary works, when there are none. Thus, the family of 4's official business hours swiftly passed amidst sweetness and tedium. After indulging in a delectable feast of elven cuisine, Hill and the others fervently insisted that Ryan accompany them to the thriving commercial realm of Het for some shopping, as they had long felt cooped up. All right. Today's expenses are on me. Don't worry about the cost. Buy whatever you desire, Ryan acquiesced. Although he had been a perpetually single college student before his journey, he had read enough romance novels to embody the attitude of their male protagonists. Witnessing their elation upon his agreement to accompany them, especially Sherry, who gleefully leaped up to shower him with kisses, stirred his heart. Time had proven that even after all these years as a married man, his wives, with their goddess-like beauty, still captivated him. As an ancient saying goes, still as a maiden, swift as a hare. Yet, for Sherry and the others, it was more akin to still as a sloth, swift as a playful pup. In the presence of outsiders, his wives maintained an aura of cool sophistication, resembling wise valkyries, while before him, they radiated the freshness and beauty of youthful girls. Their goddess-like figures, the grace of mature women, and the vivacity of youth were precisely the qualities Ryan admired most. Ryan, how does this dazzling golden necklace look? Sherry, the most vivacious among them, was the first to select her desired accessory, her delicate hands gently clutching the necklace, her eyes gleaming with joy. It's beautiful, the necklace is lovely. But you are even more so, he responded with a playful grin. Recognizing Sherry's evident fondness for the necklace, Ryan promptly paid for it and lovingly adorned her with it. My dear, you are so wonderful, Sherry exclaimed, showering him with affection. Though merely a decorative mid-tier magical item, it was Ryan's care and affection that brought her the utmost joy. In that moment, Sherry wished for this sweet time to stretch on endlessly. Understanding the importance of fairness, Ryan also acquired gifts for Ivy and Hill, and their shopping excursion was filled with laughter and merriment. As Ryan's wallet significantly thinned, the spatial rings accommodating their purchases filled to the brim. Most of the time, his wives selected items while Ryan offered opinions and suggestions only when necessary. They shopped and snacked along the way, and due to the formidable magical aura the four exuded, no ill-intentioned individuals dared to approach. In fact, many shopkeepers offered discounts upon recognizing such powerful patrons, saving Ryan both hassle and money. After an afternoon of shopping with Ryan, who had bought nothing for himself, Hill and the others eagerly encouraged him to treat himself, with Sherry generously offering to pay for whatever he chose. Seeing their enthusiasm, Ryan felt compelled to indulge his own desires and wandered into a modest, unassuming shop. Unlike the extravagant and magically adorned decor of neighboring establishments, this shop was strikingly plain. The gray sign bore inscriptions so faint that the passage of time rendered its name nearly unrecognizable. In an era where magical and alchemical craftsmanship flourished, it was unusual for a shop not to possess a magically enhanced sign to withstand the ravages of time. Though perplexed, Ryan followed his instincts, leading his wives into this unremarkable shop that exuded an air of mystery. After all, they were merely projections of their spirits on this shopping excursion, and any unforeseen events would pose no threat to their lives. Upon entering, they began to survey their surroundings. True to its exterior, the shop was filled with ordinary trinkets, each bearing the marks of time, resembling an ancient relic rather than a commercial establishment. Within, an elderly man in a hood greeted them, stating, "Dear customers, you may freely choose any item in this shop, as each only costs a single gold dragon." Ryan raised an eyebrow at the hooded man's words. The gold dragon was a currency of relatively low value, akin to a gift. He casually selected a ring adorned with a carving of a black dragon and made his purchase. After settling the payment, the hooded elder slowly pulled down his hood, revealing his true identity. Ryan, this is our first encounter. I trust you have recognized this artifact. I never expected to bump into you during a casual outing. Consider this cursed ring as a token of our meeting. Until we meet again. With that, the hooded elder vanished without a trace. Chapter 93, Confronting the Boss. Regaining his mental focus, Ryan clutched the ring intricately carved with a black dragon, his emotions in turmoil. The hooded elder was none other than Kale, the god of forging among the deities of order, who relished exploring various worlds in the guise of an avatar. The so-called cursed ring he mentioned was the fabled Black Dragon Ring, the only one of the 10 dragon rings lost for many years and never reclaimed. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps Kale's scheming, but Ryan, closely tied to the dragon lineage, had finally acquired this treasured artifact of the dragons. Just as Ivy and her companions entered the room, eager to inquire about the unfolding events, a small black dragon, materialized from the Black Dragon Ring, floated out amidst wisps of mist. Upon its emergence, the diminutive creature rushed towards Ryan, yearning for an embrace. Its first utterance nearly petrified the 4 onlookers. "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Hug. The adorable little black dragon, sensing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the 4, persistently extended its tiny arms towards its newfound father, seeking affection. Is this what it feels like to unexpectedly become a father? This comical scene left Ryan utterly speechless. First, he stumbled upon a renowned deity while casually strolling, which indicated that some of his actions had drawn divine attention. Then, a small dragon spirit emerged from the ring he had randomly selected, calling him father. The atmosphere of this otherworldly realm had taken a bizarre turn. Meanwhile, Sherry and her companions wore expressions of utter confusion, as if questioning the very fabric of reality. How could a spirit in the form of a little black dragon refer to Ryan as father? Even if Ryan was the Lord of Death, his offspring could not possibly be a spirit. It defied logic, yet was undeniably magical. Though they suspected the little black dragon was likely the ring's spirit, Sherry and her friends couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild, pondering the strange implications. Hey, 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 don't look at me with such bewilderment. This little one is a ring spirit, and a spirit of the Black Dragon Ring at that, Ryan exclaimed, attempting to gently extricate the tiny dragon's tail from around his neck, wary of causing it harm, while also interrupting the trio lost in their fanciful thoughts. What is the big deal? It's just a ring spirit. It wants to have a child with you, you know? Children are delightful. I must have several. And then we can all enjoy a lively family together. Ivy, consumed by her thoughts of motherhood with Ryan, overlooked the fact that this was, after all, the Black Dragon Ring. As a descendant of the dragon lineage, Sherry felt her breath quicken at the mention of the Black Dragon Ring. The Black Dragon Ring? How could it possibly be one of our clan's treasured artifacts when it is so vastly different from the Ice Dragon Ring? If it is indeed true, then. As she trailed off, Sherry's entire being trembled with excitement, and upon lifting her gaze, she locked eyes with Ryan's profound stare. Having confirmed their connection, she thought, "You are the one." Perhaps at first, it seemed far-fetched that one of the 10 dragon rings would appear in such a whimsical and casual manner. But Sherry could not shake the feeling of disbelief. The Black Dragon Ring, one of the 10 sacred treasures of the Dragon Clan, held profound significance. It was not merely an artifact forged by the dragons to combat the chaotic deities, but also served as a token that united the other 9 rings to fulfill the ancient pact with the neutral gods. It had been lost during the tumultuous Blood Dragon War, and over the endless years, the Black Dragon Ring became the only one of the 10 that remained unclaimed by the Dragon Clan. The unattainable is always the most coveted, and the Dragon Clan had suffered greatly for many years. If they could gather all 10 rings, they could reclaim the token and complete their ancient bargain with the neutral gods, gaining formidable allies. Yet, as time passed, the Black Dragon Ring seemed to have vanished from existence, leaving the Dragon Clan unable to recover this crucial artifact despite their utmost efforts. Such secrets were well known to Sherry, a descendant of the Dragon Clan, from a young age. After her marriage, she had discussed these matters with Ryan and Ivy, but she never imagined she would witness the Black Dragon Ring's return firsthand. In summary, it was a revelation that would astonish Sherry for a millennium. Oh my goodness, this is the Black Dragon Ring. What could the entity that bestowed this ring upon us desire? Are they a friend of the Dragon Clan, or merely an ambitious schemer? Upon learning such significant news, Hill found it challenging to decipher the true intentions behind the entity's gift of the ring. Darling, if I am not mistaken, that elder is the divine avatar of Kale, the god of forging. Back during the Blood Empire era, he struck a deal with my father. Even after all these years, his divine aura remains unchanged. I can sense his forging essence as soon as I get close, Ivy remarked, seemingly recognizing the deity with whom she had past dealings. Perhaps feeling outmaneuvered, she scoffed at Kale's underhanded tactics. Regardless of Kale's intentions, we have reclaimed the long-lost Black Dragon Ring. Tomorrow, We shall set forth to the Dragon Clan's sacred hall to confer with the original Dragon Kings. With this ring, our plan should indeed be revised. I have devised a more advantageous strategy that, if successful, will yield immense benefits for both the Dragon Clan and us." At that moment, the world of Relio remained engulfed in chaos, with green-skinned orcs, demons, and the Order Coalition in a frenzy of conflict. The warlike and ruthless green-skinned orcs, encountering equally combative demons and the orderly ranks of the coalition, launched an immediate assault without a word. Negotiation and ceasefire were out of the question. The green-skinned horde was determined to charge forth, eager to demonstrate their might against the demons and the Order. Similarly, the bloodthirsty demons, devoted to chaos and conflict, engaged the uncommunicative green-skinned orcs and their nemesis in the Order Coalition with equal fervor, their sole response being to fight. The Order Coalition, driven by their pursuit of justice and the eradication of evil, rallied their forces, brandishing their banners against the two malevolent foes, launching their own assault without hesitation. For the time being, the Order Coalition gained the upper hand. In the midst of the battle, each faction showcased their unique powers, with no side displaying a significant decline in morale. The green-skinned orcs, demons, and the Order Coalition fought fiercely, swapping victories and losses. The orcs, blessed with their racial abilities, birthed new warriors from their fallen comrades through spores. The Order Coalition, bolstered by support from numerous worlds and the resurrection miracles of the Order gods, faced no depletion in their ranks. The demons, too, benefited from the unique resurrection mechanisms of hell, maintaining their numbers. As the battles raged on, a remarkable scene unfolded on the battlefield. Despite the brutal skirmishes, the number of soldiers in all three factions continued to swell, their strength increasing with each clash. The only things diminishing were weapons and military resources, yet these consumables were gradually replenished over time. This defied logic but was undeniably magical. The intricate power dynamics among the various realms had fallen into a stalemate, leading to an enigmatic equilibrium. Chapter 94, A Profitable Venture. The following morning, the quartet of Ryan arrived early at the core realm of the Dragon Clan, Kazel, through a unique dragonic teleportation technique. In the ancient tongue of dragons, Kazel translates to Land of Dragons. It is an expansive, boundless, and exceedingly prosperous world, serving as the primary abode of the dragon race and functioning as their political and economic epicenter. At the heart of Kazel lies the Dragon Temple, a resplendent city. Unable to resist Sherry's playful insistence to fly to the temple and admire the scenic vistas of her homeland along the way, Ryan indulgently acquiesced to her modest request. As a frost dragon, Sherry had spent her entire childhood here, and the enchanting landscapes evoked a profound nostalgia, intertwining her cherished memories with the present. Stealing glances at her husband's handsome visage, her heart brimmed with sweetness, affirming silently, "Father, Mother, I have made no mistake. Ryan is indeed the one I wish to accompany for a lifetime." Bathed in the delicate silver light of the sun Anya, the entire sky appeared to be draped in a sheer silver veil. Countless colossal dragons unfurled their wings, gliding silently through the azure expanse, soaring gracefully towards their destination on the warm breeze. Under the cloudless firmament, the massive wings of the flying dragons cast shadows that obscured the daylight, their grand forms illuminated by the soft silver glow, accompanied by the melodious echoes of dragon roars. A contingent of 10 dragons from the honor guard of the temple, utilizing advanced acceleration magic, swiftly approached Ryan and his companions. Their immense bodies dwarfed even those of their kin, rendering them almost inconspicuous by comparison. Though merely 10 of the honor guard had come to greet them, their presence radiated an undeniable aura of dragonic majesty, compelling the surrounding dragons to either slow down or come to a halt, captivated by the sight of such legendary figures, heroes even amongst dragons, arriving to welcome an esteemed guest. At this juncture, Ryan fell into a contemplative silence, uncertain of how to proceed further. Lydia's words had stirred within him a newfound appreciation for the environment of this realm. "Let us take a look," Ryan suddenly declared. "We require some time. Therefore, let us linger here for a night. Lord Ryan, Lady Sherry, Lady Ivy, Lord Hill, I am Tao, the captain of the honor guard of the temple. It is my honor to welcome you to the temple. If our esteemed guests have no further requests, please follow us to the temple, where the esteemed crowns have awaited your arrival for some time." Ryan had initially anticipated a mere ordinary squad of the honor guard to greet them, yet to his surprise, it was none other than Tao, the captain of the honor guard, renowned for his unwavering vigilance at the temple, who had come personally to welcome his family. The esteemed crowns referred to the primordial dragon kings, who, even those who usually roamed the astral realms, were eagerly awaiting their arrival at the temple, prepared with their seats well in advance. While internally he felt an exhilaration akin to a playful pup, Ryan maintained a composed demeanor, embodying an unshakable calm. Given that all the primordial dragon kings had been eager enough to arrive hours early, Ryan dared not keep the venerable ancestors waiting. With this thought in mind, he hastened his spell casting, and before Tao and the elder dragons could react, he conjured a direct teleportation portal to the temple with astonishing speed. Do not be astonished, Tao. This is a technique imparted to me by the esteemed crowns. Noticing Tao's surprise at his ability to open a portal to the temple, Ryan hastily explained to prevent any misconceptions from arising. Very well, Lord Ryan, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Seemingly aware of Ryan's thoughts, Tao's cheeks flushed slightly, and he remained silent, focused on guiding them. It was unexpected that Tao, a prominent figure among dragons, would be so taciturn, but soon they arrived at the Hall of Judgment, where the primordial dragon kings convened. Ryan, it has been a long time since you were Sherry's husband. We shall treat you as one of our own. Let us get straight to the point. The Black Dragon Ring holds immense significance for us and for the dragon race. We require you to surrender this ring, but we shall offer you equivalent treasures as compensation. You have greatly aided the dragon race, regardless of your future endeavors. Please remember, the dragon race shall always stand as your steadfast support, your home. In exchange for the Black Dragon Ring, we are willing to grant you 3 colossal forging worlds of the dragon race, and we hope you find this agreeable, my child. It appeared the Dragon Kings had already conferred in advance about what to offer Ryan. When one of the primordial dragon kings, Sherry's ancestor, the frigid Empress Ninimur, presented the terms of the exchange, the other dragon kings nodded in unison, indicating their agreement. The gaze of all present then turned to Ryan, the one deeply intertwined with the dragon race, whose contributions were monumental. I am willing to relinquish the ring to your esteemed crowns. You have aided me immensely, and as a descendant, it is only fitting that I reciprocate. Moreover, the origin of this ring is quite peculiar. The god of forging, Kale, had his own designs when bestowing this ring upon us. We must also remain vigilant of the gods of the order. They seem overly concerned with the grand scheme lately, which is not a good omen. Upon hearing Ryan's concerns about the gods of order potentially plotting behind the scenes, the Dragon Kings maintained their composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed. The reincarnation dragon, Night, among the primordial dragon kings, employed a time reversal technique to unveil a multitude of covert operations orchestrated by the churches under the gods of order, thereby clarifying Ryan's apprehensions. Both the Order and Chaos factions were reluctant to see the dragon race fulfill their ancient pact with the neutral gods. They preferred to maintain the current equilibrium. Any unforeseen forces could jeopardize their long-laid plans. The grand scheme of the dragon race was devised to further enhance their racial strength, enabling them to transcend the machinations of the gods and avoid becoming mere pawns in their game, an eventuality the gods most fervently wished to avert. In a bid to prevent the dragon race from disrupting their plans, even the gods of order resorted to clandestine actions while publicly adopting the guise of benevolent allies, seemingly offering the dragon race unprecedented assistance, leading outsiders to believe that the dragons had achieved a remarkable status, garnering such support. Chapter 95, The Theatrical Effect. Within the Dragon Temple, as the frigid Empress Ninimur extended her 5 fingers in a palm-like gesture to part the very fabric of space, radiant beams of light erupted instantaneously. 9 rings, each distinct in hue and exuding formidable power, hovered in midair, awaiting their destined bearers, as if responding to the call of the other 9 rings. The Black Dragon Ring began to quiver, shedding its usual unassuming appearance to reveal its true form, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. The intricate patterns on the ring transformed into the menacing visage of a black dragon, mouth agape, as if to unleash a torrent of dragon fire, simultaneously emanating a faint divine power akin to that of the other 9 rings. Indeed, for our survival and the stability of our territory, we must devise a means to depart from this place, a voice echoed softly. We do not wish to witness such a conclusion. Daddy, what are you doing? Just then, the spirit of the Black Dragon Ring, a diminutive black dragon, emerged from the ring with a sudden flourish, utterly perplexed and inquiring about the unfolding events with his dear father. Upon hearing the little black dragon call him daddy, Ryan felt a pang of unease. It seemed the true power of the Black Dragon Ring had been unleashed, awakening the spirit once more. Upon hearing a being undeniably identified as a ring spirit referring to him as Daddy Ryan, the assembled Elder Dragon Kings simultaneously turned their gazes towards Ryan, their expressions clearly questioning what this young lad had done to elicit such a paternal address from the spirit. The little black dragon, realizing he might have overstepped after receiving a stern glare from Ryan, promptly retracted the tiny claws he had extended in a bid for a cuddle, playfully sticking out his tongue to convey that it was unintentional. After a few elucidating words from Ryan, the Dragon Kings finally ceased their bemused expressions. With the peculiar antics of the Dragon Kings quelled, Ryan exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite their advanced age, the original Dragon Kings, when compared to many deities, resembled a geriatric ensemble, exhibiting a tendency for whimsical and erratic thoughts that sometimes surpassed those of the younger generation. Nonetheless, Ryan understood that their playful teasing stemmed from their affectionate regard for him, their non-blood-related bloodline consort, whom they considered a true junior. Ahem. Let us prepare to initiate the world engine. The grandeur of the merging of the 10 rings will be monumental. My old comrades, we must strive to contain the magical elemental shockwave within the sanctuary. This is a ritual that must succeed, for failure would spell the obliteration of the City of Splendor. Nina Mule organized the Dragon Kings to collectively harness the might of the world engine, a divine artifact, to ward off the colossal phenomena and magical shockwaves anticipated from the merging of the 10 rings, thus preventing any prying eyes from the demonic and other malevolent factions. Fear not, Nina Mule. We are thoroughly prepared. I have already dispatched the call to arms across the Dragon Kin. Let us see who dares to extend their claws towards our treasures. Even those deities shall not dare to stir trouble in our presence. Anyone who attempts to hinder this ritual shall face dire consequences, ensuring they understand that the Dragon Kin are not to be trifled with. Given the gravity of the forthcoming events, which pertain to the dragon race's millennia-long schemes and future destinies, even the most sagacious and composed of the original Dragon Kings, the Dragon of Reincarnation, Night, expressed such resolute declarations. The trio of Ivy and her companions seemed to be infected by the tense atmosphere, clasping each other's hands tightly while casting worried glances at Ryan, clearly apprehensive about their potential entanglement in divine-level conflicts. Noticing their concerned gazes, Ryan turned to meet their anxious expressions, gently reassuring his wives with a tender touch on their heads, signaling that they need not worry. As he had ample contingency plans in place, they were not kept waiting long. The preparations of the Dragon Kin were swiftly concluded. Within the assembly hall of the sanctuary, the 4 world engines of the Dragon Kin stood ready, and the elite forces of the dragons had already assembled, clad in resplendent golden armor, guarding every entrance of the temple. Outside, the citizens of the City of Splendor had received notices to remain indoors, while the core forces of the Dragon Kin had fortified the city's defenses to the utmost. Not only had the dragons of the Kessel world donned their battle gear, but other dragon strongholds, such as the Forging World and the Advancing World, had also entered a state of martial readiness, gathering all affiliated races to prepare thoroughly for the impending war. My brothers and sisters, all is ready. The ritual shall commence now, declared the eternal Starbright Dragon King, Chick, issuing the command for the ceremony to begin. As the Dragon Kings activated the world engines in unison, Nina Mule utilized her magic to draw the 10 rings of the Dragon Kin, which had been suspended in the air, closer together. Each ring radiated unique attributes of divine power. Some emanated a foreboding darkness, symbolizing doom and destruction, while others glimmered with a vibrant green, representing boundless vitality. Under the influence of external forces, the 10 rings of the Dragon Kin gradually closed in upon one another, marking the commencement of the ritual. When the 10 rings approached a critical juncture, they fused at the speed of light, unleashing an immensely potent magical shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The unparalleled force of the shockwave collided with the protective barrier conjured by the Dragon Kings, causing the barrier to tremble slightly and emit a harsh buzzing sound, displaying faint cracks. Sensing the potential collapse of the barrier, Ryan could no longer remain passive. After a brief whispering exchange with Sherry, she widened her eyes in disbelief and questioned, "Are we really going to use that?" "Indeed, we cannot allow the shockwave to spread across the Dragon Kin's sanctuary, the heart of the Kessel world. The repercussions would be catastrophic. While the Dragon Kin certainly have contingency measures for such occurrences, my instincts tell me that our prior preparations must be employed now. Even if we exhaust this particular resource, I have numerous contingency plans for various unforeseen events. Such is my nature, cautious and astute." At that moment within the assembly hall of the Dragon Kin sanctuary, the Dragon Kings and other formidable beings from the Dragon Kin endeavored to suppress the magical shockwave using the secret magical formations in conjunction with the power of the world engine. However, the effort to contain the magical shockwave was proving to be challenging, due to concerns about potential interferences from adversaries wishing to disrupt the ritual. The dragon experts hesitated to commit their full strength to the suppression, resulting in a frustrating cycle of ineffectiveness. After receiving Ryan's affirmative response, Sherry cast aside her hesitations and promptly activated a portal using the authority bestowed upon her by their ancestor, Nina Mule. As the portal opened, a booming roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very foundations of the space. "Ryan, you rascal, you've shorted me again. You promised 5 tons of red wine, and yet you've only delivered 4? And you have the audacity to summon me? Oh, such a rich concentration of magical elements. What a feast. Ryan, You've finally shown some sense. Let us consider the previous red wine incident settled. But this time, the payment must be complete. The voice belonged to a colossal figure. A giant composed entirely of anti-magic stone, towering as high as the walls of the City of Splendor. His body radiated a magical dust born from the absorption of magical elements. Known by the whimsical name of Rum, this anti-magic stone giant was a connoisseur of wine, choosing to indulge in libations rather than engage in the battlefield or banish evil. He resided in his diminutive, dilapidated half-elemental plane, spending his days immersed in drink. No one knew how this anti-magic stone giant could distinctly discern the nuances of every type of wine, but he had transcended ordinary understanding to become a master sommelier, capable of identifying every circulating wine on the market. Were it not for his contractual agreement with Ryan, Rum would hardly consider leaving his abode, for he regarded his realm as home. To Rum, the arrangement was quite advantageous. Ryan provided the wine, and he offered his strength in return, often merely responding to Ryan's summons and serving as a conduit for him to absorb magical elements. Standing there for several hours could earn one several tons of exquisite wine. Even in the astral realm, where such treasures are rare and invaluable, the simple-minded Rum frequently found himself convinced that trading with Ryan was indeed a wise decision. Although Ryan never shortchanged Rum, over the years of employment, each time Rum was able to absorb a substantial amount of magical elements to enhance his own growth. If one were to set aside other factors and focus solely on his mastery over magic, Rum had matured to a level where he could contend with certain lower-tier deities of magic. The once tumultuous magical shockwaves within the temple met their nemesis in Rum. As he employed his signature abilities to expedite the process, the rampant magical elements were gradually absorbed. The Dragon Clan's 10 rings amalgamated into the artifact known as Dragon's Wrath, a token of the historic transaction between the Dragon Clan and the neutral deities, which itself was among the most formidable artifacts across the realms. The magical shockwaves generated during the fusion of the 10 rings were effortlessly absorbed by Rum, and the resulting phenomena were entirely sealed away by the mystical barriers created by the world engine. Thus, the most perilous steps of the ritual were successfully navigated. At this moment, the unassuming artifact, Dragon's Wrath, quietly hovered in midair. Its simple name and inconspicuous exterior belied the immense power it contained. With the successful containment of Dragon's Wrath by the esteemed Dragon Kings, the entire ritual was declared a resounding success. This day would inevitably be etched into the annals of dragon history, as the re-emergence of Dragon's Wrath, an artifact of unparalleled significance to the Dragon Clan, illuminated their future. With Dragon's Wrath in hand, the neutral deities were poised to fulfill their pact with the Dragon Clan, pledging assistance in liberating the Dragon Expeditionary Force. Led by the illustrious dragon god Anhalt and other dragon deities, who had been ensnared in the chaotic realms, the Dragon Clan had awaited this day for a staggering 10 millennia. As the elite forces led by Anhalt had been trapped in the chaotic domain due to the closure of the portal, the Dragon Clan's once mighty roster had dwindled to a mere handful of formidable dragons. Otherwise, their strength during their golden age was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Whether it was the primordial Dragon King, the glorious dragon god, or the progenitor of all dragons, Basius, they represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Dragon Clan. Just like a team buff in a card game, each of them wielded distinct powers emblematic of the Dragon Clan's might. Only by uniting their strengths could the clan aspire to restore their former glory, rather than becoming a limping giant lacking the capacity to confront and resolve all challenges. I've exerted considerable effort today, Ryan. Look, I'm positively stuffed. The giant Rum lamented, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he pleaded for an additional ton of wine. If others were to discover that the imposing anti-magic stone giant had reduced himself to such a submissive state for the sake of a single ton of wine, they would surely be astounded. Alas, Rum believed that nothing in the world was more vital than indulging in an extra ton of wine. If there were, it would undoubtedly be 2 tons. Ryan, suppressing a chuckle at Rum's comical antics, generously awarded the giant 10 tons of wine. Upon hearing this bounty, Rum's wide grin nearly reached his ears. Utilizing teleportation magic, Ryan sent Rum and his hefty reward on their way, hastily rejoining his 3 wives as they proceeded to the temple's worship hall to deliberate on the implementation of their grand plan. The absence of a large army from the demons, the Dragon Clan's ancient adversaries, to disrupt the ritual lingered as a perplexing mystery in Ryan's mind. When his 3 wives presented him with the wine, Ryan knew they had questions to pose. "What is it? Do you have something to ask me?" he inquired with a smile. "Well, weren't you contemplating inviting the 18 princes of the giant clan to your presence should they express a need? It seems to me you're deliberately testing me, and it's quite the headache," one replied. "You too are vassals of the giant clan, are you not?" Ryan responded with a grin. "Indeed, but what brings the giant clan's vassals here this time?" Rum interjected, noticing the silence among Ryan and his wives. They have important matters to attend to, significant ones at that, and we shall seek them out, Ryan replied, assuring Rum that there was no cause for concern. Chapter 96. A glorious moment. At the very moment the Dragon Clan celebrated the successful unification of the 10 rings and the birth of their artifact, Ryan had already accompanied his 3 wives and the Dragon Kings within the temple, sipping magma tea while discussing the forthcoming plans. Catherine, the Frost Crystal Dragon, cradled her oversized tea bowl, consuming the magma tea with an unrestrained fervor befitting her legendary heritage, which amalgamated the traits of elemental and gemstone dragons. Her greatest passions were eating, sleeping, and drinking tea, even in her guise as an elegant elven lady. Catherine's boisterous drinking habits undermined the aesthetic charm she attempted to portray, while Nina Muir savored her tea with a poised demeanor. Catherine was unabashedly pouring scalding magma tea down her throat, making peculiar slurping noises. Catherine, might you consider your image? Even if you disregard decorum in front of us, you should maintain a semblance of dignity in front of the younger generation, scolded the more traditional reincarnation dragon, Nit. Oh come now, Nit, how can you say that? I'm treating Ryan as one of us. Look at how, at such a tender age, he commands so many demigod-level subordinates, aside from his own strength. What's different from our time? Catherine retorted. Moreover, Ryan is the husband of that splendid Sherry and a great benefactor to the Dragon Clan. We need not conceal anything from him. Does your notion of concealment align with the common understanding of the term? Nick queried. Tea should be enjoyed properly, not guzzled like a whale. Especially when you're drinking magma tea. It's rather bizarre to see steam rising from you. Initially, Ryan found Catherine's earlier remarks delightful. But as the conversation progressed, he felt increasingly uneasy, his expression darkening. However, he discerned the underlying implications in Catherine's words concerning the artifact ritual. The Dragon Kings had withheld information from him. Otherwise, Ryan's family would not have remained in the dark. And the absence of troublesome entities like the demons during the ritual hinted at a deeply unsettling atmosphere. Ahem, Ryan, regarding the ritual, we indeed have withheld certain details from you. However, it is not due to any suspicion. Rather, when we forged our pact with the neutral deities, we established an unbreakable oath for the sake of safety. Until the transaction is concluded, even we cannot breach that oath to disclose the true nature of the ritual to you. We hope you can understand our predicament. The Dragon Clan has been without the protection of the glorious Dragon God for far too long. It has been so long that even the machinations of those exalted deities can dictate the rise and fall of our clan. We simply cannot afford to wait another 10 millennia. Nina Muir joined the conversation, revealing the rationale behind their secrecy. This magma tea is delightful, Ryan. Why are you so quiet? If you're upset, just tell us. Rest assured, I won't merely tell you to drink more magma. I'll share stories to comfort you, she added. Catherine remains her usual carefree self, attempting to lighten the atmosphere in her own unique manner. As the primordial Dragon King, whose very presence commands reverence across realms since her inception, it is indeed a formidable task to expect her to serve as a mediator. I felt no sorrow, for I had long anticipated the ritual's unfolding. However, I couldn't help but ponder the implications of even the most obstinate of demons refraining from interfering with the ceremony, allowing us to successfully activate the token. Is there not something amiss? Ryan gently shook his head, voicing his doubts. Furthermore, regarding our ancestors, since those who comprehend the true purpose of the ring are bound by oaths that prevent them from disclosing it, why then does the Black Dragon ring reside in the hands of the god of forging, Kale? After several chapters of silence, Sherry finally posed her question. I know. According to the narrative logic Ryan often shares with us, it suggests that among the neutral deities, a traitor has emerged. The whimsical Catherine once again attempted to steal the spotlight. Oh dear, Nina Muir, why did you hit me? That hurts, Catherine lamented, gingerly touching the bump on her head that had been struck. Nina Muir silently retracted her fist and, with an air of nonchalance, replied, I'm not quite sure. The 4 of them sighed in exasperation, feeling utterly drained. What do we do now? Can we even enter? No. Catherine shrieked in terror, clutching her head. What now? We can't get in. What should we do? What should we do? The 4 of them gazed at Nina Muir in confusion, unaware of the underlying situation. Ah, you foolish ones, look over there. That person. Nina Muir pointed at a figure drifting in the rain. Ah, the 4 were instantly startled by the sudden downpour. What is happening? Why is this occurring? I don't know. I just heard someone say she is the one. You fools. How could we not know what to do? What are we supposed to do now? Catherine cried, her face etched with despair, her eyes wide with a pleading expression. What should we do? It is already raining. Do not go in. Quickly find a place to hide. We have been hiding for an entire night. What day is it today? I had plans with several people. Come out now, where should we hide? Ah, the 4 of them trembled in fear at the unexpected rain. What is happening? Why is this occurring? I don't know. I just heard someone say she is the one. You foolish ones. How could we not know what to do? What should we do now? Catherine lamented once more, her expression filled with sorrow. What should we do? It is already raining. Do not go in. Quickly find a place to hide. What day is it today? Chapter 97. At the pinnacle of the world. Ryan could hardly fathom why even the Dragon Kings were oblivious to the demon's lack of interference in the ritual. In Ryan's eyes, each Dragon King, upon the success of the ceremony, had transformed into a languid creature, lounging in the sanctuary as if in a stupor. Those like Catherine, who indulged in sipping lava tea, were among the more reasonable, while others had nonchalantly created portals to return home for a leisurely slumber once assured there were no external threats. At that moment, Ivy and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Once they confirmed that their assistance was not required, Ryan and his companions, bearing 3 world cores of the forging realms along with the artifact, the Frost Dragon Horn, bestowed upon them by Nina Muir, made their way home. Ryan, let me touch the Frost Dragon Horn. I've been longing to do so all this way. When I was a child, I wanted to touch this horn so badly. Yet our ancestor would not permit it. I never imagined this time our ancestor would directly gift it to you. Now I can play with it however I wish. How wonderful. Upon teleporting home, Sherry eagerly requested to handle the Frost Dragon Horn. As soon as Ryan granted her permission, she cast an acceleration spell and dashed to seize the horn. The sound of her jubilant laughter, as clear and bright as silver bells, filled the air, prompting Ryan to reflect on how easily he could satisfy his wife's desires. Unlike other men who were often left guessing about their wives' wishes, he found it refreshingly straightforward. Ivy and Hill insisted on accompanying Ryan to explore the newly acquired forging realm. Coincidentally, Ryan was equally curious about the actual conditions of the 3 massive forging worlds granted by the dragons, and thus promptly acquiesced to their request. He dragged along Sherry, who was engrossed in playing with the Frost Dragon Horn, fulfilling her childhood dream. Despite her reluctance to leave the horn behind, her enthusiasm soon reignited when they arrived at the first colossal forging world. Upon entering the expansive first forging world, Sherry exclaimed, "Ah, this is truly delightful." As the largest of the 3 worlds bestowed by the dragons, the first forging realm boasted vast expanses of land that fostered a myriad of vibrant geological formations. Enormous magical energy manufacturing facilities were strategically placed amidst the swirling sands of the desert, the surging waves of the Crimson Sea, and the endless white of the snowy expanse. Complemented by corresponding magical processing plants and alchemical enchantment facilities, this immense forging world was meticulously designed and constructed with the primary aim of producing a diverse array of weaponry, equipment, and both civilian and military apparatus. Due to the concurrent application of magical energy technology, alchemical techniques, and magical enchantment methods by the various factories, the pollution generated during production remained minimal, thus sparing the environment of significant adverse effects. What truly captivated Sherry, however, was not merely the factories, diverse though they were and familiar to her after years of exposure, but rather the presence of a mountain abundant in ice crystals within this realm. As a frost dragon, her fondness lay in frolicking amid the snow and ice, and the robust constitution of her dragon kin, coupled with her affinity for ice elements, allowed Sherry to revel in the frigid surroundings as if she were at home. Additionally, her innate inclination towards sparkling treasures drew her to the ice crystal-laden mountain, making it the perfect playground for her joyous escapades. Ryan expressed his satisfaction at the success of the plan once more, exclaiming in delight. Ignoring Sherry, who was frolicking joyfully amidst the crystalline snow-covered mountains, Ryan, accompanied by Avia and Hill, made their way to the central palace of this forging world, indulging in a hot spring while simultaneously using their mental prowess to perceive the intricate workings of the surrounding factories. Strictly speaking, their time in the hot spring was rather unorthodox, filled with the laughter and playful banter of the trio. As Ryan engaged in a spirited contest against Avia and Hill, gaining the upper hand, Sherry, having sensed the commotion through her mental powers, teleported in to join the fray. Her arrival gradually shifted the scales of victory back towards equilibrium, culminating in a stalemate for their playful water battle. During this aquatic skirmish, Ryan employed numerous tactics that, while contravening the spirit of competition, significantly enhanced the bonds between husband and wife, such as targeting Avia's sensitive areas, eliciting a chorus of sounds decidedly inappropriate for children. However, Avia and Hill were not to be outdone. They reciprocated with various teasing antics aimed at distracting their husband. Yet, Ryan was no novice. He was a seasoned driver on the roads of Akina, impervious to the charming distractions of his lovely companions. Ultimately, after a considerable effort from Avia and the others, the entire residence was turned upside down, and Ryan emerged from the tumult of their playful conflict. When Ryan departed, Avia was no longer present, but she had left behind a letter and a diary. though she held little belief that his absence would greatly affect her. The existence of the letter compelled her to refrain from merely watching him leave. Following Ryan's departure, Sherry initiated her own familial water battle. In this new contest, Sherry employed various fresh strategies, including using her mental powers to interfere with Ryan, even drawing upon his own mental strength. However, she had not anticipated that Ryan was, in fact, a skilled participant in family water games. It was only upon witnessing his true nature that Sherry began to accept his presence. A man capable of becoming strong should possess a gentle and serene demeanor, rather than a temperament prone to explosive displays of potential. Ryan embodied this notion. His character was decidedly calm and self-controlled, rather than one to provoke irritation at whim. Thus, Sherry perceived that her visit to Ryan was not merely for the purpose of playful water games, but rather a quest for the exploration and excavation of her own latent potential. At that moment, Avia and the others were left utterly speechless. The snow-capped mountains, abundant with ice crystals, perfectly suited Sherry's playful inclinations. Ryan reiterated his contentment with the success of the plan, cheering once again. After confirming that his assistance would no longer be necessary, Ryan and his family set off for home, equipped with the 3 cores of the forging world and the artifact, the Frost Dragon Horn, bestowed upon them by Nina Muir. Initially, Ryan had viewed Sherry's family water battle with skepticism, believing she sought merely to trouble him. However, through their time spent together, he gradually recognized that Sherry was not a simple character. Her personality was complex and likely something he had overlooked in the years gone by.